For every dollar you spend, you can get 100 back. What changes will happen in life? You are buying a phone. Your materialistic ex-girlfriend mocks the poor ghost after seeing you. I just dumped you, and here you are chatting with the salesgirl about buying a phone. Salesgirl, don't bother with her, she's just a poor ghost, impossible to afford it. The salesgirl sees you dressed plainly, it's definitely possible. You frown at your materialistic ex-girlfriend, how do you know I can't afford it? You just got your salary, with a monthly income of $5,000, you still have to pay rent to live. Go to the miscellaneous brand store next door and buy a phone. Just as you are about to retort, an electronic sound flashes in your mind. The host's arbitrary consumption amount will be returned 100-fold. To ensure unlimited spending, a reward of 1 Global Bank Supreme Black Card is given. Touching the black card that appeared out of thin air in your pocket, you are ecstatic. It's not an illusion, pack up this $5,000 phone for me. The salesgirl is stunned at your words, for a moment unsure if you are trying to save face or if her beauty has dazzled you. Lin Yu is amused too. Before breaking up, she had already hooked up with the head of your company, Wang. Ask brother Wang to give you a promotion when you turn back, showing off now. Next month, get ready to drink the northwest wind. After swiping the card to pay, Lin Yu is even more gleeful, already imagining the scene of your landlord urging you to pay rent. You look at the text message that popped up on your phone, the Supreme Black Card has been credited with 500,000. The salesgirl then packed the phone and handed it to you, but you didn't take it. Lin Yu laughed even louder. Regret set in after checking the balance in the card. Ignoring her, you looked at the salesgirl, this 5,000 yuan phone is a gift for you. Which is the most expensive model in your store's 60 series? The salesgirl was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure and introduced you to the gentleman with a smile. The most expensive one is this 60 series Extraordinary Master, priced at 11,000. Without hesitation, you immediately swiped your card to make the payment. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, wearing a gloomy expression. Didn't expect this poor guy to have hidden money. As you prepared to leave with the packaged phone, the salesgirl came up and asked for your contact information. Feeling flushed, Lin Yu glared at you before leaving. After leaving the phone store, you checked your card balance and saw it had reached 1.49 million, making you a millionaire. Later, you rode your bike to the Wulong shopping mall in the city center and entered an Armani clothing store. Several salespeople were leisurely chatting inside the store, and upon seeing you enter, they made no move to greet you. They could tell at a glance from your outfit that you spent no more than 200. A slightly naive-looking salesperson approached. Sir, how can I help you? Please bring me these 2 sets of clothes to try on. Another salesperson, reluctantly stepping forward at the urging of their colleague. These 2 sets of clothes add up to 350,000 yuan. Are you sure you still want to try them on? There are other sales ladies attending to me, what's it to you? Are you afraid I can't afford it? I'm just worried about potential damage while trying them on. The salesperson looked disdainful, with a face that seemed to say you can't afford it. I'm not interested in the clothes brought by that young female salesperson. After changing into the clothes, looking at yourself in the mirror, your whole demeanor immediately elevated. Hand over the black card, go ahead and swipe it. The young female salesperson looked surprised, already prepared for a fruitless effort. Alright, sir, I'll pack it for you right away. The young female salesperson looked at the black card in her hand, just by the material and texture. She knew this card wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. The sound of a successful card swipe rang out. The few salespeople who were chatting just a moment ago couldn't sit still. They immediately straightened their collars, put on welcoming smiles, as a 350,000 yuan big sale commission was not insignificant. But you reached out to stop them. If these 350,000 yuan clothes get damaged, can you afford to compensate? Hearing this, the several salespeople had unpleasant expressions. None of them dared to step forward again. As you left the clothing store, a notification sounded in your mind, congratulating the host on spending 350,000 yuan. The Supreme Black Card rewards 100 times the amount, skyrocketing your net worth to 35 million. You felt ecstatic, looking at your empty wrist, a symbol of a successful man. How could you not have a Patek Philippe watch? Walking into a Patek Philippe boutique, the salesperson immediately sensed your high value and warmly greeted you. 7 is my lucky number, help me pick one out. The salesperson hesitated for a moment. Sir, this Patek Philippe Sports Elegant model is priced at 710,000, which suits you perfectly. You waved your hand, indicating that this model is not suitable for you, sir. You may not know, even the cheapest entry-level Patek Philippe starts at 200,000, there are none priced at 70,000. You misunderstood, I meant the price should be around 7 million, at which the salesperson was instantly stunned. Judging by your age, around 20, The $1 million level is usually only affordable for some business tycoons. In that case, sir, I recommend you the Patek Philippe charm, priced exactly at 7 million. After swiping your card to make the payment, the female salesperson respectfully knelt down to put the watch on your wrist. Subsequently, you also bought a Hermes belt and a men's leather bag. By the time you left the Wulong shopping mall, the wealth in your Supreme Black Card had reached an astonishing 1 billion. At that moment, your phone rang, and upon checking, you saw a message from the workgroup manager Wang Gang. Due to Yi Chen offending a client, the company has decided to dismiss him. No need to think, it's obvious that it's Lin Yuan's doing. Money can bring more money, why bother working? Riding a bicycle to arrive at a luxury car dealership. The security guards at the entrance were all stunned, witnessing for the first time a stylish young man in a suit riding a bicycle to look at luxury cars. Walking into the lobby, I immediately set my eyes on the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that I've longed for. Just as the sales lady was about to approach, a mocking voice sounded. "Isn't that your poor ex-boyfriend? Look at him, grinning foolishly, pretending to be interested in the car. Men, right?" Laughing out loud. "Wanggu, this poor guy must have spent all his money on a phone, knowing he messed with me, afraid of losing his job, rushing to find a new one. Seeing you in a decent suit, Lin Yu thought you were here for an interview. It's quite a sight to work here. This poor guy sure knows how to pick a place." Ignoring him, "Miss Sales, do you have this G-Class in stock?" "Sir, we have a top-of-the-line model. If you purchase it, you can drive away this afternoon. I can tell you're all about luxury, especially when I unintentionally caught a glimpse of your wrist. You're wearing a Patek Philippe worth millions. Kid, how did you know I came to buy a Mercedes-Benz?" Dejun asked if there's one available, hoping to close the deal himself. "If I beg, I might consider buying from you. You just lost your job, really need this commission, huh?" Wang Yang mocked. "So it was you causing trouble. Who are you to manage your Wang Gang?" "I'm not afraid to tell you, Wang Gang is my cousin. Offend me, Wang Yang's woman, and you want to make it in the big city, better pack up and go back to your hometown soon. You think this will embarrass me? You underestimate me. Ha, still underestimating me. You never really understood from the beginning to the end. You like drama, huh? If you kneel down and beg me, I can give you the spare tire in the back of the car." Lin Yu on the side saw you at Chibi and was overjoyed. "Ha, poor ghost with a spare tire." Looking at the shameless pair in front of you, you are grateful for the money from the system, seeing Lin Yu's true colors. Take out the Supreme Black Card and hand it to Lin Yi. Prepare the contract, swipe the card directly. In the future, when the new Mercedes arrives at the store, make sure that even that guy named Wang Yang can't buy a tire. I will make several transactions of tens of millions or more in your store. Lin Yi took the black card with a smile, believing that the company would also be pleased with your proposal. Soon, Lin Yi returned with the contract in hand, signed it in front of you, and the prompt sound rang again. "Congratulations, host, you have spent 1 million, and the Supreme Black Card has been credited 100-fold. 210 million. Seeing the procedures completed so quickly, Wang Yang and Lin Yu beside you looked bewildered. How is this possible? How could he afford it? At this moment, Lin Yu's heart was very complicated. Could it be that you were pretending to be poor before? Don't talk about looks, you are much more handsome than Wang Yang. Lin Yu began to regret a little. Wang Yang's face turned red, and Lin Yu had always claimed to him that Lin Feng was a poor loser, which made him lose face this time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he slapped Lin Yu hard. He came by taxi, thinking he could definitely buy a big saw, but now he had to sneak away to the roadside to catch a taxi. Wang Yang by the roadside saw you driving away with a big saw, his face turned green with anger. Driving to the school, just arriving at the dormitory building, your phone rang. It was your sister Yellen calling. "Brother told you some good news, I also got accepted to Magic City University, so I can see you soon. This is considered good news, you haven't even arrived and I don't know how you'll bother me. Brother, in a few days, Mom and Dad are organizing a celebration for my academic advancement. Do you have time to come back and join? I will definitely attend my own little sister's academic celebration." "That's great, Mom and Dad are calling me for dinner, let's talk later." You hung up the phone with a smile, haven't seen your sister since your senior year internship. On the other side, Mother Lin Xiaoxia set the table. "Mom, Dad, I just called brother, he said he will come to my academic celebration." "You little girl, your brother is busy with his internship in Magic City, how could he have time to come back? He must be trying to cheer you up. He still cares a lot for his son, with average family conditions, one has to rely more on oneself when away from home." Returning to the dorm, the other three were stunned when they saw you. "Lousy, you hit the jackpot, these big brands are not cheap." Wang Chao scanned you and then saw your wrist. "Holy crap, Patek Philippe. quickly checked on the phone, found out this watch cost 7 million, all three were shocked. Watching the excited three of them, you quickly found an excuse, tidied up after the breakup, and accidentally came across a hard drive from a long time ago. There were 200 bitcoins inside, and you made a profit after selling them. The three of them looked envious, proud to have a roommate who struck it rich, able to hold their heads high in the future. Then you thought about your little sister coming to study in the Magic City, thinking you could buy a villa. You still have 1.2 billion in your account, more than enough to buy a house in the Magic City, and there's even 100-fold cashback. You plan to go house hunting tomorrow. It was only then that you realized, after a day of shopping, that you were hungry. You told your buddies to go out and eat, and you'll treat. Arriving at the dormitory building, Wang Chao and the other two were more excited to see your Mercedes G-Wagon than when they saw their own goddess. Walking out of the school, many students cast glances your way, and the three of them exclaimed how impressive you were. 10 minutes later, you arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Lin Yu was really shameless, just breaking up and already posting photos of her at the hotel on her moments, starting to show off. You only noticed this then and promptly blocked her. However, Lin Yu did it on purpose, wanting you to see that despite being together for 2 years, you only held hands. He thought you wouldn't be able to resist this temptation, so he sent a message trying to win you back. But he found out that the message was rejected, saw the red exclamation mark, and realized he had been blocked. Lin Yu's face turned pale with anger. Yi Chen, what you can afford, Wang Gu can afford as well. We only spent 500 yuan on a hot pot meal, and another cashback just arrived. You and the three roommates just left the restaurant. You then saw a sweet-looking girl waving and smiling at you. I'm Li Shana, a sophomore at Moda University. You, Senior Yi, brought me to register when I first entered. After a moment of thought, you started to recall. Li Shana blushed slightly as she looked at you. She was initially attracted by your charm, but upon hearing about your girlfriend, she kept her feelings hidden. Learning about your recent breakup, she felt her chance had come. Senior Yi, can I add you on WeChat and treat you to a meal another day? You smiled and added her as a friend on your phone. After saying goodbye, Li Shana saw you and your three roommates getting into a Mercedes-Benz, with you in the driver's seat. Li Shana couldn't help but feel puzzled, as she heard Senior Yi was dumped because he was poor. The three people in the car looked at you enviously, as a girl approached you right after the breakup. Back at the dorm, you started browsing luxury mansions on your phone. Among them, Tangchen Ipin is the most prestigious in Modu. You then called Lu Gu, who helped you a lot with renting before. Lu Gu, it's Yi Chen. Do you have any listings at Tangchen Ipin? Well, you're really making money. I do have two, but they are a bit pricey. Let's meet at the entrance of Tangchen Ipin tomorrow morning. Really? The starting price for a house there is quite high. Don't worry, brother Lu, I'll secure a big deal for you tomorrow. Later, I chatted with Lu Xiana again. The next morning, you drove the Mercedes-Benz G to the entrance of Tangchen Ipin. The towering floors offer a panoramic view of most of the beauty of the city. You are now also a member here. At this moment, Lu Wei commented, you've hidden it well, kid. The big show has begun. So, renting a house before was just to experience life. Shortly after, under Lu Wei's guidance, you arrived at a 1,200 square meter large apartment. A salesperson was introducing a middle-aged couple when you two walked in, causing them both to be surprised. What's the deal with you guys? Do you think we can't afford it, so you arranged for someone else to come at the same time? I'm sorry, I never doubted your abilities. I'll take care of you right away, the salesperson, Chen Hai, said with a flattering smile. Lu Wei, what do you mean? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? You can bring clients, why can't I? To attract clients, even if you use connections, you should find someone decent. Bringing a young kid to view the house, what a joke. How do you know I can't afford it? Kid, you're young and arrogant. Do you know how much a house costs here? Even the largest one is 1,200. You couldn't afford it in several lifetimes. The middle-aged man next to him joined in the mockery, saying, looking at your age, are you still a college student? I get it. You want to take some photos to show off and impress girls. Just like the woman he follows, this young man nowadays loves all these flashy things. Unlike Boss Huang, who is rich and generous, I have the absolute ability to secure this house. Shortly after, Chen Hai called the manager to explain the situation, conveniently giving Lu Wei an opportunity. Before long, manager Sun Ming arrived with the contract. The middle-aged man named Huang is actually a typical nouveau riche, his vanity not yet satisfied, so he won't sign for now. He's waiting for the manager to flatter him and speak nicely. But who would have thought that the next moment you would take the contract, casually glance through it, find no issues, and sign your name directly. Manager Sun swiped the card to verify. The woman beside him suddenly smiled, saying, even swiping a card for this house is worth at least 1.25. I really didn't know there was such a card with such a large limit. Young man, you're really showing off. Ignoring you, the woman pulled out the supreme black card from her pocket. When the villager saw this card, his body trembled. He had once been fortunate to see a similar one on a tycoon, and this black card undoubtedly represents status and position. Respectfully taking the card, he entered the amount, and the sound of a successful swipe rang out. Congratulations, host. The expenditure of 1.2 individuals has been credited 100 times to the supreme black card. 120 individuals strong. The middle-aged man and woman beside them looked incredulous. Chen Hai was completely dumbfounded. He didn't hesitate to speak ill of you on the phone just now. Chen Hai, how dare you? You're so audacious. This card is the supreme black card of Global Bank, owned by no more than 10 people in the country. Pack up and leave. You have been dismissed. Even middle-aged men and women were intimidated by Sun Ming's words. Although they have money, the most important thing is background. They quickly stepped forward, bowing their heads and apologizing to you. Let's go, don't dirty my place. You plan to let your sister live here, you also need to buy a set for yourself. Manager Sun, do you know where there are villas for sale? Mr. Yi, you can call me Xiao Sun. With your status and position, a regular villa does not suit you. The Shin family in the Magic City has recently encountered some financial issues. They are interested in selling Cloud Villa No. 6. I will help you contact them. Have you heard of Cloud Villa? It was designed by a top international master and is a symbol of status and position. Afterward, we visited this unit and were very satisfied. I believe my sister, Yellen, will definitely like it. Let's check the time. It's time to go back and attend her graduation banquet. Checking the time, it was about time for Li Xiana to finish class. Yi Chen drove away from Tangchen Yiping towards Moda University. Arriving at the school gate and not seeing Li Xiana yet, Yi Chen went to a nearby milk tea shop and bought 2 cups of milk tea, thinking most girls would like it. On his way back, he saw Li Xiana standing by the car looking around. Yi Chen hurried over to her. Fengge, come on, did you run out to see beautiful girls? Li Xiana blinked her big eyes mischievously. Seeing Li Xiana's cute expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but ruffle her hair, making her face blush instantly. Feeling he had crossed a line, Yi Chen immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Xiana, I didn't mean to. I saw you hadn't arrived yet, so I bought 2 cups of milk tea. I didn't know if you liked it or not. Thank you, Fengge. How did you know I like milk tea? Hee, I wasn't angry just now. Being patted on the head by our Moda University's famous school grass, I wonder how many people would envy me. At that moment, Li Xiana regretted inwardly, wondering why her face turned red, making Fengge feel embarrassed. If only she could take a picture, she could preserve this moment forever. Fengge, I've already bought the tickets at Wanda Cinema. Let's go. Yi Chen opened the car door, and the two got in, quickly reaching their destination. While Li Xiana was getting the tickets, Yi Chen went to the snack area. The salesperson's eyes lit up when Yi Chen approached. This handsome young man, what would you like to buy? Give me a large bucket of popcorn. The salesperson filled the popcorn to the brim and handed it to Yi Chen, smiling flirtatiously. Are you here alone? I finish work at 9, if you don't mind, we can have a drink. Yi Chen shuddered, thinking, lady, don't you look in the mirror before going out? He took the popcorn and fled. Seeing Yi Chen running over with a bucket of popcorn, Li Xiana asked in confusion, Fengge, why are you running? And why are you sweating so much? Here, take this tissue and wipe it off. Yi Chen took the tissue, wiped his sweat, unable to say he ran away from a lady's harassment, so he made up a white lie. Xiana, I was afraid of missing the movie, so I hurried back. Seeing Li Xiana not suspicious, he wiped his sweat again. When outside, a boy must learn to protect himself. After queuing and checking their tickets, the two entered the dimly lit movie theater, found their seats in the faint light, and immersed themselves in the movie as the screen flickered. The story was about love during their student days, working hard together, striving to enter the same university. As they were about to get married, the female lead unexpectedly passed away. The male lead insisted on completing the wedding, ending up lonely and melancholic. After the movie, Li Xiana cried a lot, holding onto Yi Chen's arm, wiping her tears continuously. Yi Chen comforted her. Xiana, let's go eat. My stomach is protesting, and you need to eat something too, or you won't have the energy to continue crying. Li Xiana laughed through her tears, surprised by Yi Chen's straightforwardness. They didn't go far, just found a barbecue restaurant in Wanda and started eating. The charcoal burned slowly in the stove, crackling sounds filling the air. As the meat sizzled on the grill, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Li Xiana picked up a piece of beef, placed it on lettuce, brushed it with sauce, added some garlic slices, rolled it skillfully, and handed it to Yi Chen. "Good, thank you for accompanying me to the movies today. To show my gratitude, I personally rolled up some barbecue for you. Have a taste, it's something ordinary people can't experience." Yi Chen accepted the rolled-up barbecue and savored it. Looking at Li Xiana across from him, whose eyes were squinted with a smile, he nodded approvingly. "Xiana, it's delicious. Tender and juicy beef, crisp vegetables, paired with garlic slices, it's truly enjoyable. Most girls wouldn't add garlic slices, why do you like to include them?" After Yi Chen finished eating, Li Xiana happily said, "I saw it online. There's a saying that goes, eating meat without garlic loses half the flavor. I tried it and it's true, although the taste in the mouth is a bit strong afterward." He. The two slowly enjoyed the food, during which Li Xiana shared many interesting stories about life, and Yi Chen listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words. "Xiana, you go ahead and eat. I'll go to the restroom first and be right back," Yi Chen said. Just as he was about to get up, Li Xiana stopped him. "Ge, wait a moment." Li Xiana rummaged through her bag, took out a pack of tissues, and handed it to Yi Chen. Looking at the tissues handed to him, Yi Chen was puzzled. "What does this mean? I'm just going to the restroom. Why would I need tissues?" After standing still for 3 seconds, they both realized. Yi Chen looked at Li Xiana, who blushed like a red apple, with a strange expression, took the tissues, and said thank you. "Ge, please don't misunderstand. I just thought you might want to wipe your hands after washing them, nothing else." "Don't overthink it," Li Xiana said, wishing she could disappear from embarrassment. How could she do something so silly? If her roommates found out, they would tease her endlessly, so embarrassing. Watching Li Xiana awkwardly explain, Yi Chen smiled, turned and went to the restroom. This junior sister is really cute. In the restroom, Yi Chen tidied up his clothes, went to the cashier to pay, received cash back smoothly, and on his way back, he noticed a stylishly dressed woman standing next to Li Xiana, and it seemed like they were arguing. Yi Chen hurried over and asked the angry Li Xiana, "Xiana, what's going on?" Li Xiana explained the situation with a grievance. It turned out that this woman was Li Xiana's high school classmate, Mu Tong. In high school, Mu Tong liked a boy named Zhang Bian, but he confessed to Li Xiana instead, who rejected him. Mu Tong, feeling insulted after being rejected by Zhang Bian, started targeting and defaming Li Xiana. Today, she saw Li Xiana's location on social media and came here to cause trouble. After listening to Li Xiana's explanation, Yi Chen looked strangely at Mu Tong, who was pretty but had a peculiar mindset. "Oh, Li Xiana, is this your sweetheart? Doesn't seem that great to me, far inferior to brother Bian." Not only is brother Bian handsome, but he's also the heir of the Zhang group. Your taste is still as bad as before. Seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Mu Tong sarcastically remarked, secretly jealous. Why do all the handsome guys like Li Xiana, this little vixen? Hearing Mu Tong's harsh words, Yi Chen's expression darkened. He wanted to slap this woman, but his upbringing didn't allow him to hit a woman. Li Xiana, angered by Mu Tong's mockery, retorted, "You can say whatever about me, but don't you dare insult my Ge. In my heart, Ge is the best, no one can compare." Oh, look who's defending him. Li Xiana, you're really good at pretending. Acting cute and pitiful every day, aren't you tired? As the Empress Dowager said, a vixen is just being melodramatic. You better apologize to Xiaona, otherwise, you'll regret it. Yi Chen said coldly, "Apologize? What a joke. You're not a good person either if you can be with that bitch Li Xiana. You two are a perfect match, a pair of dogs." Ha ha. Mu Tong's jealousy towards Yi Chen's defense of Li Xiana grew stronger. With a slap, Mu Tong's face was hit. She covered her face, looking incredulous. Li Xiana, the bitch, dared to hit her. Reacting, she charged towards Li Xiana like a madwoman. "You little bitch, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you." Yi Chen was stunned by the scene just now. He didn't expect Li Xiana to have such a fierce side. Seeing Mu Tong rushing towards Li Xiana, Yi Chen quickly stood in front of her, stopping the frenzied Mu Tong. At this moment, the mall security guards arrived, separating the people. Li Xiana looked apologetically at Yi Chen amidst the onlookers, and Yi Chen returned a reassuring look. Seeing the security guards, Mu Tong knew she couldn't avenge the slap today. She left after a harsh remark. Yi Chen compensated for the damaged items and left with Li Xiana. Li Xiana, head down, followed Yi Chen to the car. She felt she had left a bad impression on Yi Chen today, worried he wouldn't talk to her again. Watching Li Xiana almost bury her head under the car seat, Yi Chen chuckled. "You were so heroic just now, why are you acting like a quail now?" Maybe I shouldn't have acted, but I couldn't help it. It doesn't matter what she says about me, but when she talks about you, I can't stand it. In my heart, you are the best. Maybe you won't talk to me in the future, but I still want to tell you that I like you. I've liked you since our first meeting. I wanted to confess to you then, but when I found out you had a girlfriend, I backed off. I could only silently watch you from afar, burying this feeling in my heart. When I heard you broke up, I couldn't help but want to get closer to you, find every opportunity to contact you, hoping you'd notice me. I'm really sorry today. I've caused you trouble. With that, Lishana got up to leave, but Yi-chen pulled her back. He had long seen through the thoughts of this cute junior. Yi-chen didn't reject spending time with Lishana, accompanying her to watch a movie, indicating his interest. However, after experiencing betrayal once, he didn't dare to easily start a new relationship. But now that Lishana was so proactive, if he pretended not to know, he might really lose her. You're leaving without hearing my answer? Lishana, back in her seat, nervously stared at Yi-chen, wanting to say something but afraid of a negative response. I can tell you like me, but let me do the confession. Shana, will you be my girlfriend? Yi-chen said seriously. Excitement appeared on Lishana's face. She leaped from the passenger seat to Yi-chen, kissing him firmly. This kiss had been awaited for 2 years, and at this moment, time seemed to stop. She felt a sweetness she had never experienced before. After a while, their lips parted, and they looked into each other's eyes, sharing a smile. Phone GE, can you take me back to school? Lishana sweetly looked at Yi-chen. From now on, this handsome guy would be her boyfriend. Thinking about it made her happy. Soon, the two returned to Magic City University. They walked hand in hand on the campus path, moonlight casting a serene glow on the surrounding trees, as if dressing them in silver. Lishana kept spinning around Yi-chen, her joyful steps like a dance expressing her happiness. Lishana led Yi-chen through every corner of the campus, as if making up for the regrets of the past 2 years. Shana, Yi-chen, you too. Passing by, Shernan saw the two of them holding hands and taking a walk. She was shocked, her mouth wide open. She knew that Lishana liked Yi-chen, but it had only been a few days. Had they succeeded so quickly? No wonder they say men pursue women from afar, while women pursue men through a veil. Covering her eyes with her hand, Shernan joked, I didn't see anything, Shana. I really didn't see you and Senior Yi-chen holding hands and walking. Nan, you're so mean, teasing me like this. Look at my tickling dragon claws. Lishana let go of Yi-chen's hand and playfully pounced on Shernan. Seeing that Li Ji's supermarket was not far away, Yi-chen said to the two of them, Shana, Shernan, shall we go to the supermarket to buy some things? Upon hearing Yi-chen's words, the two stopped playing and went to the supermarket with him. Li Gu, busy as always. How's your nephew? Is he feeling better? Seeing Yi-chen bringing two beautiful women over, Zhao Li's eyes lit up. He happily said, your nephew is much better. Why did you bring two beautiful women today? Is that your girlfriend? Yi-chen pointed to Lishana and said, this is my girlfriend, Lishana, and this is her roommate, Shernan. Li Gu, I brought friends today, so you should give me a discount. You rascal, every time you come, I give you a discount. Go and let your girlfriend choose some food. Yi-chen picked snacks with the two girls, grabbing a few of this and a few of that. In no time, a shopping cart was filled. The three of them pushed the cart to the checkout counter. Seeing the full cart, Zhao Li joked, Yi-chen, you really bought a lot. You're quite good to your girlfriend. Li Gu, I didn't know what Shana likes to eat, so I grabbed a few more. Besides, there are 4 people in their dorm. It wouldn't be appropriate to buy too little. After paying, Yi-chen carried several bags of snacks and escorted Lishana back to the dorm. At the dorm entrance, Shernan, with a knowing look, took the bag and went upstairs, giving the two some alone time. Lishana looked affectionately at Yi-chen, hugged him, and whispered, Phone, thank you. I'm so happy today, and your embrace is so warm. With that, she ran back to the dorm. Yi-chen watched Lishana's retreating figure and smiled. Sweet love was truly wonderful. His previous relationship with Mengyu couldn't be called love, it was just his one-sided devotion, a pure and loyal dog, merely for the sake of having a boyfriend. Lishana ran back to the dorm, opened the door, and saw the 3 girls looking at her with smiles on their faces. Sun Jingjing and Li Bingbing even reenacted the scene downstairs. Lishana blushed and ran to the bed, covering her face with a blanket. The 3 girls wouldn't let her off so easily and pulled her up together. Shana, tell us quickly, how did you deceive our campus heartthrob, Senior Yi-chen? Yeah, tell us, that's my dream guy, and you managed to win him over. Come on, I'm so cute, why wouldn't Phone like me? You're just jealous of my talent and beauty, hee hee. The 3 girls, seeing Lishana's smug look, pounced on her and tickled her. Have mercy, 3 heroines, I'll talk, okay? She then recounted what had happened that day. It seems your classmate Mutong not only didn't discourage you but also helped you a lot. It's like stealing a chicken without a trace, Li Bingbing remarked. That's right, Xiaona, you're really lucky. If Mutong finds out, she'll be so mad, huh? Sun Jingjing added. Our Xiaona has finally seen the light after the storm. You two don't know, she has liked Senior Yichen since she entered school. She even asked me to find out about him back then. Now her wish has finally come true. Shernan shared a little secret with the others. Humph, you can't stop talking with your mouths full of delicious food. I won't let you have any. After saying that, Li Xiaono was about to grab some snacks, then started a new round of playfulness. In Jinchang, Yilin watched as her parents sat on the sofa watching TV, their mouths twitching. These old couple, they argue every day over watching TV, and after the argument, they act all lovey-dovey in front of her like nothing happened, truly speechless. Yilin picked up her phone and sent a message to Yichen. Brother, when are you coming back? I haven't seen you in a long time. Your poor sister has to watch dad and mom being all lovey-dovey every day. It's almost unbearable, too cruel for this single dog. On the other side, Yichen had just returned to Tang Chen Yipin, lying on his soft big bed with a silly smile on his face. When his phone rang, he thought it was a message from Li Xiaona, but when he opened it, it was a message from Yilin. Little girl, I'll be back in a couple of days, don't worry, I won't miss your graduation banquet. Just pretend you don't see dad and mom. I also walked over from where you are, hee. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Just then, a call came in. Yichen looked at the number. It was Sun Ming's call, and he answered it. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry to disturb you so late. I've arranged the matter with the Shin family's Cloud Villa as we discussed last time. The head of the Shin family would like to invite you for a detailed discussion at the Cloud Villa tomorrow morning. Are you available? Yichen thought for a moment. He didn't have anything planned for tomorrow, so he agreed and set a time before hanging up the phone. Hopefully, the Cloud Villa will bring in more returns tomorrow, hee, that would be very rewarding. Yichen freshened up and then returned to bed, chatting with Yilin and Li Xiaona before falling asleep. The sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining on Yichen's face. Feeling the warmth, he gradually woke up, feeling lucky to be alive for another day. Opening the curtains, he looked at the busy people outside, constantly rushing around for their lives, feeling a wave of emotion. He used to be one of them, but since the arrival of the system, his life has changed drastically, gaining unimaginable wealth and sweet love. Money is a good thing. It can solve 99% of the world's problems. Yichen freshened up and changed into clean clothes, standing in front of the mirror. Looking at the confident young man in the mirror, he couldn't help but say, so handsome. Glancing at the time, Yichen went downstairs to prepare to leave. He had an appointment with the head of the Shin family today. It wouldn't be good to be late. Getting into the car, he turned on the navigation, heading towards the Cloud Villa. Off he went. Due to avoiding the morning rush hour, the journey was smooth, and he soon arrived at his destination. Sun Ming, standing at the entrance, saw Yichen's arrival and hurried over, opening the car door for Yichen, warmly saying, Mr. Yi, you're here, please wait a moment, I'll make a call. Sun Ming explained the situation to the security guard at the gatehouse, and after verifying with the head of the Shin family, they were allowed in. Guided by Sun Ming, Yichen arrived at the front door of Cloud Villa No. 6, parked the car, and Sun Ming rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and a girl of about 10 years old peeked out, her big eyes curious as she looked at Yichen and Sun Ming. Big brother, you're so handsome, Miao Mao really likes you, can you play with me? Another figure appeared at the door, tall and handsome, with a pair of deep and wise eyes full of love, but the fatigue on his face was hard to conceal. Meow meow, this is Dad's friend, you go play first. Dad needs to talk about some work matters. I'll play with you later, okay? Shen Ruomio looked at Yichen with a bit of reluctance, nodded slowly, and left with a lingering reluctance. Shen Haoran looked at the young Yichen with surprise. This villa was worth up to 1 billion huaxia coins. It seemed that Yichen's identity was not simple. He adjusted his state and said, This is Mr. Yi, right? I'm Shen Haoran. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young, truly promising. My daughter is mischievous, please don't mind her. Mr. Shin, you're too kind. Your daughter is lovely, and I'm quite fond of her too. Yichen was surprised to see Shen Haoran, who was in his 30s. He had initially thought that as the head of a family, Shen must be over 50. It seemed like there were many stories behind him. Shen Haoran invited the two into his study, served them tea, and got down to business. Mr. Yi, Sun Ming mentioned that you are interested in purchasing this villa. Have you done your research? Cloud Villa is the top property in the entire city. The family bought it for 800 million huaxia coins initially. With the appreciation of the land, the current price is over 1 billion huaxia coins. If you're willing to buy, I'm willing to sell it to you for 800 million huaxia coins. Yichen couldn't let him sell at a low price. This was a significant cashback opportunity. He quickly said, Mr. Shun, I'm not one to take advantage of others. Let's settle at 1 billion Huaxia coins. Yi Chen then asked Shen Haoran for his account details and transferred 1 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. Spending 1 billion Huaxia coins, receiving a cashback of 100 billion Huaxia coins, deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Yi Chen felt thrilled seeing the long string of numbers in his global bank account. In the entire Huaxia, there might be many worth over a trillion, but only a few had a cash flow of a trillion. Shen Haoran, on the other hand, was equally astonished upon seeing the transaction details. The fact that it was a transfer into a personal account at the global bank indicated that Yi Chen was the owner of the Supreme Black Card, making him a mysterious figure with deep connections. Yi Chen entrusted the transfer process to Sun Ming, whom he was quite satisfied with, despite Sun Ming being overly eager to please him. Mr. Shen, Sun Ming mentioned that the Shen family is facing financial difficulties. Would you care to elaborate? Perhaps I can be of assistance. With a substantial amount of funds in hand now, Yi Chen also wanted to acquire some industries. Moreover, he couldn't miss such a great opportunity to exploit the system. Shen Haoran's eyes lit up. He knew Yi Chen possessed formidable cash flow and was considering leveraging his strength to save the Shen family. Mr. Yi, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Brother Yi. This matter is quite complicated. A few years ago, the Shen family was thriving, with assets worth 50 billion Huaxia coins, all thanks to my sister, Shen Haoyue. She had exceptional business acumen and doubled the company's market value in just 2 years. The Feng family, one of the 4 major families in the city, noticed my sister's talent and intended to marry their incompetent son, Feng Jiping, to her. My father strongly opposed it. During an altercation where Feng Jiping harassed my sister, he was injured in the groin and became impotent. Since then, my family has faced relentless retaliation from the Feng family, with our various industries being severely suppressed. My father also passed away due to a sudden heart attack, leading to a deep-seated enmity between the Shen and Feng families. Brother Yi, if you help the Shen family, you will surely incur the wrath of the Feng family, so you must consider this carefully. Yi Chen appreciated Shen Haoran's sincerity and had no reservations. He was also very curious about the talented young girl, Shen Haoyue. As for being resented by the Feng family, he wasn't afraid. With the system on his side, he had nothing to fear. Brother Shen, I've decided to invest in the Shen family. How much capital do you need? Shen Haoran was taken aback. He had expressed his gratitude without expecting Yi Chen to invest. It was not wise to confront the formidable Feng family for the sake of the Shen family. Brother Yi, I'm truly grateful. The current market value of the Shen family is approximately 35 billion Huaxia coins. If you invest 10 billion Huaxia coins, I'm willing to offer you a 35% stake. Brother Shen, let the legal department draft the contract. My investment can be transferred at any time. Shen Haoran hurriedly contacted the legal department to draft the equity transfer contract and sent it to the Yunshan villa. Yi Chen took a look, found no issues, signed his name, and then transferred 10 billion Huaxia coins. Brother Yi, thank you so much. Rest assured, I will not let your trust down. At this moment, Yi Chen was puzzled. He had spent 10 billion Huaxia coins, but the system had not responded yet. System, why is there no cashback? Host, the system provides cashback for consumption. Investing in shares does not fall under the scope of consumption, so you will not receive cashback. Why didn't you say so earlier? Host, you didn't ask either. You ungrateful system. Tell me, how can investing in acquisitions be considered consumption? Host, once the accumulated cashback reaches 10 trillion, after the system upgrade, all your expenses will be included in the cashback, and cashback will be rewarded in points. For every 1 billion spent, you will receive 1 point. The points store will also be opened. Please continue your efforts, host. After ending the conversation with the system, the 3 of them left the study. When Yi Chen appeared, Shen Ruomia rushed over and hugged him. Big brother, have you finished talking with dad about work? Can you play with me now? Shen Haoran looked at his daughter and said, Meow meow, daddy has sold this house to Uncle Yi Chen. We need to pack up and move to another home. Big brother, can I still come here to play in the future? Looking at Shen Ruomia's hopeful face, Yi Chen squatted down, stroked her head, and said, Meow meow can come anytime. Big brother will always welcome you. Brother Shen, take your time to pack up. I won't be staying here for a while. Big brother, you're so kind. Shen Ruomiao kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. After playing with little Ruomio for a while, Yi Chen bid farewell and left. Yi Chen returned to his car, opened his phone, checked the flight ticket from Magic City to Tianchang, and decided on a first-class ticket for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thinking about reuniting with his parents and younger sister after a long time, Yi Chen felt excited that he would see them soon. He decided to pick a few gifts first. He drove to Wanda Plaza and headed to Patek Philippe. When the sales assistant Mo Qingqing saw Yi Chen, she warmly greeted him. Yi Chen had left a deep impression on her when he bought a Patek Philippe Manhwa watch worth 7 million last time. She thought, if only something could happen with this handsome young man. Mr. Yi, welcome back. I'm sales assistant Mo Qingqing. Let me recommend 2 watches for you, one for middle-aged men and one for young girls. Mo Qingqing led Yi Chen to the display case. Mr. Yi, this Patek Philippe timepiece perfectly fits your requirements. The design is elegant and understated, made of the finest materials, highly accurate, and equipped with features like shock resistance and water resistance. The price is 3.5 million Huaxia coins. I'll take this one. Now, please recommend a watch for women. Mr. Yi, please come this way. This vibrant youth watch is specially designed for young girls. The pink color exudes youth and vitality, and with Patek Philippe's reputation, it guarantees the best quality. The price of this watch is 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Yi Chen carefully observed the vibrant youth watch. It suited Yi Lin well and also matched Li Shana. Thinking that he hadn't given a gift to Li Shana yet, Yi Chen decided to buy 2 watches. I really like this vibrant youth watch. I'll take 2, please wrap them separately. Certainly, Mr. Yi. Please wait a moment while I prepare the packaging for you. Mo Qingqing quickly brought 3 gift boxes over, with the men's watch in a blue box and the women's watch in a pink box. After Yi Chen paid by card, he left. Mo Qingqing stared absent-mindedly at Yi Chen's departing figure. Qingqing, stop staring. Mr. Yi has already gone far. Wealthy young men like him wouldn't look at us. Zhang Jia, I'm not. I just wish Mr. Yi was my boyfriend. His mesmerizing face is so captivating, especially with his wealth. Ha, yes, who wouldn't like a handsome and rich young man? Yi Chen, who had left, hadn't gone far. At that moment, he was thinking about what gift to get for his mother and casually strolling around when he noticed a jewelry store not far away. Yi Chen walked towards it and entered the store. Welcome to Dafu Jewelry. Sir, if you need anything, feel free to tell me, or you can have a look around first. The salesperson warmly greeted Yi Chen as he entered. It was Yi Chen's first time in a jewelry store, so he wasn't familiar with it. He replied, I'd like to buy a jade bracelet for my mother. Can you show me some options? Of course, sir. Please follow me. Following the salesperson to the display, Yi Chen was at a loss on how to choose among the dazzling array of bracelets. Sensing his dilemma, the salesperson timely suggested, Sir, how about this yang green jade bracelet? It's perfect for a middle-aged woman. With the salesperson's guidance, Yi Chen gained a basic understanding of jade. After looking around, he noticed that the prices ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thinking about how his mother would react if she knew he bought a 3.5 million watch for his father and a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands for her, Yi Chen shuddered and quickly said to the salesperson, Do you have higher quality bracelets, priced at around 3.5 million or more? Sir, please wait a moment. There is a top-quality ice jade bracelet that meets your requirements. Let me go ask the store manager. Shortly after, the salesperson and the store manager cautiously approached with a brocade box. The store manager carefully placed the brocade box in the center of the table, afraid it might break with a slight mishap. Sir, this is the ice jade bracelet you wanted to see. Yi Chen carefully observed the jade bracelet. Its texture was delicate and warm, shimmering softly under the light. It had a high level of transparency, allowing the internal patterns to be clearly visible. At that moment, a plump-faced woman rushed over, grabbed the bracelet, and tried it on. Madam, this gentleman was the first to see this bracelet, the salesperson hurriedly interjected. Humph, so what if he saw it first? He hasn't paid for it. If I wear it, it's mine. How much is it? I'll buy it, the woman arrogantly stated. Darling, only you can match this bracelet, a young man in his 20s standing beside her flattered. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen suppressed his disgust. How could he stand calling her darling? It seemed she was a kept woman's little pet. Let this lady have the bracelet. I don't really want it. Yi Chen felt disgusted by the plump woman. Why would he want something she had touched? But what happened next made him even more disgusted. Little brother, consider following me, sister. As long as you have good stamina, sister guarantees you a car in a year and a house in 5 years. Hee, think about it, the middle-aged woman said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Yi Chen. Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Chen reached into the trash can, then pointed at the middle-aged woman and cursed, You fat pig, looking like a sow. You're making me sick. Get lost. The middle-aged woman instantly flew into a rage. She hated being called fat and compared to a pig the most in her life. She charged towards Yi Chen. Dodging to the side, Yi Chen watched as the woman crashed heavily into the wall. The young man rushed over and struggled to help her up. Darling, are you okay? My heart aches for you. Let me see if you got hurt. The middle-aged woman raised her hand and slapped the man, saying angrily, get up and show me if you're hurt. The man was just about to charge forward when Yi-chan swiftly knocked him down with a kick. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman backed off, not daring to approach again. Kid, you're tough, but mark my words, one day you'll fall into my hands. Oh, it seems you're quite strong. What do you do? How could you end up in my hands? Yi-chan asked her with a smile. Kid, I work in funerals. Scared now, ha, humph. Yi-chan immediately jumped aside, feeling unlucky. The middle-aged woman kicked the young man lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Stop playing dead, hurry up and come with me. The young man immediately got up and followed the middle-aged woman, but the store manager quickly intercepted them. Madam, this bracelet costs 3.8 million Hua coins. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? What? Why is it so expensive? At her words, the store manager gave a signal, and several salespeople surrounded them. The middle-aged woman had no choice but to obediently pay by card and left in embarrassment. Yi-chan then turned to the store manager and asked, Manager, do you have bracelets of similar or higher quality? After a moment of thought, the store manager replied, Indeed, we do, but they are not here. There is an Emperor Green bracelet at the flagship store in the Magic City, priced at 100 million Hua coins. If you're interested, I can arrange for it to be brought here, but we would need to verify your funds, please understand. Yi-chan didn't mind and showed the store manager his phone. Seeing the long string of numbers, the store manager was stunned and quickly escorted Yi-chan to the VIP room. Half an hour later, a team of security personnel arrived with an exquisite box at the Dafu Jewelry Wanda store. In the VIP room, a mature and bright-eyed middle-aged man skillfully opened the box. Mr. Yi, I am Zhu Mingjie, the person in charge of Dafu Jewelry in the Magic City. Thank you for choosing our jewelry. This is a glass-type Emperor Green bracelet for your appraisal. Yi-chan approached and saw the almost transparent Emperor Green bracelet emitting a rich green color, its surface smooth as a mirror, lying quietly in the box like a piece of art. Yi-chan was immediately captivated and decided to take it. Turning to Zhu Mingjie, Manager Zhu, I'll take this bracelet, I'll pay by card. This bracelet is simply perfect. Yi-chan took out a black card, handed it to Zhu Mingjie, and continued to admire the bracelet. Congratulations, host, for spending 1 billion Hua coins, receiving a cashback of 10 billion Hua coins, deposited into the Supreme Black card ending in 8888. Yi-chan took the black card handed over by Zhu Mingjie, secured the bracelet, and left. Back in the car, he carefully stored the gift he had purchased that day, leaving only a pink gift box on the passenger seat, and drove to the Magic City University. Arriving at the dormitory entrance, Yi-chan sent a message to Li Xiana. Shortly after, Li Xiana happily ran out and into Yi-chan's arms. Fonga, I missed you so much. He. After a while, the two separated, and Yi-chan handed the gift to Li Xiana. Guess what's inside? I won't guess. I'll love whatever Fonga gives me. The two walked hand in hand, enjoying a leisurely stroll on the campus. Passing by a supermarket, Yi-chan bought 2 bottles of lemon water, and they sat down on a nearby bench. Shana, I have a flight tomorrow morning to go home for a few days. Fonga, then I won't see you for several days. Remember to think of me when you're home, and don't ignore my messages. Yi-chan looked at Li Xiana affectionately, patting her head. The feeling of being cared for by someone was truly wonderful. Don't worry, how could I not reply to your messages? You're so lovely, I can't get enough of you. Li Xiana nodded with a smile, leaning on Yi-chan's shoulder, her face filled with happiness. Fongo, if only I were a little older, if I were the same age as you, then I could have met you earlier, and could have married you sooner. Yi-chan hugged her tightly, this silly girl. Don't worry, I see all beings as mere grass and trees, only seeing you as the green mountains. No matter what happens in this life, I will never give up on you. The two of them nestled quietly like this. Silence at this moment is better than words. Two hearts close together speak volumes more than 1,000 words. As the sky gradually darkened, the two smiled at each other and said, let's go eat. They both smiled. Some people have known each other for a long time but are separated by the ends of the earth, while others have just met but feel like they've known each other for 1,000 years. Fongo, you have a flight to catch tomorrow, so let me treat you to the cafeteria today. Hey, I used to fantasize about eating at the cafeteria with Fongu. Hey, I have a big appetite, so you'll have to foot the bill today. The two walked hand in hand towards the cafeteria, and along the way, there were constant sighs from onlookers, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Fongo, what would you like to eat? Yi-chan thought for a moment and said, I'll have a basket of steamed dumplings and a bowl of egg drop soup. Please wait a moment, sir, I'll be right back, said the waiter before bouncing away. What a lively character, Yi-Chen thought, imagining a future full of joy once he marries her. Sir, your steamed dumplings and egg drop soup are ready, please enjoy, said the waiter, sitting across from Yi-Chen and eating together. Xiaona, do you also like steamed dumplings? Looking at the identical food on the table, Yi-Chen asked in surprise, shouldn't girls prefer dishes like snail noodles and rice noodles? Hey, I wanted to taste the food you like, Fongo, but unfortunately they don't have the pan-fried buns from Jean City here, or else I would definitely try them. Watching her earnest expression, Yi-Chen felt a wave of warmth. After dinner, at Li Xiaona's repeated request, Yi-Chen could only accompany her back to the dormitory before obediently going home to sleep, as he had to catch a flight early the next morning. Back in the dormitory, Li Xiaona was immediately surrounded by 3 gossip enthusiasts. Xiaona, why don't you share your thoughts on the date? Yeah, did you kiss the senior? Shernan noticed the pink gift box she was carrying and her eyes lit up. Xiaona, is this the gift Senior Yi-Chen gave you? Open it and see. Under the pressure of the 3, Li Xiaona obediently opened the gift box, revealing an exquisite pink watch. Li Bingbing immediately noticed the brand of the watch and looked at Li Xiaona in astonishment. Xiaona, this is actually a Patek Philippe, the epitome of luxury watches. Sun Jingjing took out her phone and quickly looked it up. Xiaona, this is a new Patek Philippe youth model, priced at 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Xiaona, I didn't expect Senior Yi-Chen to be such a rich man. Hey, you have to treat us to delicious food, I want snail noodles with pig's feet. Li Xiaona was also shocked. 2.8 million Huaxia coins. Did Fenggu really spend so lavishly? Bing, Nan, Jingjing, I feel like I can't accept this gift, it's too precious, I want to return it to Fenggu, I didn't stay with him for these things. Hearing her words, the 3 nodded in agreement with her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yi-Chen, lying in bed watching short videos, received a message from Li Xiaona. Fenggu, the gift you gave me is too precious, I can't accept it, I want to return it to you. Yi-Chen looked at the message, feeling distressed. He didn't expect that the first gift he gave Li Xiaona would be rejected because it was too valuable. After organizing his thoughts, Yi-Chen replied, Xiaona, I don't know if you are rejecting the gift or rejecting me. When I chose this watch, my first feeling was that it suits you very well, not because of its value. I want to give you everything that suits you that I come across. It's not about money, but because you are my girlfriend, and I want to share things with you. Fenggu, I'm not rejecting you, it's just too valuable. If I accept it, I feel like I'm only with you for your money. Xiaona, I understand your character, so I won't think you're with me for money. If you don't take it, I'll have to give it to someone else. You wouldn't want that to happen, right? Persuaded by Yi-Chen, Li Xiaona reluctantly accepted it in the end. Women are really hard to understand, I won't think about it and just go to sleep. Early the next day, Yi-Chen got up, packed his things, called a cab, and headed straight to the airport. Passing smoothly through security, he was guided by a flight attendant to his seat. Yi-Chen took out his phone, adjusted the angle, took a selfie, and sent it to Li Xiaona. Xiaona, I've boarded the plane, don't worry. Putting away his phone, Yi-Chen also lay down on his seat to rest quietly. A few flight attendants in uniform not far away were chatting elegantly. Lily, I just spotted a handsome guy in first class, those deep eyes, high nose bridge, oh, so attractive, if I didn't have a boyfriend, I would consider making a move, are you interested? Shall we switch shifts? Hong Jia, really? I'll go check it out later, I love looking at handsome guys the most. I guarantee you'll be captivated, I see the handsome guy is not dressed simply, he must be wealthy. Lily, you should seize the opportunity. Soon, a sense of weightlessness came in waves as the plane took off. As the plane smoothly ascended, the view gradually widened, revealing the scenery below. Yi-Chen, resting with his eyes closed, heard footsteps approaching. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a delicate and slightly charming face before him. Her features were like a finely crafted piece of art, and she had a warm smile as she softly said, Sir, hello, may I offer you something to drink? We have tea, red wine, orange juice, and cola. Yi-Chen looked at the somewhat familiar face and tentatively asked, Molly? Molly also carefully looked at his face and exclaimed, Yi-Chen? Yi-Chen smiled and said to Molly, old classmate, long time no see. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years since graduation. You seem to have done well? Armani outfit, rich guy. Don't tease me. By the way, did the school recommend you for an internship? Yes, I just finished a 3-month internship. I'll be able to join officially after graduation. Old classmate, let's exchange contact information. I want to hold on to the thigh of a rich guy. He. After exchanging contact information, Molly brought him a glass of orange juice and arranged to have a meal together before leaving. Yi-Chen also fell into contemplation. He and Molly were classmates and even sat together. During the busy and youthful high school years, they became best friends, helping and teasing each other. However, after Molly's failed confession and her parents' divorce, her character became more solitary, and their relationship gradually became distant. On the other side, seeing Molly return, Hong Jiet approached and asked, "Is he handsome? Molly, you should seize the opportunity." Molly smiled bitterly. "The falling flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent. He used to be my desk mate, and I confessed to him too, but I was rejected. He said he only sees me as a friend. After graduation, we didn't contact each other for 4 years. Now that we've met again, I have let go. Being friends is also good." 2.5 hours later, the plane safely landed at Jincheng Airport. Yi Chen and Molly exchanged greetings and then left. Stepping out of the airport, although the air didn't feel fresh, it was filled with nostalgia. Home is the concern of every traveler. No matter where they are, there is always a longing and nostalgia for home in their hearts. Adjusting his mindset, Yi Chen got into a car and headed home. Arriving at the doorstep, Yi Chen calmed his excited heart, knocked on the door of his home. His mother's nagging voice came from inside the house. "Who is it? It's noon, quite a coincidence, I just finished making lunch." Opening the door, seeing Yi Chen standing there, his mother was stunned for a moment. Then, she pulled him inside and looked at her eldest son whom she hadn't seen in half a year, complaining, "You naughty boy, you come back without telling us in advance. Have you grown wings? You must be hungry. Come, I just made egg noodles, have some first, let me see what else I can make." Seeing his mother about to go to the kitchen to cook, he quickly stopped her. "Mom, it's okay, I haven't had your egg noodles in a long time, this is enough." "Alright, what do you want for dinner?" "Mom will cook for you. Lin must be thrilled to know you're back today. You have no idea, she nags me every day about when you'll come back, it's driving me crazy." His mother grumbled, but her face was always filled with a happy smile. "Mom, you don't have to bother, let's go out for dinner tonight, my treat, your son has struck it rich." "Son, aren't you interning? How did you strike it rich again?" His mother looked at him puzzled. "Mom, I had some bitcoins before, and I sold them recently when the price was good. How much could that be worth?" "Keep it for yourself, Mom has money, I'll treat you tonight." His mother didn't understand virtual currency and didn't pay much attention to it. "Mom, where did little sis go?" "That girl, she's always out playing, never helps me at home. Today, it seems she went to the beach with her classmates." After finishing the egg noodles, Yi Chen lay down on the sofa. This was the bed he had slept in for years. The house was not big, 90 square meters, 2 bedrooms. When they were young, his parents had one room, and Yi Chen and Yi Lin shared another. As Yi Lin grew older, Yi Chen moved to the sofa. After all, even siblings had to avoid suspicion. Later, his parents worried that Yi Chen wasn't resting well, so they suggested he move into their room. Yi Chen didn't agree, so they got a sofa bed, which could be pulled out at night for him to sleep on. There was still over 100 billion huaxia coins in his account. Tomorrow, he must take his parents and little sister to buy a villa. He also wanted to buy a car. Yes, a car. Checking the time, it was still early. Yi Chen decided to go now and buy the car. "Mom, I'll be back before dinner. You just got home and you're already going out, be safe." Leaving home, Yi Chen took a taxi to Jincheng Luxury Cars. It was a large luxury car sales company, with 2 floors, each about 5,000 square meters. Walking in, there weren't many people inside, probably because it was a workday. Yi Chen strolled around casually. "Yi Chen, you're back home? You didn't even contact me when you got back. Let's have a drink together." "Oh, why are you here? Planning to buy a car?" "I'm a salesperson here, if you find one you like, let me know, I'll get you a discount from the boss." Yi Chen saw the person and went over for a hug. It was his childhood friend Wei Liang. "I just got home today, didn't expect to run into you while out and about. Come on, let's walk and talk. I'll show you around the cars. Otherwise, if the boss sees you, he'll find me again." "Li, what luxury cars do you have here? Show me around." There is indeed a newly arrived supercar, the Aston Martin 1-77, one of the world's top supercars, and it's expensive in just one word. "Follow me upstairs to take a look." Upon reaching the second floor, a silver supercar immediately caught Yi Chen's attention. Wei Liang introduced, "This is the Aston Martin 1-77, equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine, with a maximum power of 760 horsepower, maximum torque of 750 Nm, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.5 seconds, with a top speed of 354 km per hour. Not only is its performance outstanding, but its price is even more staggering at 15 million huaxia coins. I couldn't earn that much money in several lifetimes. Liangzi, do you have the keys? I want to sit inside and have a look." Yi Chen really liked this car and was considering buying it. Xiaofeng, wait a moment, let me ask the manager. I don't have the authority for this car, but I'll try to get it for you. With that, Wei Liang quickly walked towards the manager's office. After waiting for a while and not seeing Wei Liang return, Yi Chen walked towards the manager's office next to him. Just as he reached the door, he heard the manager scolding Wei Liang loudly. Who do you think you are? Showing it to your friend? Do you know how expensive that car is? Selling yourself wouldn't be enough to cover it. Can dogs and cats like you even look at this kind of car? Know your place and get out of here. Angered by Wei Liang being scolded because of him, Yi Chen couldn't bear it anymore and kicked the door open. You bastard, try insulting my brother once, and I'll make sure you regret it. Seeing Yi Chen rushing in, Wei Liang immediately stepped forward to hold him back, saying, Xiaofeng, don't be impulsive, I'm fine. Come with me quickly, we can't afford to mess with them. Seeing Yi Chen being restrained, manager Wu Fei grew bolder. Kid, do you know where you are? Daring to cause trouble, it seems like you're tired of living. Also, Wei Liang, you're fired, now get out. Hearing that Wei Liang was fired, Yi Chen became even angrier, broke free from Wei Liang, and kicked Wu Fei to the ground. The commotion and scuffle on the second floor quickly attracted many customers to watch. The security guards of the luxury car showroom also arrived, displeased with manager Wu Fei, so they arrived late after Yi Chen finished. Seeing the security guards arrive, Wu Fei pointed at Yi Chen and said fiercely, get them, beat them hard. Otherwise, I'll fire each and every one of you. The security guards exchanged glances and none of them stepped forward. The captain of the security guards walked out and said, Manager Wu, the conflict is over now. We have no authority to assault customers of the luxury car showroom. Wu Fei's face turned ugly, not saying a word as he pointed at the captain of the security guards. A middle-aged man with a serious expression arrived at the scene and asked, Can anyone tell me what happened here? Wu Fei immediately ran over to the man and cried, Mr. Xian, this Wei Liang and this kid caused trouble in our luxury car showroom, and even hit me. Mr. Xian, you have to stand up for me. The man was the owner of the luxury car showroom, Xian Zhongwen. Despite his refined demeanor, he used to be a prominent figure in the underground world, but later seized the opportunity to clean up his act. Xian Zhongwen looked at Yi Chen and Wei Liang and said, Young man, I want an explanation. An invisible pressure pressed down on Yi Chen, steadying his body. Yi Chen met his gaze and slowly said, Mr. Xian, I've heard about your past achievements. Today, I came to buy a car with my friend, and this Wu Fei actually insulted me and my friend. It's not appropriate. Indeed, hitting someone was my mistake, and I'm willing to make amends. Xian Zhongwen looked at Yi Chen with admiration. A young man who could withstand his pressure and speak logically. He then turned to Wu Fei. Upon seeing Xian Zhongwen's urgent gaze, he quickly explained, Mr. Chen, this young man wants to see the Aston Martin 1-77. Since he can afford it, I declined. Young man, is he right? Mr. Xian, do you also think I can't afford it? I was planning to buy it, but now I don't want to. Yi Chen looked at Xian Zhongwen seriously. Young man, are you admitting that you're causing trouble, or are you playing me? Playing you? No, I just want to ask Mr. Chen if he's selling the luxury car club. Name your price, and I'll take it. Young man, this luxury car club costs around 1 billion. Are you sure? At this moment, Xian Zhongwen not only admired but also felt curious. He didn't know where Yi Chen got his confidence. Mr. Xian, I offer 1.5 billion to buy the luxury car club. Are you satisfied with this price? Xian Zhongwen looked into Yi Chen's eyes, confirming that the young man was serious. Puzzled, he asked, Young man, I can see that you're not interested in the luxury car club. Why do you want to buy it? Yi Chen pointed at Wu Fei and said, Because of him, I want to drive him away. Is it worth it? It's worth it. Satisfied with Yi Chen's firm answer, Xian Zhongwen nodded and said, Abao, break one of Wu Fei's legs and kick him out of Jing City. After a scream, Wu Fei was dragged out of the luxury car club. Xian Zhongwen chuckled, Now you have no reason not to buy it. I still welcome you to buy the car. Young man, are you interested in having a cup of tea in my office? Mr. Xian, wait a moment. Let my brother help me buy the car first, or I might really be causing trouble. He then handed his card to Wei Liang, instructing him to buy a Bentley Bentayga and an Aston Martin 1-77, before heading to Xian Zhongwen's office. After pouring a cup of tea for Yi Chen, Xian Zhongwen looked at him and said, Young man, I admire you a lot. You remind me of my younger self, loyal, courageous, and responsible. I know it's unlikely for you to work for me, so I'd like to be friends with you. Yi Chen had already intended to befriend him, considering his long stay in the Magic City and the inability to attend to his parents' matters promptly. From now on, I'll call you Brother Yi, and you can call me Brother Qian. If you encounter any difficulties, tell me. While it may not work elsewhere, in Jing City, I still have some influence. As a former big shot who had roamed the rivers and lakes for over a decade, Shen Zhongwen had a keen eye for people. Someone like Yi Chen was definitely not ordinary. By befriending him early on, he ensured future benefits. Brother Qian, since you're in the real estate industry, do you have any good villas to recommend? Brother, I developed a villa area in Donghu Resort. You can visit tomorrow, choose one you like, and it's on me. Brother Qian, I'll just buy it directly, it's not much money. That's fine. You're not short of money. Brother, don't leave tonight. Let's have a drink. I have a good bottle of wine. Brother Qian, I really can't tonight. I just returned from the Magic City and promised to have dinner with my parents. I'll treat you another day. Alright, I'll be waiting. Ha ha. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen took his leave. Outside the office, Wei Liang rushed over. Xiaofeng, you wealthy man, when did you strike it rich? Here, this is your card. Today, I benefited from you too. With these 2 cars, I earned a commission of 1.5 million. Whenever you're free, I'll treat you to a feast. Sure, once I'm less busy in the next few days, I'll treat you well. Liangzi, you must perform well. Shen just mentioned promoting you to sales manager. You have to work hard. Yes, I will work hard. If you're busy, go ahead. I have to tell Shelwy that this time, the betrothal gifts and the house are all settled. Yi Chen asked the staff to help drive the Bentley back home, while he himself drove the Aston Martin 1-77 at full speed towards home. When Yi Chen arrived downstairs and waited for a while, the staff finally arrived and parked the car. Yi Chen handed over a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, and the staff left gratefully. Upon reaching home, Ye's father had already returned and was tending to the flowers on the balcony. Seeing Yi Chen coming in, he immediately walked out, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "You brat, you didn't inform me in advance when you came back. I could have picked you up." Ye's mother, who was doing laundry, shouted, "You old man, just finished with the flowers and now you're patting my son, making the clothes dirty. You wash them." Hearing this, Ye's father sheepishly went to wash his hands, making Yi Chen burst into laughter. Shortly after, Yi Lin returned home, and upon seeing Yi Chen, she rushed over and hugged him. "Big brother, you didn't tell me you were coming back. I wouldn't have gone out today. Alright, I brought you a gift. Do you want to see it?" Yi Lin let go of Yi Chen eagerly and said, "Where is it? Show me quickly." Hee, I knew my brother is the best to me. Yi Chen took out the prepared gift from beside the sofa and placed it on the table. Ye's parents also gathered around, looking at the 3 exquisite gift boxes, and Yi Lin's eyes sparkled. "Brother, is this pink one mine?" Hee, I love pink the most," she said, grabbing it. "Mom, Dad, these are your gifts." The elderly couple received the gifts, looking at Yi Chen with contentment, knowing that their son had grown up and was now reciprocating their love. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had already opened her gift box, taking out the exquisite watch and admiring it, taking several photos to show off her brother's affection on social media. "Dad, Mom, you should also open yours. Look at how beautiful my watch is." Hee. Ye's father and mother successively opened their gift boxes. Ye's father put on the watch and couldn't hide his happiness. Ye's mother opened her gift box, revealing a jade green bracelet. She loved it but quickly took it off, saying, "Xiaofeng, this must be very expensive. I'm getting old, I don't need to wear these. Return it and keep the money for yourself, for your future wife. And Olji, take off yours too. You're all grown up, you don't need children's things." Ye's father reluctantly took off the watch and put it back in the box. Just as Yi Chen was trying to persuade his parents, Yi Lin suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, my classmate said the watch you gave me is a Patek Philippe, valued at 2.8 million Huaxia coins." Yi Lin looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. "Not just yours, Dad's watch is also, and it's even more expensive." Ye's mother nervously looked at Yi Chen and said, "Xiaofeng, we can't do anything illegal. Don't worry, everything is absolutely legal. Little sister, why don't you explain Bitcoin to Mom?" When Ye's parents learned that 1 Bitcoin was worth nearly 2 million Huaxia coins at its peak, they found it unbelievable. At this moment, Yi Lin approached with a mysterious look and asked, "Brother, how much was Mom's bracelet?" "A small target," Yi Chen said, and then invited the family to go out for dinner. Yi Lin looked at her mother, whose eyes were full of stars. She was indeed a walking small target. Downstairs, Yi Chen stopped his parents who were about to leave. "Dad, Mom, I bought a car for Dad this afternoon. Let's drive there." "Brother, which car is it?" Yi Chen gestured with his mouth. Following Yi Chen's gaze, Yi Lin immediately ran over and exclaimed, "Brother, it's a beetle." Watching his sister messing around on the beetle, Yi Chen was speechless, so he quickly went over, grabbed her ear, pressed the car key, and the nearby white Bentley suddenly sparkled even brighter. Yi-Lin looked at him with a grievance and said, "Brother, it hurts so much." "Oh, a Bentley. Brother, can you buy me one too?" "Sure, I'll get you one after you pass your driving test." "You little brat, you're already asking for a car at such a young age." "Xiaofeng, you're spoiling Lin too much," scolded Ye's mother. Amidst the playful banter between mother and daughter, Ye's father drove to Jinhui Restaurant. Jinhui Restaurant was one of the top Chinese restaurants in Jin City, excelling in various cuisines, both Chinese and Western, with exquisite decorations. Arriving at the front desk, "Miss, we'd like a private room." "Sir, private rooms have a minimum spending requirement. If your party is small, I suggest you sit in the main hall," the front desk politely replied. "Let's go for a private room. I prefer a quiet environment." The four of them entered the private room, and Yi Chen was too lazy to order, so he just chose a set menu for 188888. Jinhui Restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as a top restaurant. The dishes arrived promptly, and as Yi-Lin gazed at the array of delicious food, her mouth watered, while Ye's mother glared at Yi Chen, scolding him for spending money recklessly, and Ye's father sat there happily. At the dining table, Yi Chen kept serving dishes to his parents. "Mom, Dad, have some more. The food here is really good. Try this Wagyu beef. Mom, have some of your bird's nest soup too. If you like it, I'll add more for you." On the side, Yi-Lin fiercely skewered the roasted suckling pig with a lobster claw, looking resentfully at Yi Chen as if asking why he didn't serve her. "Mom, Dad, I plan for our family to go house hunting tomorrow. I've already made arrangements. It's a Donghu resort. I bought the car for your convenience when you live there in the future." "Alright, let's go take a look tomorrow. It's time to pick a house for you. With your lavish spending, you'll run out of money sooner or later," Ye's mother agreed wholeheartedly. "Brother, you have a good eye. My classmate lives there, and it's really nice. There's a resort, an amusement park, and even a hot spring hotel. So many fun things to do, and it's only half an hour from the city center, very convenient. My classmate said the subway is already planned to reach there, and construction will start next year." "You're quite knowledgeable. Mom, I'll transfer some money to you. You're always reluctant to spend money. Now that your son has money, feel free to spend it. Once you've spent it all, I'll transfer more to you." Yi Chen transferred 20 million huaxia coins to his mother, not because he didn't want to transfer more, but he was afraid she couldn't handle it. Ye's father kept signaling him desperately, and Yi Chen gave him a reassuring look before transferring 2 million to him. Seeing Yi-Lin looking expectantly at him, Yi Chen couldn't bear it and transferred 500,000 to her. It's not good for a young girl to have too much money on her. After dinner, Ye's mother wanted to pack the leftovers, but Yi Chen stopped her. With a net worth of over $1 billion, how could he let his mother take home leftovers? Back home, Ye's parents went to bed early, while the siblings sat on the sofa chatting. "Brother, today felt so unreal. I'm a bit scared. I'm afraid I'll wake up and it'll all be a dream, that you're still in the city, and I'm afraid that you'll get busier and won't care for me anymore." "Silly girl, why would I stop caring for you? We're closely related by blood. If you have any problems in the future, you must tell me. I have the ability to help you through any difficulties." He, "Thank you, brother. You should rest early. I'll go to my room." Yi Chen smiled helplessly. This little girl was becoming more thoughtful. He chatted with Li Xiona on the sofa for a while before falling asleep. He was indeed tired today. Early in the morning, Yi Chen was awakened by Yi-Lin. Looking at the time, it was just past 7 o'clock. He said helplessly, "Little sister, it's only 7 o'clock. Keep it down, I want to sleep a bit more." "Oh, brother, we're going to buy a big house soon. I'm just so excited. Don't fall asleep. Take a look at how pretty I look in this dress today." Yi Chen replied without even looking up. At this moment, Ye's mother came out and pulled Lin, who was still chattering, away. "Your brother got off the plane yesterday and went out without even resting. Hurry back to your room and let him rest a bit." Lin stuck out her tongue, slinked back to her room. It was past 9 when Yi Chen finally woke up, quickly freshened up under Lin's urging, had breakfast, and the family set off. By this time, Ye's father was already waiting in the car. Seeing the three of them coming down, he said, "Xiaofeng, this car is really nice. I never thought I'd be able to drive a Bentley in my lifetime, huh? Look at you showing off. It's all thanks to your son. Get in the car quickly, let's hurry and set off," Ye's mother said. Yi Chen took out another set of car keys and said to his parents, "I'll drive another one. I bought 2 cars yesterday." Seeing Yi Chen arrive at the Aston Martin 1-77, Lin rushed out of the car, sat in the passenger seat, and shouted to her parents, "Mom, Dad, you go ahead. I'll ride with my brother's sports car over." Sitting in the car, Lin looked at the exquisite and luxurious interior and asked Yi Chen, "Brother, this car must be very expensive, right?" I read online that sports cars cost millions. How much did you buy this car for? Seeing his money-loving sister, Yichin felt it was time to educate her. This is an Aston Martin 1-77, 50 million Huaxia coins. You little girl, don't always worry about these things. Don't worry, when you get your driver's license, I'll give you a sports car, so you won't easily be deceived by others in the future. I knew my brother loves me the most, hee hee. The Donghu resort was not far from Yichen's home, and they arrived in less than 20 minutes. When he was a child, before the resort was built, he used to come here with his parents and dig a bucket of clams. The Donghu Villa is located by the tranquil lakeside, surrounded by lush trees, with a broad view that allows people to escape the hustle and bustle of the city and feel the breath of nature. The four of them arrived at the sales center, looking at the magnificent decoration. Ye's parents were a bit timid, while Lin was excited. Since it was a villa sales center, there weren't many people around. Several glamorous saleswomen were chatting together, and when they saw Yi Chen's family arrive, no one came to greet them. Brother, come here quickly. Look at this villa, the location is excellent. You can see the entire Donghu Lake from the yard. Let's go check it out on site, Lin said excitedly to Yi Chen. When they reached the sand table, and Yi Chen saw that the location was indeed good, he called out to the saleswoman chatting nearby, Miss, take us to see this villa on site. Several saleswomen looked disdainful, thinking it was a waste of time to take Yi Chen and his family. Yi Chen frowned, about to get angry, when a young girl with a green face ran over. Sir, if you don't mind, I can take you to see this villa on site. I've just arrived and I'm not very familiar with the business yet, the girl said. Yi Chen looked at the young girl in front of him. She was young, probably a student working a summer job. Looking at the girl's name tag, he knew her name was Su Yali. Miss Su, then please take us to see it. He beckoned his parents and sister to follow Su Yali to see the house. The saleswomen on the side continued to mock, Yali, don't bother. They don't look like they can afford a villa. They must be here for some small gifts. Su Yali ignored them and asked Yi Chen seriously, Sir, what is your surname? My surname is Yi. You seem to be about the same age as my sister, probably still a student. Don't be nervous. Mr. Yi, I am a student working a summer job. Please wait a moment, I'll go find a sightseeing car for you all. After speaking, she ran to the door and found a sightseeing car, which drove up to the entrance. The Yi family of four got on the car and arrived at Villa 8 in Donghu Villa. The exterior of the villa adopted a simple and modern design style, with white walls blending harmoniously with the surrounding natural environment. Mr. Yi, this is the villa you saw on the sand table just now. Please come in. Su Yali opened the villa door and invited them in. The interior of the villa was also simple and modern, furnished with high-quality furniture and decorations. The living room was spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows filling the room with natural light. The bedrooms were cozy and comfortable, equipped with soft bedding and exquisite bedside tables. The kitchen was fully equipped, providing convenient cooking conditions for the residents. The bathrooms were spacious and clean, featuring high-end sanitary ware and shower facilities. The villa's garden was also meticulously designed, shaded by green trees and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Winding pathways guided people through, leading to a small fountain at the center of the garden, where the sound of water added a sense of tranquility and peace to the entire villa. Mr. Yi, Villa 8 is the largest in Donghu Villa, with the best scenery and exquisite decoration. You can move in with just your luggage at any time. The furniture, appliances, and all the materials used for decoration are of the highest quality, which is why the price is also very high, or else it wouldn't have been available until now. Mr. and Mrs. Yi did not speak, but their eyes revealed their fondness. As for Yellen, she was exploring the house excitedly, touching this and looking at that. At that moment, Yechin made a decision. Miss Su, we'll take this one. Let's go back and sign the contract. Su Yali, doubting if she heard correctly, asked seriously, Mr. Yi, are you saying you want to buy this villa? Yes, I want it. Let's go back and sign the contract. I'll pay in full. Su Yali jumped with excitement. This was her first sale, and a big one at 50 million. Now, her tuition fees were no longer a worry, and she could improve her and her mother's life. Realizing her outburst, Su Yali blushed and hurriedly explained, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was just too happy. This is my first sale. It's okay, let's go. I'm still waiting for you to take us back, but please don't get too excited while driving. I don't want to take a bath in Donghu Lake, Yechin joked. The group soon returned to the sales center, where sarcastic remarks greeted Su Yali's return. Back so soon? I bet they were scared off by the luxury of Villa 8. Exactly, just one look at such a luxurious villa, they must have accumulated good karma in their past lives. Zhang Jia, Zhao Jia, no, Mr. Yi decided to buy Villa 8. We came back to sign the contract. The salespeople were incredulous, followed by a surge of jealousy. Shortly after, Suyali, along with sales manager Wangin, approached Yechen with the prepared contract. Mr. Yi, I'm the sales manager Wangin. The contract is ready. Please follow me to sign it in the finance department. In the finance room, Yechen transferred the 50 million for the house and signed the contract. Manager Wang, will the sales commission go to Miss Su? Yechen asked as he was leaving the finance room. Wangin assured him, Mr. Yi, rest assured, the commission will definitely go to Yali. Yechen was concerned that Su Yali, a temporary salesperson, might have her performance credited to Wangin. He admired this independent young girl and reminded Manager Wang, money doesn't come between friends. I hope you keep your word. After Yechen left, Wangin immediately called Xian Zhongwen. Mr. Xian, today a young man named Yechen bought Villa 8 at the sales center. After he paid, I found out he's your friend and that I didn't offer the maximum discount. It was my negligence, please punish me. Oh, Yi Lao Di is really efficient. He just mentioned it yesterday and he's already gone today. Well, it's not your fault. It's okay, he's not short of money. Has he left? Forget it, I'll give him a call. Wangyan wiped the sweat off his forehead after hanging up the phone. He almost offended the esteemed Buddha today. At this moment, all the little scheming in his heart was completely extinguished, and he decided to give Su Yali the highest commission. On the other side, Yi Chen, who was about to leave, received a call from Chen Zhongwen. Ha, Yi Lao Di, I heard from my men that you bought that No. 8 villa today. You really have a remarkable taste. That's the Villa King. Thanks for your support, brother. Xian Gu, you're being too polite. I also have to thank you for leaving me such a good house. Brother, do you have time? I'm at the East Lake Golf Course. Are you interested in coming to play? Sure, Xian Gu, I'll head over now. After hanging up the phone, Yichen told his parents that he was going out to meet a friend. His father and mother drove back, while Yilin insisted on going along to play, so he had no choice but to take her with him. Brother, where are we going? Do I know your friend? Yilin asked curiously like a little baby. My friend is at the golf course not far from here. You haven't met this person, but you should have heard of his name, Yichen said with a strange expression. I haven't met him? Who is it? Qian Zhongwen. Brother, is it too late for me to get off the car now? Ha, you're still scared, little girl. Is it too late? The two arrived at their destination and, after mentioning Qian Zhongwen's name, were directed to the putting green. At the entrance, they met Bao, the muscular man they had encountered at the luxury car show before. Bao Ge, I'm here to see Qian Gu. Mr. Yi, just call me Bao. Qian Gu is inside with a few friends, Bao said, knocking on the door and letting Yi Chen and Yilin in after receiving a response. Inside, Xian Zhongwen was playing golf with a middle-aged man who looked a bit haggard. When he saw Yi Chen and Yilin, Xian Zhongwen smiled and said, Yi Lao Di, you're here so quickly. Who is this young lady? Xian Gu, this is my sister. She heard we were going to the golf course and insisted on coming along to see. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Jiwei, the general manager of Yuanda Investment. Lao Zhang, this is my little brother Yi Chen. Don't be fooled by his young age, his financial strength is very strong. Yi Chen shook hands with Zhang Jiwei, and the two got acquainted. At this moment, a weak voice reached the ears of the three. Innocent victim? Yi Chen looked at Jilin with black lines all over his face. How could she say that in front of others, this little girl? Xian Zhongwen beside him burst into laughter. Yuando Investment, innocent victim, huh, you're so funny, Yi Chen, your sister is really cute. Lao Shang, you've been having a rough time lately, maybe it's related to your name. Being called an innocent victim every day, can things go smoothly? Zhang Jiwei nodded in agreement. At his age, he still believed in these things. Little sister, you've hit the nail on the head. I've been feeling a bit off before, but didn't know why. It seems I really need to change the name of the company. Xian Zhongwen invited everyone to sit down, and Yilin felt that they had something to discuss, so she took a club and went to play golf in the distance. Lao Chen, I won't beat around the bush. I'm interested in the land in the free trade zone, but I lack the means now. Can you consider investing with me to develop it together, or should I just transfer it to you directly? Zhang Jiwei said helplessly. He had spent 3 billion huaxia coins on this piece of land, planning to build a large logistics and trade center. However, due to the failure of several major projects in the company, funds were severely lacking, so he had no choice but to turn to Qian Zhongwen. Lao Zhang, it's estimated that this project will require an investment of 10 billion huaxia coins. I can only allocate 3 billion to maintain my own project. I think you can only come up with 2 billion, leaving a funding gap of 5 billion. This is a tough situation. Back when Qian Zhongwen was whitewashing his money, Zhang Jiwei had helped him a lot. He also wanted to help Zhang Jiwei, but the funding gap was too large for him to handle. Just as the two were at a loss, Yichen spoke up. Qian, Zhang, don't worry. I'll invest the 5 billion, and if it's not enough, I can add more. The two looked at Yi Chen in surprise. In Qian Zhongwen's eyes, Yi Chen, being so young, was probably worth around 1 billion at most, but with 5 billion in cash, his value was staggering. It was only then that he realized he had intended to build a relationship with a future rising star, but now he saw clearly that this was not just a rising star, this was a bright moon. Yi, how much more can you add? Zhang Jiwei asked quietly. Let's say 10 billion, and if it's not enough, we'll figure something out, Yi Chen casually replied. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This was just too extravagant. In the end, they agreed that Zhang Jiwei would contribute 2 billion plus the land, owning 40% of the project, Yi Chen would invest 5 billion, owning 35%, and Qian Zhongwen would invest 3 billion, owning 25%. Zhang Jiwei would be in charge of advancing the project as a whole. Brothers, I'm only responsible for the money. I won't take charge of the project. I'm too lazy, I'll just take the dividends, Yi Chen said. He would soon return to the Magic City, and he didn't want to be too involved. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life with that time? Yi, I'll host tonight. We won't return until we're drunk. Lao Qian, you always say you have good wine. Tonight, I must taste it, Zhang Jiwei said. After finalizing their plans to meet at Qian Zhongwen's East Lake Hotel that night, Yi Chen bid farewell with Yilin. On the way home, Yilin looked at Yi Chen with confusion and asked, Brother, Big Brother Qian doesn't seem as scary as the rumors say. He looks quite refined, like a professor. Yes, Qian was forced by circumstances back then. He had to be tough to survive. Now he's back to his true self, Yi Chen explained. Back at home, Yilin excitedly shared her golfing experience with her parents, exaggerating her expressions and making her parents burst into laughter. Mom, Dad, guess who I met today? It's Qian Zhongwen, the legendary big shot. Yilin's mother looked at Yi Chen nervously and asked, Xiaofeng, you met Qian Zhongwen today? How do you know him? You must not go astray. Yi Chen glanced at Yilin reproachfully and explained, Mom, I met Qian when buying a car. Now he's doing legitimate business. Don't worry. Yes, Mom, Qian was quite friendly today, just like a professor, not as scary as people say, Yilin added. Seeing how their children spoke, Yilin's mother realized she had been overly worried. Her children had grown up and had their own ideas, they would have to walk their own paths in the future. As the time approached, Yi Chen set off for the East Lake Hotel. On the way, after parking his car, a young man approached, his eyes gleaming at Yi Chen's car. Bro, is this an Aston Martin 1-77? It's so cool. There are only 5 of these cars in the country. Can I take a picture? Seeing the familiar young man, Yi Chen generously tossed him the keys. Fate brought us together. Take some pictures inside the car, and you can even take it for a spin. The young man thanked him repeatedly, took some photos inside the car, and then drove around the area. Bro, aren't you afraid I'll drive off? This car's performance is amazing. Nice to meet you, I'm Zhao Peng, from Beijing. Looking at the confidence emanating from Zhao Peng, Yi Chen felt that Zhao Peng's identity was definitely extraordinary. Yi Chen, from Tianjin. Fengge, I'll take off first. If you come to Kyoto, I'll treat you to a big meal. As Zhao Peng left, Yi Chen entered the hotel. Inside the private room, Zhang Jiwei saw Yi Chen and greeted him with a hearty smile. Yi, you're late. You owe us a drink. Qian Zhongwen chimed in, not just one drink, 3 drinks. Ha, today I brought 2 bottles of 1976 5-star Maodai, buddy, you better drink up. Yi Chen accepted without hesitation. After the 3 of them sat down, the waiter started serving dishes. Yi Chen filled a glass of wine, stood up, and said to the 2 men, Brothers, I'm late today, so I'll drink a penalty. Here's to us. Cheers. Yi, you're indeed straightforward. Thanks to Qian and Yi today. Otherwise, I might have to sell this land. No more nonsense, anything you need in the future, count on me, Zhang Jiwei. Cheers. After 2 drinks, Yi Chen quickly ate some food to suppress the alcohol, as it was his first time drinking so much white wine. Seeing Yi Chen's discomfort, the others slowed down their drinking pace. Yi, I heard from Qian that you'll be returning to Shanghai soon. I heard that recently, the Fong family and the Shin family, one of the 4 major families in Shanghai, have started a new conflict. It's quite intense. Do you have any information? Upon hearing Zhang Jiwei's words, Yi Chen knew that Shin Haoran had started to act, but he didn't mention the involvement of the talented girl Shin Haoyue. Zhang, this is a retaliatory move by the Shin family. With financial support and Shin Haoyue's involvement, the Fong family will definitely suffer a significant blow. I didn't expect the Shin family to secure funding. However, the Fong family is powerful. If the Shen family doesn't receive further investment, they might be swallowed up by the Fong family. Zhang Jiwei had been in the business world for many years and understood business warfare well, but he still didn't favor the Shen family. Don't worry, Zhang. The Shen family won't lose. If needed, I'll provide financial support to Shen Haoren. I'm also curious about how Shen Haoyue plans to defeat the Fong family. So, it's your doing, Yi. The Fong family is in for a tough time this time, but be cautious of any retaliation from them. You too, it's such a beautiful day. Instead of discussing the Fong and Shen families, let's drink and recite poetry. Come on, let's have a drink, Xian Zhongwen said, raising his glass and finishing it in one go. The two men also downed their drinks, and Yi Chen, feeling a bit tipsy by now, admired the unpredictable nature of the two elders. Chen, can you reserve a banquet hall for me at the East Lake Hotel the day after tomorrow? My little sister is having a celebration for her academic achievements. Xian Zhongwen smiled, no problem, buddy. Leave it to me. I'll make sure everything is arranged. Thanks a lot, Xian. After drinking for a while, Yi Chen passed out completely. Seeing this, Xian Zhongwen arranged for him to stay at the East Lake Hotel. At the table, Zhang Jiwei looked at Xian Zhongwen and asked, Chen, this Yi guy is not simple. I estimate his assets to be no less than 20 billion Huaxia coins, and it's all liquid assets. Although he seems a bit immature, he's destined for greatness in the future. Indeed, that's what caught my attention and led me to befriend him. You, on the other hand, secured an investment right after meeting him. Xian, I've also investigated Yi. His parents are ordinary people, and he used to be just a regular student. However, in the past 2 weeks, he suddenly acquired a staggering amount of wealth, all of which came from overseas. Ye's background is not simple. Shen Zhongwen looked sternly at Zhang Jiwei and said, Zhang, let me remind you not to delve too deep into others' secrets. It could attract trouble. With Yi, just maintain a good relationship. Don't scheme behind his back. His purpose in befriending us is simply to ensure the well-being of his family. Focus on that. Lao Chen, you seem to understand it well. I've learned my lesson, so I'll drink a toast to myself. Zhang Jiwei raised his glass and finished it in one go. The two chatted for a while and both decided to stay at Donghu Hotel. The morning sunlight fell on Yi Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a headache and weakness in his body. He shook his head helplessly, trying to recall what happened last night, but the memories were blurry as if washed away by alcohol. Struggling, he walked to the bathroom, looked at his pale face in the mirror, couldn't help but smile bitterly, washed his face with cold water to wake himself up a bit. After drinking a bottle of water, he returned to bed, called his mother, and fell back into a deep sleep. At Ye's home, Ye's mother was complaining about her son, while Yilin was happily packing her things. She had been insisting on moving to Donghu Villa since they returned home yesterday. Helpless, Ye's parents had to agree and decided to move early the next day after a simple cleanup. Mom, my enrollment banquet is tomorrow. Have you decided where to go? You little girl, your brother just said he has booked Donghu Hotel for you. Aren't you happy now? Your brother spoils you too much. Hurry up and pack. I need to inform the relatives of the address for tomorrow's banquet. Looking at the packed things, Ye's mother felt a headache. She thought there wouldn't be much, and they could just load them into the car and leave. But now, with all the bags and especially Ye's father's plants and flowers, Ye's mother felt like hitting someone. In the end, to avoid getting involved, Yilin found a moving company online. Soon, the moving company arrived and started moving the packed boxes downstairs one by one, while Ye's mother greeted the neighbors downstairs. Meiwan, are you moving? Yes, Xiaofeng earned some money outside and insisted on getting me a bigger house. I couldn't stop him. Nowadays, kids don't listen and don't know how to save money to get married. Ye's mother complained, but her proud expression couldn't be hidden. The kids are filial. Just enjoy it quietly. Your family has raised 2 university students. You should enjoy life in the future, as long as the kids are doing well. Let's talk later, Lao Yi is calling me. Come visit my house when you have time. With envious eyes from the crowd, they left the house where they had lived for half a lifetime. Arriving at Donghu Villa, Ye's mother directed the movers to place the items in the living room, while Ye's father arranged his plants and flowers in the yard. Then he sat in the pavilion in the yard, enjoying the flowers, feeling content. He thought about inviting a few old friends over, having tea, admiring the flowers, and looking forward to the days ahead. Ye's mother's shout interrupted his thoughts, and he reluctantly got up and went back into the villa. Seeing Ye's father return, Ye's mother said, Lao Yi, quickly move your clothes upstairs, and then you can tend to your flowers. Yilin chose a room on the 3rd floor, placed her dolls on the bed, arranged her photos on the bedside table, and after being busy, she lay on the soft bed, occasionally laughing. Near noon, Yi Chen woke up again, feeling a bit better. He got up and freshened up. Leaving Donghu Hotel, as he passed by a residential area, Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw a breakfast cart. He hadn't had fried pancakes and fruit for a long time and felt a bit tempted. Getting off the car and approaching the cart, he said to a woman in her 40s, "Sister, give me a serving of fried pancakes and a pack of breakfast milk." The woman skillfully made the pancakes, and soon Yi Chen paid 10 yuan after scanning the code and returned to his car with the food. Smelling the familiar aroma, he enjoyed a bite. It tasted just like he remembered. After being away for so long, he still craved this taste. He quickly finished eating and drove towards Donghu Villa, wondering if his parents had finished packing. Arriving at the villa, Mr. Yi was tending to his flowers. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen joked, "Dad, how about I buy you a piece of land to set up a flower base for you to play with?" As the ancient saying goes, those who know are not as good as those who love, and those who love are not as good as those who enjoy. "Dad, you will surely do well." Mr. Ye's eyes lit up, then dimmed. "I'm getting old, no need to fuss. I'll just grow some flowers in the yard." Watching his father's changing expression, Yi Chen knew he was intrigued. It seemed like he needed to prepare a surprise for his dad. In the living room, Ye's mother, who was watching TV, quickly greeted Yi Chen upon his return. "Xiaofeng, when you're out, I don't mind you drinking, but do it in moderation. It's not good if something goes wrong. Also, never drive after drinking." "Don't worry, Mom, I know my limits." "Mom, I want to hire 2 maids, one for cleaning and one for cooking. What do you think?" Ye's mother knew her son was concerned about her, but she felt fine and declined. "Son, I'm still okay for now, no need for maids yet. When I'm older and can't do much, then we can consider it. You're about to graduate, hurry up and bring a daughter-in-law home soon, give me a grandson." Yi Chen's mind conjured up the image of Li Shunna. His mother would surely like her, and Yi Lin would probably become close friends with her. Lost in his thoughts, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing the expected expression on her mother's face, before she could ask, Yi Chen made a quick escape. Hearing footsteps as soon as she opened the door, Yi Lin saw him rushing up to the 3rd floor, looking puzzled. "Brother, what's going on? Is Mom going to scold you?" "She wouldn't, and if she did, she'd scold me." Hearing Yi Lin's question, Yi Chen replied irritably, "Why would you say that? How could Mom possibly hit someone? There's a school banquet tomorrow, I'll buy you some clothes." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin was overjoyed and urged him to hurry up. The siblings drove to Yansha Town, a place different from regular malls, where each brand had an independent European-style storefront, connected like a mini-town. The various areas were clearly divided, making it easy to navigate, and with seats everywhere, it was a blessing for male companions. Yi Chen took Yi Lin directly to the clothing area. He didn't want to wander the entire town with his sister. "Sis, do you have any favorite brands? I don't want to browse through all of them." After some thought, Yi Lin coquettishly said, "Brother, I don't know which brand to choose, just accompany me to look around." Helplessly, Yi Chen became her companion. They arrived at Prada, where the staff initially didn't pay much attention to Yi Lin but became enthusiastic upon seeing Yi Chen, recognizing his expensive Armani outfit. "Welcome to Prada, sir and madam. Please let me know if you need anything, and I will be at your service." Pointing to Yi Lin, Yi Chen said, "Help her pick out a few outfits." Then he found a place to sit. Yi Lin was dazzled by everything. She found each piece beautiful. When she couldn't decide, the staff timely suggested, "Miss, this one you're looking at is this year's new spring suit. It suits you well, youthful and vibrant, especially with your fair complexion. It will look perfect on you. Why not try it on?" After trying 3 outfits, all of which she liked, Yi Lin was indecisive. Just then, a student-looking girl walked into the store and was surprised to see Yi Lin there. "Yi Lin? What are you doing here?" Looking at the newcomer, Yi Lin frowned. The newcomer was her classmate Zhang Guigua, and their relationship was not good. Yi Lin was puzzled why Zhang Guigua always wanted to compete with her, whether it was in academics, dressing up, or even making friends. If she couldn't surpass Yi Lin, she would spread rumors to discredit herself. "I came to buy clothes with my brother, is that not allowed?" Yi Lin said impatiently. "Brother? Your boyfriend, right? I heard your brother hasn't even graduated yet, can he afford Prada for you? I heard a few days ago you were showing off a Patek Philippe watch on your social media. I thought you just found a picture online to pretend. But now it seems it was also a gift from this boyfriend. I didn't expect that our class's outstanding Yi Lin would also be kept by someone." Hearing Yi Lin being slandered like this, Yi Chen slapped Zhang Guigua across the face and coldly said, "Apologize." Holding her swollen face, Zhang Guigua was full of disbelief. She had never been hit even by her parents since she was young, and today she was slapped because of Yi Lin. With a jealous look, she stared at Yi Chen and said, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who my godfather is? You just wait and see." She picked up her phone and made a call, starting to cry. Yi Lin looked at Yi Chen with some concern and said, Brother, shall we leave? Let's not stoop to the level of this crazy woman. Yi Chen shook his head. He knew that if they didn't teach Zheng Guogui a lesson today, she would definitely retaliate against Yi Lin in the future. He couldn't always stay by Yi Lin's side, and if she got hurt because of this, he would blame himself for a lifetime. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with a big belly came to comfort Zheng Guogui. After saying a few words, he shouted loudly, "Who dares to hit my goddaughter Chen Tai? Come out if you have the guts." Yi Chen walked up to Chen Tai and said coldly, "I did it, any problem?" "You, young Master Yi? What are you doing here?" Seeing the appearance of the newcomer clearly, Chen Tai broke out in a cold sweat. How did this despicable Zheng Guogui offend this young master, who was like brothers with Mr. Xian? "Do you know me?" Yi Chen asked in confusion, as he had never seen this person before. "Young Master Yi, I am the general manager of Donghu Hotel. Yesterday, you had dinner and got drunk with Mr. Xian, and I escorted you to rest. Don't you remember?" Chen Tai said cautiously, afraid of offending Yi Chen. He had blacked out yesterday and had no memory of how he went to rest later. "Tell me, how should we resolve this matter?" Although Chen Tai knew him, he still wanted to teach Zheng Guogui a lesson. "Zheng Guogui, come over and apologize to young Master Yi." Chen Tai dared not protect this goddaughter anymore. He didn't want to be in trouble with her. By now, Zheng Guogui was already scared out of her wits. She knew who Mr. Xian was in Chen Tai's words and quickly knelt down to apologize. "Young Master Yi, Lin, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have slandered you. I'm not a good person, I'm not human." Zheng Guogui apologized while slapping herself. Seeing Zheng Guogui begging for mercy, Yi Chen lost interest. He waved his hand, letting Chen Tai take her away. Chen Tai left with Zheng Guogui in a dejected manner. The shop assistants were also nervous, watching Yi Chen closely, afraid of displeasing him in any way. After all, as Mr. Xian's friend, they couldn't afford to offend him. Seeing this situation, Yi Chen also lost interest in shopping. He had the shop assistants pack 2 of the latest handbags along with the 3 outfits Yi Lin had tried on earlier. After paying, he left with Yi Lin. "Bro, it was so satisfying just now. That Zheng Guogui always picks on me at school. Let's see if she dares to spread rumors about me again in the future." Watching Yi Lin looking pleased, Yi Chen rubbed her head and said, "Alright, she definitely won't dare anymore. Remember, if anything happens in the future, tell me, and your brother will take care of it." On the other side, Chen Tai stared fiercely at Zheng Guogui, wishing he could devour her. This idiot almost made him offend Yi Chen. What a mess! "Zheng Guogui, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. If you dare to offend young Master Yi and Miss Yi again, I will sell you to Myanmar." Zheng Guogui was now scared too. She couldn't understand why Yi Lin, an ordinary person, and Yi Chen, a student, could have such a close relationship with Mr. Chen. The fear of retaliation for offending Yi Lin before filled her whole body. As they left Prada, the siblings prepared to go home when a dessert cart caught Yi Lin's attention. "Brother, I want to eat egg waffles, will you buy them for me?" "You, just go buy them if you want. You have money on you." No, brother buys the best ones, hee." Yi Lin coquettishly said. Hearing his sister's words, Yi Chen had to take her to the dessert cart. "Boss, 1 strawberry-flavored egg waffle, 1 takoyaki, and 2 cups of lemon red tea." "Alright, little girl, there are 2 egg waffles ahead. You can rest on the nearby table and chairs. I'll call you when they're ready." There were 4 sets of simple plastic tables and chairs next to the dessert cart, and the 2 found an empty seat and sat down. "Brother, how are you and your girlfriend Mengyu?" "We've broken up." "Ah, broken up? Brother, don't be sad. I think you should have broken up long ago. Although I haven't met her in person, from your photos and the way you interact, I don't think she likes you. She just kept you as a spare tire, ready to discard at any time." Yi Chen sighed. Even his little sister could see it. How blind he was to mistake indifference for a test. "Brother, don't sigh. You're so handsome, I'll introduce you to a few girls later. Your little sister has several beautiful friends. Little girl, your order is ready." Upon hearing the boss's words, Yi Chen quickly got up to get it. He didn't want to hear his sister go on. After scanning the payment code and placing the items on the table, Yi Chen hurriedly said, "Stop, no need to say more, I have a new girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin's eyes lit up, about to ask more questions when a weak voice interrupted her. A cute girl of about 6 or 7 stood beside her and said, "Big sister, I want egg waffles." Seeing the adorable girl, Yi Lin immediately felt sympathetic, imagining scenes of abandoned children, so she handed the egg waffles to the girl, telling her to eat slowly and to ask for more if she wanted. Yi Lin turned her head and whispered, "Brother, do you think this girl has been abandoned? She looks so pitiful, should we take her home?" Yi Chen looked at her as if she were crazy. "Your imagination is too wild. Look at the girl's clothes, although not from a big brand, they are very clean and tidy, showing that her parents love her. And the way she eats, taking small bites, indicates good manners, not like someone who hasn't eaten in a long time. She probably just got separated from her parents. Yi-Lin nodded in agreement, feeling embarrassed. Brother, you are observant, I didn't notice that. Turning to the little girl, she put on a gentle expression and asked, Little sister, what's your name? Why are you alone here? The little girl stopped and looked at Yi-Lin, as if confirming if she was a bad person, then glanced at the egg waffles in her hand, as if making a big decision. Sister, my name is Nyonyo. I came with my dad today. He received a phone call earlier. I was playing and waiting for him on the side, then I saw egg waffles here and came over. When Nyonyo heard this, she suddenly burst into tears. I lost my dad. Sob, I lost my dad. How can I face De Huang when I go back? De Huang loves dad the most. Yi-Lin asked in confusion, Nyonyo, who is De Huang? Your grandpa? No, De Huang is my pet dog, super cute. Nyonyo said seriously. Yi-Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. The way children think is truly beyond imagination. Nyonyo, would you like sister to help you find your dad? Yes, thank you, sister. You are so beautiful and kind. Both De Huang and I will thank you. Oh, Nyonyo is such an honest child. Sister really likes you. Listening to their conversation, Yi-Chen suppressed a smile. His sister was like a child, a lively one at that. Nyonyo, where did you lose your dad? Yi-Chen asked gently. Nyonyo pondered for a moment. Big brother, I remember there was a big rice mouse and a big drum. I was playing there, and a boy was playing the drum. I got scared and ran away, and then I couldn't find my way back. Yi-Chen thought for a moment but didn't recall anything. He looked at the map of the nearby Yensha town and realized it should be in the square between the clothing area and the food area, where the town service center was located. They decided to go to the square to look for Nyonyo's dad. Yi-Lin led Nyonyo following Yi-Chen towards the small square. Sister, this is it, this is the rice mouse. I was playing here just now. The three of them began searching nearby, from nearby shops to the restroom, but they couldn't find Nyonyo's dad. Nyonyo's eyes started to redden, tears welling up, on the verge of falling, which pained the siblings. Nyonyo, don't cry, brother still has a way. Big brother, what can you do? Dad is lost, will he go hungry, will he be mad at Nyonyo? Nyonyo shouldn't have run around, sob. Nyonyo, don't cry, let's ask more people to help you find dad, okay? Seeing Nyonyo gradually stop crying, the siblings took her to the service center of Yensha town, explained the situation to the staff, who took it seriously, comforted Nyonyo, and then used the intercom to contact the town's public address system. The staff told Nyonyo that they would use the broadcast to find her dad, and soon the town was filled with messages looking for Nyonyo's dad. Shortly after, a man in his mid-30s wearing a blue shirt and black trousers hurried over. When he saw Nyonyo, relief washed over his face. He quickly walked to her, embracing her tightly. Nyonyo, I'm sorry, Dad was careless and didn't notice you were missing. I'm so sorry, can you forgive Dad? Nyonyo was also excited. In her unique childlike heart, love surrounded her. Whether it was deliberate or genuine love, it didn't matter. Dad, Nyonyo lost you, don't cry. Nyonyo found you, right? If Dad is lost, not only will Nyonyo be sad, but De Huang will be too. Watching Nyonyo's dad hug her tightly, Yi-Chen felt a touch of emotion. A man in his prime, with white hair appearing at his temples like spring bamboo shoots after the rain, perhaps he was a man with a story. Dad, it was big brother and pretty sister who helped me find you. They were so good to Nyonyo, not only giving me egg waffles but also helping me find Dad. Nyonyo really likes them. A man approached the two siblings, bowing deeply and solemnly saying, Thank you both for helping me find Nyonyo. Yi Wuheng has no way to repay you, please accept my bow. Yi-Chen, seeing Yi Wuheng's seriousness, stopped his sister who was about to intervene and accepted the bow. Brother Yi, Yi-Chen, cannot accept such a grand gesture. Nyonyo also gets along well with my sister and me. Today is also fate. Brother Yi, do you have time? Let's find a place to chat for a while. Today's great kindness is beyond repayment. Brother Yi, you decide everything. The four of them arrived at Donghu Hotel, where the hotel manager, Chen Tai, greeted Yi-Chen immediately upon his arrival. Young Master Yi, you are here. I have offended you in many ways today. Please feel free today. I will arrange everything as a token of apology. Seeing his humble attitude, Yi-Chen knew that if he didn't accept today, Chen Tai would not be at ease. After all, there was no need for someone under money brother to hold on to every little thing. He said, Manager Chen, today's matters are in the past. Today, my friends and I will have a simple meal. Just arrange a private room for us. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, Chen Tai felt relieved, fearing that Yi-Chen might refuse. Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will make sure everything is arranged properly today. The four of them settled in the private room, and soon dishes started arriving. Seeing the top-notch dishes on the table, Nyono's eyes lit up. She had never seen many of these ingredients before. Seeing this scene, Yi Wuhan looked embarrassed, while Yilin tactfully sat next to Nyono, and the two of them enjoyed the meal. Seeing Yi Wuhan's restraint, Yichen spoke up, "Brother Yi, shall we have a drink? I don't usually drink, but today, in gratitude for your great kindness, I will accompany you." As they toasted and drank, when the two were getting tipsy, Yichen asked the question on his mind. "Brother Yi, I have two questions. I'm not sure if I should ask." Yi Wuhong paused in his eating and said slowly, "Younger brother, you want to ask why Nyonyo's mother and I speak in an ancient manner, right?" Yi Chen nodded. Since meeting Nyonyo today, he had never heard her mention her mother, only her father in Big Yellow. Moreover, someone in their 30s like Yi Wuhong shouldn't speak like an ancient person. Yi Wuhong remained silent for a long time before speaking. "I wonder if Brother Yi has heard of warriors?" Yi Chen shook his head, but at that moment, a storm of shock surged within him, as if a door had been opened, revealing things that were overturning his worldview of the past 20 years. "Brother Yi, do warriors really exist? Why have I never heard of them before?" Just because you haven't heard of them doesn't mean they don't exist. Families that have been passing down for hundreds of years often have warriors, but it's kept secret. Just like hundreds of years later, when parrots and tigers are extinct, leaving only a passage in a book, in Huaxia, there are birds with colorful feathers, speaking human language. In the mountains, there are giant beasts resembling cats, with a head bearing the character for king, as large as a cow, the lord of all beasts. Would people also think what the book says is false? Yi Chen nodded in agreement, understanding that he wouldn't believe it either. Nyonyo's mother and I are warriors. During a conflict, her mother was seriously injured and left us forever. Later, I also withdrew from the circle of warriors and have been taking care of Nyonyo ever since. At that moment, Yi Chen was not only touched by his unfortunate experience but also intrigued by the term warrior. Since childhood, he had a dream of martial arts, wielding a 3-foot sword and traveling the world. "Brother Yi, could you tell me about the levels of warriors? If it's inconvenient, never mind." Yi Wuhong looked at him solemnly, having already said a lot today, but he didn't mind sharing more. Warriors are simply divided into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, acquired, and innate. The acquired realm is also known as a master, while the innate realm is known as a grandmaster. The world of warriors is much more brutal than the normal world. Brother Yi, I advise you not to get too involved. Yi Chen also calmed down. As an ordinary person, if he got involved in the world of warriors, even having 800 lives would not be enough. It's better to stick to cashback deals. "Brother Yi, what do you do for a living now?" I work as an investment manager in an investment company, but I was just informed today that I've been laid off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even noticed that Nyonyo was missing." Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's words, Yi Chen immediately perked up. This was a warrior, able to work as an investment manager, so his abilities must be extraordinary. He was truly a rare talent. "Brother Yi, would you be interested in working with me? I can offer you 2 choices, either be my full-time bodyguard with an annual salary of 5 million Huaxia coins, or I plan to establish an investment company where you will be in charge, also with an annual salary of 5 million Huaxia coins. You can think about it. As for Nyonyo, rest assured, I care for her deeply. I can have my parents help take care of her, or hire someone to look after her." Yi Wuhan was tempted. His weakness was Nyonyo. Previously, he had devoted too much energy to taking care of Nyonyo, which led to his boss's dissatisfaction and ultimately his layoff. But he had no regrets because his daughter was his everything. "Brother Yi, I would like to join the investment company, but I have one condition. I want to be able to work with Nyonyo. I don't want to miss out on her growth, otherwise, I'll have to give up." Yi Chen thought he was going to make some demands, but it turned out to be this. He immediately agreed and handed 20 billion Huaxia coins to Yi Wuhan. "Brother Yi, you can use this money to set up the company and invest in projects. However, I hope you can try to acquire some companies with full ownership." Before the system upgraded, investments wouldn't yield cashback, but acquisitions were different. They could bring in substantial returns and speed up the system upgrade. Yi Wuhan was shocked to see the account information. A whopping 20 billion Huaxia coins had been transferred to him just like that? Wasn't he afraid that Yi Chen would run away with the money? After calming down, he earnestly said, "Thank you for your trust, Brother Yi. I will not disappoint you. As for setting up the company, Brother Yi, you can handle it yourself. Don't worry about the funds. This 20 billion is just the initial capital. There will be more funds injected later on." After discussing some details, seeing Nyonyo looking a bit tired on the side, they decided to end today's meal and conversation. Initially, Yi-chan planned to have the two stay at Donghu Hotel, but seeing his parents' refusal, he didn't insist. He arranged a room for himself and Yellen and went to rest. After all, the enrollment banquet was the next day, so he decided not to go home. Lying on the bed, Yi-chan looked at the ceiling and whispered, "System, you say that warriors exist, but do the legendary gods and Buddhas also exist?" Host, no entities beyond the strength of this plane have been detected yet. After the system upgrade, will the system store feature items related to warriors or cultivators? Host, the system store contains everything imaginable. There is nothing it doesn't have. The store includes countless top-tier items from various planes. Please upgrade the system as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan became even more curious about the system store that would be unlocked after the upgrade. It seemed he had to work hard to earn cash back. The next day, Yi-chan woke up feeling puzzled. Why hadn't Yellen come to call him for the enrollment banquet today? It wasn't like her. After getting ready, he left the room with his doubts. The hotel staff outside saw Yi-chan coming out and immediately approached him, saying, "Mr. Yi, Manager Chen asked me to inform you that the enrollment banquet is arranged in the Morning Sun Hall. Miss Yi has already gone there. Would you like to go now?" So, that little Yellen had already gone. No wonder she didn't disturb him in the morning. Nodding towards the staff, he followed them to the Morning Sun Hall. In the banquet hall, the soft lighting reflected off the carefully arranged decorations, with colorful ribbons and balloons hanging on the walls, creating a festive atmosphere. There were 4 tables on each side, set with exquisite tableware. At the front, a huge screen displayed a pair of bright red couplets. The upper couplet read, "Cultivating talents in a scholarly family," and the lower one, "Shining with glory on the gold list." The horizontal scroll read, "Successful academic achievement." Yi-chan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Chen Tai was quite capable. Just then, the phone rang, and Yilin's voice came through as he answered the call. "Brother, get up and come down quickly. The relatives will be here soon. Mom and Dad are already downstairs. We're just waiting for you." "Got it. I'll be right down." When he arrived downstairs, 2 buses pulled up at the hotel entrance, and Yi-chan went to greet his parents. Friends and family members began to arrive, warmly welcoming each other. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the air. "Oh, Maewon, I never expected that your family could afford to host a graduation banquet at Donghu Hotel. How much did it cost? It's better to be down to earth than to pretend to be rich and end up crying in the end." Ye's mother, named Wang Maewon, was the youngest among her siblings, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. The one speaking was her sister-in-law, Li Fingxia. Despite her displeasure, Ye's mother managed to contain her anger and invited them upstairs. Yi-chan furrowed his brows. He had never liked this aunt-in-law, a sharp-tongued and pretentious woman who always belittled others to elevate herself. "Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be back too. You're about to graduate. Are you planning to come back or stay in the big city for your career?" Yi-chan's eldest uncle, Yi Chang, spoke. There were 6 siblings in the Yi family: Yi Yuanshan, Yi Yuanha, Yi Yuanhu, Yi Yuanhai, Yi Yuanqing, and their younger sister, Yema. Unlike the conflicts in the grandmother's family, the Yi family had always been close-knit and harmonious. "Big brother, I didn't have much going on, so I came back. I plan to return to the big city after Lin's graduation banquet and pursue my career there." "Fourth brother, haven't seen you in over half a year, looking handsome, huh?" Yi-chen turned to see that it was his uncle's sister, Yi-ting, who had arrived. Despite her usual gentle demeanor, if provoked, she was not one to be trifled with. "Ting-ting, when has your brother not been handsome? Let's not chat at the door, let's go upstairs." As everyone made their way upstairs, the 3 of them entered the banquet hall. A small table and a hotel staff member were stationed at the entrance, presumably to collect gifts. Initially, Ye's mother had decided not to accept gifts for this graduation banquet after Yi-chen transferred 2 million, but under pressure from relatives, she reluctantly agreed. The guests had taken their seats, and the host was praising Yi-lin's diligent studies on stage, making Yi-chen feel embarrassed, while Yi-lin basked in the praise. After a long wait, the host finally finished speaking, and the waitstaff promptly served various delicacies to each table. At that moment, Yi Wuheng arrived with his daughter, Nyo-Nyo. Yi-lin quickly ran over, took Nyo-Nyo's hand, and led her to the reserved table, saying to Yi-chen, "Brother, I brought Nyo-Nyo here. Let's sit at this table with big brother Yi and Nyo-Nyo." Meanwhile, Li Fingxia caused a scene again on Ye's mother's side, feeling envious at the sight of the sumptuous feast on the table. "Oh, Maewon, I heard you moved. Did you sell your house? Why go to such lengths for a graduation banquet? If you're short on money, just find a more ordinary place. There's no need to sell your house. Look at this table, it must have cost at least 10,000 yuan. Look at this wine, it's still Mao Tai. Who doesn't know each other here? Just because you went to college, nowadays college graduates can't even find a job. What's the use? Unlike our Wang Jiadong at home. Although he didn't go to college, he's doing well now. He's currently doing interior design for Yuanda Group and making $1 million a year. By the way, waiter, how much is this table of food? I might arrange a few tables one day to discuss marriage with Jiadong's girlfriend's family. You aunties can come too. After all, you rarely have the chance to dine in such high-end hotels. Madam, this table, excluding the cost of drinks, is 88,888 huaxia coins. If you want to book it, you can pay a deposit first, and I'll make a reservation for you. The table full of people looked at Ye's mother in disbelief. This graduation banquet must have cost 800,000 huaxia coins. Meiwan, are you crazy? Spending so much money, did you really sell the house? How will you live in the future? Sister, don't worry. Xiaofeng made some money in the Magic City. He arranged this graduation banquet. Neither I nor Lao Yi spent any money. The old house wasn't sold either, but Xiaofeng bought us a new house. How is that possible? How can a student who hasn't graduated afford to buy a house and host such an expensive graduation banquet? He must have taken the wrong path. I heard that many students graduate and get brainwashed, joining pyramid schemes. You have to be careful. He might come later to sell us products, offer investments, and then run away with the money. Li Fengxia said solemnly, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. In her eyes, no one except her son Wang Jiadong could possibly become wealthy. Ye's mother's face also turned cold. She didn't want to argue with her sister-in-law, but she kept pushing. Just as she was about to explode, the door was pushed open, and two middle-aged men walked in, each carrying a box. The two men were Qian Zhengwen and Zhang Jiwei. Yi, we're not late, are we, my brother? Ha, blame Lao Zhang for making me wait for him. Otherwise, we would have been here earlier. Qian, Zhang, come and sit. Our table hasn't started yet. Yi Chen also greeted them. Yi, wait a moment. Let's first give the gift money. Please don't refuse. It's a matter of etiquette. Otherwise, we won't sit at the table. The two men opened the box and placed it on the table, revealing a box full of money in front of everyone. Zhang Jiwei, chairman of Yuanda Group, gift money 888888. Shen Zhongwen, chairman of Fuyu Group, gift money 888888. Upon hearing the names of the two men, the guests on the scene were all extremely shocked. These were two big shots in Tianjin City, especially Qian Zhongwen, who had a great reputation. Qian, Zhang, you've honored me by coming and giving so much gift money. Please sit down. I also have something to discuss with you too. Li Fengxia, on the side, was extremely anxious. She had offended Ye's mother a lot. She forced out an awkward smile and tried to please Ye's mother. Meiwan, I didn't expect Xiaofeng to be so capable. I spoke out of turn earlier, please don't be offended. I see that Xiaofeng has a good relationship with Zhang, the boss of Yuanda Group. Can you put in a good word for Jiadong? After all, Jiadong is your own nephew. Ye's mother continued eating without paying attention to Li Fengxia. She knew this woman too well. Even if she helped, Li Fengxia would still badmouth her behind her back. It was better not to help at all. On the other side of the table, Yilin politely greeted Qian and Zhang before starting to eat with Nyonyo. Qian, Zhang, I plan to establish an investment company, with the person next to me, Yi Wuheng, in charge. I hope both of you can help us. At this moment, Qian Zhongwen looked towards Yi Wuheng, and the two locked eyes. Qian Zhongwen felt a shiver run through his body, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He knew that Yi Wuheng was no ordinary person. Most likely, he was a skilled martial artist of high rank. Brother Wuheng, I'm Qian Zhongwen. If you ever need help in the future, just let me know. I, old Qian, will definitely not hold back. Zhang Jiwei looked at Qian Zhongwen in confusion. When did old Qian become so easygoing? Especially towards someone he just met. It seems like Mr. Qian is also a fellow martial artist. You don't need to be nervous. I have distanced myself from that circle now. I'm just an ordinary person. Yi Chen could tell from their conversation that Qiangu was also a martial artist, but his strength was probably not as strong as Yi Wuheng's. Qiangu, do you have any office buildings for sale? I plan to buy one for my investment company. Yi Chen asked. Shen Zhongwen then turned to Zhang Jiwei and asked, Lao Zhang, haven't you been wanting to sell the Jinhui building? How about selling it directly to Yi Lao Di? Sure, if Brother Yi is interested, I'll transfer it to you later. The Jinhui building is of no use to me anyway. Brother Yi, when you come back, coordinate with Lao Zhang. Don't let him suffer a loss. Lao Zhang has really helped us a lot, Yi Chen said. He didn't lack money, and he couldn't undercut the price for the sake of the rebate system. At this moment, Ye's father and mother walked over together, each holding a wine glass. Yi Chen immediately stood up and introduced, Xiangu, Zhanggu, these are my parents, Yi Yuanhai, Wang Meiwan. Mom, Dad, this is Qianzong, Zhangzong. Xianzong, Zhangzong, thank you both for taking the time to attend my daughter's graduation banquet and for giving such a generous gift. My husband and I offer you both a toast. After they finished their drinks, Chen Zhangwen and Zhang Jiwei stood up, drank a toast, and said with a smile, we have troubled you both. Please don't mind, brother Yi, sister-in-law. We have a good connection with Yi Lao Di and Yi Lin. Hearing their conversation, Yi Lin muttered softly to herself, Xiangu, Zhanggu call my parents, brother, sister-in-law, and me, brother, little sister. Then who should we call our parents, brother, and sister-in-law? Yi Chen gave Yi Lin a look. This little girl's mind was always wandering. No wonder mom always scolded her at home. Seeing the two sit down, Yi Chen apologized and then took Yi Lin to toast with his parents. The family arrived at the Yi family's table. After expressing their gratitude and drinking a toast, Uncle Yi Yuanshan sighed, Lao Si, in the blink of an eye, the children are all grown up. Even Lin Lin is about to go to college. We are all getting old. Big brother, yes. We are all getting old. Back then, Big brother used to take me birdwatching. It's been 40 years in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen was also pulled over by his 3 older brothers. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect it. You, this kid, are quite mysterious, knowing such big shots. Big brother Yi Chang patted his shoulder and said, yes, this kid has always been like this since he was young, hiding everything. Shocking everyone at critical moments, second brother Yi Hua added. This kid's mouth is especially stubborn. When he was beaten as a child, he never begged for mercy. If I hadn't come across him, he would have resisted to the end, third brother Yi Lin said. Listening to his 3 brothers' banter, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. It's not that he didn't say it, he had just met them not long ago. Seeing his parents toasting at the next table, Yi Chen quickly followed suit, or he didn't know how long he would be teased. The following tables went smoothly, but as expected, there was a commotion at the table at Grandma's house. Just as Ye's parents finished expressing their gratitude, Aunt Li Fingxia jumped out. Xiaofeng, I see that you are quite familiar with Boss Zhang from Yuanda Group. Your cousin Dong is doing interior decoration for Yuanda Group's properties. Why don't you say hi to him and ask for more projects for your cousin? This is more practical than just saying a few nice words of thanks. By now, Ye's mother's face had turned dark. She couldn't bear it any longer and pointed at Li Fingxia, saying, Li Fingxia, do you have no shame? It's never ending with you, always causing trouble from the moment you arrive, expressing gratitude? What do I have to thank you for? If it weren't for the sake of my late brother, I wouldn't even bother with you. You're always meddling in the affairs of the Zhang and Li families. If you're not happy here, take your money and get out. Hearing this, Li Fingxia couldn't take it anymore. She sat on the ground and started wailing, lamenting the early death of her husband and how she, now a widow with a child, was being bullied by her sister-in-law. Seeing that people's attention was drawn to the commotion, Li Fingxia made an even bigger scene. Yi Chen's face turned cold, gritting his teeth as he said, Aunt, I advise you to leave now, or else believe me, I can make sure your son won't get a single project from Yuanda Group, or any project in Tianjin for that matter. Li Fingxia immediately stopped, got up, patted her bottom, cursed under her breath, took back her gift money, and left in a huff. Seeing the whispering crowd, Ye's mother felt extremely embarrassed and left early. Yi Chen returned to his table, where Chen Zhongwen glanced at him and said softly, Do you want me to teach her a lesson or make her disappear? Yi Chen shook his head and replied, No need to trouble you, Chen Gu. I can handle this small matter. Besides, we are all relatives, there's no need to be ruthless. Soon, the guests started to bid farewell, and Chen Zhongwen arranged for the hotel's shuttle to take them back. Yi Chen also took the hotel's arranged car back to Donghu Villa. Upon entering, he saw his aunt, second aunt, third aunt, and uncle's family present, and Ye's mother seemed much calmer. Mom, feeling better now? If you're still upset, I can go teach her a lesson. Forget it, I won't dwell on it for the sake of your uncle. Just reduce contact with her from now on. Ye's mother sighed, always feeling emotional when thinking of her late brother. He had taken care of his siblings, working hard to support them from a young age, enduring many hardships in life, only to pass away before enjoying the fruits of his labor. She continued, Xiaofeng, help your cousin Dong if you can. After all, your uncle only has this one son. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, the youngest son of the uncle, Wang Xiaoshui, ran down from upstairs and rushed into Yi Chen's arms. Fengge, I haven't seen you in a long time. By the way, I saw a piano upstairs just now. Can you play it, cousin? Xiaoshui, I can't play, but I know a cool place you haven't seen. Let me show you. Yi Chen led him to the basement, divided into 3 areas. In the middle was a row of wine racks with various domestic and international wines, along with refrigerators stocked with beers and cocktails. On the left was a KTV room for about 10 people, fully equipped with top-notch lighting and sound effects, regularly maintained by professionals. On the right was a small cinema for 20 people, equipped with massage chairs for the ultimate viewing experience. Yichen took out 2 cans of cola from the fridge, handing one to Xiaoshui, and asked, "You can sing on the left or watch a movie on the right. Where do you want to play?" After taking a sip of cola, Xiaoshui thought for a moment and said, "Fongo, can I watch Winnie the Pooh first and then sing?" Yichen chuckled, "You clever little guy, wanting both. Okay, I'll start Winnie the Pooh for you. Remember to find me upstairs after you finish watching." After setting up Winnie the Pooh for Xiaoshui, Yichen returned to the main hall. Yi Mu saw only Yichen coming up and asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where's Xiaoshui?" "He's downstairs watching a movie. He'll come up to find me after he's done." "Is there a TV downstairs?" Yi Mu asked in confusion. "Mom, have you never been downstairs? It's not a TV down there, it's a small cinema, and there's also a KTV and a wine cellar. You should take a good look around this house." Excited by the idea, the family headed downstairs, and soon Xiaoshui came up with a sullen face. It turned out that when they went downstairs, they saw a Chinese war film playing in the cinema, so Xiaoshui had to leave. Yichen twitched his mouth, thinking what a bunch of big kids they were. Helplessly, he took Xiaoshui to the study on the 3rd floor and played a cartoon on the computer for him. "Congratulations, host, you have spent 2 billion Huaxia coins, and a cashback of 20 billion Huaxia coins has been deposited into the Supreme Black card ending in 8888. The sudden system notification left Yichen stunned. He realized that after the graduation banquet, Yi Wuwen had swiftly taken Zhang Jiwei to handle the procedures at Jinhui Tower. This Yi brother was indeed efficient. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat, found Li Xiana's name, and wondered why she hadn't contacted him in the past few days. "Xiana, have you been busy these days? Why haven't you contacted me?" Shortly after sending the message, he received a reply. "Feng Ji, I think about you every day, but I figured you must have important matters to attend to at home, so I didn't want to disturb you. Today, receiving your message made me happy because it means you're thinking of me too. He. Silly girl, if you miss me, just contact me. Things are almost settled here, I'll be back in a couple of days, and I'll treat you to a big meal." "Okay, Feng Ji, I want to eat at Feng Ming Pavilion. It's our special place." "Sure, I'll take you there when I get back." After putting down his phone and realizing it was almost dinner time, with his mother and the others still not upstairs, he called Chen Tai. "Lao Chen, it's Yi Chen. Prepare a table of food for 20 people and deliver it to Villa 8 at Donghu. Young Master Yi, rest assured, I'll arrange it immediately and guarantee delivery within half an hour." Chen Tai finally felt relieved. He had been worried that Yi Chen might seek revenge, especially after today's banquet where Mr. Qian personally attended and brought generous gifts. If Yi Chen had mentioned anything, Chen Tai might have been on a train to Siberia by now. After the call, Chen Tai immediately instructed the kitchen to prioritize Yi Chen's meal and personally drove with 2 staff members to Villa 8. After watching a short video, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen opened the door to find Chen Tai there and asked in confusion, "Lao Chen, why did you come in person? You could have just sent someone over." While directing the staff to set the table on the 1st floor, Chen Tai replied, "Young Master Yi, it's my honor to serve you." Yi Chen understood his intention and said, "Lao Chen, the misunderstandings from before are in the past. I haven't held any grudges, so you don't need to worry." "Thank you, young Master Yi. I will remember this lesson. I won't disturb your meal, I'll take my leave." Yi Chen looked at the prepared meal and called out, "Xiaoshui, come down for dinner." Then he went downstairs to bring his mother, aunt, and uncle up as well. Just as they were about to start eating, they heard Yi Lin's voice outside. "Brother, come out quickly. Dad has had too much to drink, and I can't handle him anymore." Yi Chen hurried out to take care of his father and asked, "Where have you all been again?" "Ah, after the gathering with Dad's old friends, we had a good time reminiscing about the past. You wouldn't believe it, bro, Dad shared so many embarrassing stories for hours. When he was a kid, Grandpa asked him to scratch his back, and Dad actually got down on the ground searching for it, then asked Grandpa where his back was. Grandpa got so mad he grabbed a stick and scolded him." Yi Chen almost burst out laughing, realizing his dad had this side to him when he was young. To avoid laughing too much, he quickly sent Yi Lin to have dinner and helped Dad up to the 2nd floor to rest. When he returned to the dining room, Ye's mother asked, "How is your dad? How much did he drink today? This old man, doesn't he realize how old he is and still drinks like this?" "Mom, don't worry about it. Dad is happy today, just let him be. When he wakes up tomorrow, you can take care of him then." Yi Lin, who enjoyed watching the fun, chimed in. After dinner, it was already dark outside, and it started to drizzle. Ye's mother suggested, elder sister, second sister, third sister, and older brother, why don't you all stay here tonight? There are plenty of empty rooms upstairs for us. Yi-chan also persuaded, yes, you don't often meet my mom. Stay tonight, I'll open the KTV later, and you can have some fun. When you're tired, you can rest upstairs. After taking turns persuading by Ye's mother and Yi-chen, they finally agreed to stay. Ye's mother led them upstairs to assign rooms, while Yi-chen went downstairs to open the KTV, prepared a fruit platter, grabbed some drinks, and then returned to his room. Back in his room, Yi-chen called Yi Wuhan. Brother Wuhan, you work fast. You've already completed the Jinhui building so quickly. I saw that Lao Zhan wasn't too drunk, so I took him back to the company to handle the formalities. By the way, is there something you need me to do? Well, there's something I need to take care of. About 5 kilometers west of Donghu Resort, there's a Jinchang flower nursery. Have you heard of it? I have. It's said to be the largest flower nursery in Jinchang. Are you planning to buy it? The price won't be low. I estimate it to be around 5 billion huaxia coins. Brother Wuhan, I want to buy it and give it to my dad. Money is not an issue. You go ahead with the acquisition, and I'll transfer the funds to you later. Alright, I'll contact Lao Qian, he knows the people in that area well. I'll try to secure it as soon as possible. After hanging up, Yi-chen transferred another 5 billion huaxia coins to Yi Wuhan. Looking at the 230 billion huaxia coins quietly lying in his account, he couldn't help but sigh at how slow he was spending money. He still needed to cash out over 900 billion to upgrade the system. With Yi Wuhan in Jinchang, he felt he needed to return to the Magic City soon. He wondered if the talented girl Shen Hao Yue spent money quickly and thought of a way to recruit her. At that moment, a rustling sound caught Yi Chen's attention. Was there a thief in the house? That couldn't be possible, as the security at Donghu Villa was top-notch. He went downstairs and saw his father rummaging in the fridge, looking hungry and searching for food. It was no wonder he hadn't eaten dinner, he must be hungry after sobering up from the alcohol. Yi Chen quietly approached his father from behind and gave him a strong pat on the back. His father quickly stepped back a few steps, relieved to see it was Yi Chen, and said, "You rascal, you scared me. I thought it was your mom. By the way, where is she? Why isn't she home? This woman has been wandering around lately, not coming home so late." Yi Chen took out his phone and said to his father, "Dad, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch it." Watching Yi Chen's actions, Yi Yuanhai pretended to be clueless and said, "I was asking where your mom went. I miss her when she's not home." Yi Chen saw his father's reaction and stopped teasing him. "Dad, Mom is downstairs singing with Uncle." "Singing? Why didn't I hear any sound? Are you trying to trick me again?" Helplessly, Yi Chen had to bring his father downstairs, and when his father's eyes lit up upon seeing the wine cellar and KTV downstairs, "You rascal, why didn't you tell me about this great place earlier?" With that, he pushed the door open and joined them inside. Yi Chen looked helpless. "Didn't you check before moving in?" The next morning, Yi Wuhan took Niu straight to the Tianjin flower base. Yesterday, Shen Zhongwen had already arranged for a meeting at 9 a.m. After identifying himself to the guard, Yi Wuhan was led into the meeting room. "Mr. Yi, welcome, please have a seat. I've been looking forward to your arrival since Mr. Xian called me yesterday. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young," Huang Jinchang said warmly. "Mr. Huang, let's not beat around the bush. Name your price for the flower base. Since old Xian found you, I believe you won't ask for an exorbitant amount." Huang Jinchang had calculated that the entire base was worth 5 billion, but he wanted to negotiate, as no one wanted to offend Xian. "Mr. Yi, the Tianjin flower base is my creation. To be honest, I don't want to sell it, but since old Xian approached me, I have to give him face. How about 6 billion huaxia coins?" Huang Jinchang nervously looked at Yi Wuhan, afraid that he might ask for too much and displease him. "Mr. Huang, let's prepare the contract." Although the price was on the high side, it was within a reasonable range, so Yi Wuhan agreed. After all, Yi Chen, the big shot, had insisted on acquiring the flower base at all costs. Congratulations, host, for spending 6 billion huaxia coins and receiving a cashback of 60 billion huaxia coins, which has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. A system prompt woke Yi Chen from his sleep. Seeing the substantial cashback, Yi Chen immediately perked up. It seemed that Yi Wuhan had made the right choice. In just 2 days, he had received a cashback of 80 billion. At that moment, his phone rang, and Yi Wuhan's voice came through. "Yi bro, we've secured the Tianjin flower base. You can have Uncle Yi take over anytime. Bro Wuhan, you work fast. I'll transfer some funds to you. I'll head back to Magic City tomorrow. You take care of Tianjin." Yi Chen transferred another 10 billion Huaxia coins, hoping that Ji Wuhan would spend the money soon so that the cash back from the system upgrade would be enough. Bro Wuhan, I'll come over later. Going downstairs, he saw his parents chatting with Yilin, and the relatives had already gone home. Mom, Dad, I plan to return to Magic City tomorrow. It's about time, your graduation certificate should be ready. You should go back, Ye's mother said. Bro, I want to go to Magic City with you. I want to see what Magic City University is like. It's so boring at home. Yilin looked pitifully at Yi Chen, glancing at their mother as if seeking approval. Alright, stop pretending. You can go, but don't cause trouble for your brother, Ye's mother said with a smile. Dad, let's go out for a bit. There's something I want to tell you. Ye's father, with a puzzled expression, followed him out of the house. Just as he was about to ask where they were going, Yi Chen said, Dad, follow me in the car. I'll take you to a nice place. The Tianjin flower base was not far from the East Lake Villa, and father and son arrived in 10 minutes. When they reached their destination, Ye's father's eyes lit up. As a seasoned flower lover, he knew this place well. Xiaofeng, are you buying flowers for me? You're indeed my son, knowing how to take care of your old man. Big brother, Grandpa Yi, you're here. Come over here, the flowers inside are so beautiful. Nyo ran over excitedly. Yi Chen squatted down, picked up Nyo, and made her laugh. Upon hearing Nyo's laughter, Yi Wuhan also walked out. Uncle Yi, Brother Yi, come and visit our flower base. Yi Yuanhai was puzzled, our flower base? Then he realized something and looked excitedly at Yi Chen. Dad, from now on, this will be your responsibility. Do you like this gift? I love it, I really do. Ha ha. After the excitement, Ye's father calmed down. Xiaofeng, may I? Although I like gardening and do it well, I'm afraid I won't handle this large-scale planting well, which would be a waste of these flowers. Upon hearing his father's concern, Yi Wuhan reassured him, Uncle Yi, rest assured, all the technical staff here have been retained. There are dedicated personnel in charge of large-scale planting and maintenance. Hearing this, Ye's father felt relieved, joyfully accepted this huge gift, and without further ado, took Nyo to admire the flowers and plants here. Yi Chen looked at Ji Wuhan's attire and said helplessly, Brother Wuhan, I know your character, unwilling to accept favors. How about I increase your salary, say an annual salary of 20 million, excluding bonuses? You are now the CEO of our Universal Investment Company, you should change your appearance, and your old Puzang should be replaced too. Otherwise, others might think our company is not strong enough. Get a secretary and assistant to help you with some work and take care of Nyo. This is not up for discussion, it's an order. Go and handle it this afternoon, and buy a few sets of clothes for Nyo, just charge it to the company. Brother Yi, it's really not necessary. You should know that we warriors don't care about these things. You may be a warrior, but Nyo isn't, right? You have to consider her. She'll be starting school soon, and you wouldn't want her to be looked down upon by her classmates, right? Brother Wuhan, don't refuse. If you do, it's like you don't consider me your brother. Alright. In the end, Yi Wuhan could only agree. He might not do it for himself, but for Nyo, he had to accept. He would always remember this gesture. Yi Chen drove back alone, while Ye's father stayed there, unwilling to leave this beautiful sea of flowers. After booking 2 tickets to the Magic City online, Yi Chen pushed the door open and returned to the villa. Seeing several suitcases piled up in the hall, Yi Chen asked his mother, Mom, are we expecting relatives? Why so much luggage? His mother replied impatiently, it's because Yellen is going with you to the Magic City, and these are all her things. Yellen was coming down from the elevator, hugging a large plush toy. When she saw Yi Chen, she immediately said, Brother, what else do I need to bring? This is my first time leaving Tiancheng. I don't know if I've prepared enough. Yi Chen was speechless, seeing her act as if she wanted to move the entire house. He walked over, tapped Yellen on the head, and said, You girl, why bring so much stuff? I have everything over there, put it all back, just bring some clothes. Yellen, holding her head, looked at Yi Chen with a pout, reluctantly started returning the luggage. Only you can handle this girl, Xiaofeng. When you get to the Magic City, make sure to keep an eye on her and don't let her go astray, Ye's mother instructed Yi Chen. Don't worry, Mom, with me around, this girl won't cause trouble. Despite Yellen's lively appearance, she's quite independent and sensible. She just relies heavily on home, making her seem a bit naive. Homecoming days are always short, especially as people grow up and become busy with their lives, while home remains in their hearts, guiding them forward. At the Tiancheng airport, amidst Ye's parents' reluctance, Yi Chen and Yellen boarded the plane to the Magic City. Brother, this is my first time on a plane. I heard planes offer free food and drinks, hee, I'll definitely enjoy it later. Yellen chirped like a lark, never stopping her chatter. What a coincidence, didn't expect to run into you. A voice interrupted Yechen's thoughts. Molly, didn't expect to meet you again. Molly, big sister, hee, it's me, Yellen. Do you remember me? We met when my brother took me to play when we were kids. Little Yellen? Haven't seen you in so many years. The little girl from before has grown into a beautiful woman. Hee, Molly, big sister, you are the beautiful one. You are so pretty, surely many people must be chasing after you, right? Glancing at Yechen, Molly slowly said, no, I still prefer being alone. The plane is about to take off, Yellen, fasten your seatbelt, or you might fall. 2 hours later, the plane landed safely, and the siblings left by taxi. Brother, where are we going now? You have to show me a good time. You little rascal, always wanting to play. Let's go home first, then I'll take you to see the Magic City University. Shortly after, the two arrived at Tangchenipin. Looking at the name of the residential area, Yellen's eyes sparkled. Brother, you don't have a house here, do you? I saw online that the houses here are very expensive. You like it? If you like it, when you get married, brother will give you a set. Annoying, I'm still a little baby. It's you, brother, when are you going to introduce me to your wife? Last time you only said half, you didn't finish. Let's go home first, when we go to the Magic City University later, we can meet her then. Outside the door, Yechen registered Yellen's fingerprints and iris, making things easier. In the room, Yechen unpacked, grabbed the car keys, about to call Yellen when he saw her looking around like a curious baby. Brother, I love that round bathtub in the bathroom, hee, and this large floor-to-ceiling window, so beautiful. My dear brother, can you grant a small request from your lovely sister? Can you let me have your bedroom? I love that room so much, hee. This little thief, wanting to claim her own room on the first day, but since she was his own sister, Yechen had to agree. Yay! I knew brother is the best to me. Hee. Seeing the happy Yellen, Yechen smiled too. Lilin, do you plan to stay here or in the school dormitory when school starts? After some thought, Yellen said seriously, brother, I still want to stay in the dormitory. After all, a university experience without living on campus is incomplete. I can come back to stay on weekends, hee. Alright, it's up to you. Find time to get your driver's license, and when you come back, brother will give you a car, which will also be more convenient. Don't worry, brother, I will get my driver's license as soon as possible, hee. I have to choose carefully to make you bleed a little. Okay, you can choose freely then, let's head to the Magic City University now. When Yechen's car passed by a flower shop and Yellen asked him to stop, he looked at her in confusion. Brother, are you going to meet your wife empty-handed like this? What else? You big steel-straight man, I don't know how you managed to win your wife over. Get off and quickly buy a bouquet of roses for her. Yechen suddenly realized and immediately got out of the car to the nearby flower shop. The shop owner, a woman around 30 years old, not particularly beautiful but exuding a sense of intellectual beauty, warmly said upon seeing a customer, young man, are you buying flowers? Boss, I want a bouquet of red roses, Yechen said. Looks like you're going to give it to your girlfriend. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. The shop owner swiftly brought out a freshly arranged bouquet of bright red roses, saying, young man, these are the roses I just arranged. I wish you and your girlfriend a love as enduring as these blooming roses. After thanking her, Yechen paid via mobile payment, returned to the car, handed the roses to Yellen in the passenger seat, and drove towards the Magic City University. Arriving at Magic City University, Yechen held a rose in one hand while the other was embraced by Yilin. Bro, Magic City University is really beautiful. Look at the library, the design is really cool, and the teaching building is very modern. Oh, and the restroom. Well, let's not talk about that. Seeing Yichen's face gradually darken, Yilin tactfully stopped talking. Yichen was feeling a bit thirsty, so he took Yilin to the supermarket. The owner, Zhao Li, was leisurely listening to music and greeted Yichen with a smile. Long time no see, looks like you've been busy lately? And who is this? Seeing Zhao Li's puzzled expression, Yichen knew he must have misunderstood, so he explained, Li Gu, this is my sister Yilin, who will also be a student at our Magic City University soon. I brought her here in advance to take a look. You scared me there, I thought you had a new girlfriend. With that rose in hand, anyone would misunderstand. Little did Yichen know, he and Yilin were spotted on campus by Li Xiaona's roommate, Shernan. In the girls' dormitory, Li Xiaona was daydreaming, wondering when Fengge would come back. He had been gone for many days now, and she hoped he was thinking of her. Shernan rushed into the dormitory in a flurry, unsure how to tell Li Xiaona what she had just seen. After composing herself, Shernan decided to break the news. Xiaona, I just saw Senior Yichen at school. What? Fengge is back? Where is he? Li Xiaona exclaimed with joy, about to rush out but was stopped by Shernan. Xiaona, listen to me. I saw Senior Yi Chen at the supermarket entrance holding a bouquet of roses with a girl. Don't get too excited, maybe I was mistaken. Xiaona, wait for me. Li Xiaona quickly ran to the supermarket entrance and couldn't bear it anymore when she saw Yi Chen and the girl sitting there. She burst into tears. Yi Lin, puzzled, looked at Li Xiaona and said to Yi Chen, "Bro, that girl is acting strange, she's crying while looking at us." Yi Chen turned around, saw Li Xiaona, and immediately ran over, but was stopped by Shernan. "Senior Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to be a two-timer. Xiaona likes you so much, and here you are, playing two sides. Are you worthy of Xiaona? What's the point of coming over now with your little girlfriend? Xiaona, let's go. He's not worth your sadness." Yi Chen was at a loss, quickly stopped Li Xiaona, and was about to explain when Yi Lin ran over and said, "Bro, is this my sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law?" Li Xiaona's expression froze as she looked at Yi Chen. Before he could speak, Shernan said, "Young lady, such a low-level excuse. You've been caught. You say he's your brother, how do you explain the rose? You say he's your brother, how can you prove it?" Despite usually appearing silly, Yi Lin was exceptionally shrewd at that moment. Pointing to the roses on the table, she said, "These roses were bought by my brother to give to my sister-in-law. As for being siblings, it's even simpler. Bro, give me your ID." Taking out her own ID from her bag, she handed it along with Yi Chen's ID to Li Xiaona. "Sister-in-law, take a look. Are the addresses on the IDs the same? We are full siblings with the same parents." Yi Chen secretly gave Yi Lin a thumbs up, relieved that she handled the situation. Li Xiaona awkwardly looked at the siblings, realizing her mistake. Shernan, on the side, also realized she had misled them and apologized before hastily leaving. "Sister-in-law, come, let's sit over there. Don't stand here." The three sat down, and Yi Chen handed the roses to Li Xiaona. "Xiaona, here's the rose for you. I hope you like it." Taking the rose, Li Xiaona looked happy and whispered, "Feng, Linlin, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding earlier." "Sister-in-law, it's okay, don't worry about it. Do you have time this afternoon? Let's go shopping, and let Big Brother foot the bill, hee hee." The atmosphere among the three gradually became harmonious. When they learned that Yi Lin was also about to enter the prestigious university in the city, Li Xiaona was even happier. She could now get to know Feng better through her and build a good relationship with her future sister-in-law. Seeing them chatting happily, Yi Chen booked a table at Fengming Pavilion for the evening on his phone, and soon after, Shen Haoren called. "Yi, my friend, you've invested so much in my Shen family, but you haven't asked about the progress? Brother Shen, I trust you, and besides, it's not much money. Why did you suddenly call me today? I've prepared the Cloud Villa for you. You can move in any time. Also, tomorrow night, the Qin family, the first family in the city, is hosting a charity banquet. Are you interested, my friend?" Yi Chen wasn't interested in the banquet, as it was mostly commercial boasting, but he was interested in spending money. "Brother Shen, I will definitely attend tomorrow night." "Good, I'll send you the address shortly. See you tomorrow night." Shortly after hanging up, Shen Haoren sent an address, the Magic Pearl Hotel in the city. "Bro, are you going to the banquet tomorrow night? Can you take me and sister Xiaona? I've never been to a banquet before, please." "Sure, let's go together tomorrow night then." Seeing Yi Chen agree, Yi Lin jumped with joy, pulling Li Xiaona to go buy evening gowns. Yi Chen drove the two women to Wanda Plaza, heading straight to the luxury goods area. They first arrived at the Armani store, planning to pick out a suit for Yi Chen. The salesperson warmly greeted them, recognizing Yi Chen's aura from their previous encounter. "Mr. Yi, welcome to Armani. What can I assist you with today? I will serve you wholeheartedly." Before Yi Chen could speak, Yi Lin eagerly said, "Take us to see the suits, please." The salesperson led them to the suit section and introduced a black suit. "Mr. Yi, this latest suit is personally designed and handmade by the top Italian designer Fernando Armani, using the finest materials. It not only feels comfortable to wear but also perfectly showcases a gentleman's physique, suitable for a gentleman like Mr. Yi. Bro, hurry and try it on. I've never seen you in a suit before." Yi Chen took the suit handed by the salesperson and headed to the fitting room. After changing, he walked out and said to the stunned Li Xiaona and Yi Lin, "What are you two staring at? How does this suit look?" "Bro, I just realized how handsome you look in a suit." "Ah, you're dazzling my eyes. How does that saying go? A man like Jade, a gentleman beyond compare," Li Xiaona laughed. "Yes, that's the one." Yi Chen looked at Yi Lin and said seriously, "Indeed, it's a dog's eyes, a single dog." Li Xiaona burst into laughter beside them. Yi Lin looked displeased at Yi Chen. "Sister Xiaona, don't you care that your little Maple said such things about his own sister? Alright, why don't you two pick out some dresses as well?" Yi Chen quickly changed the subject. In the end, Yilin chose a backless dress that made Yi Chen's eyelids twitch. If his mother found out, she would come all the way from Jin City to scold her. Li Xiana chose a very conservative dress that matched Yi Chen's suit perfectly. Yi Chen had the salesperson help the two women pick out a handbag and a few accessories before paying and leaving. Bro, how did you and sister Xiana meet? Yi Chen looked mysteriously at Yilin and said, do you want to know? I'll take you somewhere later, and then you'll know. Brother, I found out that you don't care about me anymore since Xiana's sister came along. You're even teasing me now, pouted Yilin. Xiana quickly stepped forward to comfort her. This girl, the place we're going to later is where Xiana and I officially met. You'll see for yourself later, better than what I can say, Yi Chen said speechlessly. You don't care about me anymore. You don't even comfort me. Xiana's sister is better, Yilin said, making a face at Yi Chen and then chatting with Xiana. Shortly after, the three arrived at Fengming Pavilion. There was already a long line at the entrance. After Yi Chen confirmed the information with the waiter, they were taken to their reserved spot. Brother, Xiana's sister, this place is so beautiful, with an ancient charm. Look at that lady playing the guzheng over there, she's like a fairy. Did you two meet here? It's so wonderful, like traveling back to ancient times, Yilin exclaimed. Linlin, the first time I officially met Feng Ji was here, in the same spot. My roommates and I shared a table with Feng Ji, Xiana said happily. The way they address you here is also quite unique. If you call the waiter, they won't pay attention. You need to call Xiaor for them to come over. Why don't you give it a try? Yilin's eyes lit up. She had only heard of this kind of address on TV and didn't expect to experience it today. Xiaor, bring this lady 2 caddies of wine and 5 caddies of beef. Yilin said boldly, standing on a stool. Yi Chen had a black line on his face, knowing that his sister would cause some trouble. He glared at Yilin and said, what's going on in your head all day? Xiaor, bring us some specialty dishes, a pot of Longjing tea, and 2 glasses of orange juice. Yilin retorted, I've seen people ordering like this on TV. Especially when I stood on the stool, wasn't it impressive? Impressive my foot. Not ladylike at all. Let's see how you'll get married in the future, Yi Chen said irritably. Xiana watched the siblings bicker and felt warm inside. As an only child, she had always envied others for having a caring brother to banter with, to share concerns with, and to be affectionate with. She made a mental note to have several babies with Feng Ji in the future. The thought made her blush involuntarily. Xiana sister, what are you thinking about? Your face is all red. Hey, spill it. Are you making fun of me too? Come clean, or I'll show you the power of your future sister-in-law. Watch my grabbing the chest dragon claw hand, Yilin teased. Watching the two play around, Yi Chen laughed heartily. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted them. Well, isn't this Yi Chen? Pretty boy sure is lucky, can charm 2 girls at once. TSK, young lady, your taste is off. What's so good about a poor guy without a job? These days, looks won't put food on the table, you need money. It was Wang Gang, Yi Chen's former supervisor during his internship. Yilin stared at Wang Gang in disbelief. Where did this guy get his confidence? Calling her brother a poor guy. Wang Gang, you're really persistent. It's one thing to be ugly, but it's another to be repulsive. I had almost forgotten about you, you trash. Didn't expect you to come looking for trouble. Yi Chen felt like this guy had some serious issues. You? Clean me up? You're overestimating yourself, kid. Do you have the strength for that? You really think highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're nothing but a piece of shit, Wang Gang sneered. Yilin couldn't hold back anymore and gave Wang Gang a piece of her mind, leaving him red-faced. The owner of Fengming Pavilion, seeing the commotion, hurried over with a few security guards. 2 gentlemen, I am Zhou Muyao, the person in charge of Fengming Pavilion. If you have any conflicts, please do not argue here. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Muyao and said, Boss Zhou, are you willing to sell Fengming Pavilion? Name your price. Wang Gang almost burst into laughter upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen, you really have no fear of speaking boldly, pretending to be someone you're not. You, wanting to buy Fengming Pavilion? It's laughable. Do you even know the value of Fengming Pavilion? At least 80 million huaxia coins. With your poor appearance, you can't even afford a table. Yi Chen ignored Wang Gang and continued to speak to Zhou Muya, 1 billion huaxia coins. Sir, I have no intention of selling Fengming Pavilion, so please stop making such jokes, Zhou Muya said, not believing that Yi Chen could afford to buy the pavilion. Ha, Yi Chen, you are like a clown now, keep performing. If you can buy Fengming Pavilion, I, Wang Gang, will crawl out of here today. 5 billion huaxia coins, Yi Chen continued. Mr. Yi, it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't want to sell Fengming Pavilion. I have sentimental attachment to it as I built it from scratch, Joe Muyao explained. You don't want to? Then it's not that you can't sell it. Boss Joe, 2 billion Huaxia coins, and you will continue to manage Fengming Pavilion in the future. Zhou Muyao was quite satisfied with this price, but he still doubted whether Yi Chen had the capability to purchase it. Mr. Yi, if you can really come up with 2 billion Huaxia coins, then Fengming Pavilion is yours. Yi Chen asked Zhou Muyao for an account number, transferred 2 billion, and watched quietly. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhou Muyao respectfully said, Boss, from now on, Fengming Pavilion belongs to you. What are your orders? Yi Chen looked at the startled Wang Gang and coldly said, help him fulfill his promise just now. At this moment, Wang Gang also realized. He couldn't understand how that poor boy he used to manipulate could come up with 2 billion Huaxia coins to buy Fengming Pavilion. It just didn't make sense. As he thought of running, 2 security guards approached him and pushed him to the ground. With a resentful look at Yi Chen, Wang Gang crawled out of Fengming Pavilion in humiliation. Boss, do you have any other instructions? Zhou Muyao asked respectfully. He understood that Yi Chen's strength must be terrifying to spend 2 billion Huaxia coins just to prove a point. You will be the manager here from now on. Fengming Pavilion will still be under your charge. I won't interfere. Also, today's expenses are on the house to celebrate. Wang Gang crawling out, Yi Chen instructed. After Zhou Muyao left, he announced the news of complimentary expenses for everyone, causing a wave of cheers. The consumption level at Fengming Pavilion was not low, and now they could save a considerable amount, which was also shared online, stirring up a commotion in the city. Bro, you were so cool just now. The way Wang Gang crawled out was hilarious, like a defeated turtle. It cracked me up, Yilin exaggerated. Li Xiana also looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Which woman wouldn't want to see her man looking mighty and domineering? Xiana, Linlin, let's have dinner. Don't let irrelevant people ruin our mood. The 3 of them began to enjoy their meal. During the meal, Yi Chen kept serving Li Xiana, which made Yilin quite unhappy. In the end, he became a mere tool for serving food. When they were almost done eating, Yilin mysteriously said to Li Xiana, Sis Xiana, let's go to my brother's place later. My room is beautiful, and tomorrow night we have a charity gala to attend. It wouldn't be appropriate to wear school uniforms. Alright, I also want to see what your brother's place looks like. I heard guys' places are usually messy. I wonder if we'll find your brother's smelly socks. He. Upon seeing Li Xiana agree, Yilin blinked at her brother as if to say, hurry up and thank your lovely sister. The 3 of them left Fengming Pavilion and hurried towards Tangchenipin. Arriving at the doorstep, Yilin had Yi Chen register Li Xiana's fingerprints and iris scan, claiming it was for Xiana's convenience to visit her in the future. The true purpose was quite obvious. Xiana, come with me. I'll show you my room. It took me a lot of effort to get it from my brother. Yi Chen watched helplessly as Li Xiana was pulled away by Yilin, realizing his little sister was creating an opportunity for herself while leaving him in the living room, so he lounged on the sofa watching short videos. Opening Douyin, he looked at his former username, Maple Snow Knight Returner, finding it somewhat amusing to think about now. It was just a name, after all. A video suddenly caught Yi Chen's attention, depicting the recent events at Fengming Pavilion. The comments were mixed, some praising his boldness and generosity, while others criticized him for being too ruthless. After a while, he skipped the video and a live broadcast appeared, showing a delicate-faced girl singing. Yi Chen recognized her as his college classmate Feng Qi. There were fewer than 50 viewers in the chat, and the gifts were scarce, with only a few scattered lollipops. Streamer, you can't just sing like that. You need to dance and show off your figure. Yeah, streamer, with your impressive cleavage, dancing will surely make waves. You 2 upstairs are perverts, case closed. Little sister, sing a provocative song, and I'll send you a rocket. At that moment, a PK invitation popped up on the screen, and soon a seductive woman appeared. She even connected with the sexy kitten. She's a big streamer with 2 million fans. Streamer, you need to catch this wave of fortune. She's the 9th-ranked dancer. Xiao Chi, can we start the PK? A sexy voice came through the live stream. Feng Qi knew that the chance to connect with a big streamer was rare, a chance for gaining followers and fame. Hello, sister kitten, can we start the PK? Feng Qi said excitedly. Alright, let me set the punishment. The loser must remove their makeup on the spot and turn off the beauty filter. The kitten didn't think she would lose to a newbie, so she set a harsh punishment. Okay, sister kitten, let's begin. The PK started, and the kitten performed a sexy dance with seductive moves and eyes. The viewers in the chat sent rockets, sports cars, and other gifts continuously. Soon, there was a significant gap in points between the 2. Meanwhile, Feng Qi's livestream was bleak, with only a few lollipops and hearts. System, can I get cashback for gifts in the live stream? Host, to prevent malicious cashback, gifts in the live stream are not eligible for cashback. Yi Chen had hoped to find a quick way to get cashback, but it was not possible. However, with a vast amount of wealth at his disposal, achieving a small goal was effortless. Recharging 10 million huaxia coins, Yi Chen began to act. After all, they were classmates, and he intended to help out. Maple Snow Knight Returner sent Carnival *10 Maple Snow Knight Returner sent Carnival *50 Maple Snow Knight Returner sent Carnival *100 Fangqi's score immediately surpassed the sexy kittens, causing a stir in the live stream. Wow, a big shot has arrived. Respect, sending 100 carnivals in one go. Do you need a pendant, big shot? Maple Snow, you're amazing. Single-handedly defeating 50,000 people on the other side. The sexy kitten also noticed the change and became anxious. If she turned off the beauty filter and removed her makeup, her image would definitely suffer. She pulled down her clothes, pushed out her chest, and boldly struck various sexy poses, captivating the big shots in the live broadcast room. The sexy little cat's moves kept boosting her score, leading to a comeback. Yi Chen made another move. Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *200 Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *500 Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *1000 Xiao Qiqi's score completely crushed the sexy little cat, who had no resistance, and Yi Chen wasn't done yet. Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *1300 Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *1600 Fengzuiegerensen out a Carnival *2000. It wasn't until Yi Chen had spent 10 million huaxia coins that he stopped. By then, Xiao Qiqi's live room had gained over 10 plus viewers, with a fan base of 50,000. Xiao Qiqi kept thanking Yi Chen, never dreaming that a PK scene would attract over 100,000 viewers and gifts worth over 10 million huaxia coins. After platform deductions, she still made 5 million in income. On the other side, the sexy little cat's face turned ugly. She knew she was done for and regretted suggesting the punishment. Seeing the words "remove makeup" flooding the chat, she felt despair and reluctantly turned off the beauty filter to start removing her makeup. Oh my, is this really the sexy little cat? She looks more like a bloated ant. Choo Choo Baby is missing. I thought it was a joke, but now I see the real deal. Did you notice the top-ranked brother left? I wonder what's going on in the top-ranked brother's mind. The streamer's reputation is ruined this time, but she's brave to remove her makeup. I salute you. Seeing the mocking comments in the chat, Yi Chen felt it was meaningless and exited the live stream. He noticed his fan count had risen from over 100 to 80,000, with his inbox flooded with messages, mostly asking him to visit their live rooms or even sending private photos. Fang Qi also messaged him, inviting him for a meal to express her gratitude in person. Yi Chen didn't reply, simply exited the app, gazing at the darkening sky. He figured Xiaona wouldn't leave today. Unfortunately, their first time together at home wasn't private due to Yilin's presence. Bro, Xiaona won't leave today. She's staying in my room. We'll have a good chat tonight, so don't disturb us. As the two emerged from the room, Yi Chen asked, "Do you need me to get you a blanket?" "Bro, I'll get it from the guest room later." Hee, don't forget to take Xiaona back to school tomorrow morning. With that, Yilin took Li Xiaona to get the blanket and returned to the room. "Xiaona, there's a big bathtub in the bathroom. I'll go fill it up. We can take a bath together later. I'll close the door first, just in case the perverted brother comes in." "Feng won't come in, he's always a gentleman. Why would he be a pervert?" Li Xiaona explained, feeling like she was the only one making advances in their relationship, wondering if she wasn't charming enough. "What are you thinking, Xiaolin? Don't you want to sleep with me and want to sleep with your brother? You little Yilin, daring to flirt with your future sister-in-law. Watch my claw attack." The scene was filled with laughter, but Yi Chen couldn't see it as he was showering outside. His room didn't have a bathroom like Yilin's, which was occupied. After showering and drying his hair, Yi Chen put on knee-length shorts and went shirtless to the living room. He grabbed a bottle of soda from the fridge and lay on the sofa, watching TV. Half an hour later, the two women finished bathing, but Li Xiaona awkwardly noticed that Yilin's pajamas were a bit small, with the buttons on the top almost popping open. Yilin looked at Li Xiaona, then lowered her head to look at herself, sighed and said, "Xiaona, how did you manage to grow them so big? Look at me, I only have this tiny bit. It seems like I take after my dad." "Lilin, don't worry, they will grow bigger in the future. Let's go out and see what Finga is up to." The two of them went to the living room and saw Yechen watching TV. They sat down as well. When Li Xiaona sat down, the tight button finally couldn't hold on any longer and coincidentally hit Yechen's face. Yechen was puzzled. Where did this hidden weapon come from? He picked it up and saw that it was a button. He looked at the two of them. Yelin was laughing hysterically while covering her stomach, and Li Xiana blushed, lowering her head, not daring to look at Yechen. Bro, how does it feel to have a button hit your face? You can enjoy it secretly, you'll be blessed in the future. Ha ha. Yechen finally understood, it was the button from Li Xiana's chest. His girlfriend was truly a treasure of a girl, he would be blessed in the future. No, the child would be blessed. Li Xiana, glancing at Yechen with warm eyes, gradually calmed down, realizing that her boyfriend admired her so much, there was nothing to be shy about. Bro, quickly wipe off your drool, it's almost dripping on the sofa. Should I leave first? Yellen untimely interjected. Yechen quickly averted his gaze, coughed a few times to cover up the embarrassment just now. This Yellen was really clueless, maybe he should send her back to Tiancheng. Bro, why are you staring at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Yellen said innocently. Li Xiana was also sizing up Yechen, his sturdy upper body muscles, clearly defined six-pack abs, smooth lines. It would be even better if Finga had a slightly darker skin tone. Xiana, what are you daydreaming about again? Is something wrong? Let's go back to the room, let bro be by himself. Without caring about the resentful glances from Yechen and Li Xiana, Yellen pulled her back to the room. Yechen had no choice but to return to the room and forget about it, going to sleep. Yellen lay on the bed and asked, Xiana, what do you think of my brother? He's pretty good, sunny, cheerful, responsible, and especially handsome, Li Xiana said earnestly. Haven't you noticed his biggest flaw? Li Xiana shook her head. My brother's biggest flaw is that he's not good at expressing himself, he's very passive in everything. Like when you're together, he cares about some details, always silently doing things without expressing them. I believe he hasn't said I love you to you, right? Or hugged you proactively? Actually, he does love you, but his actions might make you feel like he doesn't. He might not even realize this issue himself. Xiana, if you want to be with my brother for a long time, you have to be bolder. Tell him directly what you think. Don't expect this clueless guy to understand a girl's mind. Li Xiana agreed. Yellen, you're right. He has never held my hand or hugged me proactively. You say he doesn't love me, but he gave us the same watch, treating me as the closest person. And the table we ate at today was the one where we officially met. He pays attention to details, but they are easily overlooked. Looks like I need to be more proactive in the future. After chatting about some of Yechen's childhood stories, the two fell asleep. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room, Li Xiana got up quietly, afraid of disturbing Yellen who was still asleep, and went to the bathroom, smiling foolishly at her rosy face in the mirror. After freshening up, she eagerly went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, her first time cooking for Yechen. Li Xiana was busy in the kitchen, her movements skilled and elegant, as if every step had been carefully calculated and rehearsed. The fire was crackling, casting a shimmering light on the pot, as she carefully poured oil into it and gently cracked a few eggs. The eggs quickly spread in the pot, making a sizzling sound as she gently stirred them with a spatula, ensuring they were evenly heated. Before long, the aroma filled the room, the enticing scent making one's mouth water. She then took some fresh vegetables from the fridge, sliced them thinly, and added them to the pot. The vegetables turned a vibrant green in the high heat, contrasting beautifully with the golden eggs, looking both delicious and tempting. Finally, she took a piece of bread from the cupboard and placed it in the oven to toast. Soon, the aroma of the bread wafted through the room, mingling with the scents of the eggs and vegetables, creating a unique breakfast fragrance. Once everything was ready, Li Xiana served breakfast on the table. Yi Lin, drawn by the aroma, emerged and her eyes lit up at the sight of the prepared breakfast. She noticed something missing and quickly fetched 3 cups, filling them with milk. Now it's perfect, Yi Lin said proudly. Ding dong! A knock at the door interrupted them, and Yechen opened it to find Yi Lin excitedly exclaiming, Brother, wake up, Xiana and I have prepared breakfast for you, it's absolutely delicious. Yi Chen, eager as well, as no one besides his mother had ever made him breakfast, quickly made his way to the dining room. At the table, a plate of delicious egg sandwiches awaited him, with golden eggs, fresh vegetables, and perfectly toasted bread. Fong, come and have breakfast, Li Xiana smiled sweetly. Yes, sit down and taste it, Yi Lin added quickly. Yi Chen took a bite of the sandwich, and the flavors of the eggs and vegetables burst in his mouth, each bite filled with happiness and satisfaction. A warm feeling surged within him. This must be what being loved feels like, he thought, wanting to hold Li Xiana tightly in his arms. It's delicious, thank you, this is the happiest day for me. Upon hearing Yi Chen's praise, Li Xiana felt elated, being appreciated and affirmed by her beloved filled her with immense happiness. Brother, try the milk I poured for you, it must be delicious too, give me some compliments too. Yi Lin quickly added upon hearing Li Xiana's praise. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, this girl, all this fuss over pouring milk. But seeing her expectant eyes, he reluctantly gave her some compliments. The 3 of them finished breakfast happily, and Yi Chen then escorted Li Xiana back to Modi University, while Yilin decided to go out on her own. As Yi Chen was about to leave after dropping Li Xiana off at the dormitory building, she said, "Feng, can you hug me?" Yi Chen turned around and embraced her tightly. "Xiana, you're so kind, I feel the essence of love from you, it's a sweet feeling, I'm lucky to have met someone as wonderful as you." With that, he leaned in to kiss Li Xiana affectionately, the two of them lost in the moment, as if time had stopped, the world only consisting of the two of them, hearts beating as one, surpassing 1,000 words. "Cough, you two, pay attention, there are so many people watching at the door," the dormitory aunt reminded them as the crowd grew. Li Xiana blushed and hurried back to the dormitory without looking back. Yi Chen thanked the dormitory aunt for the reminder and hastily left. Back in the dormitory, Li Xiana was surrounded by her roommates, each of them smiling mischievously. "Xiana, you didn't come back last night, did you stay with Senior Yi Chen?" "Yeah, come clean with us. I just saw a certain couple downstairs passionately kissing." Li Xiana had to respond to her roommates' pressing questions. "Yesterday, I stayed at Feng's house, but I was actually staying with his sister, Yilin." "Please don't spread rumors. Did you sneak into Senior Ye's room that night? Tell us, is Senior Yi impressive? Did he conquer you?" "Jingjing, what's going on in your head? It's not like you think. Feng is a gentleman. I just chatted with Yilin in a room for a long time, nothing happened." "Please don't spread rumors," Li Xiana explained. Seeing their disbelief, she stopped explaining and let them think what they wanted. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was driving towards Cloud Villa. Upon parking, a woman in her 30s approached. She exuded a mature charm, with elegant and composed manners. Her smile was warm and subtle, bringing comfort and ease. "Mr. Yi, I'm Bai Jia, the housekeeper of Cloud Villa No. 6. Welcome back. Bai Jia, you can call me Yi Chen or Xiaofeng. I'll rely on you for assistance in the future. Please give me a brief introduction. Taking care of you is our responsibility. There are 3 people in charge of hygiene in the villa, 2 chefs, 2 gardeners, and me, totaling 8 people responsible for your daily life. The total cost is 2 million huaxia coins per year." Yi Chen transferred 20 million huaxia coins to Bai Jia. "Bai Jia, from now on, double the salary of all staff. I won't be staying here often, so please take care of daily expenses and salary distribution." Bai Jia stared at Yi Chen in astonishment. This was too generous. Getting a doubled salary right after arriving, and being so amiable, work should be easy in the future. "I thank Mr. Yi on behalf of all staff for your generosity. I will do my best to repay your trust." Entering the villa, Bai Jia announced Yi Chen's recent decision, making all the staff very happy. Their salaries were already good, and doubling them made it even more satisfactory. "Yi Chen, before Mr. Shin left, he left 2 invitations for you in the study. Would you like to see them now?" "Yes, please show me." In the study, they found 2 invitations. As expected, they were for tonight's charity banquet hosted by the Qin family, the first family in the Magic City. Yi Chen kept the invitations and asked Bai Jia, "Do you all live in the villa?" "Yes, except for me, all staff live on the first floor. If you find it inconvenient, I can arrange dormitories outside." "No, living here is fine. It's convenient for everything. Why don't you live here, Bai Jia? My husband and I live in the suburbs. I have a room here, and I stay here when he's away on business." "Yi Chen, are you staying here tonight? I'll have the chef buy ingredients in advance." "Bai Jia, I have plans tonight, so I won't stay here." After a tour of the villa with Bai Jia, Yi Chen left in his car. He had to pick up Li Xiana to attend tonight's banquet. While driving towards Magic University, Yi Chen received a call from his dorm mate, Wang Chao. "Hey, what are you up to, 4th? We've been trying to reach you in the dorm group chat. Tomorrow is graduation day, and the boss said we'll have dinner together. Don't you dare bail on us. Even if you have to crawl, you better show up." Realizing he had forgotten about graduation, Yi Chen quickly replied, "Don't worry, 3rd, I'll be there tomorrow. I'll outdrink all of you. You always say that, but you're always the first one to pass out. Anyway, don't forget tomorrow. I'm hanging up now." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen fell into a moment of silence. The 4 years of university life had passed like a dream, coming to an end in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, he had made 3 good friends, studying together, playing together, and sharing each other's joys and sorrows. Now, as university life was about to end, each of them would soon embark on a new journey, uncertain if they would meet again. Yi Chen shook his head to dispel the thoughts, knowing that despite the reluctance, they had to face the inevitable parting. Arriving at the dormitory building, he sent a message and soon Li Xiana came running down cheerfully, skillfully taking the passenger seat. "Feng Ge, why do you look a bit unhappy?" she asked. "It's nothing, graduation is tomorrow, feeling a bit sentimental, that's all." "Well, let's go back and change clothes first." By the way, ask if Yilin is at home. If she's not, we'll go pick her up together, Yichen said. After Li Xiaona acknowledged, she called Yilin. Xiaona, are you done with classes? Is there something wrong? Yilin asked. Fengge wants to know if you're home. If not, we'll come pick you up. Don't forget we have a charity banquet tonight, Li Xiaona replied. Oh, I totally forgot about that. You guys go home first, I'll just take a cab back now. See you later, Yilin said. Upon hearing that they didn't need to pick up Yilin, Yichen drove straight back to Tangchen Yipin. After they returned home, they each went to their rooms to change clothes. Yichen put on the suit he bought yesterday and came to the living room, poured a glass of water, and sat on the sofa quietly waiting. Shortly after, Li Xiaona also changed into her evening gown and came to the living room, asking, Fengge, do I look beautiful? Turning to look at her, bathed in the setting sun, she wore a pure white gown, resembling a blooming lily. The sunlight draped over her, casting a golden halo, making her look even more dazzling. Her smile was warm and sweet, like the sunshine of spring, bringing endless warmth and joy. In that moment, Yichen was deeply intoxicated, his heart fluttering as he couldn't help but approach her, embracing her slender waist softly saying, Xiaona, you're so beautiful. This moment will be etched in my heart like eternity. Their eyes met, heartbeats quickening. Their gazes locked, as if time stood still. Slowly, he leaned in, she closed her eyes, waiting for that sweet moment. Their lips lightly touched, feeling each other's breath and warmth. In that moment, they seemed to merge into one, feeling each other's passionate love. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden sound. Yilin's footsteps echoed in the living room, and she curiously peeked out, witnessing the scene. Yi Chen and Li Xiaona's actions froze suddenly, a hint of awkwardness flashing across their faces, as if their dream had been abruptly interrupted. Yilin stood at the doorway, eyes wide with surprise, staring at them. An awkward silence filled the air, as if time had frozen in that moment. Brother, Xiaona, you guys continue. I didn't see anything. Why can't I see anything now? Then Yilin pretended to be blind and fumbled into the room. Yichen sighed softly and said to Li Xiaona, looks like it's time to send this girl back to Tianchang. They exchanged a smile, feeling both awkward and sweet. Li Xiaona straightened Yichen's clothes, then shouted towards the room, Linlin, it's almost time to leave, you need to hurry up. Yilin peeked out, saw nothing unusual, and confidently walked out. Brother, Xiaona, I'm ready, let's go, she said. The three of them drove to the Oriental Pearl Hotel. Yichen parked the car, helped Li Xiaona out like a gentleman, and she naturally linked her arm with his as they walked towards the hotel. Still in the car, Yilin was filled with question marks, thinking to herself, is that it? Am I supposed to stay in the car? This despicable brother who forgets his sister at the sight of a beauty. I'll make sure to tell mom about this. With that thought, she quickly got off the car and chased after the two. Yichen handed over the invitation, and the security guard checked it before letting them pass. Shen Haoren saw Yichen entering the banquet hall and warmly welcomed him. Yi, my friend, it's been a while, I've missed you. Let me introduce you, this is my sister, Shen Haoyue. Yichen observed this legendary business genius. Her face was as delicate as a sculpture, exuding confidence and strength in her features. Her bright eyes seemed to see through everything, her high nose giving an impression of determination. Her slightly upturned lips displayed confidence and composure, with distinct facial contours exuding a compelling aura. Her tall and slender figure exuded confidence and power in every movement, impossible to ignore wherever she stood. They shook hands lightly. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your help to the Shin family. Haoyue thanks you. Miss Shin, no need to be polite. I feel a connection with Shin brother at first sight. Yichen turned to Shen Haoren and said, Shen brother, this is my girlfriend Li Xiaona and my sister Yilin. The two women greeted Shen Haoren and quietly stood by Yichen's side. Yi, today you are getting close to me, which will surely attract the attention of the Fong family. Be careful. It seemed brother Wohan had made a move again. Before Yichen could reflect on it, another notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for spending 3 billion Huaxia coins. A cashback of 30 billion Huaxia coins has been deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Yi Chen's heart was like a storm at this moment, the rewards opening up a new world for him, a world of cultivation. Would he be able to fly on a sword in the future? Achieve immortality? Yi, Shen Haoren called out, snapping Yi Chen out of his reverie. Brother Shen, sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. Don't worry, if the Fong family dares to make a move against me, I won't hesitate to make them disappear from the Magic City. The Shin siblings were shocked. Did Yi Chen really have the power to destroy the Fong family? With assets exceeding 200 billion Huaxia coins, and strong social background, the Fong family was a formidable force. Yi, let's go rest over there. They moved to a corner of the banquet hall to talk. Li Xiana took Yi Lin to taste various delicacies. Shin Haoran looked at Yi Chen and said, "The Fong family's attacks have been temporarily halted due to intervention from various forces. Although they have encroached on some industries, the impact on the Fong family is not significant." Yi Chen knew that a large family couldn't be easily defeated, and his investment in the Shin family was only 10 billion, which was insignificant to him, who had a net worth exceeding a trillion. Yi Chen took a glass of wine from a passing waiter and said to the Shin siblings, "Brother Shin, I don't care about these matters, and you don't have to feel guilty." Then he turned to Shin Haoyue and said, "Miss Shin, I want to establish an investment company in the Magic City. Would you be interested in being the CEO?" Shin Haoyue's eyes lit up. The current Shin family couldn't fully utilize her talents, and seeking revenge against the Fong family was just a dream. She needed external help, but not many dared to confront the Fong family directly, mostly out of fear of being restricted by them. "Mr. Yi, I don't know how big your company is, and you should also be aware that if I become the CEO of the company, I will definitely be suppressed by the Fong family," Shin Haoyue said calmly. Yi Chen also sensed her concerns, but these were not issues for him. He didn't need to make money, he just needed to spend money lavishly and easily get cash back. Initial investment of 200 billion Huaxia coins, with no cap on additional investments, and I won't interfere with any of your investments. Your compensation will be an annual salary of 100 million Huaxia coins plus 5% of the company's profits. Shin Haoran beside them was shocked, his mouth wide open. Yi Chen was truly incredible, with a cash flow exceeding 200 billion, making him a top presence in the entire Huaxia. No wonder he dared to say that if the Fong family targeted him, he could make them disappear. "Yi, if Haoyue joins your company, could she help my Shin family target the Fong family together?" Shin Haoran asked cautiously. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Brother Shin, as I mentioned earlier, I won't interfere with Miss Shin's investments, so you can rest assured." "Mr. Yi, thank you for trusting Haoyue. I will not disappoint your expectations." After discussing some details, Yi Chen transferred 200 billion Huaxia coins directly to Shin Haoyue, giving her full responsibility for setting up the company. Nearby, an argument caught their attention. Seeing that it was Yi Lin involved, Yi Chen immediately walked over to her and asked, "Lin, what happened?" Yi Lin, looking angry, said, "Brother, they are bullying us. I was having food with Xiana here, and they pushed Xiana away, saying we were delaying their photoshoot. I couldn't take it and argued back. When Xiana tried to pull me away, they tripped her." Yi Chen quickly checked on Li Xiana, fortunately finding no serious injuries, just some redness on her arm. After comforting Li Xiana, Yi Chen looked coldly at the three women in front of him and gave each of them a slap. 3 screams echoed through the venue, drawing everyone's attention. "How dare you hit us? We are internet celebrities with millions of fans. I will expose you. Get ready to be cyberbullied. Yeah, we must expose this scum online and ruin his reputation." Shin Haoran and his sister rushed over and said to Yi Chen, "Yi, do you want me to handle this? These internet celebrities are like toads. They won't bite but will irritate people." "No need, I can handle it. Apologize now, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Yi Chen's cold voice revealed his extreme anger. "Oh, such arrogance. I didn't realize there was such a character in the city. Birds of a feather flock together, and hanging out with trash like Shin Haoran must make you trash too. Fong Jiping, how dare you disrespect Mr. Yi?" Shin Haoran shouted loudly. Yi Chen was puzzled by this fool who seemed to enjoy offending people. It turned out to be the city's #1 eunuch. He glanced strangely at Shin Haoyue and continued, "So it's Lord Fong. Nice to meet you. I've truly opened my eyes today. I didn't expect to witness your elegance after the fall of the Qing dynasty." The crowd buzzed with discussions. This young man really doesn't know his place, daring to bring up this matter in front of young Master Fong. Who knows what background this kid has? So impressive, openly confronting the Fong family, he's ruthless. Isn't this guy the recent hotshot who bought Fongming Pavilion for 200 million? What kind of big shot is he? 200 million is nothing in front of the Fong family. I think this kid is doomed. Fong Jiping stared at Yi Chen with red eyes, his eternal pain. No one dared to speak to him like this in the Magic City. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he coldly said, "Kid, you are the first one to speak to me like this. You're doomed, not just you, but also your family. I won't spare a single one of them. I will make them suffer and die in front of you." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as it seemed that the Fong family was no longer necessary. "You are seeking death. Your reliance is nothing but the Fong family. Without them, will you beg before me like a dog?" Haoyue, launch a full-scale attack on the Fong family, destroy them at any cost, Yi Chen ordered. "Mr. Yi, I promise to complete the mission. I have long wanted to destroy the Fong family," Shin Haoyue said excitedly, her chance for revenge finally arriving. As the crowd dispersed, 3 young men approached. The man in the middle looked at the tense atmosphere between Yi Chen and Fang Jiping and said slowly, Mr. Yi, right? And you, Fang Jiping, please give face to my Qin family. Do not cause trouble at our Qin family's banquet, or else I will have to ask you both to leave. Fang Jiping snorted coldly and left. It seemed that the Qin family was not on good terms with the Fang family. Yi Chen shrugged and said nothing, feeling somewhat guilty for causing such a commotion at someone else's banquet. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Feng, why are you here in the Magic City? I almost didn't recognize you just now. Yi Chen turned around to see 3 young men, with the one on the left looking very familiar. After recalling, he realized it was Zhao Ping whom he had met in Tianchang. Zhao Ping, I didn't expect to see you here in the Magic City. I thought you had returned to the capital, Yi Chen said. Hee, I'm just here for some fun. I heard there's a charity event here, so I came to join in. Let me introduce you, these are my 2 cousins, Qin Tian and Qin Lang from the Qin family in the Magic City, Zhao Peng said. So you are the eldest and second young masters of the Qin family. I've heard of you. I'm Yi Chen from Tianchang. Yi Chen introduced himself. Seeing Yi Chen and Zhao Peng acquainted, the 2 Qin family members relaxed a bit, as no one would have a good impression of troublemakers at their own banquet. Since Yi brother and Peng brother know each other, why not join us upstairs for a chat, Qin Tian invited. Please lead the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Yi Chen followed the 3 men to a reception room upstairs. Opening the door to the reception room, a faint sandalwood fragrance wafted in. Led by Qin Tian, they arrived at a huge golden Nanmu tea table, resembling a piece of art standing quietly in a corner. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, exuding a faint luster, as if telling stories of 1,000 years. Yi Chen carefully examined it, growing more fond of it as he looked. Do you also like this tea table, Yi brother? Qin Tian asked with interest after seeing Yi Chen's fascination. Embarrassed, Yi Chen replied, not particularly, I just have an interest in all things beautiful. Ha, Yi brother is indeed a refined person. Big brother thought you were also fond of tea. Looks like he was mistaken, Qin Lang chuckled. Qin Tian glared at Qin Lang, then poured tea for everyone and after taking a sip, he spoke, Yi brother, I assume you are the one investing in the Shin family, otherwise, the Shin family wouldn't have the capital to confront the Feng family. You mentioned wanting to destroy the Feng family. Relying solely on the Shin family is not enough. Do you have any other plans? Qin young master, to be honest, I have no other plans. I just have a lot of money. If 10 billion can't crush the Feng family, then 100 billion will, and if 100 billion doesn't work, then 1 trillion. I don't believe the Feng family can withstand it, Yi Chen declared boldly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's audacious words, the 3 men were stunned. This was too brutal, just using money to crush them. Who was Yi Chen with such a background? The god of wealth's godson? Feng, are you kidding? How much money do you need to invest for this? My old man always says I'm a spendthrift. Compared to you, I'm nothing at all, Fenggu. How much do you think I'm worth? Why don't you take me in too? Zhao Ping said, trying to please. Yi Lao Di, forgive me for being presumptuous, I don't know which secluded family you come from. I haven't found any Yi family or prestigious family with your strength in the entire Huaxia. If it's inconvenient to reveal, then forget it, Qin Tian said solemnly. Yi Chen didn't explain. He couldn't explain either. The secrets of the system must not be revealed, so it's better to maintain the mystery. Yi Lao Di, can my Qin family participate in dealing with the Feng family? Qin Lang asked cautiously. Sure, I'm not too concerned about those industries. My interest is just spending money. Yi Chen said indifferently, as long as it didn't interfere with his cashback shopping, it didn't matter. Thank you so much, Yi Lao Di. Please support the charity auction later, Qin Tian said happily. Qin big brother, rest assured, I will definitely support it. My biggest hobby is spending money, haha. Yi Lao Di, then I'll take my leave first. I need to arrange some good items for you to enjoy. Seeing Qin Tian leave, Yi Chen also bid farewell and returned to the banquet. Li Xiana and Yi Lin saw Yi Chen return and immediately approached, checking carefully, afraid that he was injured. What are you two up to? I just went for a cup of tea, it's not that serious, right? Yi Chen said helplessly. Brother, are you really okay? Sister Xiana and I thought you might be hurt. Fengge, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. What are you talking about? You are my woman. If someone bullies you, it's my duty to stand up for you. Don't always be so cautious. Remember, I'm behind you, no one can make you suffer. At this time, the Shin siblings also came over. Yi Chen instructed that the Qin family would also take action against the Feng family, and once again emphasized to Shin Haoyue to spare no expense in crushing the Feng family. If the money was not enough, inform him at any time. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, the charity auction is about to begin. Please proceed to the upstairs venue. Hearing the host's voice, Yi Chen and the others also headed to the venue. The venue of the charity auction was solemn and elegant, filled with an artistic atmosphere. In front of the venue was a neat auction table on a high platform, with 5 tables underneath and rows of seats behind them. People took their seats one after another, looking forward to the upcoming auction. Around the venue hung posters of the Chin Charity Foundation, featuring photos of beneficiaries and their stories, conveying that the purpose of this auction was not only to raise funds but also to spread love and hope. Yi Chen and the others were originally seated in the back row. When Qin Lang noticed, he warmly invited them to the front table. Seeing the envious glances of the people around them, Yi Chen smiled. It seemed that he had to show his support for the Qin family today, or he would not be worthy of this seat. At this moment, the auctioneer took the stage. He was dressed in formal attire, holding the auction hammer, and looking at the seated guests, he said loudly, "Thank you all for coming to this charity auction. I also thank the Chin Charity Foundation for their attention to women and children in the mountainous areas. Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang have brought out many precious items for this auction and have stated that all proceeds from this auction will be used to improve the lives of women and children in the mountainous areas. Please applaud." There was a warm applause. The Qin family's dedication to charity over the years was evident, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people attending this charity banquet. Thank you for your applause. Just now, Mr. Qin Tian and Mr. Qin Lang announced a donation of 100 million huaxia coins to help women and children in the mountainous areas. Thank you for your generosity. Now, I announce that this auction is officially beginning. Introducing the first item up for auction, a Qing Kangxi polychrome butterfly patterned vase, starting at 2 million huaxia coins, with increments of no less than 100,000 huaxia coins. Qing Kangxi polychrome butterfly patterned vase, 44 centimeters tall, 12 centimeters in diameter, and 13 centimeters in foot diameter. The vase has a flared mouth, short neck, rounded shoulders tapering down below the shoulder to a circular foot, decorated with polychrome motifs on a white glaze. The middle of the neck is painted with rui head patterns, brocade flower motifs, and circular dot patterns, with a brocade rui pattern at the neck-shoulder junction, and colorful butterflies dancing from the shoulder to the foot, interspersed with dragonflies, with lingji painted inside a double blue circle on the base. The artist delicately depicts groups of colorful butterflies in flight, capturing the essence of nature. As the auctioneer described, the audience began to place their bids. Magic City Huahai Group bids 3 million huaxia coins. Magic City Hualei Group bids 5 million huaxia coins. After several rounds of bidding, the Magic City Huahai Group won the first item with a bid of 5 million huaxia coins. Thank you to Mr. Chun from Huahai Group for supporting charity. We wish you continued success. Now, presenting the second item, the Tiffany Eternal Heart Necklace, starting at 80 million huaxia coins, with increments of no less than 5 million huaxia coins. The Eternal Heart, designed by the top designer Landis Raphael, features a rare 37.6-carat pink diamond as the centerpiece, complemented by 18 2-carat pink diamonds, making it an absolute treasure. The allure of jewelry to women is undeniable, as all the women in the audience gazed at the Eternal Heart with longing eyes. Yi Chen asked softly, "Do you like it?" Both Li Xiaona and Yi Lin nodded simultaneously. Yi Chen gazed affectionately at Li Xiaona and said, "Then it's yours. I hope you'll wear it when you marry me in the future." Then, turning to Yi Lin, he said, "If you like it, take a good look now, or you might not see it later." As Yi Lin looked resentfully at Yi Chen, someone placed a bid. 2 billion huaxia coins. The bid came from Magic City's richest woman, Ren Hongmei, whose excitement revealed her love for this treasure. "Sister Hongmei, my wife also loves this Eternal Heart. I'm sorry, but I bid 5 billion huaxia coins." As a famous doting husband in Magic City, Shi Guangming was determined to win the Eternal Heart. Seeing Ren Hongmei and Shi Guangming bidding, many women in the audience looked dismayed, while the men breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the price soared to 5 billion huaxia coins, and Yi Chen knew it was time to act. 10 billion huaxia coins. Yi Chen announced the price. The room fell silent, everyone looking at him in disbelief. The bid had already doubled from 5 billion, and this 10 billion bid left everyone speechless. Any higher bids? Going once for 10 billion. Going twice for 10 billion. Going thrice for 10 billion. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully acquiring this rare treasure. May your love be as eternal as this Eternal Heart. Yi Chen lost interest in the subsequent items and did not participate further, only chatting with Li Xiaona. Yi Lin watched them sulkily, still upset with Yi Chen for making her angry earlier. "Our auction is coming to an end today, and I appreciate everyone's support for charity. Now, presenting our final item, the Patek Philippe Dragon Watch, starting at 10 million Huaxia coins, with increments of no less than 500,000 Huaxia coins. The Patek Philippe Dragon Watch was specially customized for the last emperor of Huaxia, Puyi, with his English name Henry engraved on it. This watch, which found its way to Huaxia after being in the possession of the Bear Country during his exile, is a rare and historically significant piece, truly a cultural relic. Although the significance of this Patek Philippe Dragon Watch is great, the people present are not very interested. Yi Chen decided to bid for it, to keep it as a memento. Yi Chen raised 5 fingers towards the auctioneer. Mr. Yi bids 50 million Huaxia coins. Thank you for your support for charity. Yi Chen shook his head slowly and said, Auctioneer, you've got it wrong. I'm not bidding 50 million Huaxia coins, it's 5 billion Huaxia coins. Is it 5 billion Huaxia coins, Mr. Yi? The auctioneer couldn't believe this number, but after confirming it multiple times, he finally dropped the gavel. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your contribution to charity. I deeply admire it. Let's give Mr. Yi the warmest applause. Amidst thunderous applause from the audience, the charity auction concluded successfully, raising a total of 9.23 billion Huaxia coins, with Yi Chen alone contributing 6 billion Huaxia coins. Journalists below were frantically taking photos, and tomorrow Yi Chen's name would surely resound throughout the entire city and even the whole of Huaxia. After completing the donation backstage and successfully receiving the refund, Yi Chen and the others were invited to the reception room by the Qin brothers. Yi buddy, thank you so much for your support. Today's charity auction will be remembered in history. On behalf of thousands of women and children, I thank you for your kindness. Qin Tian exclaimed. Maple bro, you're really something. I finally see the gap between us. You spend your money on the right path, while I squander mine recklessly. If I were to spend 5 billion Huaxia coins on this Patek Philippe Dragon Watch, I think my dad would break my legs, whether it's a charity auction or not. Zhao Peng's words made Ji Lin burst into laughter. You, watch your image. If you can't get married in the future, I'll see how you deal with it, Yi Chen said speechlessly. Hee, Maple bro, I think Yi Lin has a great personality, very genuine. I think we could be sworn siblings. Ouch. Cousin, why did you hit me? Qin Tian, watching Zhao Peng's increasingly nonsensical talk, gave him a slap on the neck. Shut up if you have nothing sensible to say. I think uncle hasn't disciplined you enough. If you keep blabbering, see how I deal with you. Then turning to Yi Chen, he said, Yi buddy, this guy is a clown. Don't mind him. I'll straighten him out later. Qin bro, no need for that. I can take a joke. If everything is so formal every day, life would be boring, Yi Chen said with a smile. Zhao Peng, who had distanced himself, chimed in, exactly, look at Maple bro, then look at you. You're like an old stick in the mud. Where's the fun in life? Seeing Qin Tian getting visibly irritated, Yi Chen quickly excused himself, leaving Zhao Peng to his own devices. Yi Chen was driving towards Tangchenipin when a large truck came speeding towards his SUV. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he tried to swerve to the right to avoid the truck, but even with all his might, he couldn't change his fate of being hit. Soon after, the sounds of ambulances and police cars filled the street. Yi Chen gradually woke up and anxiously looked at Li Xiana and Yi Lin in the back seat, relieved to find them unharmed. Checking himself, he realized he only felt a slight warmth in his chest, otherwise unscathed. Yi Chen opened his suit and found that one of the basic defense talismans in his pocket had turned to ashes. He understood that the talisman had saved his life, or the consequences would have been dire. The police, seeing Yi Chen awake, immediately called for medical personnel to check on them. The doctors found no injuries on the 3 individuals, which surprised them, considering the severe damage to the vehicles. In the end, they could only attribute it to a miracle. After the 2 girls woke up, the 3 of them were taken to the police station for questioning. During the process, the police also retrieved the surveillance footage from the scene. Yi Chen and the others were found not responsible at all. The driver of the large truck, who was drunk and ran a red light, was deemed fully liable. Since the driver died on the spot, the case could only be closed this way. Yi Chen called Qin Tian. Big brother Qin, I need your help with something. Yi, no need to be polite. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do my best to help. Yi Chen briefly explained the situation and voiced his suspicions. Half an hour later, Qin Tian arrived at the police station, picked up the 3 of them, and took them back to the Mingzhu Hotel. He arranged for them to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. After Yi Chen sent the 2 girls back to their room, he went to the meeting room where Qin Tian had taken him before. After Qin Tian asked Yi Chen to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, he slowly said, Yi, the driver involved in the accident received a transfer of 5 million huaxia coins 2 hours ago from an anonymous overseas account. If everything goes as expected, it should be the Fong family making a move against you. Yi Chen's face turned cold. He took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Qin Tian. Qin, please help me deliver this envelope to Yi Wuheng, the person in charge of Tianchang Universe Investments. I'm counting on you. Yi, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right away and ensure it reaches him early tomorrow morning. After bidding farewell to Yi Chen, Qin Tian looked at the envelope in his hand, suppressing his curiosity, and called one of his men to deliver it immediately. Back in the room, Yi Chen comforted the two girls without revealing the full truth to them, shielding them from the darker aspects. He took out 2 sachets, each containing a basic defensive talisman. Xiana, Linlin, carry these 2 sachets with you at all times, remember that. The two girls nodded earnestly as they accepted the sachets. Alright, don't overthink it. Get some rest. Yi Chen returned to his room, recalling the car accident. He felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he was still not capable of protecting himself and his family. If it weren't for the basic defensive talismans, he, his sister, and Li Xiana might have lost their lives on the spot. He needed to deal with the Fong family as soon as possible. He picked up his phone and called Shin Haoyue. Haoyue, it's Yi Chen. We're launching a full-scale attack on the Fong family starting now, no matter the cost. I'll transfer some funds to you shortly to help crush the Fong family. Shin Haoyue was taken aback. Although she had plans in place, the resolute tone in Yi Chen's voice indicated that something serious had happened. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Yi Chen paused for a moment before saying, I was in an accident just now, and the Fong family is involved. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I'll take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Yi Chen transferred 800 billion huaxia coins to Shin Haoyue. In his room, Yi Chen took out the marrow cleansing pill he had received as a reward that day. Looking at the 3 crystal-clear pills in the jade bottle, he pondered whether to take them. Cultivation might be a path to greatness, or it could lead to ruin. After much contemplation, Yi Chen removed his clothes and resolutely swallowed 1 pill. Soon, a sharp pain struck him. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. It felt as if his body was being gnawed at by millions of ants. The pain was so intense that he almost passed out. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. He wanted to scream, but no sound came out of his throat. As time passed, the excruciating pain gradually subsided, leaving a layer of black crystalline substance on his body. A warm flow surged within him, and he felt his strength increasing continuously. His meridians became tougher and more powerful. Suddenly, he sat up, and the black crystalline layer shattered instantly, revealing a smooth and delicate body in the room. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement, feeling the changes in his body. Not only had his physical strength increased, but all his senses had also been greatly enhanced. Yi Chen poured the black crystalline impurities formed in his body into the toilet in one go and flushed them away. He had to clean up, the smell was too refreshing. Now his body was spotless, but he still took a shower. Perhaps it was just psychological. After rinsing off, Yi Chen lay on the bed in his room and called out to the system. System, learn the chaotic scripture, Yi Chen said, feeling a sharp pain in his head as a large amount of information flooded his mind. This cultivation method was based on chaos, allowing practitioners to master the power of chaos through cultivating the chaotic scripture, reaching a high realm. Through the information, he also learned about the several major realms of cultivators: chi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, unity, tribulation crossing, and great vehicle. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he circulated the technique through a large cycle, feeling only a slight increase in spiritual power within him. Helplessly, he had to give up further cultivation. In this declining era, spiritual energy was too thin. If it weren't for the effect of the marrow cleansing pill, he wouldn't have reached his current peak of chi cultivation. He suppressed the urge to continue taking the marrow cleansing pill. Yi Chen began to ponder. He wondered at which stage of martial cultivation he was currently at. It seemed like a good opportunity to exchange ideas with Big Brother Wen. Early the next morning, Yi Chen was awakened from his dream by his phone ringing. Seeing that it was a call from Yi Wuhan, he immediately answered. Yi, someone delivered an envelope this morning, saying it was arranged by you, Yi Wuhan said. Upon hearing that the envelope had arrived, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It contained basic defensive talismans he had prepared to protect his parents from the Fong family's harm. It seemed that Qin Big Brother was indeed efficient, and Yi Chen remembered this favor. Wuhan, there are 2 defensive talismans in the envelope. Please deliver them to my parents as soon as possible and remind them to carry them at all times, Yi Chen instructed. Yi Wuhan was greatly shocked. Defensive talismans. Those were the means of cultivators. Since ancient times, due to the thin spiritual energy, cultivators had gradually disappeared from this world, and martial arts had become prevalent. It seemed that there were still many secrets in this world. Yi, don't worry, I'll take care of it immediately. Brother Wuhan, are your martial friends? I want to hire a few bodyguards at a high price. Money is not a problem, Yi Chen tentatively asked. He knew the chances were slim, but he still wanted to try. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Wuhan slowly replied, Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you, but martial artists don't value money that much. They find it very easy to obtain wealth. What they value is the improvement of their strength, such as elixirs, weapons, and rare treasures. Brother Yi, do you know the corresponding martial realms for cultivators? Yi Chen asked expectantly. He wanted to know which martial realm his current peak chi cultivation strength corresponded to. The specific comparison of strengths may not be very accurate. I only know that the foundation building stage of cultivators roughly corresponds to the innate realm, which is the Grandmaster realm, Yi Wuhan explained. Understanding that his peak chi cultivation strength should be equivalent to the peak of inner energy, Yi Chen got a satisfactory answer and ended the call. Today, he still had to go to school to pick up his graduation certificate. Although it didn't mean much to him now, it was the result of 4 years of hard work and held significant meaning. After freshening up and changing clothes, Yi Chen noticed that Li Xiana was still a bit off, probably still scared from yesterday's accident, while Yilin was completely unaffected. After the three of them were ready, they prepared to head to the Magic City University. Due to yesterday's accident, Yi Chen's car couldn't be driven anymore, so they had to take a taxi. Arriving at the entrance of Magic City University, facing the familiar campus, Yi Chen felt an indescribable reluctance. For years had passed in a flash, and the roads traveled, sightseeing, and experiences had all become vivid images floating in his mind. As the farewell approached, a sense of bitterness welled up in Li Xiana's heart. Sensing his emotions, she tightly held Yi Chen's hand and softly said, Brother Phone, no need to be sentimental. Graduation is not just an end but also a new beginning. Adjusting his mindset, Yi Chen took Li Xiana's hand and strode towards the campus, leaving Yilin behind in the wind. The phone rang. It was a call from the dormitory head, Yang Dong. Fourth, where are you? We're all here, just waiting for you. Head, I'm at the school. Where are you guys? I'll come find you. We're in the school auditorium, hurry over. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen hurried Li Xiana and Yilin towards the auditorium. Being late for the graduation ceremony wouldn't be good. As soon as they entered the auditorium, Yi Chen saw Wang Chao waving at him. He walked over immediately and found 3 people looking at him strangely. It dawned on him that he was still holding Li Xiana's hand. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Li Xiana, and the pouting girl is my sister, Yilin. Ha, fourth, good choice. Your girlfriend is beautiful, and your sister is cute. Nice to meet you, I'm Yang Dong. Fourth, didn't expect this. You've kept your girlfriend a secret from us. Both ladies are lovely. I'm Changwon. Exactly, fourth, it's one thing to keep your beautiful girlfriend a secret, but hiding such a beautiful sister is not cool. Hello, I'm Wang Chao. After getting acquainted, they found seats and the 4 brothers put on their graduation gowns. The school leaders and teachers were already seated on the stage. As the host announced the start of the graduation ceremony, the hall erupted in applause. The principal gave a speech, reviewing the school's development over the past few years, praising the graduates' efforts and achievements, and expressing high hopes for their future. Next, the student representative spoke, sharing his learning experiences and insights, expressing gratitude to the alma mater and confidence in the future. Following that was the presentation of degree certificates. The graduates went on stage one by one to receive their certificates. At that moment, their faces lit up with radiant smiles and their eyes sparkled with determination. Brothers, we've graduated. No one is allowed to leave tonight. I've got plans. We party until we drop. Yang Dong exclaimed excitedly. No problem. Head, where are we going? We can't go low-key tonight. Ha ha, yeah, Head, you better prepare some good booze. Seeing his brothers so happy, Yi Chen decided to invite them to his place. Head, second, third, come to my place tonight. I've got everything arranged. Give your little brother a chance. Yang Dong was about to refuse when Wang Chao interrupted. Head, let's treat fourth to a feast tonight. He didn't even tell us he had a girlfriend. We need to teach him a lesson, or he won't come to us when he's in trouble in the future. Right, Head, I think third is right. Let's get him tonight. Fourth, be prepared to spend big. Ha ha, Seeing his brothers all in agreement, young Dong didn't insist. After all, after 4 years of friendship, there was no need for formalities. Brothers, I'll send the address to the group later. See you at 6 p.m. tonight, no excuses. After making plans, they all left separately. Yi Chen first informed by Jia, telling her to prepare a dinner for the evening as he was hosting friends. He gave her the names of the 3 guests and asked her to inform the security to let them in, to avoid any misunderstandings. Then Yi Chen shared the location in the group chat and told them to mention their names to the security. Bro, where are we going? I've been with you all morning. How are you going to compensate your lovely sister? Yilin asked as she approached him after he finished the call. Looking at this lively little sister, Yi Chen decided to tease her. Well, since you've worked so hard today, let me treat you to the cafeteria. Watching Yilin, who looked like Sichuan opera changing faces, Li Shana, who was drinking water, suddenly sprayed it out. Cough, cough, cough. Fenggu, stop teasing the little sister. Look at her expression, so cute. Yi Chen also smiled and said, let's go to the cafeteria first, have something to eat, and then we'll go buy a car. I've prepared a gift for Lin Lin before, just haven't given it to her yet. After returning from Jincheng, Yi Chen contacted Lu Wei, the salesperson he had a good relationship with, and bought the house above the same layout as the Tangcheniping before, under Lin's name. He had the property certificate sent to the Yunshan villa by Sun Ming, and tonight was the perfect time to give it to her. After a simple meal, the 3 of them took a taxi and set off. The 3 arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, where colorful balloons and banners fluttered outside, and the inside was crowded with people. It seemed like there was an event happening today. Seeing the salespeople busy introducing the performance and discounts of the vehicles to customers, Yi Chen remembered the salesperson Lin Yi who had served him last time and went to the front desk to ask the receptionist, is Lin Yi working today? The receptionist gave him a strange look and said, Lin Yi has been fired. Perplexed, Yi Chen asked, fired? Wasn't her performance good? How could she be fired? The receptionist whispered, it seems that a customer was complaining about her every day, and this customer has a strong background, so the boss had to fire her. Now she has gone to the Feiqi luxury car exchange across the street, where the same customer keeps causing trouble for her. Understanding the situation, Yi Chen decided to go see what was going on over there. As the 3 entered the Feiqi luxury car exchange, they saw a man insulting Lin Yi, and the people around seemed hesitant to intervene due to the man's power. Yi Chen immediately walked over, and upon seeing the man's face, he was filled with anger. It turned out that the man was Wang Yong. Yi Chen went up and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. He controlled his strength, or with his peak chi refining strength, he could have kicked him to death. Wang Yong, you're really embarrassing as a man. If you have the guts, come after me. Bullying a girl doesn't make you tough. Wang Yong, lying on the ground and howling in pain, was filled with jealousy upon seeing Yi Chen. He had been looking for Yi Chen to avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store last time, but had not found him, so he came to bother the salesperson who had spoken up for Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you little brat dared to kick me. Do you think I, Wang Yang, am easy to bully? I spared you last time, but today, I'll make you kneel down and bark like a dog for real. Yi Chen said coldly. Wang Yang looked disdainfully at Yi Chen. He had investigated Yi Chen before and found that he was just an ordinary college student with average family background. Although he didn't know how Yi Chen could afford a Mercedes-Benz, he didn't think Yi Chen could compare to him. Wang Yang. Yi Chen, stop pretending. Watch how I deal with you today. Brothers, get him. Wang Yong's 3 lackeys rushed towards Yi Chen, fists swinging. Yi Chen smiled disdainfully and kicked 3 times in a row, sending all 3 men sprawling on the ground. Wang Yang stared in disbelief at the 3 men. How could Yi Chen be so skilled in fighting? When did he learn martial arts? At this moment, he regretted not reporting the crucial information about Yi Chen. As Yi Chen approached, Wang Yang, fearing for his safety, immediately knelt down and started barking like a dog. This scene left Yi Chen stunned. This wasn't how the situation was supposed to play out. Shouldn't Wang Yang refuse to back down even if beaten to death? Master Yi Chen, I'm done barking like a dog. Can I go now? Wang Yang asked tremblingly. Well, you're quite adaptable. Get lost. Wang Yang ran out without even looking at the 3 brothers lying on the ground. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I would have had to change jobs again today, Lin Yi said gratefully. She had been bullied by Wang Yang for several days and was considering leaving the city to return to her hometown. Don't mention it. Ultimately, it's because of me that this happened, so I should be the one apologizing. Now, start your regular work and show me the cars. Yi Chen felt sorry for her and decided to buy several more cars to compensate. Okay, Mr. Yi, would you like to see sports cars or sedans? Let's see both together. I want to buy several more cars. Lin Yi led Yi Chen and the others to the luxury car area. As they entered the car exhibition area, rows of exquisite cars caught their eyes. They stood there quietly, yet exuded an irresistible charm. The sleek and elegant body lines seemed to be meticulously crafted by artists. The shining emblems displayed the brand's nobility and glory. On a separate stand not far away, a car with sleek lines like a carefully crafted piece of art caught Yi Chen's eye. He walked over quickly, touched the pure black body of the car, his eyes revealing admiration. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately introduced, Mr. Yi, this is the Bugatti Chiron from the Bugatti Dark Knight series under the Volkswagen Group. Each car in the Dark Knight series is unique. It is equipped with an 8.0 LW 16-cylinder turbocharged engine, capable of producing 1500 horsepower and accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.4 seconds. In terms of design, the handmade carbon fiber body, seamlessly integrated windshield, and 3D printed wheels all showcase its uniqueness, hence its price of up to 150 million Huaxia coins. Yi Chen interrupted Lin Yi's continued introduction with a wave of his hand, saying, I'll take this car. Let's go see the others. Seeing Yi Chen's relaxed demeanor, Lin Yi felt as if he was spending 1.5 billion as casually as spending 15. Was this the world of the wealthy? Buying things without looking at the price, only focusing on whether they liked it. Brother, come over here quickly. Look at this beautiful car. Why don't you give it to Sister Xiana? She has a driver's license, and when she comes back, she can teach me too. Yi Lin's voice came from nearby. As they approached, Lin Yi introduced, this car is the Maserati Quattroporte, it is equipped with. Before Lin Yi could finish her introduction, Yi Chen said, no need to introduce, I'll take this one too. Xiana, don't refuse, or I'll be sad. Yes, Sister Xiana, it's so beautiful, you can't refuse. When you come back, you have to teach me how to drive too. Yi Lin also persuaded from the side. The siblings persuaded her until she had no choice but to agree. Lin Yi introduced several more cars to the three of them. In the end, Yi Chen bought a Bugatti Chiron, a Maserati Quattroporte, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Cayenne, and a Mercedes-Benz S350. Mr. Yi, you are really extravagant. I feel like you're shopping at a vegetable market, buying whatever catches your eye, unlike other customers who need to consider for a long time. Lin Yi sighed. It was her first time encountering someone buying cars like this. Ha, you'll get used to it. Remember to let me know if you have any top luxury cars in the future, Yi Chen said with a smile. Although he would use these cars in his daily life, he bought them mostly as a way to compensate Lin Yi for being insulted by Wang Yang. After paying by card and receiving the system cashback, Yi Chen and the others drove away in the Bugatti Chiron and Maserati Quattroporte, while the remaining cars would be directly sent to the Cloud Villa. Xiana, I'll send you the location. Follow the navigation, and I'll drive slowly ahead of you. Remember, safety first, nothing else matters. Yi Chen reminded Li Xiana that he was unsure of Xiana's driving skills and was afraid of any issues arising. Bro, I'm in the same car as Xiana, so make sure to drive slowly ahead. The two luxury cars slowly drove on the road, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Wow, a Bugatti! When did one of these appear in our city? This isn't just any Bugatti, it's a Bugatti Dark Knight Elf, the only one in the world. But why is he driving so slowly? Don't you need to step on the gas for these top-notch supercars to be fun? Bro, you don't get it. If a supercar doesn't go fast, it's either for rookies or for showing off. He's fishing. Can't you see the fish on the roadside are all sparkling? Bro, you see through it. I can't believe I didn't think of that. What see through? Back in the day, I did the same thing. Enough of that, I'll go move bricks first. Amid the envious gazes of many onlookers, the three finally arrived at the Cloud Villa. After parking the car, Yi Lin immediately jumped out of the car. Bro, this place is so beautiful. Are we eating here today? Is this a private kitchen? The environment looks famous. Xiana, have you heard of it? Lin, I haven't heard of it either. Since Feng brought us here, let's just follow the plan. Li Xiana also checked with an app and found no nearby restaurants. Just follow Xiana's lead, follow my arrangements. You will definitely not be disappointed today. And there are many entertainment facilities inside, including a swimming pool. You will love it. Yi Chen confidently said. He had spent a lot of money on this place, and it was fully equipped with various facilities. At the entrance, Bai Jia led many staff members to welcome the three of them. Yi Chen noticed there were more people than last time and realized that Bai Jia had specially arranged more staff for this banquet. Welcome back, Mr. Yi. The banquet is almost ready and can start any time, Bai Jia respectfully said. Bai Jia, our friends haven't arrived yet, we need to wait a bit longer, Yi Chen said, hearing the system prompt. indicating that Shin Haoyu's family had started to act. Congratulations, host, for spending 760 billion Huaxia coins, receiving a cashback of 7.6 trillion Huaxia coins, deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Congratulations, host, for accumulating cashback of 9 trillion Huaxia coins, receiving additional rewards of a system space, 20 bottles of boundary-breaking pills, 50 bottles of soul-gathering pills, 5 detoxification pills, 5 bone-cleansing pills, the complete version of the Chaos Sword technique, 10 intermediate defense talismans, 10 intermediate attack talismans, and 100 top-grade spirit stones. Items have been stored in the system space. Wow! This is a big deal. With these resources, not only can Yi Chen's strength improve significantly, but he can also train several experts. System, can this system space hold living beings? Also, explain how to use these top-grade spirit stones. At this stage, the system space cannot hold living beings. It requires a space core to upgrade the system space. Spirit stones are categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The exchange rate for each level is 1:100. During cultivation, they can be directly absorbed and converted into internal spiritual power. After ending the conversation with the system, Yi Chen entered the villa with the two women. Bro, this place is much more luxurious than the East Lake Villa in Jin City, and there's a swimming pool in the yard. It's so nice. Yi Lin happily chirped around Yi Chen. Feng, is this place like the private kitchens mentioned in novels? Li Xiana also asked curiously. Didn't you hear what Bai Jie said about welcoming us home? I bought this place before. Bai Jie is the housekeeper here. In the future, whenever you want to come and play here, both of you are welcome at any time. Yi Chen looked at Bai Jie and continued, Sister Bai, where did Sun Ming put the things he sent before? Bai Jie respectfully replied, Mr. Yi, they are in your study. I will go get them for you. No need, I'll go myself. By the way, a few cars will be delivered soon. Please receive them. Among them, there's a Cayenne and a Mercedes, which you can use for daily transportation. After speaking, Yi Chen took Li Xiana and Yi Lin to the study. Brother, did you really buy this place? It's so luxurious here. Oh, where's the gift you prepared for me? Show me. Yi Chen walked to the desk in the study, picked up a file bag, opened it, and handed it to Yi Lin after a quick glance. Brother, what's this? Yi Lin asked in confusion. You'll know once you open it yourself. Yi Lin opened the file bag and found a bright red property deed lying quietly inside. She couldn't wait to take it out, opened it, and burst into laughter. Brother, you're so kind. I love you so much. Now, I, Yi Lin, am also a wealthy woman worth over 100 million. Ha ha. Lin, where is the house located? You seem so happy. Li Xiana asked, seeing Yi Lin's excitement. It's a house in Tangshanipin, and it's right above brother's place. Xiana, consider moving in with me, will you? I'll be so lonely living alone. Are you willing to leave your cute little sister-in-law alone in an empty house? Yi Chen suddenly realized he was shooting himself in the foot. He had intended to send this third wheel away to have some private time with Yi Lin, but he never expected this third wheel to take away his precious cabbage. How could this be allowed? Little girl, are you trying to steal my girlfriend? Looks like I need to reconsider whether I should give you this house. No, brother, you've got it wrong. What I meant to say. I really can't come up with anything. Tell me how to handle this. Seeing Yi Lin like this, Li Xiana burst into laughter. I think I'll just stay at school. If I move out, it might not look good if my family finds out. Xiana, your family is also in the city. Whenever it's convenient for you, let me know. I'd like to visit my uncle and aunt. Yi Chen said seriously. Li Xiana was deeply moved at that moment. Yi Chen's words warmed her heart, indicating his seriousness about their relationship and his respect for her. Feng, let me discuss with my parents first, and then I'll give you an answer, okay? Sure, I'll follow your lead. I like you so much. At that moment, there was a knock on the study door, and Yi Chen went to open it, finding Bai Jie standing there. Mr. Yi, your friends have arrived. Upon hearing that Yang Dong and the others had arrived, Yi Chen immediately went downstairs to greet them, and he could already hear Wang Chao's voice. Brother 4, where did you find this place? I thought I had come to the wrong location. You must have spent a fortune here, right? You're going to lose a lot of money today. Brother 4, this place is not simple at all. It doesn't look like a private kitchen. What's going on here? Yi Chen looked at them and said, Big brother, you're quite discerning. Indeed, this is not a private kitchen. This is a property I bought not long ago. You all should treat it like your own home and enjoy yourselves. Changwen then spoke up, Brother 4, I just checked. The Cloud Villa area is the top luxury residential area in the city. Each villa here is priced at over 800 million Huaxia coins. Have you been taken care of? This almost choked Yi Chen. He might be good looking, but being taken care of like that? He had worked hard to earn every penny himself. I originally intended to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I got was distance. I won't pretend anymore. I am a billionaire. I'm laying my cards on the table. Get lost. You even memorize lines now. Even if you are a leader in China, today you have to serve your big brother. Haha, they all laughed together, their bond unaffected by differences in status. Yi Chen arranged for Bai Jie to take the three of them to the underground cellar after the banquet started. Brothers, pick whatever wine you want today. Drink as much as you want. The three men looked at the array of Chinese and foreign wines on the shelf, feeling dazzled for a moment. In the end, they chose Mao Tai. As Wang Chao put it, Northerners can't handle foreign liquor, it has to be our Chinese white liquor, strong. Drinking without getting drunk is not called drinking. The four men returned to the dining room with 2 bottles of 1976 Mao Tai and 2 cases of Erdinger beer. Wang Chao looked at Yi Chen and teased, "You rich man, so extravagant. It's my first time seeing an elevator in a villa. Watch me get you drunk today. I'm not bragging. If you guys manage to get me drunk today, I'll write my name backwards." Yi Chen boasted. As a peak chi refiner, it would be embarrassing to get drunk by ordinary people. The men took their seats one by one, their appetites whetted by the variety of dishes on the table. "Not bad, fourth brother, the dishes are really good. This lobster and abalone are right up my alley. Oh, and get me 2 more boxes of caviar. But something seems missing, haven't you noticed?" After looking at the various rare delicacies on the table, Yi Chen slapped his forehead and quickly asked Bai Jie to arrange for sliced cucumbers and fried nuts. "How can we drink without these 2 dishes? Brothers, today we are graduating, and we won't have many chances to meet in the future. Let's have a drink. To our brotherhood," Yi Chen proposed. The 4 men raised their glasses and drank in one go, smiling at each other. They refilled their glasses, and when Yang Dong was about to raise his glass again, Wang Chao quickly stopped him, saying, "Big brother, slow down. If we keep drinking like this, we'll all pass out soon. Let's eat some dishes first. It would be a waste not to touch any of these delicious foods on the table." Seeing Wang Chao's words, Yang Dong put down his glass and jokingly scolded, "I think you're just greedy. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm getting married in the second half of the year. Remember to come." Changwon asked in confusion, "Big brother, you're getting married so soon? I haven't heard that you have a girlfriend." Yang Dong looked back with a nostalgic look and slowly said, "It was arranged by my family. I've known her since we were kids. She's a year older than me. When we were young, I used to follow her around and play. Sometimes she would even beat me up. I don't know if I like her, I just feel comfortable being with her. She will be returning to the country soon, and our families decided to arrange our marriage. Actually, thinking about marrying her is not bad. Big brother, I wish you a happy marriage in the future. Cheers." After another round of drinks, except for Yi Chen, the other 3 men started to show a flush on their faces, and the conversation gradually shifted to life after graduation. Yang Dong, slightly intoxicated, patted Changwen's shoulder and said, "Second brother, how's your civil service exam going? If you don't have much hope, come with me to the northeast. Bring your parents along. You may not become rich, but you won't be poor either." Changwen was touched in his heart, but leaving his hometown was difficult, and his parents were unlikely to go with him. "Big brother, I want to go back home and take the civil service exam. After all, our parents in Shandong province have a strong belief in civil service exams. Rest assured, if I have difficulties in the future, I will come to you guys for help. None of you can run away." At this moment, Wang Chao, who was enjoying Emperor Crab Legs, looked at Yang Dong with a resentful look and said, "Big brother, why don't you ask me? Maybe if you ask me, I'll go with you." "Get lost. You've already decided to stay in the Magic City. What's the point of asking you? Besides, Lao Si is also in the Magic City. If you don't seize this opportunity, are you stupid?" Yang Dong teased. Yi Chen raised his glass and downed the drink in one go. "Lao Da, you've touched me a bit. Let me say a few words. If I don't speak well, brothers, forgive me. We've been together for 4 years, supporting each other, not parting ways halfway. I feel like these brothers are a gift from heaven to me, and also an opportunity for us to choose our own brothers. I'll leave it at that today. No matter who you are, if you have any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to tell me, or I'll turn against the heavens. I'll beat you, big ears." Yi Chen held these brothers in high regard. Brotherhood is a kind of unspoken understanding, a strength to walk side by side in the wind and rain, a warmth to support each other in times of trouble. They may have different personalities and backgrounds, but they can find resonance in each other. They have laughed, cried, and struggled together, experiencing the ups and downs of life. When one needs help, they will not hesitate to lend a hand, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead. Their friendship transcends blood ties, regions, and interests, becoming an inseparable emotional bond. Even as time passes, their friendship remains as strong as ever, with that trust and understanding unwavering. Lao-san, why don't you come help me? I've opened an investment company in the Magic City. Think about it. Yi-Chen said seriously. Talented graduates from the Magic City University are in high demand, and he is asking his own brother. If Wang Chao is placed under Shin Haoyue's guidance for 2 years, he will definitely be able to stand on his own in the future. Lao Si, I'll rely on you in the future. Please arrange a beautiful lady for me, as I don't have a girlfriend yet. Wang Chao's internship was not going well, often being bullied by his superiors. Today, when Yi-Chen mentioned helping him, he agreed to go along. There is indeed a lady, and she's a beautiful one. It's up to you to win her over. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet her, and you report directly to her as your leader. Don't worry, you don't know the charm of your brother Chao. Watch how I conquer my beautiful female boss. Let's have a drink. Wishing for me to get out of singlehood soon. As they continued to drink, except for Yi-Chen, the three of them started feeling a bit tipsy but didn't want to leave the table, perhaps afraid that if they parted ways, they wouldn't know when they would meet again. Farewells have always carried a sense of coldness, not knowing when they would reunite. Watching the three men who had passed out on the table, Yi-Chen declined by Jie's help and helped each of them back to their rooms one by one. In a quaint manner in the Magic City, an elderly man with a stern face was loudly reprimanding a middle-aged man below. The elderly man was Fang Hongye, the head of the Fang family, and the middle-aged man was Fang Zhongyi's father, Fang Zhongyi. Do you know that the Fang family's assets have decreased by nearly 1/3 in a single day, with 136 out of 200 downstream suppliers stopping their supply to us? Tell me, why is this happening? Fang Zhongyi was sweating profusely, extremely fearful of this father, especially since this incident was caused by his younger son. Father, we seem to be under attack from the Shin family. Fang Hongye scolded angrily, seem to be? Is this how you handle things? The Fang family has suffered such a huge loss, and you can't even confirm who did it. What use are you to me? How do I have such a useless son like you? With that, he picked up a teacup from the table and threw it at Fang Zhongyi. Fang Zhongyi didn't dare to dodge, letting the teacup hit him, the scalding hot tea splashing on his face, but he didn't dare make a sound. At that moment, a capable and astute woman entered the room, her eyes sharp as an eagle, dressed smartly with an air of authority, striding confidently towards Fang Hongye. This woman was none other than Fang Mingyue, Fang Zhongyi's sister. Father, the situation has been thoroughly investigated. Shin Haoyue from the Shin family launched this attack. She has completely acquired the 136 downstream suppliers of Shin family, and she is currently negotiating with other suppliers. The number will increase soon, and she has also acquired over 15% of our family's shares in the financial market. Fang Hongye's face grew darker, and he stood up abruptly, glaring fiercely at Fang Mingyue. This is impossible. How can the Shin family, a mere second-rate family, have such financial power? Tell me, what is going on? Fang Mingyue looked sympathetically at Fang Zhongyi. She dared not hide anything from the old man in his furious state. Father, at the charity banquet held by the Qin family yesterday, Jiping had a fierce conflict with a young man named Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen is close to the Shin family, and it is almost certain that this young man instructed Shin Haoyue to target our family. Furthermore, I found out that Yi-Chen had a car accident that night, most likely arranged by Jiping. Through some connections, I also discovered that Shin Haoyue's account received a massive amount of funds, estimated to be 1 trillion huaxia coins. Fang Laoyi seemed to have been drained of all his strength, sitting slumped in his chair. 1 trillion huaxia coins, 5 times the total assets of the Fang family, could easily destroy the entire Fang family. His voice trembling, he asked Fang Mingyue, is there any way to save the Fang family? Fang Mingyue shook her head. Faced with such a situation, she really had no solution, only the desperate measure of cutting off one's own arm to survive. Father, I suggest selling off all assets, divesting all shares, and immigrating the whole family abroad. If we delay, our family will have nothing left. Fang Zhongyi, standing beside them, immediately opposed, I disagree. How can the Fang family, as one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, retreat without a fight? Fang Laoyi rebuked, shut up. The Fang family has fallen to this point because of your incompetent son. Then, he asked Fang Mingyue cautiously, Mingyue, if I personally accompany Jiping to apologize to Yi-Chen, will there be a turning point? Fang Mingyue did not answer immediately. After a moment of serious contemplation, she said, Father, I think it's not impossible, but you must be prepared to give up Jiping, and it will come at an unimaginable cost. Alright, Mingyue, contact them. Tell them I will personally come to apologize tomorrow. After saying this, Fong Laoyu waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. At that moment, he felt himself aging significantly. He never imagined that as someone nearing the end of his life, he would have to apologize to a young man to save his family. Outside, Fong Zhongyi looked displeased at his sister. He couldn't understand why, with so many allied families and the option to seek official help, they had to bow down and apologize. Fong Mingyue saw his discontent and said, "Brother, as I said earlier, Yi Chen had a car accident last night. From the photos, I saw that the car was severely damaged, but the person inside was unharmed. Don't you understand?" Fong Zhongyi, now understanding his sister's words, trembled as he said, "Is he a martial artist?" Fong Mingyue nodded and said, "I suspect he is a martial artist from a hidden family, and his level should be at the Grandmaster realm. Brother, we should be grateful that the other party only used conventional means against the Fong family, rather than direct action. If father cannot obtain forgiveness tomorrow, the Fong family is doomed." Fong Zhongyi stood still for a long time. By the time he snapped out of it, Fong Mingyue had already left. He hurriedly contacted his eldest son, Fong Jiwei, instructing him to keep an eye on Fong Jiping and not allow him to go anywhere. At the Yunshan villa, after seeing the three guests off to rest, Yi Chen returned to his room. From the system space, he took out a bottle of boundary-breaking pill. Tonight, he planned to break through to the foundation building stage. Yi Chen opened a bottle of boundary-breaking pill. The 5 crystal-clear pills emitted a strong spiritual power. He quickly took one and swallowed it. As time passed, he gradually felt a powerful force gathering in his body. His meridians began to warm slightly, as if being penetrated by a hot stream of air. His breathing became rapid, his heart rate increased, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a violent vibration in his body, as if something was about to burst. A powerful force erupted from his dantian, breaking the constraints and instantly elevating his cultivation. Yi Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surging spiritual power in his body. Excitement filled his heart. He knew he had reached the foundation building stage, marking an important step from an ordinary person to a true cultivator. His physical qualities, mental strength, and perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were greatly enhanced. His spiritual sense could now extend to a range of 100 meters, perceiving everything around him as if through a high-definition camera, seeing clearly within a radius of 100 meters. Yi Chen's spiritual sense swept towards Li Xiana's room. Her exquisite curves made his heart race. How did I not notice this before? Suppressing the urge to nosebleed, he continued observing. When he saw the black birthmark on Li Xiana's left calf, a strange sense of familiarity surged within him. Yi Chen tried hard to remember, but couldn't recall anything. Yet, that familiar feeling couldn't deceive him, as if crossing a long-standing agreement. Dizziness washed over him, interrupting his spiritual sense. After a moment of rest, the dizziness gradually faded. It seemed his strength couldn't support prolonged use of his spiritual sense. Feeling slightly better, Yi Chen slowly said, "System, activate the Chaos Sword technique." This time, due to his increased strength, Yi Chen felt only a slight sting as the memory inheritance completed. The Chaos Sword technique originated from ancient times, a mysterious sword technique of immense power. When mastered, it could control the power of chaos, giving life with a sword and destroying with a sword. Although the Chaos Sword technique was extremely powerful, its cultivation requirements were strict, requiring vast resources. Fortunately, the most stringent condition, a trace of chaotic energy, perfectly matched his cultivation method. It seemed the system was quite considerate. Yi Chen then carefully examined a bottle of spirit-gathering pill extracted from the system space. The bottle contained 30 pills that provided a large amount of spiritual power for cultivators, essential for daily practice and replenishing spiritual energy during battles, a necessary pill for early-stage cultivation. Yi Chen took 3 pills, feeling the abundant spiritual energy, and quickly circulated his cultivation method to absorb it. As he absorbed the spiritual power rapidly, the trace of chaotic energy in his dantian gradually strengthened, from the size of a hair to the thickness of a pinky finger. Only when he broke through to the mid-foundation building stage did the 3 spirit-gathering pills fully absorb. Feeling the increase in his strength, Yi Chen was extremely excited. Now, his strength was comparable to a peak martial master. He wondered about Brother Wohan's strength and planned to help him improve when they next met. Congratulations, host. You have spent 35 billion Huaxia coins, and 3.5 trillion Huaxia coins have been deposited into the Supreme Black Card ending in 8888. Congratulations, host. The accumulated cashback has reached 10 trillion Huaxia coins. The system trademark has been activated. Cashback will no longer be in cash but in points. For every 100 million Huaxia coins spent, you will receive 1 point. The system is now upgrading and is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Excited by the system notifications, Yichen finally unlocked the system mall. It seemed that Shin Haoyue's plan against the Fong family went smoothly. Tomorrow, he could learn more about the situation. Since the system upgrade would take some time, Yichen used his spiritual sense to check on Li Xiana before going to sleep. The next morning, Yichen woke up early and eagerly opened the system mall. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Yichen browsed through the items in the mall. The first thing he saw was the currency exchange. 100 billion huaxia coins were worth 1 point, the same ratio as before. There were various elixirs, martial arts techniques, and weapons available, with prices ranging from 10 points to 10 billion points, requiring the purchase of the entire Blue Star to exchange for them. As he browsed through these items, Yichen felt like buying everything, but unfortunately, he had no points. Then he noticed the space core required for system space upgrade, but the price made his eyes widen. 1 million points. Yichen sighed, realizing he needed to speed up his spending to afford all these good things, otherwise, it would be frustrating not being able to buy them. At that moment, Yichen found an item he desperately needed, Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard possessed the strength of a junior grandmaster, able to seamlessly blend into the shadows in any environment, be it a bustling city or a quiet forest, appearing like an invisible ghost. His figure flickered in the interplay of light and darkness, making it hard for even the sharpest eyes to catch his trace. This was exactly what he needed the most at the moment. Priced at 200 points, he decided to work hard to earn points and equip his parents, Yilin and Li Xiana each with a shadow guard, as family safety came first. Yichen scanned the villa with his divine sense. Li Xiana was already up, getting ready, while Yilin was still sound asleep in bed, and Yang Dong and the others showed no signs of waking up, seemingly sleeping until noon at least. Seeing Li Xiana coming out of her room, Yichen retracted his divine sense and walked over. "Feng Ge, you're up so early? After drinking so much last night, I thought you'd sleep until noon," she said, looking at his beautiful face. Yichen couldn't control himself anymore and pulled Li Xiana towards him, kissing her. After a while, he looked at her blushing face and said, "Xiana, you're so beautiful. I feel like I'm falling more and more in love with you. Feng Ge, I really like you too. I'm happy when I'm with you. By the way, exams are coming up, so I won't be able to be with you these days. Don't you dare forget about me, or I'll make you cry," Li Xiana said playfully. Yichen hugged her affectionately and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll think of you every day. Don't forget what I asked you to do." Li Xiana looked at him puzzled and asked, "What did you ask me to do? I don't remember." "You silly girl, you forgot that I mentioned visiting uncle and aunt yesterday. How could you forget such an important thing?" Li Xiana stuck out her tongue, realizing she had indeed forgotten. It was the weekend, so she had to go home. "Feng Ge, I'll go home today and talk to my parents. I'll leave now," she said, leaving happily like a lively little rabbit. Driving the Maserati President that Yichen had given her, Li Xiana headed towards the outskirts of the city, calling her mother on the way. "Mom, your lovely daughter is coming home today. Are you happy? My good daughter, you remembered you have a home. What do you want to eat? I'll ask your dad to buy groceries for you." "Mom, there's no need for anything special. I have something to tell you when I get back today, hee hee. Okay, be safe on the road. We'll talk more when you get home." Meanwhile, Yichen was having breakfast when Yilin came downstairs and asked with a mouthful of food, "Brother, where did Sister Xiana go? I went to her room just now, but she wasn't there." "Xiana went home today. She left not long ago. Do you need anything?" "No big deal, it's not the weekend today. I wanted Xiana to accompany me to buy some clothes, but since she's gone home, I'll have to go by myself," said Yilin, expertly rubbing her fingers towards Yichen. Yichen's mouth twitched slightly. This girl was almost like his own daughter. He sighed. After all, she was his own younger sister. He had no choice but to transfer 20 million huaxia coins to her via his phone. Yilin, who received the money, happily bounced away, making his eyelids twitch. He knew he would have to send this girl back to Jing City to trouble his parents when Xiana had time off. After quickly finishing breakfast, Yichen called Shin Haoyue. "Haoyue, how is it going? Do you have enough funds? If not, I can transfer some more to you," he asked. Shin Haoyue on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes. Yichen was either too confident in the Fong family or looked down on her abilities. With such a huge amount of funds, if she couldn't handle the Fong family, she might as well find a tofu to crash into. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, everything is going smoothly, and the funds are more than sufficient. With such a large sum of money, not to mention dealing with the Fong family, I am confident even in acquiring a penguin," Shin Haoyue replied. Yichen's eyes lit up. Yes, why hadn't he thought of that? Shin Haoyue was indeed sharp. He would need so many points to acquire a penguin. "Haoyue, it seems I underestimated things." "You're right. Let's finish with the Fong family and then prepare to acquire a penguin. Don't worry about the funds, just let me know if you need more, Yechen said. Shin Haoyue felt like pulling her own heart out at that moment. She had just casually mentioned it, and Yechen took it seriously. Penguins were not that easy to acquire. Before she could say anything, Yechen continued, Haoyue, do you have time this afternoon? I want to hand my friend over to you for some training. Don't worry, everything in the company is still under your control. You don't have to consider him being my friend, just train him rigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Haoyue said, Mr. Yi, I have acquired a building to serve as the headquarters of Universal Investments. Let's meet there for lunch. I'll send you the address shortly. After hanging up the phone, Yechen received a location in the Qingji building on Financial Street in the new district of the Magic City. He checked the distance on his phone's navigation and found it manageable. He could reach there in half an hour. As noon approached, Yang Dong and the others finally woke up. Seeing Yechen leisurely watching short videos on the sofa, they were incredulous. Lao Si, I remember you drank a lot yesterday. How come you seem perfectly fine? Yang Dong asked in confusion. Yeah, Lao Si was the first one to pass out. He's really improved this time, managing to knock the three of us out. Ah, I've embarrassed myself in front of Lu Shang, Changwen chimed in. Why are you guys talking to my boss like that? It's normal for Lao Si to outdrink the three of us. Hey, Lao Si, when are we going to meet my beautiful female boss? Wang Chao's words sparked a round of punches from Yang Dong and Changwen. Lao San, you're a guy who forgets loyalty for beauty. How's our massage technique? Is it comfortable? Lao Si, you have to train this kid well. With his character, he'll fall for a beauty trap sooner or later. Watching the three of them play around, Yechen smiled and said, Don't worry, Lao San, your good days are over. Your boss is a strong woman. Where are you guys going later? I'll give you a ride. Knowing he had to take Wang Chao to meet Shin Haoyue later, they declined. Seeing that it was almost noon, Yechen called out to Wang Chao, preparing to head to the Qingji building. In the garage, Wang Chao stared in awe at the black supercar. Lao Si, is this the legendary Bugatti? Damn, you're really extravagant. What model is this? Never mind, I'll look it up myself, Wang Chao said, taking out his phone to use the car identification feature and finally finding the answer after some searching. After the two of them got on the car, Wang Chao spoke slowly, Lao Si, I thought the people I knew who played in the mines were already the ceiling among them, but I never expected you to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. You, a villa-dwelling tycoon driving a supercar, actually snatched my instant noodles in school. You didn't even leave me a piece of the ham sausage that I couldn't bear to eat. Yi Chen looked at him with a comforting look and said, Chao, my bad. I'll buy you a box of instant noodles and a box of ham sausages later for you to enjoy. If it's not enough, I'll buy you more. Amidst the laughter, the two of them soon arrived at Qingji building. When Yi Chen parked the car and was about to get off, he saw Wang Chao staring straight at the entrance of the building and saying, Lao Si, look, there's a beauty over there. That figure, that face, at least a 95 out of 100. Especially those long legs, they make me drool. If I could marry her, I'd be willing to do laundry every day. Following Wang Chao's gaze, he discovered that the person standing there was Shin Haoyue. Yi Chen looked at him strangely, planning to tease him. Chao, I think with your charm, as long as you make a move, you'll definitely succeed. Go ahead, charge forward for love, brother, I support you. Encouraged by Yi Chen's words, Wang Chao perked up, tidied his hair, got out of the car, and walked towards Shin Haoyue. Meanwhile, Yi Chen secretly observed from the car, chuckling to himself. If Wang Chao knew that the beauty in front of him would be his future boss, his expression would be priceless. Yi Chen used his spiritual sense to observe the two of them. When he saw Shin Haoyue's expression turning worse and the urge to act, he hurried over. He suddenly remembered that Shin Haoren had mentioned that Shin Haoyue had once castrated Fang Jiping. Hastily arriving beside them, he said, Haoyue, this is my friend Wang Chao. He will be learning under you from now on. Wang Chao, this is Shin Haoyue, the CEO of Huanyu Investment. Make sure to learn well under Director Shin. Wang Chao's face alternated between pale and red as he gritted his teeth. Lao Si, you tricked me. Pretending not to hear, Yi Chen looked at Shin Haoyue, whose expression was not too good, and said gently, Haoyue, it's quite hot outside. How about we go in and chat? Qingji building had a total of 23 floors. Under Shin Haoyue's lead, the two of them arrived at the CEO's office on the top floor. Seeing Shin Haoyue still with a gloomy face, Yi Chen had to apologize. Haoyue, I'm sorry. I was just joking earlier to let you understand Wang Chao's character. He's a bit playful, so you'll have to strictly discipline him in the future. Shin Haoyue's expression gradually softened, and he invited the two to sit down. Mr. Yi, let's just leave today's matter at that. Please refrain from making such jokes in the future. I don't like it. Let's talk business. I have already acquired 142 downstream suppliers of the Fong family. Cooperation with the Fong family has been cut off, and I have acquired 17% of the Fong family's shares. Their assets have already shrunk by a third. If the plan goes smoothly, we can deal a devastating blow to the Fong family in about a week. But to completely destroy the Fong family, it will take at least a month. Hao Yue, you've done well. What are the company's plans for the next step? Shin Hao Yue pondered for a moment. Huan Yu investment had just been established, and there was still a lot of preparation needed. If she hadn't transferred some personnel from the Shin family, it would have been impossible to complete the acquisition of so many enterprises. Mr. Yi, we still lack manpower in the company. I have already engaged a headhunting company to recruit people. In terms of legal affairs, I have also reached a cooperation agreement with Boyuan Law Firm, one of the top 3 law firms in the Magic City. They will be responsible for the company's legal issues, and the same goes for financial matters with Tongda Accounting Firm. In about 2 days, the company will be officially established. Hao Yue, you've worked hard. I suggest that if possible, try to fully acquire both law firms and merge them into the company's legal and finance departments. It wouldn't hurt to raise salaries a bit for the staff. After all, talent is hard to come by. Mr. Yi, I understand. I will take care of it. I will arrange for Wang Chao to do a month of cleaning. Do you have any objections? Yi Chen automatically ignored Wang Chao's protests beside him and agreed to Shin Haoyue's arrangement. Haoyue, when I arrived, I saw 2 residential buildings not far away. They should not have been sold yet. If you have time, contact them. Let's buy them as employee dormitories. We can stipulate that if an employee works for 15 years, the property automatically transfers to that employee. No problem. I will arrange for someone to contact them immediately. Shin Haoyue called in his secretary to contact the developer and took Wang Chao to report to the cleaning department. Seeing Wang Chao's resentful look as he left, Yi Chen could only sigh. He had said that Shin Haoyue was fully in charge of the company and couldn't go back on his word. In the suburbs of the Magic City, several middle-aged women were chatting in the garden of the Tianhe community. A slightly chubby woman with a mole on the corner of her mouth mysteriously said, "Last week, I saw the daughter of the Zheng family in Building 5 coming back in a BMW 5 Series. I later found out that it was a gift from the future son-in-law of the Zheng family. The Zheng family must be proud now. Their daughter married a rich man." The chubby woman touched the mole on her mouth and disdainfully said, "Proud? Forget it. The future son-in-law of the Zheng family is 2 years older than Zhang." It almost gave Zhang a heart attack at the time. "Oh, this is big news. I was wondering why the Zhang family hasn't shown up these days. It seems they are too embarrassed to come out." Yes. Nowadays, these kids always want something for nothing. Yang Qin, your Xiana is not young anymore. You have to keep an eye on her. These kids haven't experienced hardships. Don't let her go astray. Yang Qin is indeed Xiana's mother. After sending her husband to buy groceries, she came out to chat with people. Yang Qin said disdainfully, "Our Xiana is not that kind of person. This child listens to us. She even said she would come home to see me today." While they were chatting, Xiana drove to the community and, after parking the car, came to greet her mother to go home. Seeing the mother and daughter leaving, the woman with the mole on her mouth sneered, "Look at Yang Qin's confident appearance just now. Who would have thought she would be embarrassed like this?" Her daughter came back in a Maserati, worth at least 2 million Huaxia coins. "I only recognized this car when I introduced someone for a blind date last time. Ha, it seems there will be a show at the Li family today. I wonder if Yang Qin will be too embarrassed to come out tomorrow. How will she address a son-in-law older than herself? Will she call him son-in-law, and he calls her brother? Ha, just thinking about it makes me laugh until my stomach hurts." Back at home, Yang Qin stared at Xiana intently. She had seen her daughter driving back, but there were too many people in the garden at the time, so she couldn't ask. With an unpleasant expression on her face, she asked, "Xiana, how did you drive back? Where did you get the car from? If you've done something wrong outside, believe me, I'll break your legs." Xiana looked puzzled. What had she done wrong? She had no idea. "Mom, what's wrong with you? You don't even know your beloved daughter. What bad thing could I possibly do? The car was a gift from my boyfriend. I came back today to tell you all about it." At this moment, Xiana's father, Li Changlin, returned home with groceries. Seeing the tense atmosphere between mother and daughter, he asked in confusion, "Yang Qin, what's going on? Why are you arguing with our precious daughter as soon as she comes home?" Yang Qin, looking at the puzzled Li Changlin, was furious. "Your daughter has a boyfriend, and you don't care at all. Isn't it normal to have a boyfriend? Xiana is not young anymore. When we were her age, we were already married, Li Changlin said indifferently. Watching his indifferent demeanor, Yang Qin became angrier. You old man, what do you know? Xiaona came back today in a car worth over 2 million, saying it was a gift from her boyfriend. Wait until the day you bring home a son-in-law older than you, let's see if you can still smile. At this moment, Li Xiaona finally understood why her mother was so angry. It was all a misunderstanding. Thinking of Feng Ge being mistaken for a man in his 50s, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Qin pointed at her daughter angrily, laugh. You still have the nerve to laugh. Let me tell you, Li Xiaona, I disagree. If you want to acknowledge me as your mother, return the car immediately and cut off all contact with him. Looking at her furious mother, Li Xiaona forced back her laughter and explained, Mom, you misunderstood. How could I possibly be with an old man? My boyfriend is my senior in college, 2 years older than me. He just received his graduation certificate from Modu University. Hearing his daughter's words, Li Changlin also relaxed and said to Yang Qin, old woman, you jumped to conclusions without clarifying things, causing such a big fuss. If we didn't know better, we would think Xiaona had committed a serious mistake. You, in the future, spend less time with those old women, always gossiping. Yang Qin also realized her mistake and quickly sent Li Changlin to cook. Xiaona, you too, you didn't explain clearly to your mother, making me worry all this time. Tell me about your boyfriend, Yang Qin said. Li Xiaona was speechless. Mom, you didn't even give me a chance to explain. As soon as I walked in, you started scolding me. Well, how should I put it? Yi Chen is very handsome and capable. Today when I came home, Feng Ge asked me to inquire when you and Dad would be available. He wants to visit you both. Li Changlin popped his head out of the kitchen and said, I'm available, just let me know when it suits you. Yang Qin glared at him irritably and continued talking to Li Xiaona, you arrange the time, if your dad is busy, I'll make him take time off. Seeing her parents agreeing, Li Xiaona felt relieved. Mom, after my exams are over in a few days, I'll bring Feng Ge to our house, okay? Yang Qin nodded, agreeing with her daughter's idea. Xiaona, when you come, make sure to inform me in advance so I can prepare, and you must take Yi Chen for a walk around the neighborhood. Li Xiaona was puzzled. Why did she have to walk around the neighborhood? Was Mom trying to show off? Yang Qin looked at her and said, don't you understand? When you drove home today, those old women will surely start gossiping. Your dad is right, I'll also reduce my interactions with them. All they do is gossip all day long. Shortly after, Li Changlin finished cooking and called the mother and daughter to eat. In the Feng family manor in Modu, Feng Laoyi looked at his daughter who had just entered and asked anxiously, Mingyue, have you found out where Mr. Yi is? Feng Mingyue looked at her nervous father and slowly said, Father, I just received news that Mr. Yi is currently meeting with Shin Hao Yue at Qingji Building. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Feng Mingyue stepped forward and stopped Feng Laoyi. Father, are you prepared? This time, we might lose Jiping, and most of the Feng family's assets will also be sacrificed. I think it's better to sell all the assets and retire abroad. Feng Laoyi sighed and said, I know this very well. I have also investigated Mr. Yi. All the information shows that he is an ordinary person, but how can an ordinary person have such power? You may not know yet, Mr. Yi has a subordinate in Jin City named Yi Wuheng. Uncle Ling told me that Yi Wuheng has the peak strength of internal energy. He alone can destroy our Feng family. We can't escape, we can only seek peace. Upon hearing Mr. Feng's words, Feng Mingyue no longer intervened. She knew Uncle Ling, the head of a martial arts family with a heritage of nearly 300 years, who only recently attained the strength of the later stage of internal energy in his 70s. Her suspicion was justified. Mr. Yi definitely possessed the skills of a grandmaster. In the president's office of Qingji Building, Shin Haoyue was explaining the next arrangements to Yi Chen when a knock on the door interrupted them. After receiving permission, Shin Haoyue's secretary came in and said, Mr. Shen, Mr. Feng and Miss Feng Mingyue are downstairs now, requesting to see you and Mr. Yi. Shin Haoyue glanced at Yi Chen, who did not object, so he instructed the secretary to bring them up. Yi Chen asked with some doubt, I thought you wouldn't see them. Is it because of Feng Mingyue? Exactly. If it were Feng Hongye himself, I wouldn't meet him, but I can't refuse Feng Mingyue. We used to be best friends, and thanks to her mediation after that incident, my Shin family still exists. I resent the Feng family, but not Feng Mingyue. Shortly after, there was another knock on the door, and the secretary brought Mr. Feng and Feng Mingyue to the office. Feng Hongye looked at Yi Chen respectfully and said, Mr. Yi is truly talented, outstanding among men and women. The Feng family has offended you in many ways. I have come to apologize and ask you to spare the Feng family. With a deep bow towards Yi Chen, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said coldly, Mr. Fong, do you think it's that easy for me to spare your Fong family just because you ask? If I didn't have some skills, I would have died at the hands of your Fong family long ago. Fong Hongye knew it wouldn't be that simple to be forgiven. He sighed and said, Mr. Yi, the car accident was caused by Fong Jiping alone. The rest of the Fong family was unaware. Fong Jiping is downstairs now and can be dealt with by you. Our Fong family won't interfere. Additionally, I'm willing to offer 90% of the Fong family's assets to compensate you. Yi Chen looked at Shin Haoyue, who nodded, indicating her agreement. He continued, Mr. Fong, I am a law-abiding citizen and will not commit murder for money. Mr. Yi, rest assured, our Fong family is willing to offer you 90% of our assets for 1 huaxia coin. As for Fong Jiping, he will be out fishing on a yacht tomorrow. You know, the sea is unpredictable, accidents can happen. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with Fong Hongye's attitude, but he was puzzled by the mention of 1 huaxia coin. It would delay his point accumulation. So, he proposed his own solution. Mr. Fong, I will purchase all of your family's assets at the original price, but you must use 90% of the funds for charitable purposes, or the consequences will be severe. After saying this, Yi Chen asked Shin Haoyue to calculate the Fong family's assets. Soon after, Shin Haoyue and Fong Mingyue brought a detailed list of assets, totaling over 130 billion huaxia coins. Yi Chen waved his hand and transferred 140 billion huaxia coins to them, feeling quite pleased with himself for gaining 1,400 points. Yi Chen opened the system mall and purchased 4 shadow guards, ensuring his family's safety. However, he overlooked the fact that there were still people present in the room. Suddenly, 4 black-clad figures, 2 men and 2 women, appeared in the office, their chilling aura causing everyone present to freeze. Yi Chen felt embarrassed but quickly reacted, shouting, Shadow guards, conceal your presence, disappear. The 4 figures vanished instantly from the room. The 2 women immediately collapsed to the ground, and Yi Chen hurried to help them up, guiding them to sit on the sofa. He looked at the swaying figure of Mr. Fong and said, I apologize for the disturbance caused by my lack of discipline. Old Master Fong barely stabilized his body, thinking to himself, what kind of lax discipline is this? This is a warning to myself, reminding me not to have any ulterior motives. However, he still tried to please and said, Mr. Yi, it's all right. Perhaps your men sensed danger, that's why they appeared suddenly. You should also be careful about your safety. On the side, Fong Mingyue cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, your men are truly powerful. I wonder if they have reached the Grandmaster level. Yi Chen did not hide it and nodded, saying, all members of the Shadow Guards are at least Grandmasters. So, the Fong family better not play tricks, or you will regret it for sure. Hearing Yi Chen's threatening words, the father and daughter dared not show any dissatisfaction and quickly took their leave. At this moment, Shin Haoyue looked pale and weak, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar Yi Chen, murmuring, Mr. Yi, is this the power of a martial artist? It's terrifying. In that moment, I felt like my body was about to be torn apart. You also know about the existence of martial artists? With Shin family's strength, they shouldn't have come into contact with martial artists. Does the Shin family have other backgrounds? I know a little. My father once told me that he had met a martial artist when he was young, who could pierce a tree as thick as a person's embrace with bare hands. Yi Chen nodded, that should be an internal energy martial artist. Haoyue, the world of martial artists is cruel. If you can avoid contact, try to stay away. Your current task is to arrange for the takeover of the Fong family's assets. If there are any issues, you can call me. Also, take care of Wang Chao for me. Don't let him do cleaning all the time, or he will nag me to death. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Leaving the Qingji building, Yi Chen received a call from Zhao Peng as soon as he got into the car. Fengge, what are you busy with? Let's go out and have some fun tonight. I've found a great place these past few days. Are you interested in relaxing together? What good place could you possibly take me to? It's not some shady place, is it? Yi Chen said with a smile. Fengge, you underestimate me. I may be a spendthrift, but I'm not vulgar. I wouldn't go to such places. The place I'm talking about is similar to ancient brothels. Isn't that the same thing? You, kid, if you don't watch out, I'll tell Big Brother Qin to teach you a lesson. Fengge, that's no fun. Why would you tattle on me? I think you might have a misunderstanding about ancient brothels. The high-class ones are about art, not selling oneself. The ladies there are skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and more. Of course, if you have exceptional talent and can conquer one of them, anything is possible. He. Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Chen became interested and decided to go and see. They set a time, with Zhao Peng coming to pick him up in the evening. Yi Chen then drove back to the Cloud Villa. Relaxing on the sofa, Yi Chen was brought a cup of hot tea by Jia, who then left. He wondered how Xiaona was doing at home. What gift should he prepare? Yi Lin's shout interrupted Yi Chen's thoughts. Brother, come help me. I have too many things, I can't carry them all. Watching his sister holding bags and bags, Yi Chen was speechless. How did she get into Shanghai University with this kind of mindset? He quickly went forward to take some of the bags. Lin, why didn't you have them deliver all these things here directly? Why did you bring them yourself? Are you silly? Yi Lin looked puzzled, blinked, and said, can it be done that way? No one told me. If I had known, I would have bought more. I still have many things to buy. Yi Chen ignored her and had Bai Jia help her take the things upstairs while he went to the study. In the study, he summoned the shadow guards, and 4 figures immediately appeared before him. Yi Chen named the 2 middle-aged men Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 for convenience. He looked at them and said, both of you, head to Tiancheng immediately to protect my parents. Remember, do not let any harm come to them. Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 bowed and then disappeared into the darkness of the room. Shadow 3 and Shadow 4 were assigned to protect Yilin and Li Xiaona. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the study door. Mr. Yi, there is a Mr. Zhao Peng outside looking for you. He said he had an appointment with you. Should I let him come up? No, we are going out. I will go down. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Zhao Peng exclaimed, Fenggu, I've reserved a spot. Let's hurry and set off. Ha, that place will surely captivate you. Yilin, who was sneaking food in the kitchen, immediately rushed over and said, Zhao Peng, where are you taking my brother? Can you take me too? I don't know where there is to have fun. Zhao Peng boasted, Yilin, I found a great place with beautiful women and talented individuals, like an ancient brothel. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Peng with a black line on his face, thinking, this guy, why does he have to spill everything? Especially in front of my sister. Is he trying to get me in trouble? Yilin stared at Yi Chen and said, Big brother, you've grown bold. Planning to visit a brothel. Believe me, I'll tell Mom and Xiaona. Humph. I never thought you were this kind of person. At this moment, Zhao Peng realized he might have said the wrong thing and quickly explained to Yilin. Yilin, with a skeptical look, said, I feel like you two are tricking me. No way. I'm going to today, or else I won't believe it, and I'll tell Mom and Xiaona. Humph. In the end, Yi Chen had to take her along. The siblings got into Zhao Peng's car and headed to a mansion on the outskirts of the city. Arriving at the mansion, they found it far from the hustle and bustle of the city, like a paradise. The moonlight shone on every corner of the estate, giving it a mysterious veil. The lights inside the mansion were bright, casting a warm glow through the windows, contrasting sharply with the darkness around, like a lighthouse shining alone in the quiet night. A gentle breeze rustled, swaying the wind chimes on the window, creating a pleasant and comfortable sound. The three arrived at a beautiful 2-story building with the words brothel carved on the plaque above the door, below which hung a couplet. The couplet read, the melodious sound of the qin conveys elegance, the graceful dance reflects the moonlight. The horizontal inscription read, endless romance. Zhao Peng led the siblings to the reserved private room on the 2nd floor, where they could observe the panoramic view of the high platform on the 1st floor by opening the window. Shortly after they sat down, the service staff brought a table of delicacies. Yilin, eating while saying, brother, this brothel doesn't seem like what I imagined. Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Peng explained, Yilin, you've been misled by TV dramas. What you imagine, with guests entering and a group of glamorous women rushing over, that's a brothel, not a literary salon. A brothel is where scholars and beauties recite poetry, discuss music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You might not believe it, but in ancient times, some courtesans in brothels were not just stunning but also had the talent of scholars. Do you think they would easily yield themselves to others? Yilin nodded thoughtfully, no longer asking questions, and focused on eating. Yi Chen and Zhao Peng chatted while enjoying their drinks. As night fell, on the high platform of the 1st floor, a couple dressed in ancient costumes appeared. The woman sat by a guqin, while the man stood beside her playing a xiao flute. The sound of the zither was like a flowing stream, clear and melodious, while the flute was like the fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley, elegant and refined. The melody of laughing in the wind resonated from the high platform, with the zither leading and the flute complementing, creating a scene full of the ambience of the Jianghu world, immersing the audience. Yilin stopped eating and walked to the window, gazing down with a look of enchantment. After one piece ended, instead of leaving, the performers played another piece, A Smile in the Vast Sea. Listening to the music below, Yi Chen hummed along. This brothel was indeed interesting, playing such Jianghu-inspired tunes. As the performance concluded, a woman dressed in a spirited manner stepped onto the stage. Thank you, friends, for coming to our brothel tonight. I am the host Xie Xiaoqing. After the duet of zither and flute, you should know today's theme. Yes, today's theme is the Jianghu. Let me ask you a simple question. What is the Jianghu? Yilin stood by the window and shouted, I know. Zhang Dashui said, the Jianghu is not about fighting. It's about human relationships and worldly affairs. Xie Shaoqing looked up at the second floor and agreed. Thank you to this beautiful young lady for her answer. That's right, Huaxia has always been a society based on human relationships, which have been intertwined throughout our history. From the deep friendship of Boya and Ziki to the brotherhood of the Peach Garden, now focusing on the Jianghu sentiment, I will compose a poem. If anyone's poem impresses my lady, she is willing to meet that person. The audience below began to discuss excitedly. They all said that the lady Linger from the brothel was stunning, but they had never seen her in person. Today, they were fortunate to catch a glimpse of her, causing great excitement. Yilin looked at Yi Chen and asked, Brother, as a talented scholar from the Magic City University, why don't you write a poem and try to meet this courtesan? Stop it, if I dare to meet this courtesan, your little secret will be out. I want to live a few more years. Yilin gave him a knowing look and continued watching the performance downstairs. At this moment, Zhao Peng approached and said to Yi Chen, Fenggu, why don't you write a poem for me? I want to meet this courtesan. After some contemplation, Yi Chen recited softly, borrowing 2 ounces of ink from the mortal world, depicting love and evil in the Jianghu, taking a lamp from the spirit mountain, forgetting the past splendor and glory. After finishing, he poured himself a drink, while Zhao Peng quickly wrote down the poem as if he had found a treasure. Yilin also came over, looked at the poem on the paper, and commented, Brother, I have to admit, Zhao Peng's literary skills may not be great, but his calligraphy and painting are quite good. Zhao Peng scratched his head awkwardly and said, Yilin, you flatter me. This is nothing compared to Feng Ji's poem. He. Yilin took the poem and handed it to a staff member outside the door, then quickly returned and said, Penggu, how will you thank both my brother and me for helping you so much? Zhao Peng, without hesitation, said boldly, whether we meet the courtesan or not, how about I arrange for us to go to Ouching for a few days tomorrow? It's different from Huaxia there. As long as you have money, you are like a god there. Yi Chen became interested at this point. He had never been to Ouching, and his impression of the place was based on a few gambling movies shot in Hongchang. Yilin was extremely excited. Great! We'll set off early tomorrow. I once aspired to be the queen of gambling. Unfortunately, my dream was ruthlessly crushed by my mother's focus on my studies. Yi Chen burst into laughter. He still remembered when he was a child, after watching a movie starring Stephen Chow, Yilin secretly bought 3 dice with her pocket money, used the family's cups to practice in secret. Perhaps being too young at that time, she broke several cups, which led to a scolding from their mother. In the end, the dice were confiscated by their mother and used for mahjong. The music and dance downstairs dispersed, and Xie Shaoqing returned to the stage. Dear friends, my lady has read the poems you wrote. Now, please congratulate Mr. Zhao Peng from the second floor for winning the chance to meet the lady. The crowd downstairs started murmuring. Who knows who this Zhao Peng is? There's no such person in the city, right? Not in the nearby Hangchang or Suching either, right? Which lucky guy stumbled upon this opportunity to meet Miss Hua Linger? If I find out who it is, I'll make sure he knows my power. His friend beside him immediately reminded him, you're asking for trouble, that's the young master of the Zhao family in the capital, and a relative of the Qin family, the top family in the city. When people learned of Zhao Peng's identity, they dared not speak further, fearing retaliation. Inside the private room on the second floor, Zhao Peng was ecstatic, dancing with joy. Yi Chen urged him to go meet her. Brother Feng, I'll go first. They say Miss Hua Linger is as beautiful as a flower, as wise as Zhuge Liang. I never thought I, Zhao Peng, would have the chance to see her today. I'll have a story to tell when I return to the capital. Opening the door, a cold-faced man stood in front of Zhao Peng. Looking up, it turned out to be Han Shaoqing, the young master of the Han family in the capital. The strengths of the Zhao and Han families were comparable, but the gap in their identities was huge. Han Shaoqing was the future heir of the Han family, while Zhao Peng was just a recognized prodigal son. Zhao Peng, I didn't expect to see you in the city. They say you're a prodigal, but I never thought this waist could catch the eye of Miss Hua. I advise you to leave quickly. Miss Hua is not someone you can covet. Han Shaoqing said coldly. He knew some background information about Hua Linger from his family. She was backed by a terrifying hidden sect, so he had come from the capital specifically to establish some connections. Humph! Han Shaoqing, you're really arrogant. If Miss Hua is willing to see me, what business is it of yours? I'll go see her. What can you do about it? If you dare, come and bite me. Zhao Peng retorted without showing any respect, provoking him. Yilin, standing beside them, burst into laughter upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, holding her stomach and saying, "Ha, Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to be as good at arguing as you are at squandering money." Han Xiaoqing's face turned purple with anger. As the young master of the Han family, he was always looked up to wherever he went and had never been so humiliated before. "Fengbo, help me teach these two insolent fools a lesson." A middle-aged man suddenly rushed out from behind Han Xiaoqing, attacking Zhao Peng and Yi Lin aggressively. Yi Chen watched coldly without intervening. It was foolish for a mid-stage external martial artist to try to harm Yi Lin, who was protected by Shadow 3. As the middle-aged man approached Yi Lin, a dark figure flashed by, followed by a dull thud as the man crashed heavily into the wall, spitting out blood. Everyone was surprised by the sudden appearance of the figure. Yi Chen didn't wait for them to speak and ordered, "Shadow 3, disable one of his arms." The dark figure moved swiftly, and with a single strike, Han Xiaoqing's left arm was broken, hanging limply. Beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on his forehead, his eyes full of resentment fixed on Yi Chen, wishing to tear him apart. Yi Chen looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "You should be grateful that your bodyguard didn't try to kill just now. Otherwise, neither of you would leave this room alive. Remember my name, Yi Chen. If you have any objections, feel free to come find me anytime." Despite his unwillingness, Han Xiaoqing had to support the middle-aged man and leave in embarrassment, as the situation was beyond his control. Yi Lin admired her brother and said, "Brother, you were so cool just now. Who is that black-clothed lady? Is she your friend?" Yi Chen looked at his sister, unable to understand. Most girls would have been scared and crying in such a situation, but Yi Lin seemed excited. Was she so carefree? "She is the bodyguard I arranged for you, named Shadow 3. She will intervene whenever you are threatened. But you need to be careful. Shadow 3 is capable of killing. If you don't want to witness such bloody scenes, try not to put yourself in dangerous situations in the future." Yi Lin nodded, not out of fear but to avoid causing trouble for her brother. Zhao Peng, who was standing nearby, was looking at Yi Chen with a flattering expression, making him uncomfortable. He quickly said, "Don't look at me like that, or I'll let Shadow 3 deal with you." "I know what you mean. I don't have many Grandmaster-level bodyguards, so forget about it." Zhao Peng was shocked to hear this. Grandmaster-level bodyguards? Not many of them? Are you kidding me? As one of the top families in the capital for nearly 1,000 years, the Zhao family's most powerful warriors were only at the peak of internal strength. "Fengge, even lower-level ones are fine, I'm not picky, hee. No, go meet your courtesan quickly. Otherwise, I'll have Shadow 3 throw you over there." Zhao Peng walked away slowly, looking back 3 times, until the figure of Shadow 3 slowly appeared, then he fled in panic. After Zhao Peng left, led by Xie Xiaoqing, he arrived at a quaint courtyard. The light inside the courtyard was dim, and a white-clad woman with a veil sat at a stone table. Zhao Peng tried hard to see the woman's face clearly, but it remained elusive, like a flower in mist. Sitting down at the stone table, he smelled a faint fragrance coming from the opposite side, which made his heart flutter. Hua Linger was used to this and handed him a cup of tea, gently pushing it towards Zhao Peng, saying softly, "Master Zhao, please have some tea. I have some questions and hope you can enlighten me. Feel free to ask, Miss Hua. I will answer to the best of my ability. From what I know, poetry is not your strong suit. How did you come up with such verses today?" "To be honest, this poem was composed by my brother Feng. He has no intention of competing, so he gave it to me." "Could it be that it was young Master Yi Chen who was closely associated with you, Master Zhao?" "Exactly, Feng is truly exceptional. Miss Hua, if you have the chance to meet him, you will surely gain a lot." "Master Zhao, I'm feeling a bit tired today. I'll take my leave now. Please don't be offended. Safe travels, I bid you farewell." After Xie Xiaoqing escorted Zhao Peng back, she returned to the courtyard and respectfully said to Hua Linger, "Saintess, Master Zhao has been sent back. Do you have any further instructions?" Hua Linger was the current saintess of the 100 Flowers sect, sent into the world by the sect master to discover talents. "I'm very curious about this Yi Chen. Go investigate." Xie Xiaoqing agreed and then respectfully left the courtyard. On the other side, Yi Chen noticed that Zhao Peng's state was off and immediately infused a trace of spiritual power into his forehead, shouting, "Wake up!" Zhao Peng's eyes gradually regained their luster, and he became alert. "Fengge? Wasn't I just having tea with Miss Hua? How did I come back?" Yi Chen knew he had been enchanted. It seemed that Miss Hua was not simple, she should also be a cultivator. He wondered if it was due to her cultivation technique or her physique. "Zhao Peng, you were brought back by Xie Xiaoqing just now. Don't dwell on it, we should also return." Yi Lin chimed in, "Yes, I'm looking forward to our trip to Wasity tomorrow." Zhao Peng decided not to dwell on it either, and the 3 of them quietly left. In the first hospital of the Magic City, Director Si Zhangyang led a group of orthopedic experts who were carefully examining an X-ray. The arm in the image had been broken in several places. Sir Zhengyang's face was solemn as he said, "How is your research going? Is there a way to save Master Han's arm?" No one dared to speak, knowing that even if the injury could be treated, it would never fully recover. Given the Han family's background, they could likely be held accountable afterwards, so everyone remained silent. Sir Zhengyang understood their concerns and returned alone to the dean's office, contemplating for a long time before dialing the Han family's number on his phone. "Master Han, this is Sir Zhengyang. I'm deeply sorry, but our capabilities are limited. Young Master Han's injuries are too severe. If we rush into surgery, it could very well result in your son having limited mobility in his left arm in the future. May I know your thoughts on this?" In distant Kyoto, Han Fuli's expression was cold as he slowly replied, "Understood. I will arrange for someone to bring the young master back to Kyoto. Before that, you must ensure that his condition does not worsen any further. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After hanging up the phone, Han Fuli's wife hurriedly approached him and asked, "Fuli, how is the young master's condition?" "It's not looking good. Don't worry, I have a plan. The young master will be fine. Prepare yourself now. The young master will arrive at the airport in about 2 hours. I will go invite Master Qi." Master Qi, whose full name was Qi Yuanshan, hailed from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, possessing generations of secret medical formulas and unique medical skills. He was highly skilled in medicine and had a noble character, known as a treasure of the nation. In a quadrangle courtyard in the second ring of Kyoto, a spirited old man was currently enjoying tea while teaching a young woman various pharmaceutical knowledge. This person was the renowned Chinese medicine expert Qi Yuanshan and his granddaughter, Qi Jingyin. At that moment, a young man approached and said, Master Han requests an audience." Qi Yuanshan set down his teacup, slightly puzzled as he had not heard of anyone from the Han family being seriously ill. Why would the Han master personally visit him? "Please escort the Han master to the reception room." Qi Yuanshan arrived at the reception room, and soon after, his disciple brought Han Fuli in. "Han master, your late-night visit is unexpected. Please forgive any lapses in hospitality." Han Fuli did not dare to be presumptuous. Qi Yuanshan was not just a physician but also a martial arts master with extensive connections. Even the most prominent figures in the nation held him in high regard. "Master Qi, Fuli has come to seek your help for a matter of urgency. Young Master Han has offended a martial artist, resulting in a severe injury to his left arm. I implore Master Qi to intervene." With a deep bow, Han Fuli expressed his plea. Qi Yuanshan furrowed his brow inwardly. Ordinary martial artists would not harm ordinary people, especially future heirs like this Han young master who would surely have martial protection. It seemed that Han's injuries were serious. However, considering his relationship with Han's father, he agreed to help. "Lead the way, Han master. I will accompany you on this journey." Han Fuli was overjoyed. Qi Yuanshan was not easily persuaded, and many important figures found it extremely difficult to meet him. "Master Qi, Fuli will always remember your great kindness." Qi Yuanshan hurriedly left the room, his steps urgent and resolute. He swiftly crossed the corridor to the storage area, picked up a medicine box from the corner, and checked if all the medicines inside were complete. Then, he carefully picked up an ornate box nearby, gently caressing the exquisite patterns on its surface. After completing these tasks, Qi Yuanshan took a deep breath and followed Han Fuli to the Han family's residence. At that moment, the Han family finally brought young Master Han back home. As they witnessed their son's pained expression firsthand, Han's mother felt an unbearable ache in her heart. She tightly held her son's hand, tears welling up in her eyes, unable to suppress the hatred and resentment towards the person who had harmed him. Every subtle expression, every faint groan, pierced Han's mother's heart deeply. She couldn't understand how someone could be so heartless, to have the cruelty to harm her beloved son in such a way. Anger surged in Han's mother like a tide, silently vowing to make the perpetrator pay. "Xiaoqing, bear with it. Your father has gone to fetch old Qi. Rest assured, old Qi will surely heal your arm." Han Xiaoqing's face was pale, his lips devoid of color trembling slightly. In a low and firm voice, he said, "Mother, don't worry, I can endure." "But, how is Uncle Fong now?" "Humph, don't mind that useless person, failing to protect my son. If he dies, it's his own fault." At that moment, Han Fuli, in a hurry, led Qi Yuanshan back home. Their pace was rushed, and upon reaching the doorstep, they hurriedly entered the house. Seeing old Qi, Han's mother felt a glimmer of hope, rushing forward without hesitation, tightly grabbing old Qi's sleeve, tremblingly pleading, "Old Qi, please help our Xiaoqing." With tears streaming down her face, Han Fuli quickly stepped forward, pulling Li Xinyue aside firmly, saying, "Xinyue, step aside. Don't hinder old Qi from examining Xiaoqing's injuries." Li Xinyue, being pulled away, staggered but did not resist, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Xiaoqing lying on the bed. She knew it was not the time for arguments, her son's safety was paramount. Han Fuli kept a close eye on old Qi, hoping to glean some information about Xiaoqing's condition from his expression. The room was tense, everyone holding their breath, awaiting old Qi's definitive diagnosis. Old Qi carefully examined Xiaoqing's injured arm, his brows furrowed. After a meticulous inspection, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. The injury, though severe-looking, was salvageable, not beyond treatment. Judging from the arm's condition, it was evident that the assailant had shown restraint. If they had intended to cripple the arm, the blow would have had far worse consequences. At this thought, old Qi couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious warrior, ruthless yet not devoid of mercy. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing lay on the sickbed, his face as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring immense pain. Shi Yuanshan, with a solemn expression, skillfully practiced the family's medical techniques. Gently lifting the injured arm, he carefully examined the position of the fractured bones. Then, from a small box he carried, he took out a purple ointment emitting a mysterious aura, the family's secret medicine, purple crystal bone healing ointment. Shi Yuanshan applied the ointment to Xiaoqing's arm, the ointment seeming to come alive, swiftly penetrating the skin and bonding with the bones. As time passed, the ointment began to take effect, the shattered bones gradually reconnecting, radiating new vitality. Throughout the process, Shi Yuanshan remained focused, knowing the preciousness and magic of the purple crystal bone healing ointment, understanding that only dedicated treatment could maximize its efficacy. Each movement was cautious and delicate, as if sculpting a priceless treasure. After completing the treatment, Shi Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief, a content smile appearing on his face. He stood up slowly, tidied his clothes, then nodded to Han Fuli and Li Xinyue, indicating that everything was done. Han Fuli gratefully shook Shi Yuanshan's hand, his voice trembling as he said, "Thank you, old Qi. You are truly our family's savior. Without your help, Xiaoqing's arm would have been lost for sure." On the side, Li Xinyue quickly walked over, her face filled with joy and gratitude, softly saying, "Qi Lao, thank you for saving Xiaoqing's arm. We will never forget this kindness." Shi Yuanshan smiled and waved his hand modestly, saying, "No need to be polite, it's just my duty as a doctor." With that, he turned and walked towards the door, steady and composed. Han Fuli and Li Xinyue escorted Shi Yuanshan to the door, expressing their heartfelt thanks once again. The couple returned to their room, looking at their son whose complexion was gradually improving, and asked softly, "Xiaoqing, what exactly happened? Please tell us all the details." Han Xiaoqing dared not hide anything and recounted the whole incident. Han Fuli, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel relieved. Feng Kai is a strong expert in the later stages of internal strength. To think that such a powerful figure couldn't even block the opponent's guard, how strong must the enemy be? Thinking of this, Han Fuli couldn't help but feel a little scared. After a few words of advice to Han Xiaoqing, Han Fuli took Li Xinyue and left. Back in their room, Han Fuli looked at Li Xinyue with a serious expression and said solemnly, "Li Xinyue, I want to warn you solemnly, you must not seek revenge on the other party." His eyes revealed a firm and resolute determination, as if he had already made up his mind. Li Xinyue was taken aback by his words. She had been thinking about how to show some color to the person who hurt her son, but now, after Han Fuli's words, she couldn't help but feel unwilling and said, "So, should our son's injury be in vain? The other party is at least a strong expert in internal strength. If you want to ruin the Han family and your Li family, then go ahead and seek revenge." With that, Han Fuli left without looking back. The next day, nearing noon, Yi Chen and his companions had safely arrived at Aoqing, a bustling city. Aoqing, as an international metropolis, was filled with skyscrapers, bustling streets, and a constant flow of people, presenting a busy scene. Yi Chen and his companions stood on the street, feeling the city's unique atmosphere and vitality. Yi Lin was curious, looking around with eyes full of desire to explore the unknown world. Zhao Peng suggested that they go to the Aoqing resort, which housed a large casino, shopping center, and upscale restaurants. This idea was immediately met with enthusiasm by Yi Lin, so they decided to set off immediately. The three of them took a taxi to the Aoqing resort, located by the picturesque seaside, surrounded by lush greenery and refreshing sea breeze. As they got out of the car, they were impressed by the grandeur of the resort, with tall buildings, spacious courtyards, exuding luxury and comfort. Zhao Peng took the initiative to handle the check-in procedures, allowing the siblings to relax first. So, he took the luggage and headed to the resort's front desk. While waiting for Zhao Peng, Yi Lin didn't idle either. She took Yi Chen to stroll in the resort's garden, admiring the colorful flowers and shady trees, occasionally hearing the distant sound of the waves. After Zhao Peng completed the check-in process, Yilin took Yi Chen's arm and said, "Brother, I'm a little hungry, will you treat me to a big meal?" He. At the mention of food, Zhao Peng became spirited. "Good, Yilin, I know of a local restaurant with unique characteristics, let me take you there." With Zhao Peng leading the way, they arrived at a finely decorated restaurant and ordered several local specialty dishes. Soon, delicious dishes were served one after another. They began to savor the delicious seafood, tender steaks, and local specialties, with Yilin exclaiming in delight. Yi Chen looked at the empty plates on the table and asked with a smile, "Should I order some more for you? You've finished everything, and the tourists nearby keep looking over here." Yilin rubbed her belly and said contentedly, "No need, I can't eat anymore. If I eat more, my belly will explode." Zhao Peng, on the other hand, stared at the tourists nearby, looking like a rogue. Yi Chen looked at the two of them, sighed helplessly, and had to take them back to the hotel at the resort. Back at the hotel, Yilin tugged at Yi Chen and pleaded, "Brother, take me to the casino tonight. Let the people of AUS City see the prowess of the gambling saint of Jin City, watch me dominate the scene." Hearing this, Zhao Peng's eyes lit up, feeling a connection, and immediately approached Yilin, lowering his voice and mysteriously said, "Yilin, I didn't expect you to be one of us. I must tell you, I am known as the gambling demon of Kyoto. Today, let's join forces and crush them all." Yi Chen watched the two boast shamelessly to each other, feeling speechless, and turned to walk to his room. In his room, Yi Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, drew the curtains, and began practicing the chaos scripture on the bed, observing the negligible spiritual energy. Yi Chen had to take out the gathering spirit pills and swallowed 3 of them after breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. The medicinal effect of the gathering spirit pills remained potent, causing the spiritual energy in Yi Chen's body to surge with just 3 pills. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on circulating his spiritual energy according to the chaos scripture. As the technique operated, Yi Chen felt warm currents flowing through his meridians, as if countless spiritual energies were converging into a river, surging incessantly within his body. His breath gradually became steady and powerful, as if merging with heaven and earth. With time passing, Yi Chen's cultivation steadily improved. He could clearly feel his meridians expanding continuously, and the stored spiritual energy increasing. This sensation filled him with excitement and exhilaration. As the spiritual energy contained in the gathering spirit pills gradually receded like a tide, Yi Chen still had a considerable gap to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Without hesitation, he swallowed 2 more gathering spirit pills. The medicinal effect of the pills erupted again in his body, and a powerful spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones. Clenching his fists tightly, he took a deep breath and began to strive with all his might to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. Finally, after repeated breakthrough attempts, Yi Chen felt a powerful force erupting from within him, as if breaking free from the shackles that bound him. His cultivation instantly soared to the late foundation establishment stage. Opening his eyes, he felt the majestic spiritual power within him, his eyes shimmering with excitement. At that moment, a crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as his powerful spiritual sense instantly spread out like an invisible net, covering the entire room. He immediately sensed that standing outside the door was his sister, Yilin. It seemed that this little girl could no longer contain her excitement and was eager to go to the casino to test her skills. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart, thinking, this little impulsive girl is really impatient. He slowly got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Yilin stood at the door, her face full of excitement and anticipation, her eyes fixed on Yi Chen, as if urging him to act quickly. "Why are you so impatient?" Yi Chen raised his lips slightly, teasingly asking. "Oh, brother, I'm just curious. I've only seen those casino scenes in movies before, how could I miss the chance to experience it myself? Today, I finally have the opportunity to feel the exciting and tense atmosphere firsthand. Of course, I can't wait," Yilin explained while grabbing Yi Chen's hand without hesitation, dragging him outside. Guided by Zhao Peng, the 3 of them soon arrived at the casino in the resort. As soon as they stepped into the casino, Yi Chen and Yilin were deeply shocked by the extremely luxurious and magnificent scene before their eyes. A finely dressed and smiling service staff member with keen eyes noticed the 3 extraordinary guests. He immediately approached them and warmly guided them to the chip exchange area. With the assistance of this professional service staff, Yi Chen smoothly exchanged for a total of 2 million in chips. Yi Chen carefully placed 10,000 of the chips into his pocket, then smiled at the excited Yilin and said, "Two gambling gods, please begin your amazing performance." Before the words had even finished, Yilin eagerly rushed to the nearby American roulette table, grabbed a 1,000 yuan chip from her hand, and placed it without hesitation on the number 4. My lucky number is 4. Let me try my luck first today. Yilin eagerly watched the spinning roulette wheel, her eyes shining with confidence and excitement. The experienced dealer skillfully spun the wheel, and the black ball seemed to come to life, joyfully bouncing on the wheel. All eyes were focused on this small ball, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Finally, the ball slowly stopped, landing on the number 27. Yilin couldn't help but furrow her brows lightly and muttered, "Humph, this gambling saint is just testing the waters, haven't even gone all out yet. Come on, Zhao Peng, let's go play dice games, that's where I excel." With that, she grabbed Zhao Peng's arm and eagerly headed towards the dice area. Watching the naive and boastful Yilin, Yi Chen helplessly smiled and followed alone. This time, Yilin directly bought a leopard with 10,000 chips, leaving Zhao Peng stunned, marveling at her audacity as a gambling saint to bet on a leopard right away. As the dealer revealed the dice, unsurprisingly, Yilin lost again. But how could she accept that? She bought 6 leopards in a row. Zhao Peng watched in astonishment, secretly admiring, thinking to himself, when it comes to spending money, I don't admire anyone but Yilin. Gradually, Yilin's chips dwindled, her face becoming increasingly unsightly, like an eggplant hit by frost. With a strong competitive spirit, Yilin couldn't give up. She dragged the 2 to the baccarat table, silently challenging herself, "This time it's 3-1, I refuse to believe I can't win." Yilin decisively took out 50,000 chips and heavily placed them on the player. After receiving the right to open the cards, she vigorously shuffled the cards, then slammed them on the table. 19 points. Banker 13 points, player 19 points, player wins. As the dealer's words fell, Yilin jumped up excitedly, triumphantly exclaiming, "See that? This gambling saint was just testing the waters. Watch me sweep through next." However, the good times didn't last long, and soon Yilin lost all her chips. She stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes, full of expectation, hoping he would exchange for more chips. Yi Chen saw through her loss of reason at that moment and without hesitation, used a hint of spiritual power towards Yilin's head. In an instant, Yilin seemed to come to her senses as if enlightened, feeling full of guilt. She looked down at Yi Chen and softly said, "Brother, I'm sorry." Yi Chen gently stroked her hair, comforting her. 9 out of 10 times, gambling leads to loss. That's the essence of gambling. I brought you here today to teach you to control your desires, never get addicted. It's okay to lose, don't take it to heart. Yilin obediently nodded, lowering her voice as she replied, "Brother, I understand, I won't do this again in the future. However, I still feel a bit unwilling. All that was money, gone in just half an hour." Yi Chen smiled faintly, looking at Yilin's worried face, and comforted her, "Don't be upset. Cheer up and watch how I help you win back what you lost. Have you forgotten? I still have 10,000 in chips in my pocket." Yi Chen led the 2 back to the American roulette table. With a light wave of his hand, the 10,000 chip landed precisely in the 0 area like a sharp arrow. As the roulette wheel spun, a barely perceptible spiritual force flowed into the black ball silently. Yilin's mood was ignited like a flame as she watched the ball dancing in the roulette, eventually landing in the 0 slot, her excitement overflowing. "Brother, we won! It's 35 times the bet. You're amazing." Yi Chen smiled and gently placed the pile of chips one in Yilin's hands, then turned and walked towards the dice area. His steps were steady and confident, as if everything was under control. This time was even easier. Yi Chen scanned the dice with his divine sense, making the numbers clear. He directed Yilin to bet, each one precise and accurate, and in no time, he successfully won back the whole 2 million chips he had lost earlier. Zhao Peng, standing aside, looked at Yi Chen with admiration, his eyes fixed on him, and excitedly said, "Maple brother, you are truly amazing. With your superb gambling skills, even the legendary god of gamblers would probably bow down to you." Yi Chen's lips curled slightly at Zhao Peng's words, showing a playful smile, and replied, "One of you claims to be a gambling saint, the other a gambling demon. How can I be qualified to teach you? Besides, there's nothing exciting here anymore. Do you know of any other fun places to go?" A mysterious light flashed in Zhao Peng's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "Maple brother, have you heard of gambling on stones? I recently found out there's a very exciting stone gambling place upstairs." Hearing Zhao Peng's words, Yi Chen became interested as well. They say even immortals find it hard to predict an inch of jade. I wonder if his divine sense can see the jade inside the raw stones. The atmosphere at the stone gambling place was completely different from the casino. There were no noisy crowds, only occasional sounds of tapping and low conversations. Yi Chen, Yilin, and Zhao Peng walked up to the stone gambling booth, where various shaped jade raw stones were placed on the table, quietly waiting for their destined owners to arrive. Yilin looked at these raw stones, feeling a bit curious. She reached out and gently touched one of the stones, feeling its cold and hard texture. She turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Brother, why are they selling stones here?" Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Peng explained eagerly, "Yi Lin, these are not ordinary stones, they are jade raw stones. You know jade, right? It's a very precious gemstone, known as the King of the East. The jade raw stones here are uncarved jade, they may contain jade worth a fortune, or they could just be ordinary stones. Whether good jade can be extracted depends entirely on luck and personal insight." Seeing Yi Lin's eager expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. He knew this girl was about to show off again, so he said, "Go ahead and choose. Just buy whichever raw stone you like." Upon hearing her brother's words, Yi Lin jumped up happily. She began selecting raw stones, patting and knocking on them. Yi Chen couldn't help but sweat at her selection process. This wasn't choosing raw stones, it was more like picking watermelons at a market. He couldn't help but remind her, Lin, when choosing raw jade, you need to carefully observe the color, texture, and patterns of the raw stone. These are important criteria for judging the quality of jade. Yi Lin listened to her brother's words, stopped her actions, and carefully looked at the raw stone in front of her. She tried to see some clues from the surface of the raw stone but found nothing. She shook her head disappointedly, "Brother, I can't tell, they all look the same to me." Yi Chen scanned the raw stones on the stall with his divine sense. His discovery revealed that his divine sense could penetrate the surface of the raw stone, see the internal structure clearly, and the raw stones on the stall were not jade at all. He said to Yi Lin, "These raw stones are not meant for you. Let's try another stall. Just choose whichever one you like." Yi Chen's divine sense swept across the entire venue. His gaze passed through each stall, and among many stalls, one stall's raw stones stood out. They were colorful, like a palette of nature, emitting a captivating luster. Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he walked over with Yi Lin and Zhao Peng. In front of the stall, Yi Lin's eyes were immediately drawn to a watermelon-sized raw stone. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, as if it were a gem polished by time, radiating a charming luster. Yi Lin squatted down, carefully observing the raw stone, as if she could feel the mysterious power it contained. Pointing firmly at the raw stone, Yi Lin said, "Brother, I want this one. I don't know why, but I just like it." Yi Chen smiled slightly and once again probed into the raw stone with his divine sense. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through them. Indeed, there was a fist-sized red jade hidden inside the raw stone, bright in color, pure in texture, and invaluable. He nodded, indicating that Yi Lin could purchase this raw stone. Then, he also selected 3 raw stones. The stall owner, looking at the 3 customers in front of him, was filled with joy. He had been running this stall for many years and had seen many buyers, but it was not common to have a situation where 4 pieces of jade raw stones were purchased at once like today. These 4 raw stones were quite valuable. He cleared his throat and began to calculate the price. After some calculations, he came up with a satisfactory number, 3 customers, for raw stones, totaling 3.5 million. Yi Chen, upon hearing the price, nodded in satisfaction. He knew the situation of the jade inside the raw stones, and even if the price were 10 times higher, he would not hesitate to buy them. After handing over the 3.5 million to the boss, the transaction finally came to an end. The 3 of them joyfully borrowed a small cart from the stall owner and slowly headed towards the stone-cutting area. Zhao Peng's sharp eyes quickly locked onto the figure of the stonecutter. After some bargaining, an agreement was reached, and the stone-cutting work officially began. The first one to be cut open was naturally the raw stone carefully selected by Yi Lin. The stonecutter was focused, with gentle and cautious movements. He carefully placed the raw stone on the cutting machine and firmly secured it. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling red light suddenly gushed out from the interior of the raw stone, as if a red sun was rising, dazzling and mesmerizing. "It's glass-type red jade," the stonecutter exclaimed in astonishment, his voice like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. The people around, who were originally busy with their own tasks, were all attracted and soon crowded around, making the place impassable. "Heavens! Such high-quality red jade. It's the first time I've seen it in my life." Voices of amazement spread through the crowd, with people wide-eyed and wearing expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Looking at the shocked faces with mouths wide enough to hold an egg, Yi Chen thought to himself, if a few more top-quality yellow jadites and purple jadites are opened later, I really don't know how crazy they will get. So he raised his arm, gently waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep quiet. "Everyone, please be patient. Master still has 3 unopened original stones here. After the stone cutting work is completed, you can come back to discuss." As Yi Chen's voice fell, the once noisy crowd gradually quieted down. The stone cutting master took a deep breath, calmed himself, and began a new round of stone cutting work. Time passed by minute, and about half an hour later, the 3 original stones were finally completely opened. Presented before everyone were a piece of crystal-clear top-quality purple jadeite, a brightly colored top-quality yellow jadeite, and a slightly inferior but still superior ice-type jadeite. In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. What kind of incredible luck is this? All 4 original stones have been cut into valuable jadeites. Even the worst one is still an ice-type jadeite. Exactly. Such rare top-quality red jadeite, purple jadeite, and yellow jadeite all coming from the same person's hands. It's truly unbelievable. I even doubt if I'm seeing things. I must be dreaming. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray such a plot. Someone murmured as if waking up from a dream. At this moment, a chubby middle-aged man, like a nimble fish, struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, with a pleasing smile on his face, saying, "I am Huang Yue, the general manager of Wanlong Jewelry. I wonder if you are interested in selling these jadeites. Don't worry, price is definitely not an issue." With that, he magically pulled out a business card and handed it to Yi Chen. Yilin stared at Yi Chen warily, as if he were a thief who might steal the precious jadeites, fearing he would sell such beautiful jadeites. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't need money, so why would he think of selling the jadeites? He said to Huang Yue, "Mr. Huang, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling these jadeites. Please understand." Huang Yue looked regretful, as if he had lost something precious, and said, "Well, if you ever change your mind and want to sell these jadeites, feel free to contact me anytime." With 4 precious jadeites in hand, the 3 of them left the original stone field under the envious gaze of the crowd, heading towards a nearby hotel to rest. At this moment, the original stone stall owner looked at their receding figures with deep regret. He quickly returned to his stall, carefully put away the original stones he had once treasured, and decided to personally cut them open to see if he could recover some losses. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, flocking to the stall owner's booth. In the blink of an eye, the original stones on the stall were sold out. Those who bought the original stones were extremely excited, with smiles on their faces, while those who failed to get their desired original stones were beating their chests in regret. The buyers hurried to the stone cutting area, eager to start cutting the stones. However, the results were disappointing. Only a few lucky ones managed to cut some jadeites, but the quality was not commendable. At that moment, the stall owner also joined the stone cutting ranks. Nervously staring at the cutting machine in his hand, with one cut, a crystal-clear ice-type jadeite the size of an egg appeared before his eyes. This surprise made the stall owner ecstatic, almost speechless with excitement. Back at the hotel, Zhao Peng stared at Yi Chen with piercing eyes, making him feel uncomfortable all over, with goosebumps falling to the ground. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, then took out the ice-type jade from his pocket and threw it to Zhao Peng, teasingly saying, "Look at you, there's no trace of the noble Zhao family's son from the capital. If your old man sees you like this, he will definitely give you a good beating. It's a disgrace to the Zhao family." Zhao Peng caught the jade as if it were a treasure, carefully tucking it away as if it were a priceless gem, afraid of causing any damage. After he tidied up, he turned to Yi Chen and said, "Brother Phone, don't underestimate this jade. Although it's not as good as those 3 top-quality jades, if you sell it on the market, it's definitely a valuable item, worth at least millions." Yilin, who was dozing off on the side, suddenly perked up at these words, her eyes shining as she leaned in and asked Zhao Peng, "How much would my red jade be worth?" Zhao Peng furrowed his brows in thought for a moment before replying, I can't say for sure, but it definitely won't be less than 100 million huaxia coins." Seeing Yilin's eyes gleaming with thoughts of money, Yi Chen quickly interrupted her daydream and suggested they go for dinner. As expected, food was always a top priority for Yilin. She had just been obsessed with the jade's value, but now she was eager to forget about it and dragged the 2 towards the hotel restaurant. The 3 entered the restaurant. Although they had missed the peak dining hours, the place was still bustling with people. Guided by a friendly waiter, they sat at an empty table. Yilin eagerly picked up the tablet handed to her by the waiter, swiftly placing orders before passing it to Yi Chen and Zhao Peng. After a quick glance, they returned it to the waiter. Seeing their reactions, Yilin asked in disbelief, "Brother, Zhao Peng, aren't you hungry?" Yi Chen sighed in exasperation, "You've ordered enough for 5 people, what else can we order? If you can't finish it today, just wait and see how I deal with you." At this moment, Zhao Peng couldn't hold back his laughter, but when he felt Yilin's murderous gaze, he quickly explained, "Yilin, don't get me wrong, I'm not laughing at your huge appetite. I just suddenly remembered that my dog gave birth to puppies, so I'm especially happy." Hearing this, a barely noticeable blush appeared on Yilin's cheeks. Soon, the waiters started bringing dishes to the table. The 3 of them chatted and enjoyed the food in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Just as they were immersed in the delicious food and cheerful conversation, a familiar figure caught Yi Chen's eye. It was his extremely materialistic ex-girlfriend, Mangyu, who he had long broken up with. Mangyu was dressed in luxurious brand clothing, arm in arm with a middle-aged man, heading towards an empty table nearby. At the same time, Mangyu also noticed Yi Chen and stared provocatively at him. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the tension and asked Mangyu in a low voice, "Darling, do you know them?" Mangyu's face showed a hint of disdain as she replied, "Just a guy I dumped before. Don't worry, darling, you're the only one in my heart." Upon hearing this, Yilin pouted and muttered, "I knew it, the air suddenly smells so bad, turns out there's a sly fox around." Mangyu's face darkened instantly, pointing at Yilin angrily and cursing, "You little bitch, how dare you insult me?" Continuing, as if deeply wronged, she suddenly threw herself into the arms of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, with a face as calm as water, stared at Yi Chen and the others, and said in a cold voice, "I am Lu Fuda, the chairman of the Hongqing Fuda Group. You youngsters, don't be too arrogant. The sea in Aoqing is deep, one misstep and you'll end up fish food. Hey, little beauty, why don't you come over and have a drink with Big Brother? As long as you're willing, Big Brother can buy you all kinds of designer bags, guaranteeing you endless enjoyment." Hearing Lu Fuda's words, Yilin was burning with anger, thinking how dare this fat man have ill intentions towards her. Without hesitation, she grabbed a water glass from the table and splashed it towards him. Caught off guard, Lu Fuda, drenched from head to toe, erupted in anger. He never expected someone would dare to splash water on him. After all, he was a super wealthy tycoon with assets worth billions. As he raised his hand in anger to reprimand Yilin, Zhao Peng suddenly stood up and kicked him to the ground. Lu Fuda, clutching his chest in pain, his face darkened, glared fiercely at Zhao Peng, his eyes seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Seeing this, Mengyu hurriedly rushed forward, helped Lu Fuda up, and asked with concern, "Darling, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Then, she turned to Yi Chen angrily and said, "Yi Chen, you've caused big trouble this time. Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have some dirty money. Compared to Chairman Lu, you're nothing but an ant. Just wait for a fierce retaliation." Yi Chen stood up slowly, his eyes coldly fixed on the man and woman in front of him. He never expected Lu Fuda would openly harass his sister and even attempt to physically harm her. If he didn't show some strength now, this person might become even more audacious in the future. So, Yi Chen walked towards them and said coldly, "Mengyu, you are still so vain and foolish. I had almost forgotten about you, but you insist on appearing in front of me. As for you, Lu Fuda, if you truly seek revenge, feel free to come at me, I'll be waiting. However, the consequences may be more than you can bear." With that, Yi Chen secretly activated a thread of spiritual power and injected it into Lu Fuda's body. This spiritual power swiftly moved through Lu Fuda's meridians, accurately destroying a crucial point. From then on, Lu Fuda permanently lost his manly abilities. Zhao Peng, on the side, boasted to Yilin about his brave kick earlier, and when he saw Yi Chen reprimanding the two, he quickly approached, provocatively saying, "So you're Lu Fuda, I'm Zhao Peng. If you have the guts, come and retaliate, I'll make you regret it." Lu Fuda knew he had lost this round and could only seek revenge later. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to get up from the ground with all his strength, left a few threatening words, and then hurriedly left with Mengyu. Back in the room, Mengyu began to cry out, "Darling, they dared to treat you like this. We must not let them off easily. We must teach them a lesson." Lu Fuda, equally furious, responded through gritted teeth, "Don't worry, this insult must be avenged. But for now, help me cool down." Hearing this, a hint of imperceptible disgust flashed across Mengyu's face but quickly returned to a gentle and charming expression as she knelt down to attend to Lu Fuda. No matter how hard she tried to tease, Lu Fuda remained unresponsive. Lu Fuda's face grew darker and darker, abruptly pushing Mengyu away. He was puzzled as to why his body, which had never had any issues, suddenly changed like this. On the other hand, Yilin, feeling guilty, said to Yi Chen, "Brother, was I too impulsive and caused you trouble?" Yi Chen gently patted her head, comforting her, "Lin, you did nothing wrong. Such people should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will think you are easy to bully and become even more aggressive." Hearing her brother's words, the gloom on Yilin's face instantly disappeared. She tightly held Yi Chen's hand, excitedly saying, "Brother, let's go shopping tomorrow. I heard that the Aoqing shopping center is very big." Her words were full of anticipation. At this moment, Zhao Peng interjected, "If we're going shopping, I think it's better to go to Gangcheng. It's a famous shopping paradise. Not only does it have a wide variety of goods, but it also launches the latest styles of various fashion trends first." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled. Yilin's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, looking at Yi Chen with eager anticipation, seemingly waiting for his decision. Unable to disappoint his sister, Yi Chen readily agreed to their proposal. Thus, the three of them decided to take a ferry to Gangcheng early the next morning to embark on a shopping trip. Afterwards, they each returned to their rooms. Yichen sat on the edge of the bed, took out his phone, and sent a message to Li Shana. Shana, have you told uncle and aunt about us? When would be a suitable time for me to visit? Li Shana, who had already returned to the dormitory, was lying on the bed looking at her phone. When she saw the message from Yi Chen, a sweet smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. She quickly replied, "Phone, let's go home together after I finish my exams. My mom has been looking forward to meeting you." Her message exuded joy. Upon receiving Li Shana's reply, the weight on Yi Chen's heart finally lifted. Knowing that uncle and aunt agreed to his visit, he felt especially happy. What do uncle and aunt like? It's my first visit, and if I go empty-handed, I might be kicked out by my future mother-in-law? Li Shana blushed at Yi Chen's mention of future mother-in-law and replied after some thought, "You have to choose yourself. If you choose poorly, you won't be able to marry such a lovely wife like me, hee. Phone, I'll go study now, you think about what gift to buy." Seeing Li Shana happily chatting on her phone, her roommates knew she must be talking to Senior Yi Chen again. Li Bingbing teased, "Oh, our Shana is looking for a man. I think you should just marry Senior Yi Chen now, after all, you can get married in college." Shernan chimed in, "I think our Shana has already been won over by Senior Yi Chen. She hasn't returned to the dorm several times before, she must have gone to a world of two with Senior Yi Chen." Li Shana blushed at their teasing. Although she and Yi Chen hadn't crossed that line, she had long considered herself Yi Chen's. "Don't think like that, it's really not what you imagine," Li Shana blushed and retorted. Sun Jingjing mischievously responded, "Oh, explanations are just cover-ups are facts. Shana, look at your face blushing like an apple, hee. After a playful banter, the dormitory returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt extremely conflicted. After all, this was his first meeting with his future mother-in-law. What gift could be both appropriate and heartfelt? After careful consideration, he felt that this gift absolutely could not be taken lightly. It seemed that when he went to the port city tomorrow, he must carefully select one. The next morning, urged by Yilin, the three of them hurried to the pier early and boarded the ferry to the port city. About half an hour later, they arrived smoothly at their destination, the port city. Then, they hailed a taxi and headed towards the most famous shopping paradise in the port city, Harbor City. At the central hospital of the port city, Lufuda sat with an unpleasant expression in front of an old man, who was none other than the most famous male specialist in the port city, Wu Mingxian. Since his younger brother did not respond yesterday, he rushed back to the port city early in the morning, but there was still no response. Wu Mingxian furrowed his brows, carefully examining the test report in his hand. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly, "Mr. Lu, according to this report, all aspects of your body functions are normal, with no abnormalities. Have you considered whether it might be due to recent excessive indulgence or excessive psychological stress?" Lu Fuda pondered thoughtfully after hearing this. Indeed, during this time, he had indulged excessively with the charming Manhwa. It seemed that he needed to restrain himself a bit in the future. However, despite this reflection, the deep-seated worries in his heart did not dissipate. He always felt that this situation was unusual. Although he was getting older and occasionally felt weak, it should not be without any response. Dr. Wu, are you sure everything is fine? I feel something is off this time. How about prescribing some special medication for me? Lu Fuda asked with a skeptical look, insisting. Wu Mingxian shook his head helplessly, pondering in his heart. While these so-called special medications could indeed take effect quickly, the harm they caused to the body was not to be underestimated. Faced with Lu Fuda's repeated insistence, Wu Mingxian reluctantly prescribed some special medication. At the same time, he warned Lu Fuda to use it with caution. Yi Chen, Yilin, and Zhao Peng arrived at the Harbor City shopping center together. As soon as they entered Harbor City, Yilin was attracted by the magnificent decoration before her. Gorgeous chandeliers hung from the ceiling, dazzling, exquisite wallpapers adorned the walls, intricately designed and artistic, the smooth marble floor reflected bright light. Everything was so enchanting, as if in a dreamlike world. Brother, I'll go shopping by myself, hee. You hurry up and pick some gifts for Sister Shana, Yilin said excitedly, then dashed into the mall like a cheerful bird. Yi Chen was somewhat worried about letting his sister roam around alone, afraid she might cause trouble again. So, he turned to Zhao Peng beside him and said, Zhao Peng, you better keep an eye on Lin Lin and make sure she doesn't get into trouble. I'll wander around myself. After arranging things, Yi Chen began to stroll alone in this vast shopping center. He admired the variety of goods around him while pondering what kind of gift would express his respect and sincerity to Xiana's parents. As he walked, Yi Chen happened to see a shop named Honghua Nutrition Store. The shop door was wide open, displaying a variety of nutritional supplements and health products. Just as he hesitated whether to go in and take a look, a shop assistant noticed him and warmly greeted him. "Hello, sir. Welcome to our Manhwa nutrition store. We have a variety of rare nutritional supplements and high-quality health products here to meet the needs of different people. Whether it's to show care to parents or convey affection to a girlfriend, it's a great choice. Do you have any special needs? Or I can recommend some suitable products for you according to your request," the shop assistant said with a smile. Yi Chen looked at the enthusiastic shop assistant and said, "I'm thinking of buying some gifts for my future in-laws. Could you give me some recommendations?" The shop assistant's eyes lit up at the mention of Yi Chen buying gifts for his future in-laws. He warmly said, "Sir, you are thoughtful. We have many gifts suitable for elders, such as exquisite tea, premium health products, and exquisite crafts. If your future in-laws like tea, our Longjing tea or pu'er tea would be excellent choices. If they focus on health, we have a wide variety of health products to meet different needs. If they enjoy collecting, our crafts are unique and valuable." After some thought, Yi Chen said, "Could you recommend some high-end nutritional supplements for me?" Seeing Yi Chen's thoughtful expression, the shop assistant knew that Yi Chen was a capable young man who would not be careless in his gift selection. So, he began recommending some high-end nutritional supplements to Yi Chen. "Sir, if you're looking to purchase high-end nutritional supplements, we have several excellent options here. Firstly, we have an imported fish oil health product rich in omega-3 fatty acids, which is very beneficial for cardiovascular health. Secondly, we have a Swiftlet's Nest product, a natural tonic that nourishes in, tonifies the kidneys, beautifies the skin, and is highly favored by the wealthy and celebrities." Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited after hearing the shop assistant's recommendations. Without hesitation, Yi Chen said to the shop assistant, "I'll take 5 of each of the nutritional supplements and teas you introduced earlier." It turned out that Yi Chen not only wanted to prepare gifts for his future in-laws but also intended to bring a gift for his parents and his girlfriend, Li Shana, to show his appreciation. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant's face immediately lit up with joy. After all, closing such a big deal would surely earn her a substantial commission. So, she respectfully said to Yi Chen, "Certainly, sir. Please wait here for a moment, and I'll help you pack these gifts beautifully." Yi Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. After paying for the items, he left the store amidst the shop assistant's warm farewell. Stepping out of the store, Yi Chen looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to him. He quickly walked to a secluded and deserted corner, where he thoughtfully stored all the gifts in his system space. After completing this task, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and continued strolling down the street confidently. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mall, Yi Lin was immersed in the joy of shopping spree, while her companion, Zhao Ping, was in agony. He was covered from head to toe with various shopping bags, resembling a mobile rack. Zhao Ping looked at Yi Lin with a pitiful expression, almost pleading, "My dear sister-in-law, haven't we bought enough already? I really have no more space left on me to hang anything else." Yi Lin couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Peng's words. Seeing the multitude of shopping bags hanging on Zhao Peng, she also felt it was a bit excessive. So, she nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's take a break for now," Yi Lin said. The two found a resting area and sat down. Yi Lin began sorting through her spoils, picking up a shopping bag containing a beautiful dress she had just bought and admiring the shoes she had purchased earlier. After a while, as if remembering something important, Yi Lin suddenly stood up, placed the shopping bag on the ground, and decisively walked back. Sitting on the side, Zhao Peng was completely puzzled, secretly wondering, is this young lady really planning to move the entire mall back home? Not long after, Yi Lin came back excitedly with 2 big bags, muttering to herself, "Oh, I almost missed the latest Chanel suit. Luckily there are 2 sets here. I'll keep one for myself and give the other to Shauna, hee hee. Alright, let's quickly find my brother. I wonder what treasures he has picked." Just then, Yi Chen had just finished shopping and was about to store the purchased Patek Philippe watch, LV belt, and wallet in his system space. This time he splurged, buying dozens of brand-name watches, over a dozen belts, and wallets. These were carefully selected by him, intended for future gifts to family and friends. As Yi Chen stepped out of the unnoticed corner, he coincidentally bumped into Yi Lin and Zhao Peng walking towards him. Yi Lin frowned, her eyes full of doubt and suspicion, staring closely at Yi Chen, questioning, "Brother, how come you're here? Don't tell me you followed a pretty girl here?" Hearing this, Yi Chen had 3 black lines on his forehead, secretly wondering if he was really seen as such a disgraceful person in his little sister's eyes. Helplessly spreading his hands, he explained with a wry smile, "I thought this was the restroom, so I wanted to take a look inside." Who knew it was actually a security passage? Yi Lin didn't dispel her doubts but shifted her gaze to Yi Chen, who was empty-handed, asking, "Brother, you've been wandering around, but haven't bought anything?" Look at Zhao Peng, carrying a bunch of stuff for me. She pointed to Zhao Peng beside her as she spoke. At this moment, Zhao Peng was covered from head to toe with shopping bags, looking like a human clothes rack. Seeing this, Yi Chen stifled a laugh and calmly replied, I had the store staff directly ship the items back to the Magic City. It's so troublesome to carry so many things by hand. Seeing Yi Lin about to continue questioning, Yi Chen quickly changed the subject. You should go handle the items you want to ship too. Look at Zhao Peng, all loaded up with shopping bags. Don't you think it's pitiful? With that, Yi Chen swiftly scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, looking for nearby shops where they could mail items, and led the two of them to walk quickly. Upon reaching their destination, with the warm reception of the store staff, they quickly completed all the mailing procedures. Just then, Zhao Peng received a call from Beijing. His father's anxious voice urged him to return home immediately. With a solemn expression, Zhao Peng said, Phone, Yilin, I'm sorry, there's an urgent matter at home, I must rush back to Beijing. Yi Chen nodded slightly, saying, It's okay, contact us anytime if you need help. With that, Zhao Peng swiftly headed to the Harbor City Airport, boarding the earliest flight, speeding towards Beijing like a flying bird. Watching Zhao Peng disappear into the distance, Yilin's previously high spirits for fun instantly dissipated. She turned to Yi Chen and whispered, Brother, shall we return to the Magic City too? I suddenly miss Sister Xiao Na. Yi Chen nodded silently in agreement. Shortly after, the siblings embarked on their journey back to the Magic City. On the other side, Lu Fuda also learned of the situation. Enraged, he led his men aggressively towards the Harbor City shopping center. However, they were ultimately too late. When they arrived, Yi Chen and the others had already vanished without a trace. Perhaps for Lu Fuda, this was a stroke of luck. If he had truly encountered Yi Chen, he would probably have regretted it. Turning his gaze to the Zhao family in Kyoto, the head of the family, Zhao Jianxi, was staring solemnly at his eldest son, Zhao Xingyu, and asked in a low voice, Is the information you received reliable? Father, please rest assured, this information is absolutely true. My younger brother had a conflict with Han Shaoqing in the Magic City. Although the Han family tried their best to block the news, the fact that Han Shaoqing lost an arm, was severely injured, and later recovered under the treatment of Elder Qi, was still passed on by the spy I arranged within the Han family, Zhao Xingyu replied earnestly. Zhao Jianxi nodded slightly in agreement and then said gravely, Alright, let's wait for Xiaopeng to come back before making any conclusions. The most important thing now is to closely monitor every move of the Han family. We must not let our guard down, and be wary of any retaliatory actions they might take. At this moment, the international airport in the Magic City was bustling with people as Yi Chen and Yi Lin had just disembarked from the plane. Just as they were about to hail a taxi to return, a woman suddenly blocked their path. Yi Chen looked up and recognized the woman as Xie Shaoqing from the brothel. Xie Shaoqing approached them with a smile on her face and said to Yi Chen, Master Yi, what a pleasure to meet you. My mistress has long admired your talents and has sent me to invite you for a meeting. She earnestly requests your presence. Yi Chen pondered to himself. Ever since witnessing Zhao Peng being enchanted last time, he began to suspect that Hua Linger might also be a cultivator. With a desire to find out more, he decided to go along with the flow, agreed to Xie Shaoqing's request, asked Yi Lin to return to the Cloud Villa first, and followed Xie Shaoqing. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city. Hua Linger had been waiting there for a while. Seeing Yi Chen arriving as scheduled, she quickly bowed and said in a sweet voice, Master Yi, your visit brings great joy to this humble girl. Please come inside, and let's have a detailed discussion. With that, she personally led Yi Chen into the house. As they entered the room, Hua Linger was about to speak when Yi Chen suddenly interrupted, Miss Hua, since you have specially invited me here, you must have already investigated and understood my situation, right? Let's be straightforward. What is it that you want to discuss? Seeing Yi Chen being so direct, Hua Linger stopped the pretense of small talk. She smiled slightly and said, I have always admired and respected your talents, Master Yi. It would be wonderful if you could serve as the representative elder of our sect in the Huaxia region. However, after a thorough investigation, I discovered that you are likely a powerful warrior. I apologize for my previous ignorance. I wonder what realm of cultivation Master Yi is currently in. Yi Chen quickly scanned Hua Linger with his spiritual sense and confirmed that she was indeed a genuine cultivator, already at the peak of the qi refining stage. Perhaps he could gather some information about the cultivation world from her. Well, I recently successfully broke through to the foundation building stage, Yi Chen calmly replied. Hua Linger was shocked to hear this. She had thought Yi Chen was just an ordinary warrior, but he turned out to be a cultivator who had already reached the foundation building stage. Such talent was truly rare, and if they could recruit him into the sect, it would greatly enhance their strength. So, with sincerity, Hua Linger said to Yi Chen, Master Yi, witnessing your extraordinary talent today, I am deeply impressed. On behalf of the Hundred Flowers sect, I cordially invite you to serve as the honorary elder of our sect. May I know your thoughts on this? Yi Chen did not immediately respond to this, but instead asked the system in his mind, System, if I purchase the position of honorary elder of the Baihua sect, would that be considered a form of consumption? Also, if I use spirit stones to pay for the required fees for this position, would I also receive corresponding cash back? Soon, the system replied, Host, please rest assured, purchasing a position falls under the category of consumption. And for the consumption of spirit stones, you can also receive cash back. Specifically, for every consumption of 1 low-grade spirit stone, you can earn 1 point, and for every consumption of 1 medium-grade spirit stone, you can earn 100 points, and so on. Hearing the system's response, Yi Chen's face showed a satisfied smile. He finally got the answer he wanted and could now make decisions confidently. He then ended the conversation with the system and turned his gaze back to Hua Linger in front of him. Miss Hua, I wonder if the positions in your sect can be sold. For example, how many spirit stones does an elder need? And how many spirit stones does a grand elder need? Upon hearing this, Hua Linger was struck as if by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what Yi Chen meant. He didn't want the honorary position for free, so did he want to spend spirit stones to buy it? Young Master Yi, the sect has never had a precedent for selling positions, I really don't know, she said helplessly. Yi Chen, however, nonchalantly said, then you can contact the sect, I offer 30. No, I offer 50 top-grade spirit stones to purchase the position of honorary Grand Elder. At this point, Hua Linger was already shocked beyond words. As the saintess of the Baihua sect, her annual cultivation resources amounted to only 50 medium-grade spirit stones, and Yi Chen offered 50 top-grade spirit stones in one go. Was he out of his mind? With so many spirit stones, couldn't he use them himself? Under Yi Chen's continuous urging, she hurriedly contacted the Baihua sect master. After explaining the situation, she anxiously awaited the sect's decision. Inside the Baihua sect's council chamber, the atmosphere was tense. Sect Master Huali and the elders sat around, discussing a matter with serious expressions. Sect Master, this is truly unbelievable. Setting aside the fact that the young foundation establishment stage cultivator offered 50 top-grade spirit stones, how is that even possible? Our entire sect's reserve of top-grade spirit stones is only this much. One elder furrowed his brows, full of doubt. Another elder echoed, Indeed, Sect Master, if it were high-grade spirit stones, it would be somewhat believable, but top-grade spirit stones, it's truly unimaginable. At this moment, Huali slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over each elder present. Then he said calmly, Elders, even I am not entirely convinced. But if he can really produce 50 top-grade spirit stones, then we might as well grant him the position of honorary Grand Elder. If he cannot, giving him the title of honorary elder is also acceptable. After all, such a talented individual, even if unable to provide substantial help, would not cause much loss to our sect but rather contribute to enhancing the overall strength of the sect. After a thoughtful and heated discussion, the elders ultimately agreed with Hua Li's proposal and decided to convey this message to Hua Linger. Upon receiving the news, Hua Linger wasted no time and immediately found Yi Chen, delivering the good news to him. Young Master Yi, the sect has agreed to your previous proposal. As long as you can produce 50 top-grade spirit stones as a contribution to the sect master will personally confer upon you the position of honorary Grand Elder. Upon hearing this news, Yi Chen was overjoyed, but he also worried that Hua Linger might suddenly change her mind. So, without hesitation, he took out 50 top-grade spirit stones from the system space and swiftly handed them to Hua Linger. After all, these are not just 50 simple spirit stones, but they represent a huge amount of points. Just then, a pleasant voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 50 top-grade spirit stones and receiving a reward of 50 million points. Yi Chen suddenly smiled with joy, feeling exceptionally pleased. With so many points, it meant he could buy many coveted items. At this moment, Hua Linger looked at Yi Chen, who couldn't stop smiling due to excitement, and couldn't help but laugh lightly. She never imagined that the usually elegant and noble Yi Gongzi would have such a naive and adorable side. Following this, Hua Linger said to Yi Chen, Yi Gongzi, since the sect has agreed to your conditions, when would it be convenient for you to visit the sect? It would be a chance to meet the fellow disciples and get familiar with each other. Also, you can receive your identity token. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen replied, I'm a bit busy recently and can't spare the time. When I'm free, I will definitely let you know in advance. At this moment, Zhao Peng had arrived at the Kyoto mansion. As soon as he stepped inside, his brother Zhao Xingyu tightly grabbed him and headed straight to where their father was. Brother! What's going on exactly? Why did Dad urgently ask me to come back? I haven't caused any trouble recently, nor have I been extravagant. Zhao Xingyu's face turned serious, responding sternly, you haven't caused trouble? So, was Han Xiaoqing's injuries caused by himself? Stop the nonsense, father is waiting to ask you. The two hurried to Zhao Jianxi's study, standing respectfully on the side, afraid of disturbing their father who was engrossed in calligraphy. Zhao Jianxi examined his just completed calligraphy piece, showing satisfaction, then calmly asked, Xiaopeng, tell me truthfully about the conflict between you and Han Xiaoqing. Seeing his father's serious expression, Zhao Peng knew he couldn't hide it, so he narrated in detail about going to the brothel with Yi Chen and Yi Linger, encountering Hua Linger, and the attack on Yi Lin by Han Xiaoqing's men, which was thwarted by Yi Chen's guards. Hearing the whole story, Zhao Jianxi was deeply shocked. A master-level guard. Yi Chen's background was unexpectedly terrifying. Han Xiaoqing was lucky not to be killed on the spot. Then, a gentle smile bloomed on his face, and he softly said, Xiaopeng, how is your relationship with this Yi Chen? If you have the time, invite him to our house as a guest. Zhao Peng proudly took out the ice-seed jade from his pocket, boasting, my relationship with Feng Jie is very close. This jade was given to me by Feng Jie. If Dad hadn't called me back, Feng Jie, Yi Lin, and I would have played in Gangqing for 2 more days. Watching Zhao Peng revel in his pride, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but find it amusing. This kid was truly lucky to befriend such an extraordinary figure. Should he also learn how to squander money like him in the future? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to his cloud villa in the magic capital. He was browsing the system mall in his study, as if exploring an endless treasure trove. He was pleasantly surprised to find that spirit stones could be purchased in the mall at a conversion rate of 1:100, which was truly cost-effective. It seemed he could exchange spirit stones for more points in the future. Finally, without hesitation, he exchanged for a spatial core and 500 top-grade spirit stones, spending a total of 6 million points. Although other items were tempting, he didn't need them for now, so he didn't exchange for them. System, use the spatial core to upgrade the system space, Yi Chen murmured softly. Host, the system space has started to upgrade. It is expected to take 12 hours, during which the system space cannot be used. Accompanied by the cold electronic sound, Yi Chen knew that all he had to do next was to patiently wait. However, he didn't plan to just sit around. After the system space started to upgrade, Yi Chen left the study. Passing by the living room, he called Yi Lin along the way, and the siblings walked towards the dining room chatting and laughing. At this moment, the dining room was already filled with enticing aromas. It turned out that Bai Jia had already instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous dinner. The exquisite and delicious dishes on the table made Yi Lin salivate, and she couldn't wait to dig in. Standing aside, Yi Chen couldn't help but show a doting smile as he watched his sister devouring the food. He thought to himself, this girl is truly a foodie through and through. Whenever she sees something delicious, everything else fades away. What's even more amazing is that no matter how much she eats, she never gains weight. Lin, slow down, no one is going to take your food. Be careful not to choke. Look at you eating like this, how are you going to get married in the future? Yi Chen teased half-jokingly. However, Yi Lin paid no attention to her brother's words, muttering unclearly while eating, if I can't get married, then so be it. Anyway, I still have my brother and Xiaona's sister, you guys can take care of me, hee. After saying that, she picked up a piece of braised pork and savored it with relish. After the siblings finished their meal, Yi Lin went back upstairs to rest, while Yi Chen thought of going out for a walk. Since obtaining this system, he had not strolled the streets like this for a long time. At this moment, under the dim and faint street lamplight, he walked aimlessly, his gaze sweeping over the busy figures around him. Not long ago, he was also among these ordinary people, striving tirelessly and wholeheartedly for a better life. However, things had changed, and now he possessed an incalculable amount of wealth and had successfully entered the realm of cultivation, transcending the ordinary and standing above the rest. Unconsciously, Yi Chen had walked to the side of an old lady selling snacks at a street stall. Seeing Yi Chen approaching, the old lady's face lit up with a kind and friendly smile, and she asked softly, young man, what would you like to eat? Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, ma'am, could you grill me a few skewers? The old lady briskly agreed and pointed to a small stool next to the stall, warmly inviting, young man, please have a seat and wait for a moment, I'll bring it to you as soon as it's ready. Shortly after, the old lady cheerfully brought over a large bowl and placed it in front of Yi Chen, saying softly, young man, if it's not enough, just tell me, I'll grill some more for you. Don't worry, it's on the house. Nowadays, you young people are under too much pressure, with low wages. I may not have much ability, but providing you a hearty meal is not a problem. Watching the steaming hot and spicy skewers in front of him, Yi Chen ate slowly. Although not particularly delicious, it warmed his heart. Seeing Yi Chen finish the skewers, the old lady smiled with joy. However, this harmonious scene was ruthlessly interrupted by a few fierce-looking men. 3 young men with fierce expressions, like hungry tigers, were dragging a boy who looked about 16 years old and like a student to the stall. One of them, with a fierce face, roared menacingly, "Granny Wei, your grandson Wei Ziyuan just scratched my car while riding his bike. I won't ask for much, just give me 2,000 bucks. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Granny Zhang, seeing Wei Ziyuan in such a plight, shouted anxiously, "Don't harm my grandson. I'm willing to compensate you for your losses." As soon as the words fell, she quickly reached into her bosom and pulled out a handkerchief that had been washed to a pale white, carefully unfolding it. One young man, with sharp eyes and quick hands, snatched the handkerchief and began to count the bills inside meticulously. However, when he found that the total was only a little over 300, he was instantly furious. "Old lady, how dare you play tricks on me? Humph, it seems I must show some colors to your grandson." With that, he raised his foot and viciously kicked towards Wei Ziyuan's abdomen. A piercing scream rang out, sending shivers down everyone's spine. It turned out that at that critical moment, Yi Chen decisively took action. The young man seemed to be struck by an invisible force, immediately clutching his foot and collapsing to the ground. Yi Chen slowly stood up and looked at Wei Ziyuan, saying, "All right, now tell me what really happened." Seeing this, Wei Ziyuan hurriedly explained to his grandmother and Yi Chen, "Grandma, this gentleman, things are not as they say. I didn't scratch their car at all. On my way home riding my bike, they intentionally knocked me down, not only beating me but also forcibly bringing me here." At this moment, another young man glared fiercely at Yi Chen, gritting his teeth and saying, "You brat, mind your own business, or don't blame me for dealing with you too." Seeing Yi Chen's lack of response, the two immediately rushed forward swinging their fists. However, in an instant, Yi Chen's figure flashed, and the two men were thrown back as if struck by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. Wei Ziyuan on the side was stunned, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary martial arts master? He had always been fascinated by martial arts novels, dreaming since childhood of one day becoming an unparalleled master and eliminating all injustices in the world. Yi Chen, with a stern expression, reprimanded the 3 young men, "Get lost. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for keeping you down forever." Grandma Wei saw Yi Chen drive away the 3 men and hurriedly thanked him, while Wei Ziyuan, full of anticipation, asked, "Brother Yi, could you take me as your disciple and teach me martial arts?" Yi Chen was taken aback by this request, thinking that Wei Ziyuan was indeed an interesting person to want to be his student. He knew that he was a cultivator and not just anyone could embark on this path of cultivation. So he asked the system, "Is there a way to check if someone is suitable for cultivation?" Host, you can spend 100 points to test someone's cultivation aptitude. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Chen decided to first test Wei Ziyuan's potential for cultivation before making a decision. He then instructed, "System, help me test whether Wei Ziyuan has the aptitude for cultivation." After a moment, the system provided the result. Name, Wei Ziyuan aptitude, superior comprehension, superior fortune, superior seeing. Wei Ziyuan's outstanding aptitude, Yi Chen thought to himself that taking on such a disciple to play with might not be a bad idea. At this moment, Wei Ziyuan was eagerly looking at Yi Chen, filled with anxiety and anticipation. He knew that the mysterious figure before him might be the key to changing his destiny, so he dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Finally, after a period of silence, Yi Chen solemnly said, "Are you truly determined to be my disciple?" Wei Ziyuan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains, showing that he would not miss this rare opportunity. "Well, since you are so sincere and determined to be my disciple, I will accept you as my student," Yi Chen smiled and agreed. Wei Ziyuan was so excited that he danced around like a child, jumping with joy. As the sky darkened, he left his contact information with Yi Chen and informed him that he had some matters to attend to before coming back to take him for training. With that, Yi Chen turned and strolled towards the Cloud Villa. Wei Ziyuan, still standing in place, was immersed in joy. He tightly held Wei Grandma beside him and exclaimed excitedly, "Grandma, do you know? I finally have a master. From now on, I will learn powerful martial arts and be able to protect you well." His words were filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Wei Grandma looked at her grandson with love and contentment, tears shimmering in her eyes. She smiled faintly but did not say a word. She understood that this child had grown up and was beginning to understand responsibility and duty. Perhaps, this was the best arrangement fate had in store. The next morning, as the dawn broke, Yi Chen got up early. It was Li Xiana's last day of exams, and he was planning a special surprise for her. Yi Chen walked to the garage, scanning the parked vehicles before choosing the luxurious and noble Kalingan sedan. The engine roared to life as the car dashed out like a wild horse, heading towards a nearby flower shop. Upon entering the flower shop, the young and beautiful shop owner greeted him with a smile, asking, "Young man, what kind of flowers do you need?" Yi Chen replied generously, "Red roses, fill up the trunk of my car." Seeing Yi Chen's huge demand, the shop owner quickly called her boyfriend from the back of the shop to help. Together, they meticulously arranged a car full of roses. After much effort, they finally succeeded in creating a lifelike heart shape with the vibrant red roses in the trunk. Yi Chen admired the masterpiece before gently placing the eternal heart necklace he had won at the charity auction on top of the heart-shaped roses. He paid and drove off towards the Magic City University. It was exam time, and there were not many people on campus. Yi Chen arrived in front of Li Xiana's dormitory building, waiting quietly for her to appear. Half an hour passed, and the area outside the exam hall started bustling with people coming out after finishing their exams. Among the crowd, a familiar figure caught Yi Chen's attention. It was Li Xiana, who had just finished her exam. She smiled and walked towards Yi Chen with light steps. "Fengge, it's so good to see you after the exam," Li Xiana said joyfully. Looking at the girl with a bright smile in front of him, Yi Chen smiled gently and led her to the back of the car. "I have a little gift for you," he said. As he spoke, he gently opened the trunk. The trunk slowly rose, revealing a carefully crafted heart-shaped bouquet in front of Li Xiana. The bright red roses formed a heart shape, exuding a charming fragrance. Li Xiana widened her eyes, filled with surprise and touched. She couldn't help but throw herself into Yi Chen's arms, hugging him tightly. "Fengge, thank you. I really love this gift." Feeling the warmth in his arms, Yi Chen whispered softly in Li Xiana's ear, "Don't rush, take a closer look. There's another surprise inside." Hearing this, Li Xiana loosened her embrace slightly, turning her gaze back to the beautiful bouquet of roses. She carefully examined each petal, and suddenly, her eyes fixed on the center of the flower. There was a dazzling necklace hidden there. "This necklace is the eternal heart." Li Xiana could hardly believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, too excited to speak. Xiana's roommates standing beside her witnessed everything, their eyes filled with envy. Silently, they took out their phones, capturing this beautiful and heartwarming moment, not wanting to disturb the two immersed in happiness. Yi Chen had a faint smile on his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness and anticipation as he softly said to Li Xiana, "Xiana, shouldn't you go back to the dorm to tidy up? After all, you're on vacation now, and it's time for me to meet your future in-laws." Xiana's cheeks instantly blushed like a beautiful sunset, enticing as a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Chen's gaze, then dashed back to the dorm like a startled deer. Once inside, she eagerly sent a message to her mother, informing her that Yi Chen would be visiting today. She quickly packed up her belongings. Upon receiving her daughter's message, Yang Qin felt joyful and hurriedly informed her husband, Li Changlin, to take leave and come home soon. She herself rushed out to the market to buy ingredients. Several neighbors in the community garden were surprised to see Yang Qin out early buying groceries and curiously asked, "Yang Qin, do you have visitors today? Why are you buying groceries so early?" Yang Qin smiled brightly, joyfully replying, "Yes, Xiana's boyfriend is coming today. I must prepare well and not neglect him." However, after Yang Qin left, the neighbors began to gossip. "Look at Yang Qin's smug look. If her future son-in-law is an old man, let's see if she can still smile then." Exactly, giving such an expensive car, he's probably a wealthy older man. On the other hand, Li Xiana quickly got ready and lightly walked downstairs to Yi Chen, saying with a slight smile, "I drove here too. Let me send you the address, and let's see who can get there first." He. Her words were filled with confidence and playfulness. Subsequently, they both drove off towards Tianhe Community. Halfway through the journey, Yi Chen spotted a delicate liquor store by the roadside and decisively parked to go inside. After careful selection, he purchased 2 boxes of premium Maotai liquor and 10 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. When Yi Chen finally arrived at Tianhe Community, he found Li Xiana already waiting there. She stood anxiously, looking around, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Seeing Yi Chen, Li Xiana immediately revealed a mischievous smile, teasing, "Fengge, you lost this time. But it's okay, come on, let's go home together." She then took the bag of Zhonghua cigarettes from the back seat of Yi Chen's car, while Yi Chen carried the 2 boxes of Maotai liquor, heading towards Li Xiana's home together. As they reached the doorstep, Li Xiana noticed Yi Chen seemed uneasy and asked with concern, "Fengge, are you feeling okay? Is something bothering you?" Yi Chen's face showed a hint of nervousness as he stuttered, "No, I'm just a bit nervous since it's my first time meeting the parents." At that moment, the door slowly opened, and Yang Qin warmly welcomed them. She said enthusiastically, "Xiana, why haven't you invited Yi Chen in yet? Yi Chen, don't be too formal, relax a bit." With that, she ushered Yi Chen inside. Once inside, Yang Qin quickly brought out a plate of fresh fruits for Yi Chen to try. Later, she gently took Li Xiana's hand and led her to the kitchen, lowering her voice as she said, "Don't forget what I told you last time, okay?" Li Xiana looked puzzled, blinking her big eyes as she asked, "Mom, what exactly did you ask me to do? I really can't remember." Yang Qin sighed helplessly, patting Li Xiana's shoulder and reminding her, "I asked you to take Yi Chen for a walk around our neighborhood, especially to the garden area. This way, we can shut up those gossipers and prevent them from spreading rumors." Li Xiana returned to the living room and sat on the sofa, recounting her mother's words to Yi Chen. Yi Chen listened with a suppressed smile, thinking to himself, "I just gave Xiana a car, how did it turn into this? Xiana, how about we go out for a stroll and show those people that I'm not just an old man? Plus, there are some gifts in the car we haven't taken out yet," Yi Chen suggested. The two walked to the car together, and Yi Chen retrieved the gifts from the system space and placed them on the back seat. Then, he opened the car door, took out a package of tea and nutritional supplements, handing them to Li Xiana, while he kept the other two for himself. Next, he pulled out $2 million Patek Philippe watches from the space and tucked them into his pocket. "Xiana, this one is for you. The ones I have are for your future in-laws. Let's go, let's take a walk in the neighborhood garden," Yi Chen said with a smile to Li Xiana. At that moment, a group of middle-aged women were chatting in the neighborhood garden. They perked up when they saw Yi Chen and Li Xiana approaching. "Oh, Xiana, is this your boyfriend?" one of the women asked. Li Xiana tightly held Yi Chen's hand, joyfully introducing him to everyone. "Hello, everyone. This is my boyfriend, Yi Chen. He came to visit my home today." Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look at all these valuable gifts he brought, Xiana. Your boyfriend is so good to you, even the luxury car you drive was a gift from him, right?" Hearing this, Li Xiana's face lit up with a radiant smile, coquettishly replying, "Oh, I actually said I didn't want it, but Maple insisted and gave it to me." She expressed happiness and contentment as she spoke. Just then, Yi Chen politely greeted the elders present. "Hello, aunties. We should head back now, we shouldn't keep our elders waiting at home." With that, he and Li Xiana turned and walked back home. After the two left, the middle-aged women started whispering and gossiping among themselves. "Oh, the Li family is really lucky. They found such a handsome and wealthy young man as a son-in-law." Exactly. And the key is, he's so generous, willing to spend money on Xiana. However, amidst the lively discussions, the woman with a mole on her lip suddenly interjected with a strange tone, "Don't sugarcoat it. Although he's not a bad old man, in my opinion, this relationship may not last long. Nowadays, how many rich people don't change their minds easily? Over time, there will definitely be problems." After her words, she rolled her eyes disdainfully. As the two entered the house, they coincidentally met Li Changlin, who had taken leave and arrived home early. Seeing Yi Chen, he greeted him warmly and expressed great satisfaction with the pile of gifts Yi Chen brought. "Xiaofeng, it's great to have you here. Why did you bring so many things? From now on, no more extravagant gifts, just come home directly, don't bring anything." Yi Chen's heart was extremely uneasy at this moment. After all, as the saying goes, a daughter is the lover of her father in a past life and the intimate cotton jacket in this life. So he was always worried, afraid that Li Fu would not look favorably upon him and would not give him a good face. "Uncle, this is the first time I've come to visit you and Auntie. I'm not sure what you like, so I took the liberty of preparing some gifts," Yi Chen explained hastily. At this moment, Yang Qin hurried over, took the gifts from Yi Chen's hands, and said with a smile, "You two, please sit for a moment. The meal will be ready soon. Changlin, stop standing there, come and give me a hand. We can chat while eating later." Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was prepared. Everyone sat down, the atmosphere harmonious and pleasant. At this moment, Li Changlin turned to Yang Qin with a hint of hesitation and asked softly, "My dear wife, since Xiaofeng is visiting us today, how about I have a drink or two?" Yang Qin glared at Li Changlin impatiently and said, "For Xiaofeng's sake, I'll let you have a drink today, but absolutely no overindulging." Although her tone carried a hint of reproach, her eyes revealed care. Upon hearing this, Li Changlin immediately stood up, took out a bottle of Maotai liquor he had cherished for many years from the cabinet, and carefully opened the bottle. Then, he skillfully poured a full cup for Yi Chen and himself. At this moment, the table was filled with a strong aroma of alcohol. Yang Qin kept serving dishes to Yi Chen, each one carefully prepared by her. Watching Yi Chen enjoy the food, she couldn't be happier, as if she could see a picture of a happy and fulfilling future. "Xiaofeng, please don't be shy. Just tell Auntie what you like to eat, I'll help you with that. Xiana, don't just focus on eating, take care of Xiaofeng too," Yang Qin joyfully reminded. Li Changlin also raised his glass with a smile, lightly clinking it with Yi Chen's and finishing it in one go. He sighed, "Xiaofeng, Xiana is a bit introverted and sometimes not good at expressing her emotions. Even if something upsets her, she may keep it to herself. So I hope you can be more understanding and considerate of her in the future. We, as parents, are really happy that you two are together. Shauna used to mention you to me a lot a long time ago. After speaking, a hint of contentment flashed in Lee Changlin's eyes. Looking at the father and daughter in front of her, young Qin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed. It seems that a daughter is truly her father's lover from a past life, not telling me her inner thoughts. Her words carried a hint of reproach and disappointment. Seeing this, Lee Changlin quickly comforted her. Oh, my dear wife, don't worry about these details. It's Xiaofeng. What are your thoughts on your relationship with Xiaona? He turned his gaze to Yi Chen, full of concern. Yi Chen answered attentively, Uncle, Auntie, Xiaona is on summer vacation now. I plan to take her to Tiancheng to visit my parents. What do you think? He waited quietly for Lee Changlin and Yang Qin's response. At this moment, Lee Changlin and Yang Qin looked at each other and unanimously said, We have no objections to this, as long as you two agree. Their tone was very gentle, showing respect and trust towards their children. Meanwhile, Xiaona, who was standing aside, had already blushed, her eyes filled with happiness and sweetness. She silently gazed at Yi Chen, her shy and lovely appearance evoking a sense of tenderness. After that, Lee Changlin and Yang Qin enthusiastically asked about the situation at Yi Chen's home. Facing the concerned and curious gazes of the elders, Yi Chen appeared calm and composed, patiently answering each question in detail. The atmosphere was particularly relaxed and pleasant, as if they were a close-knit family. As time passed quietly, unsurprisingly, Lee Changlin gradually became immersed in the wine. Seeing this, Yang Qin helplessly gave her husband a stern look, then carefully helped him into the room to rest. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. It was indeed inappropriate for the future father-in-law to get drunk and lose control at their first meeting. He looked at Li Xiaona with an innocent expression and softly asked, Xiaona, will Aunt be angry about this? Maybe I should just slip away quickly. Li Xiaona smiled slightly and reassured him, Don't worry, everything will be fine. Although my mom always nags at my dad, she actually cares a lot about him. They are the typical couple who love and fight with each other. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat relieved and also became curious about the unique way this couple interacted. Next, Yi Chen took out two exquisite Patek Philippe watches from his pocket, handed them to Li Xiaona, and instructed, These are gifts I specially selected for uncle and aunt. I hope they will like them. Please pass them on. It's getting late, I should head home now. With that, he bid farewell to Li Xiaona with a smile and left. Back in his car, Yi Chen circulated his internal energy through his meridians, instantly dissipating the alcohol, making him extremely clear-headed. He started the car and drove swiftly towards the Cloud Villa. Upon arriving home, Yilin greeted Yi Chen with a pout. Brother, where did you gallivant off to today? How dare you leave me all alone? Humph. Seeing his sister's annoyed look, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and explain, Today I visited your sister Xiona's parents. It wouldn't have been appropriate to bring you to such a formal occasion. Besides, you were still in bed when I left. Although Yilin understood that such an occasion wasn't suitable for her, she refused to admit it and retorted, Humph, it's still your fault. I don't care, you owe me. You're taking me out for a fancy meal as punishment. Yi Chen nodded helplessly, thinking to himself that his sister was indeed a little foodie. Alright, Linlin, I plan to go back to Tianjin in a few days, so get ready in advance, Yi Chen told Yilin. Yilin looked puzzled and asked, We're fine here, why suddenly go back? Is something wrong at home? Yi Chen quickly shook his head and reassured her, Don't worry, nothing serious. I just want to bring Xiaona home to meet our parents. A glint of excitement flashed in Yilin's eyes upon hearing that Xiaona would accompany them, secretly delighted. She thought it would be fun and hurried to inform her mother to prepare adequately. Brother, you've been busy all day, tired, right? Go rest, I won't disturb you, she said cheerfully before darting back to her room like a happy little bird. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Her way of thinking was truly unique. One moment she was demanding a lavish meal, and the next she transformed into a caring and considerate sister, urging him to rest. After entering her room, Yilin eagerly dialed her mother's number. However, before Yilin could say anything, she was met with Wang Meijuan's deafening roar on the other end of the line. You heartless brat! You've been out for so long, and now you remember to call me. Do you think you've grown wings? I'll stew those wings of yours in soup. Upon hearing her mother's fierce scolding, Yilin standing by the phone couldn't help but tremble for a moment, but quickly put on a flattering smile and responded pleasingly, Oh, Mom, don't rush to scold me. I have some important information about my brother here, do you want to hear it? Wang Meiwan said indifferently, Your brother has been sensible since he was young. What trouble could he possibly get into? It's you, always causing trouble since you were little. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but more of indulgence towards her daughter. Yellen, with a look of disappointment, muttered to herself, I'm so lively and lovely, how could I be a troublemaker? At most, I'm just a bit restless, she thought to herself while making faces in the air. Excitedly, Yellen continued, Mom, I have a huge piece of news for you. My brother is coming back to Tianjin these days, and he will bring his future sister-in-law with him. Surprised, right? Initially, Wang Meiwan didn't react much to this news, just coming back home. What's so surprising about that? It's not like he hasn't come back before. Wait, what did you just say? Your brother is bringing his future sister-in-law back? Her voice suddenly raised 8 degrees, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Yes, yes. Mom, you better prepare to welcome your future daughter-in-law, Yellen said cheerfully over the phone. Before Yellen could finish speaking, Wang Meiwan couldn't wait and shouted, Lao Yi! Lao Yi! Our son is bringing his girlfriend home. Then a burst of noise followed, as if Wang Meiwan was frantically sharing this good news with Mr. Yi. Listening to the gradually fading voice on the phone, Yellen shook her head helplessly, thinking, Mom is already so old, yet still so impulsive. It seems like I've inherited her character. With that, she gently hung up the phone, a hint of happiness creeping onto her lips. On the other side, Wang Meiwan joyfully arrived at the villa courtyard. Seeing Yi Yuanhai tending to the flowers and plants, she couldn't wait to exclaim, Lao Yi! Such great news, our son is bringing his girlfriend home. Upon hearing this news, Yi Yuanhai excitedly dropped his tools and responded, Really? Ha, that's great. Our little pig at home is finally going to start courting. Tell me, when exactly are they coming back? Wang Meiwan was amused by him, but suddenly realized that she had been too caught up in the excitement and had forgotten to ask Yellen about the specific date of their son's return. She slapped her head, then smiled and said, Oh my, look at my memory. I didn't ask when exactly they are coming back, but it should be these days. By the way, let's go to the mall later and buy some new clothes. I also need to do some beauty treatments, dress up nicely to welcome the future daughter-in-law. After they come back, we'll tidy up the room properly. Oh, Lao Yi, what do you think about preparing a room for them? This way, we can cuddle our grandchild sooner. With that, Wang Meijuan's face was filled with a smile of happiness and anticipation. At this moment, Yechen was still unaware that the news of him bringing his girlfriend home had already been revealed to his mother by Yellen, and he was eager to surprise his mother. The next day, nearing noon, Yechen lazily got out of bed. After casually tidying up, he headed straight to Qingji Building. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Qingji Building, the security guard recognized him as the company's boss and quickly let him in. Upon entering the elevator and arriving at the company, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him intently. He turned around to see Wang Chao looking at him with a resentful expression. Yechen couldn't help but feel puzzled. It had been several days already. Why was Wang Chao still doing cleaning? It seemed that Shin Haoyue's words about him doing cleaning for a month were not false. Brother 3, how have you been lately? Have you adapted? Wang Chao's face was full of worry as he sighed. Brother 4, I'm almost tortured to death. Do you think I can adapt? Tortured? How could this be happening? Don't they know that Wang Chao is one of their own? Just then, a voice reprimanded, Wang Chao, how dare you slack off? Come over and clean the reception room. You've been so lackadaisical, at such a young age, you deserve to do some cleaning. Hearing this, Yi Chen's face instantly darkened, but Wang Chao just patted his shoulder, silent, and walked towards the reception room with a mop in hand. Yi Chen turned back to the elevator, pressed the button for the 23rd floor, and headed straight to Shin Haoyue's office. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, the secretary saw Yi Chen and hurriedly greeted him, leading him into the office. Inside the office, Shin Haoyue was in conversation with Fang Mingyue. Seeing Yi Chen looking displeased, she quickly asked, Mr. Yi, why are you here today? You look unhappy, is something wrong? Yi Chen said, how is the progress of the Fang family's business acquisition? And have 90% of the Fang family's assets been invested in charity? Shin Haoyue replied, the Fang family's assets are still in the process of being acquired, and as for charity investment, it's just starting. By the way, Mr. Yi, I want Mingyue to join the company as a vice president. What do you think? Without responding, Yi Chen turned to Fang Mingyue and said, go back and tell Mr. Fang, ask him if he wants money or his life, let him choose one. Now you can leave. Fang Mingyue's whole body went cold. She didn't dare to argue and quickly left to report to Mr. Fang. Yi Chen turned to Shin Haoyue and said coldly, Shin Haoyue, what's the situation with Wang Chao? Although I agreed to let you take full responsibility for the company and agreed to let Wang Chao work as a cleaner for a month, how can a receptionist dare to scold my brother in such a condescending manner? I want to ask you, is this your intention? Shin Haoyue now understood why he was so angry. It was because of Wang Chao. Mr. Yi, I'm truly sorry. I didn't consider it well. I will punish those people. Yi Chen looked at her deeply and said, all relevant personnel are to be dismissed. No matter who it is. Remember, I don't care how much money this company makes, even if it goes bankrupt, I don't care. As for the vice president, I will arrange for someone to come over as my representative to take over the position. And I am very disappointed in your current performance. With that said, he turned and left without hesitation, heading straight to the office area downstairs. Locking eyes with Wang Chao, he quickly approached to stop him from leaving, but before they reached the elevator, they were intercepted by someone. Wang Chao, you have some nerve. How dare you leave your post without permission? Do you not intend to continue working here? Believe me, I will fire you immediately. Sharp and piercing reprimands suddenly rang out. This sudden scene happened to coincide with the hurried arrival of Shin Haoyue. Without a word, she immediately stepped forward, raised her hand, and delivered a resounding slap to the woman. The woman's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief as she stared at Shin Haoyue and shouted, "Cousin, you actually hit me because of a lowly cleaner?" Yi Chen stared expressionlessly at Shin Haoyue and responded coldly, "So this is one of your Shin family members? Humph, you have 3 days to clear out all the parasites from the company that belong to the Shin family. As for the vacant positions, directly commission a headhunting company to recruit talent at triple the salary. I will personally explain this matter to Big Brother Shin." With that, he pulled Wang Chao and left the scene without looking back. Downstairs, Yi Chen asked Wang Chao to wait in the car while he called Shin Haoren. "Brother Shin, I just went to Huanyu Investment Company and found many relatives of the Shin family, acting very arrogantly. Is this your arrangement?" Shin Haoren felt somewhat embarrassed because indeed everything was arranged by him. "Yi, my friend, I'm really sorry. The company needed extra hands at the time, so I reassigned some people there. If you're not happy about it, feel free to replace them anytime. It's all my fault for not thinking it through. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing Shin Haoren apologizing so sincerely, Yi Chen didn't want to continue pressing the matter and just nodded silently. He then opened the system mall, exchanged 2,000 points for a 5-star business genius, and named him Yi Hongfei. Following that, Yi Chen gave instructions for Yi Hongfei to take up the position of vice president at Universal Investments. After making these arrangements, Yi Chen turned back to the car. "Why didn't you tell me about the injustice you faced this time?" Yi Chen asked Wang Chao, who was sitting in the car. However, Wang Chao responded nonchalantly, "It's not worth bothering you with such trivial matters. Although I faced some exclusion at work, the pay is good. They probably thought I was assigned to cleaning, must have offended someone, and wanted to please Shin Haoyue by deliberately making things difficult for me. In reality, this matter has little to do with Shin Haoyue." Yi Chen nodded slightly in agreement, thought about it for a moment, and decided not to worry about it anymore. He then turned to Wang Chao and said, "Lao San, a person named Yi Hongfei will come this afternoon to serve as the company's vice president. Let him work with you from now on. I have some miscellaneous matters to attend to. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to call me anytime. Let's not drift apart, okay?" After that, Yi Chen opened the car door, got out, and took out an LV belt and an exquisite wallet from the trunk, handing them to Wang Chao with a smile, saying, "I went to Hongqing the other day and brought back these little gifts for you." Wang Chao happily accepted the gifts and teased, "Hey, Lao Si, making progress. You even know to bring gifts for your big brother now since you're so obedient and sensible. Go find your girlfriend and have a sweet time." Not long after Yi Chen left, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw that it was a call from Zhang Jiwei in Tiancheng. "Shang, what brings you here today?" Yi Chen asked with a smile. Zhang Jiwei on the other end of the line remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Yi, Lao Chen is in trouble, and this time it's very serious. He specifically told me not to tell you, but after much consideration, I think I should inform you to see if you can help." Hearing this news, Yi Chen furrowed his brows tightly. Xian Zhongwen was a person of some influence in Tiancheng, and usually, nothing could trouble him. This time, the situation must be significant. "Shang, what exactly happened? Did the authorities intervene?" Yi Chen asked anxiously. Zhang Jiwei replied, "Not to that extent, I'm not sure about the specifics, but I heard it's related to martial artists." Now, Yi Chen was even more puzzled. It seemed he had to return to Tiancheng to inquire about Chen's situation in person. "Shang, I understand. I'll head back to Tiancheng immediately." After hanging up, Yi Chen immediately contacted Li Xiana and Yi Lin, preparing to depart right away. After more than 2 hours of flying, Yi Chen and his companions finally arrived at Tiancheng International Airport. As soon as they landed, Yi Chen arranged for Yi Lin to take Li Xiana home to rest, while he hurriedly headed to Donghu Hotel, concerned about Qian Zhongwen's safety, walking straight to his office. When he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find Zhang Jiwei here. Qian Zhongwen's face showed astonishment at the sudden appearance of Yi Chen. Yi, aren't you supposed to be in the Magic City? Why did you suddenly come back here? Qian Zhongwen asked. Yi Chen gazed at the weary Qian Zhongwen in front of him and asked with concern, Qian, if it weren't for Zhang informing me, I might still be in the dark. Tell me what happened. Qian Zhongwen helplessly glanced at Zhang Jiwei, sighed deeply, and slowly said, Yi, back in the day, I was a well-known figure in the martial world, but now I've encountered a great disaster. The son of an old enemy I once eliminated, Gu Feihu, has come seeking revenge. What's even more despicable is that this kid has transformed into a powerful warrior, already reaching the early stage of internal strength, whereas I have only just touched the surface of external strength. If it weren't for Brother Wuhan's timely assistance last time, my life would have been in grave danger. After hearing the story, Yi Chen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment and decisively said, Chen, don't worry, the top priority now is to track down this person. As for what comes next, let me handle it. With that, Yi Chen bid farewell and left. After all, Li Xiana was still at home, and he wondered how she was getting along with her mother. After Yi Chen left, Qian Zhongwen immediately mobilized all his available resources to search for Gu Feihu's whereabouts. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Qian, with Ye's help this time, you can rest assured. However, Qian Zhongwen sighed deeply in response, I'm just afraid of causing trouble for Yi. In my opinion, there is likely a mysterious sect behind Gu Feihu. If that's the case, even Yi might get involved. On the other side, as Yi Chen entered the house, he saw his mother staring at him sternly, causing him to panic. Did his mother not like Li Xiana? Or had something happened between them? Just as he was about to ask, Wang Meiwan spoke first, reprimanding him, You rascal! How could you do such a thing? Xiana came all the way from the Magic City, and you disappeared right after she got off the plane. I'll teach you a lesson today. At that moment, Li Xiana heard a commotion outside and curiously walked out. Seeing Wang Meiwan about to scold Yi Chen, she hurriedly called out, Auntie. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Meiwan stiffened, her serious expression instantly replaced by a gentle smile. She turned to Li Xiana and said softly, Xiana, go rest for a while. This naughty boy is really out of line. How could he let you come alone on your first visit? If he keeps this up, there will be trouble. So, he must be taught a lesson this time. Li Xiana quickly explained on Yi Chen's behalf, Auntie, don't be angry. Fom already told me earlier that he had something to take care of. And he specifically instructed Lin to take good care of me. Wang Meiwan glared at Yi Chen sternly and said unkindly, Humph. For Xiana's sake, I'll let you off the hook for now. Xiana, if he dares to bully you, tell Auntie, and I'll deal with him. With that, she tightly held Li Xiana's hand and walked towards the room. Yi Chen stood there, bewildered and at a loss. On the side, Yi Lin looked at him with glee and said, Haha, brother, now you finally know what it's like to be scolded by mom like I usually am, right? He. Yi Chen did not respond to Yi Lin. He had been worried before whether his mother would like Xiao Na. However, from the current situation, it seemed that his mother was quite satisfied with Xiao Na. Brother, where should we go for dinner tonight? Mom hasn't prepared any food. How about considering East Lake Hotel? Yi Lin mischievously suggested. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and quickly picked up his phone to arrange dinner. Just then, Yi Yuanhai hurriedly returned home. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to ask Yi Chen, Where is my future daughter-in-law? Tell me quickly. Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle and replied, She's been dragged into the room by mom for a chat. Yi Yuanhai grumbled somewhat discontentedly, Your mother, why does she have to go back to the room to talk? I rushed back in a hurry, and I haven't even seen my future daughter-in-law's face yet. Alright, I won't talk to you guys, I'll go in and change first. Watching his father walk into the room, Yi Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother, with Xiao Na here, your position at home is plummeting rapidly. Ha ha ha. In the room, Wang Meiwan held Li Xiana's hand tightly and said with deep emotion, Xiao Na, you are the first girl that Xiaofeng has brought home. I can tell he really likes you. If only you were graduating today, I could help prepare for the wedding, so I could hug my chubby grandson early. Hearing this, Li Xiana shyly lowered her head, her cheeks blushing like the evening glow. She knew in her heart that Wang Meiwan was very pleased with her, but talking about having children now seemed a bit too early. Wang Meiwan continued, I heard from that mischievous girl Yi Lin that Xiaofeng has already visited your parents. What do they think about it? Li Xiana softly replied, Well, my parents quite like Brother Feng, they have no objections. Wang Meiwan smiled and nodded, then said, That's good. When you two return to the city, your uncle and I will visit your parents together, so both families can meet and discuss your matters. Just then, Yi Lin pushed open the door and walked in, cheerfully shouting, Mom, Sister Xiona, my brother has already reserved a table at East Lake Hotel, we should set off. The group drove to East Lake Hotel, and after the car stopped, Yi Chen led his family out of the car. At that moment, the hotel manager Chen Tai, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately greeted them. Mr. Yi, everything is ready, please follow me. Chen Tai said respectfully, leading Yi Chen's family towards the hotel's interior. Entering the spacious and bright private room, everyone took their seats. Chen Tai quietly left the room and went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to speed up the serving of dishes. Before long, exquisite and delicious dishes were served one after another. Yilin eyed the delicious food on the table, ready to dig in with her chopsticks, but was startled by her mother Wang Meijuan's stern gaze, so she reluctantly withdrew her hand, looking pitifully at the table full of delicacies. Wang Meijuan had a bright smile on her face as she turned to Li Shana and said, Shana, try this red earth braised pork, it's a famous dish in our city. And this 8 treasures tofu, it's also a local specialty. Li Shana carefully picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her bowl, then took a gentle bite. In an instant, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Wow, I thought such fatty meat would be greasy, but it doesn't feel that way at all, it's really delicious. With Li Shana's admiration, Yi Chen explained on the side, of course, this is a signature dish from a royal chef in the late Qing dynasty. It involves over 10 steps in the preparation process and is one of the intangible cultural heritages of Tianjin. Seeing Li Shana starting to eat with her chopsticks, Yi Lin's big watery eyes immediately turned pitiful, pouting as she asked her mother in a coquettish manner, Mom, can I eat now? Upon receiving a positive response, her face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, and she eagerly started to devour her food. This cute and amusing scene made everyone present burst into laughter. As Wang Meijuan kept serving food onto Li Shana's bowl, she earnestly advised her to eat more. Faced with such warm hospitality, Li Shana felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly thanked her, saying somewhat shyly, Thank you, Auntie, I've had enough, I really can't eat that much. However, Wang Meijuan didn't mind and comforted her with a smile, saying, It's okay, eat a little more, don't worry about gaining weight. A little plumpness will make you even more beautiful, and it shows good fortune. Just then, a crisp knock on the door was heard, and as the door opened, Zhen Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yu Warren walked in together. Upon entering, Zhen Zhongwen walked straight to Yi Chen, smiling heartily, Yi, my man, I just heard from Chen Tai that you're here, so I rushed over to see. Is this young and beautiful girl your sister? Yi Chen quickly stood up, politely responding, Brothers, today happens to be my girlfriend's first visit, so why don't I stay a bit longer at your place this afternoon? Upon hearing this, Zhen Zhongwen readily replied, Sure thing. Since it's your sister's first visit today, I won't disturb you too much. Consider this meal on me today, everyone please enjoy, order whatever you like. With that, he nodded slightly to everyone and then left. After a while, Yi Chen looked at his mother and Li Shana, saying softly, Mom, Shana, take your time eating, no need to rush. I'll go over to Qian's place to say hello. With that, Yi Chen got up gently and left the private room. Approaching Qian Zhongwen's office door, Yi Chen pushed it open, and as he stepped into the room, he heard a hearty laughter inside. I knew it, Yi, my man, would come to us. Qian Zhongwen laughed heartily. At this moment, Yi Warren also smiled and echoed, Yes, Qian, you understand my brother well. But even if you guessed right, there's no reward. As he spoke, Yi Warren waved at Yi Chen at the door, gesturing for him to come in and sit down. Yi Chen walked quickly into the room, sat on the sofa, and then asked Yi Warren, Big brother Warren, where's Nyo-Nyo? Why didn't she come with you this time? However, before Yi Warren could answer, Zhang Jiwei beside him couldn't wait to interject, Nyo-Nyo was with her godmother now, that beautiful secretary of Warren's. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, showing a smile as he said softly, Big brother Warren, it seems you figured it out, that's great. There will be someone to take care of you and Nyo-Nyo in the future. People should always look forward, not get stuck in memories. Upon hearing this, Yi Warren's face reddened instantly, and he awkwardly defended himself, Yi Chen, don't meddle in this, there's nothing going on. It's just that Nyo-Nyo likes Xiaolin more, I don't have those kinds of thoughts. Seeing this, Qian Zhongwen couldn't help but tease, Warren, since Nyo-Nyo likes her so much, why not put in more effort? After all, for the sake of the child, everything is worth it. Moreover, I think Lin Wanqiu is really great. Not only is she beautiful, but she also cares a lot for Nuo. You should consider it. However, Yi Wuhong did not pick up the conversation, just sat there quietly, not saying a word. Yi Chen knew in his heart that Yi Wuhong could never forget his deceased wife. So he changed the subject proactively, Chen Gu, have you found any clues about Gu Feihu's whereabouts? Qian Zhongwen furrowed his brows slightly, shook his head, and replied, there has been no progress so far. Since that day, this guy seems to have disappeared into thin air, without any news at all. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, pondering to himself. He couldn't stay in Jing City for long, but if he left, He was afraid that Qian Zhongwen might encounter unforeseen circumstances. After much thought, he decided to arrange a shadow guard and gave him a primary defense talisman. With his plan set, Yi Chen pretended to calmly reach into his jacket pocket and took out a primary defense talisman from the system space, handing it to Qian Zhongwen. Qian Zhongwen took the talisman with suspicion, examined it for a moment, and asked puzzled, "Yi bro, why are you giving me this talisman?" Yi Chen hurriedly explained, "This is not just a talisman, it's something that can save your life in a critical moment. It can resist attacks from Grandmaster level for up to 10 minutes. Hearing this, Yi Wuheng and Zhang Jiwei beside them widened their eyes, staring at Yi Chen as if to say, "What about ours? Hurry up and give them to us." Helpless, Yi Chen had to take out the remaining 4 talismans and said, "That's all, you guys divide them yourselves." After some discussion, Yi Wuheng took one, while Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei each took 2. Yi Chen then took out 2 bottles of elixirs from his storage bag, 1 bottle of Gathering Spirit elixir and 1 bottle of Boundary Breaking elixir, and handed them to Yi Wuheng. After explaining the effects of the 2 elixirs in detail, he turned to Chen Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei, saying, "These 2 elixirs are not suitable for you two, so I won't give them to you. Brother Wuheng, find a quiet place to prepare for a breakthrough in cultivation quickly. I'll leave first." After speaking, Yi Chen turned and returned to the private room. As soon as he entered, Yi Lin eagerly greeted him, "Big brother, we've been waiting for you for so long. Let's go home early." The family of 4 left Donghu Hotel and returned home. Once home, without a word, Yi Lin grabbed Li Xiana and headed towards her room. At this moment, Wang Meiwan hurriedly interjected, "Xiaofeng, it's still early, why don't you take Xiana to Donghu Lake for a walk and enjoy the scenery there?" Excited by the suggestion, Yi Lin quickly agreed, "Yes, let's go to Happy Valley together, I really want to ride a roller coaster." However, Wang Meiwan coughed lightly and then said sternly to Yi Lin, "Xiaolin, Mom has something to tell you, come with me to the room first." After the 2 left, Wang Meiwan scolded Yi Lin, "You troublemaker, can't you let your brother and Xiana be alone for a while? Why do you have to meddle and cause a fuss, showing no consideration at all, just like your father, not at all like me?" Yi Yuanhai muttered helplessly, "Why is it that the good parts are like you, and the bad parts are like me? I'm getting blamed even when lying down." Outside the villa, Yi Chen asked softly, "Xiana, do you want to go to the amusement park or take a walk by the lake?" Li Xiana thought for a moment and replied, "Feng Ji, let's take a walk by the lake." Since Xiana wanted to go to the lakeside, Yi Chen didn't drive but held her hand tightly, walking slowly towards the lake. As the night fell, the 2 of them walked hand in hand, looking at the reflections on the lake. Xiana took out her phone, took a picture of the lake, and said with a smile, "Phone, I remembered a poem. The moon beneath the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person in front of me is the one in my heart." Yi Chen hugged her tightly and said, "There's no one else in my eyes, it's all you around." They stood side by side, gazing at the shimmering lake. They leaned on each other quietly, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Just then, a soft and slightly timid voice broke the silence, "Big brother, big sister, buy a flower, please." Xiana squatted down upon hearing the voice, looking at the cute little girl of about 4 or 5 years old in front of her, and asked with a friendly smile, "Little sister, why are you selling flowers here alone when it's so dark outside?" The little girl shook her head gently, pointing to a man setting up a stall not far away, and replied softly, "I'm here with my dad. He once told me that only the happiest people can have these beautiful flowers, so I decided to come here and try my luck." Xiana was touched by the little girl's hopeful eyes and without hesitation, bought a bright red rose and handed it to Yi Chen. The little girl excitedly danced away, shouting back, "Great! I've sold 3 flowers now. Just need to sell 96 more, and Mom will come back." Xiana was deeply moved by the innocent words of the little girl, her eyes getting moist. She silently watched the little girl walk away. Standing up slowly, she looked at Yi Chen and softly said, "Phone, I once read a passage that said boys have a 0.1% chance of receiving flowers. Many only receive their first bouquet at their funeral. Today, I give you this rose, hoping we can hold hands like this and be together for life." Yi Chen was filled with emotion at that moment, embracing Xiana tightly, whispering, "Thank the heavens for letting me meet someone as wonderful as you. I appreciate your love for me, showing me how beautiful and moving love can be." Xiana looked up slightly, gazing affectionately at Yi Chen, and softly said, "Phone, please kiss me." Yi Chen nodded, leaning in to give a deep kiss, as if time stood still in that moment. In their eyes, only each other's figures remained. After a long while, they finally parted their lips. Xiana shyly looked around and saw many onlookers. Blushing, she quickly pulled Yi Chen away. Away from the crowd, Xiana saw Yi Chen looking at her with a smile, and coquettishly said, "Phone, you're teasing me, huh? Watch me punish you. You have to carry me home." Yi Chen bent slightly, and Xiana swiftly jumped on his back like a nimble cat, leaning gently against him. The gentle touch from behind felt like an electric current hitting Yechen's heart, causing ripples in his heart. Unconsciously, his steps slowed down, as if time also slowed down, heading slowly towards home. At that moment, he wished this road could be longer. When they reached the doorstep, Xiaona blushed and softly said, "Feng, put me down quickly. If the neighbors see us like this, it will be so embarrassing." Upon hearing this, although Yichen felt a bit reluctant, he carefully placed her on the ground. Then, the two of them walked into the villa together. As soon as they stepped inside, Yilin quickly grabbed Lixiana, who had just entered the door, and dragged her into her own room without saying a word. Meanwhile, in a dark, damp basement emitting a musty smell in the city area of Jin, a burly, muscular man was sitting alone, drinking sullenly. This man's name was Gu Feihu. A few days ago, he went to seek revenge on Qian Zhongwen but unfortunately encountered Yi Wuheng instead, ending up not only failing to avenge himself but also getting seriously injured. Since then, he had been hiding in this dark and gloomy place to recuperate. At this moment, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly approached outside the basement door. Gu Feihu instantly became alert, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, his right hand swiftly reaching for the extremely sharp dagger on the table, tightly gripping the handle, and staring intently at the closed door. As the footsteps drew closer, Gu Feihu's heartbeat accelerated, and his nervousness escalated. Finally, the door slowly opened, revealing a spirited and rejuvenated old man. Gu Feihu joyfully exclaimed, "Master, why did you come in person?" The old man before him was Gu Feihu's mentor, Zhang Linhe, one of the 5 elders of the Empty Valley. Zhang Linhe casually tossed a returning yuan pill to Gu Feihu and instructed, "Quickly take this pill to heal your injuries. I'll be waiting outside for you." With that, he turned and left. Knowing time was of the essence, Gu Feihu wasted no time, immediately swallowing the pill, then sitting cross-legged to cultivate and recover. About half an hour later, he felt completely healed, even stronger than before, and eagerly went to find Zhang Linhe. Arriving at a pavilion in the residential area, Gu Feihu saw Zhang Linhe sitting with closed eyes. He dared not disturb and stood silently by, waiting for him to awaken. Before long, Zhang Linhe slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Feihu, tell me, how did you get injured?" Gu Feihu respectfully recounted the whole incident. After listening, Zhang Linhe admonished, "In the future, you must not act rashly like this. You must thoroughly understand your opponent's background, plan before acting, and strive to make a fatal blow in one strike. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to settle this cause and effect." Inside the Donghu villa, Yichen lay on the soft and comfortable bed, pondering why Yilin had pulled Lixiana into the room. Curiosity getting the better of him, he decided to use his divine sense to peek at the two women's actions in the room. When his divine sense scanned the room where the two women were, Yichen saw Yilin holding a thick photo album, flipping through it page by page and explaining the photos to Lixiana in detail. "Xiana, look at this. This is when my brother was in high school and went on a summer vacation trip with his classmates. I insisted on tagging along. Do you see the pretty girl standing next to my brother? Her name is Molly. She has become an admired flight attendant now, but she secretly had a crush on my brother, even mustered the courage to confess to him, only to be ruthlessly rejected." Hearing this, Lixiana couldn't help but ask softly, "Linlin, are there many people who like Brother Feng?" Yilin's face beamed with pride as she smugly replied, "Of course. From childhood to now, there are countless people who like my brother. Hee, those girls have sent me all kinds of delicious treats just to inquire about my brother's news. One of the most memorable moments was when a girl gave me a whole box of chocolates, asking me to pass on a love letter to her brother." Lixiana laughed heartily, "You're really using food to get favors. Did you actually send the letter to him?" Yilin smirked, "Heck no. If he really ends up with that girl, it would ruin my chances. I'm not that foolish." Hearing this, Lixiana burst into even louder laughter, almost out of breath, as she rubbed her stomach and said, "You little troublemaker, how many romantic pursuits have you sabotaged for Feng Ji? Luckily, when Feng Ji and I were dating, you were still in Tianchang, or we would have been separated by you long ago." With that, she playfully lunged at Yilin. After a playful scuffle, Lixiana suddenly grew quiet and asked thoughtfully, "Yilin, do you know what Feng Ji likes?" Yilin furrowed her brows, pondered for a moment, then shook her head. I can't think of anything he particularly likes. He seems quite boring and very much a typical guy. The first time he took me to visit Moda University, he even asked me to remind him to buy flowers for you. Oh my, I can't understand how someone as clueless as him managed to win you over." At that moment, Yilin seemed to have an idea and said mischievously, "Xiana, I saw Mom only preparing one room. Looks like you'll be sharing a room with my brother tonight. If you beg me now, I might consider letting you sleep in my room. Lixiana blushed like a ripe apple, a mix of anticipation and anxiety in her eyes. She stood still, as if frozen, until Yilin waved her hand in front of her eyes a few times, bringing her back to reality. You little rascal, always teasing me. How could Auntie arrange something like that? You must be making it up, Li Xiana said. Yilin gazed at the blushing Li Xiana with interest, a sly smile playing on her lips. I bet deep down, you're hoping to share a bed with my brother. Why else would you blush? He. Xiana, your thoughts are not that innocent, quite embarrassing. As the two bantered, Wang Meiwan pushed the door open and entered with a warm smile on her face. She looked kindly at Li Xiana and said softly, Xiana, your room is all set, right across from Xiao Feng's room. If you're tired, feel free to rest any time. Tomorrow, let Xiao Feng show you around. As for you, Yilin, it's time to go to bed early. Remember to sign up for driving school tomorrow and work hard to get your driver's license this summer. Yilin still held onto a glimmer of hope, wanting to join them for some fun, but as she was about to speak, she met Wang Meijuan's stern gaze, which made her swallow her words. Helpless, Yilin replied with a heavy heart, Okay, Mom, I understand. I won't disturb my brother and Xiana enjoying their time together. Her voice tinged with obvious disappointment. Wang Meiwan seemed satisfied with Yilin's response, nodded lightly, and then left. Watching her mother walk away, Yilin turned to Li Xiana with a troubled expression. Xiana, in that case, you should go find my brother. I need some time alone to emo. Li Xiana smiled reassuringly. I think Auntie makes a good point. You need to get your driver's license as soon as possible, especially since Feng Ji promised to give you a car once you get it. So, don't be sad anymore. As soon as the words fell, Li Xiana turned and went back to her room. Passing by Yi Chen's door, she deliberately glanced inside, meeting Yi Chen's gaze. After their eyes met, she walked into the room without hesitation and closed the door behind her. Inside the room, Yi Chen lightly patted the edge of the bed, gesturing for Li Xiana to sit down. Obediently, Li Xiana walked over and sat by the bed, facing Yi Chen's passionate and fiery gaze, her cheeks blushing involuntarily. Li Xiana gently closed her eyes, waiting quietly for Yi Chen's affectionate kiss. However, as time passed by, there was no movement. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she slowly opened her eyes, only to see Yi Chen tiptoeing towards the door. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly pushed the door open, and Yilin stumbled into the room. Yilin, looking disheveled, dusted herself off and explained awkwardly, Brother, Sister Xiana, please don't misunderstand. I saw a little ant sneak into the room just now, so I hurried to catch it. Do you think my reason is convincing enough? Yi Chen glared at her, unkindly saying, Cut it out. I think you're the big ant who likes to eavesdrop on conversations. Go back now, always causing trouble. Yilin embarrassedly scratched her head, chuckling, Well, I'll leave you two alone then, hee. With that, she quickly ran off. Li Xiana, feeling extremely embarrassed, wished she could find a hole to hide in. She hurriedly stood up and escaped back to her room. Looking at the empty room, Yi Chen could only sigh helplessly. Other people's sisters knew how to create opportunities for their brothers, but his own sister was a troublemaker who loved to meddle. The next morning, just as the eastern sky was turning pale, Wang Meiwan had already gone out to buy breakfast. At that moment, she was carrying the steaming breakfast towards the table when she coincidentally met Li Xiana coming to help. She quickly waved her hand to stop her, saying, Xiana, don't bother, let me handle it. You go and call Xiaofeng and Lin Lin to come down for breakfast. Just then, Yi Chen finished washing up and was walking downstairs. Hearing his mother's words, he slightly smiled, saying, Mom, don't expect Lin Lin to wake up early. She's always a night owl. Let's start without her, don't wait for her. With that, he walked straight to the table. Looking at the table full of various breakfast items, Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim, Mom, how much did you buy? Even if 5 more Yilins come, they probably can't finish all this. Wang Meiwan, upon hearing her son's words, couldn't stop laughing and explained, I wasn't sure what Xiana likes to eat, so I bought a bit of everything. Xiana, come and sit down. Do you prefer tofu pudding or soy milk? Oh, and this noodle tea, you might not be used to it, but you can give it a try. Yi Chen nodded and added, Xiana, you should also try these fried pancakes and egg pastries, they taste really good. But this big pancake roll, you probably won't like it, so I'll finish it first. With that, Yi Chen picked up a piece of the big pancake roll and started eating. Wang Meiwan, sitting beside them, looked at the two with a content smile on her face. She gently patted Xiana's hand and kindly advised, after breakfast, let Xiaofeng take you out for a walk. It's not good to stay cooped up at home all the time. Breathing fresh air is good for your health too. However, before Yi Chen could speak, a sudden and abrupt ringtone from a cell phone interrupted them. Yi Chen picked up the phone, seeing that it was a call from Qian Zhongwen. A hint of doubt crossed his mind, but he quickly answered the call. I heard the urgent voice of Qian Zhongwen on the phone. Yi, something's wrong. Gu Feihu, that guy, has shown up. He asked me to meet him at an abandoned building in the outskirts to settle our grievances. After being injured by Wuhan last time, I didn't expect him to come knocking so soon. He must have brought some powerful help. Yi Chen's heart tightened, knowing well that this situation was serious. If the other party dared to provoke again, they must have some backup. But no matter what, he couldn't let Xian Zhongwen face this danger alone. Xian, don't worry. I'll come over right away. Remember, never go alone. We'll discuss everything when I get there. Yi Chen stood up as he spoke, ready to set off. After hanging up the phone, he looked apologetically at Li Xiana and said, Xiana, I'm sorry, I might not be able to accompany you today. Li Xiana naturally understood Yi Chen. She looked at him gently and whispered, Phone, go with peace of mind, but remember to come back soon. Yi Chen didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurried to Donghu Hotel. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Jiwei and Yi Wuhan there. However, at that moment, Yi Chen didn't exchange pleasantries with them. He walked straight to Qian Zhongwen and asked eagerly, Chen, have you seen Gu Feihu yet? Qian Zhongwen shook his head slowly and replied solemnly, Not yet. This morning the front desk delivered a letter from Gu Feihu. With that, he handed the mysterious letter to Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly opened the letter and read its contents carefully. After reading it, he looked up, his eyes firm, and said to everyone, Xian, we can't delay any longer, let's move out immediately. With me by your side, you don't need to worry. Just as the group was about to leave the hotel, Yi Chen suddenly turned to Zhang Jiwei, who also wanted to accompany them, and earnestly advised, Zhang, this mission is full of uncertainties and high risks. Considering your current abilities, it's more appropriate to stay here and wait for our news. Knowing he was just an ordinary person, Zhang Jiwei nodded obediently and stopped insisting on joining them. On the way to the agreed location, Yi Chen suddenly asked, Xian, did you bring the talismans I gave you yesterday? Hearing Yi Chen's question, Xian Zhongwen nodded and replied, Don't worry, I have both talismans with me. After all, they can save our lives, I dare not leave them behind. By the way, Wuhan, did you give your talisman to Nyonyo? Yi Wuhan nodded silently, confirming it. After taking the elixir yesterday, he successfully broke through to the Grandmaster level. With his increased strength, he was almost invulnerable to ordinary threats, so he gave the talisman to Nyonyo. At that moment, Xian Zhongwen took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Wuhan, saying, Wuhan, I know you're very strong now, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Take this talisman, it's a safeguard in case of danger. Don't be polite, you can return it to me after everything is over. But don't play tricks and refuse to give it back, haha. Facing Xian Zhongwen's kindness, Yi Wuhan didn't refuse and accepted the talisman readily. The three finally arrived at the abandoned building as agreed. The surroundings were desolate, looking extremely dilapidated. Yi Chen muttered to himself, I wonder who would choose to develop a property in such a place, it's clearly a loss. Yi Chen's gaze swept around slowly, finally settling on the two figures on the rooftop. He thought to himself, these two are really crazy, insisting on being on the rooftop. Is the air up there better? Hey, come down! Yi Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. At that moment, the two disciples upstairs responded, Come up! Yi Chen shrugged helplessly, then shouted again, Sorry, I have acrophobia, I really can't go up. If you don't come down, then we'll have to leave. With that, he turned as if to walk away. Hearing this, the two disciples exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, who is this person? Completely lacking the demeanor of a martial artist, he's just a ruffian. They had no choice but to obediently come down, as they didn't want to waste time and energy for nothing. When the two disciples reached the ground floor, Yi Chen spoke, Elder, what advice do you have? Let's sit down and discuss. Zhang Linhe was stunned. He never expected this young man to address him as elder. He was the fifth elder of the Empty Valley, with a highly esteemed status. Who didn't show him utmost respect on a regular day? Yet today, he was treated so disrespectfully by a young brat, which infuriated him to no end. Zhang Linhe, veins bulging with anger, pointed at Yi Chen and stammered, You. Yi Chen put on a look of realization and said, Elder, are you stuttering? Don't rush, take your time. If it doesn't work, shall we add each other on WeChat? By the way, can you type? Xian Zhongwen and Yi Wuhan beside them struggled to hold back their laughter. They couldn't help but admire Yi Chen in their hearts, thinking, this Yi brother is truly a rare talent. At that moment, Zhang Linhe could no longer contain his surging anger. He glared at Yi Chen and struck out with his palm. Sensing a fierce gust of wind, Yi Chen swiftly dodged to the side and pointed at Zhang Linhe, shouting, Hey, you old rascal, how despicable of you to sneak attack me. Come on, see my regretful dragon fist. Hearing this, Zhang Linhe's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped back and assumed a defensive stance. However, after waiting for a while, he didn't see Yi Chen launching any attack. Yi Chen then put on an innocent expression, scratching his head as he explained, "Old man, I was just speaking casually earlier. It doesn't mean I will actually use that move. Look how nervous you are, don't get so worked up, you might get a brain thrombus. You infuriate me. You brat. Today, I'll go all out and challenge you." Jiang Linha roared in frustration and pounced towards Yi Chen like a furious tiger. Unfazed, Yi Chen shouted, "Taste my 7-star chaotic palm, shattered stars." With those words, he struck out towards Jiang Linha's chest. Jiang Linha pondered inwardly, feeling that the person in front of him was playing tricks and deceiving him, yet he didn't become wary. Instead, he charged forward without hesitation. In an instant, both of them simultaneously struck each other heavily, sending them flying backward. Yi Chen struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and jokingly said, "Old man, my apologies, I do know that move." Surprised? At that moment, Jiang Linha could no longer contain his anger and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether it was due to the injury from the previous strike or being consumed by anger, it was impossible to tell. Just as Jiang Linha was about to charge again, Gu Feihu quickly intervened, "Master, please calm down. Don't act impulsively. This person is clearly provoking in trying to enrage you. Don't fall into his trap." Seeing Jiang Linha's emotions gradually calming down, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. In fact, when they first met, he had already sensed that the other party had a slight edge in strength. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation, winning would be difficult. He had to find a way to provoke the other party to have a chance. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, Shen Zhongwen could be in danger. "Old man, how about we make a deal?" Jiang Linha heard this and showed a hint of disdainful smile, then coldly snorted and proudly said, "A trade? I, the 5th elder of the Empty Valley, how can I easily make deals with others? Who do you think you are? Not just anyone can sit on an equal footing with me." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows, secretly thinking, this old man is really arrogant. But he didn't show it and instead calmly reached into his bosom, quietly taking out the intermediate attack talisman he had received as a reward from the system last time. Then, he provocatively waved it in front of Jiang Linha. "Old man, see this? This is a good thing. Sometimes my hand trembles involuntarily. If I accidentally throw it out and hurt the surrounding plants, it wouldn't be good. Otherwise, he. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Linha with a mischievous smile. Feeling the powerful spiritual power contained in the talisman, Jiang Linha's face instantly turned serious. He quickly grabbed Gu Feihu beside him and stepped back several times, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. After Yi Chen put away the talisman, Jiang Linha immediately put on a flattering smile, his tone becoming much gentler, saying, "Young friend, I was a bit offensive just now, please forgive me. I think your proposal is quite good, we can indeed discuss the matter of trade. After all, protecting these plants is also very important." Seeing the overly flattering Jiang Linha in front of him, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, thinking that this old guy was quite a talent. With such thick skin and adaptability, it's no wonder he became an elder, truly able to be flexible. At this moment, Yi Chen casually pointed to a few neatly placed bricks nearby. He said to Jiang Linha, "Old man, don't stand so far away from me, we have to shout to hear each other. Why don't you come over here and sit down to chat?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Linha's mouth twitched slightly, secretly thinking, he wants me to sit on a brick? I am the 5th elder, how can I be so undignified? At least get me a cushion to sit on. Despite his dissatisfaction, Jiang Linha still walked over and sat down. Yi Chen continued, "Old man, this matter is not a big deal. It's just that my brother Qian killed Gu Feihu's father. Let's not talk about whether they have a blood relationship, even if they are father and son, so what? After all, it wasn't my brother Qian who killed him, and the one who did it is already dead. How about this? I'll offer 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones as compensation, and we can settle this grudge. Of course, I can also offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, as long as you personally take care of Gu Feihu." Jiang Linha stared at Yi Chen with suspicion, thinking to himself, what is this kid thinking? The enmity of killing a father is unforgivable, yet he suggests that the other party may not be the biological father, and now he wants to buy the life of his disciple. But these 2,000 high-grade spirit stones are truly tempting. However, if this matter spreads, won't others think that I killed a disciple for the sake of spirit stones? Where can I put my old face? After struggling for a while, Jiang Linha finally said, "What the young friend said is reasonable, but it's difficult for me to personally take care of Feihu. How about we resolve this grudge with 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen stood up slowly and pretended to return to the carriage. However, in reality, he had obtained 100 high-grade spirit stones from the system mall. He then packed these high-grade spirit stones into a worn-out, cracked plastic bag and handed it back to Jiang Linha. Elder, to be honest, I don't have that many medium-grade spirit stones on me, so I can only use these high-grade spirit stones instead. John Linha couldn't help but feel bitter when he saw this. He never expected that this young man would so casually put the extremely precious high-grade spirit stones in such a shabby plastic bag. And to make matters worse, the plastic bag was even torn. If his disciple had done such a thing, he would have definitely slapped him so hard he wouldn't recognize his own mother. Young friend, now that this matter is settled, let's part ways here. If you have the leisure in the future, you can visit my empty valley, just mention my name, John Linha. With that, he pulled the displeased Gu Feihu and turned to leave. After the two had gone far, Gu Feihu muttered in a low voice, Master, how can we not avenge our fathers? Leaving like this, the disciple feels unwilling. John Linha knew what he was thinking, but if they were to act again today, both master and disciple would probably have a hard time escaping. Feihu, it's not that I don't want to help you, you saw the talisman in that brat's hand earlier, he could easily kill both of us. We need to think carefully about this, but if we don't have a good plan to deal with that kid, we must not act rashly. At the same time, a huge weight was lifted off Qian Zhongwen's heart. Being secretly observed by a master of internal strength was no easy matter. Brother Yi, thanks to your help this time, let me treat you later, let's have a good drink. Qian Zhongwen looked at Yi Chen gratefully, his eyes full of sincerity. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand, calmly responding, Shen, you're too polite. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention. Besides, my mom specifically arranged for me to take my girlfriend out today, so I'm really sorry I can't join you for a drink. But in my opinion, Gu Feihu probably won't give up so easily. Until he has enough strength to deal with me, he shouldn't come after you again. Qian Zhongwen nodded in understanding and said no more. Later, the three of them returned to Donghu Hotel together. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Chen drove straight back to Yunshan Villa. When he arrived at the door, Yi Chen parked the car, got out, straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, then gently pushed open the door and walked into the house. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiana coming towards him with a smile on her face, asking with concern, Feng Ji, is everything settled? Is everything going smoothly? Yi Chen nodded slightly and replied softly, yes, it's fine. Although there were some minor troubles in between, overall it went relatively smoothly. Oh, by the way, where did that girl Yilin go? Li Xiana smiled and gently explained, Linlin, she was urged by Auntie to go sign up at the driving school. She should be back home soon. Just then, Wang Meiwan heard the commotion and came out of the room to the living room. Seeing his mother, Yi Chen asked, Mom, Dad has been out all the time recently, where did he go? Wang Meiwan glared at her son, saying irritably, it's all because of you. You made your dad manage that stupid flower base, now he practically wants to live there. If I didn't know his character, I would really suspect he has another family outside. You, while Linlin is not here, quickly take Xiona out for a walk, don't stay cooped up at home all the time. After hearing his mother's words, Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly, then quickly took Li Xiana out of the house. The two of them walked to the entrance. Yi Chen turned to ask Li Xiana, Xiana, should we go to the amusement park or stroll around the romantic street? Li Xiana pondered for a moment and replied, Fengge, let's go to the romantic street. I heard that Tiancheng's romantic street is known as the World Expo, huh? After strolling around, we can also go to the famous Tiancheng Eye Ferris wheel. Yi Chen held her hand, walked to the Aston Martin 1-77, and opened the car door with a smile, saying, Beautiful Miss Li, your exclusive driver is here. I will definitely satisfy you today. Li Xiana's lips curved up, and she happily replied, Mr. Yi, I'm counting on you today. If you perform well, there might be a reward for you. Yi Chen carefully helped Li Xiana into the car, then drove swiftly towards the city center. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of the reward she mentioned, brimming with anticipation and curiosity. When they arrived at their destination, unable to contain his excitement, Yi Chen finally asked, Xiana, could you give me a hint about the reward you mentioned? Li Xiana's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. She elegantly lifted the hem of her jeans. Yi Chen's gaze was instantly captivated, his heart beating faster involuntarily. Silk stockings. His eyes became intense, thinking to himself, I must do my best to satisfy Xiana today. I really want to touch them myself. Li Xiana noticed Yi Chen's change in expression and teasingly said, Fengge, if you perform well today, I might allow you to touch my legs, hee, but don't turn into a pervert too quickly. Yi Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions, and confidently replied, Don't worry, I will definitely make you happy today. They got out of the car, and Yi Chen spotted a place ahead where they could rent a tandem bicycle. Without hesitation, he took Li Xiana's hand and walked towards it. Xiana, how about we ride a bicycle around? If you're worried about getting tired, there's also a sightseeing carriage over there for us to choose. Li Xiana thought for a moment and then said, Fengge, I think we should ride bicycles. This way, we can leisurely explore and stop to take photos anytime. Remember, you must take beautiful pictures of me. They carefully selected a tandem bicycle, and Yi Chen helped Li Xiana onto the seat. He then sat on the other side effortlessly. They pedaled leisurely, moving forward slowly. Fengge, look over there. There's a wishing well. Let's go check it out quickly. When they reached the wishing well, Li Xiana eagerly opened her handbag, searched for a while, and finally found a coin. She joyfully tossed it into the well, closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed for her wish. I pray that heaven blesses me and Fengge to be happy forever, without quarrels. And in the future, we will have a pair of children, a well-behaved and cute boy, and a sweet and lovely girl, hee hee. When she opened her eyes, Yi Chen leaned in curiously and asked, Xiana, what wish did you just make? Can you tell me a little bit? Li Xiana blushed like the evening glow on her cheeks and softly said, Oh, I won't tell you. It won't work if you say it out loud. In her melodious voice, there was a hint of playfulness and mystery, which only fueled Yi Chen's curiosity even more. Seeing this, Yi Chen knew that further questioning would be futile, so he stopped asking and instead, with a slight smile of indulgence on his lips, silently gazed at the quirky girl in front of him while casually taking out his phone from his pocket and snapping several beautiful photos of her. They then walked side by side, moving forward together. Before long, they arrived at a lifelike sculpture. Li Xiana blinked her bright eyes and asked in a puzzled tone, Fengge, do you know who this statue is? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, pulling out his phone to look up some information and patiently explained to Li Xiana, this statue depicts Marco Polo, the famous Italian scholar. He visited our land during the Yuan dynasty and wrote the renowned travels of Marco Polo. Upon hearing this, Li Xiana's eyes lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed, Fengge, you don't know this, but I'm a master at playing Marco Polo, I'm really good at it. Yi Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, silently thinking that the seemingly quiet and obedient Xiana was actually a full-fledged internet-addicted girl. So, he quickly changed the subject and suggested, Xiana, there's an ice cream shop over there, would you like to go in and sit down, or should I buy something for you? Xiana's cheeks blushed slightly, and she softly said to Yi Chen, Fengge, could you please buy me a cup of hot milk tea because my Aunt Flo is visiting today, so I can't have cold drinks? Yi Chen immediately understood and rushed to buy a steaming cup of milk tea for Xiana, picking a refreshing iced Americano for himself. He handed the warm milk tea to Xiana and asked with concern, Xiana, if you're not feeling well, shall we just go home and rest? Xiana wrinkled her nose lightly, took a sip of the sweet milk tea with delight, and mischievously replied, No way. I still want to go on the Ferris wheel, otherwise your long-awaited reward will be in vain, hee hee. With that, she dashed off like a cheerful deer towards the double-seater carriage. Yi Chen watched her disappearing figure with a happy smile on his lips. He quickly stepped forward, jogging to catch up with her. After returning the double-seater carriage, they eagerly headed towards the Eye of Tianjin. By now, a long line had formed under the Ferris wheel, mostly consisting of loving couples, perhaps due to the holiday season. However, for Yi Chen, this was no issue at all. Before long, he managed to secure 2 tickets through his financial prowess. Walking up to Li Xiana, he elegantly waved the tickets in his hand and softly asked, This beautiful and charming Miss Li, may I have the honor of riding this Ferris wheel with you to enjoy the enchanting scenery of Tianjin together? Seeing this, Li Xiana smiled happily, stepped forward, intimately linked her arm with Yi Chen's, and playfully responded, Oh my, since Mr. Yi has invited me so graciously, how could I refuse? He and so, the two of them boarded the Ferris wheel together. As the Ferris wheel slowly ascended, Li Xiana nestled in Yi Chen's arms like a little bird, leisurely enjoying the view outside the window. As the Eye of Tianjin stood tall on a magnificent bridge spanning the river, they could admire the beautiful riverside scenery from this vantage point. At that moment, Li Xiana suddenly pointed to another bridge not far away, curiously asking, Fengge, look at all those people gathered over there, something must have happened, right? Yi Chen followed her gaze and indeed saw a crowd gathering over there. He pondered silently for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth involuntarily. Oh, there's no trouble over there. You must have seen it in short videos before. That's the newly upgraded 6A level attraction in Jincheng, the diving grandpa. Li Xiana's eyes lit up at his words, eagerly shaking Yi Chen's arm, pleading like a spoiled child, Fengge, let's go over and take a look later, okay? Please? Her voice filled with endless excitement and curiosity. Yi Chen gently embraced her, caressing her slender waist, softly responding, Today, I'll go wherever you want, I'll accompany you. By the way, Xiana, guess whether those couples lining up below are tourists from out of town or locals? Li Xiana blinked her bright eyes, pondered for a moment, then replied, I think it could be both, but I feel like there might be more local couples. Yi Chen reached out and lightly flicked her cute nose, chuckling as he retorted, you're wrong this time, those couples down there are mostly tourists from out of town. Li Xiana looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression, asking, how is that possible? Fengge, how do you know that? Her words filled with confusion and curiosity. Yi Chen said mysteriously, there's a strange curse circulating among the locals in Jincheng. It's said that any couple who rides the Jincheng will eventually break up, so the people of Jincheng have given it a special name, the breakup Ferris wheel. Everyone says, if you're not truly in love, it's best not to challenge this curse easily. Li Xiana's face turned somewhat pale upon hearing this, her voice weak as she asked, should we hurry down now, is it too late? Her nervous demeanor amused Yi Chen, unable to hold back his laughter. He had only been joking, never expecting her to be so superstitious. So, he quickly reassured her, don't be afraid, darling, our love is invincible. If you're really worried, why don't we secretly bring out our household registration book and get our marriage certificate first? Then you'll feel at ease, right? Watching Li Xiana nod seriously in agreement, Yi Chen was stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. Was Xiana really planning to sneak out her household registration book? If her parents found out, wouldn't he be seen as a scoundrel deceiving an innocent girl? Just then, the Ferris wheel had completed a slow rotation. Yi Chen carefully lifted Li Xiana from her seat. Xiana, let's go see the diving grandpa now. Li Xiana's eyes lit up at his words, nodding eagerly, a smile of anticipation on her face. She held Yi Chen's hand, and they walked towards the crowd not far away. The surrounding scenery seemed to lose its color, leaving only the two of them, hand in hand, moving towards a common goal. They passed through the bustling crowd and arrived at the railing by the bridge, where an elderly man in red swim trunks stood on a protruding platform below the bridge, preparing to dive. Li Xiana excitedly pointed at the old man and exclaimed, look, that's the diving grandpa. Yi Chen followed her gaze and saw the old man slightly leaning forward, hands gripping the railing tightly, his eyes firm and focused. He took a deep breath, then leaped fiercely, his body drawing a graceful arc in the air, landing steadily on the water's surface. Li Xiana watched in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, this is amazing. I've only seen diving on TV before, but now I'm watching it live, it's so cool. She turned to look at Yi Chen, only to see his gaze fixed on a young man walking towards the platform. Curiously, Li Xiana asked, Fengge, do you know that person? Yi Chen smiled and replied, I know him, but he might not know me. He's the world diving champion, Brother Chong. I didn't expect him to be here today. Li Xiana excitedly pointed not far away and shouted, Fengge, look over there, there's someone in a frog suit getting ready to dive too. And look over there, someone in a flowery padded jacket, he doesn't even feel hot. At this moment, people were jumping into the river one after another, creating a spectacular scene like dumplings dropping into a pot. The divers were no longer focused on technique but simply enjoying the moment. Li Xiana was swept up in the joyous atmosphere and couldn't help but shout out loud. Fengge, Tiancheng truly lives up to its reputation as the city of joy, it's like an ocean of happiness. No wonder the depression rate here is the lowest nationwide. In such an environment, who could feel depressed? Yi Chen chuckled and said, exactly, when people are happy, their appetites improve too, everything tastes better, that's why Tiancheng also tops the national obesity rate. Fengge, look over there. Li Xiana pointed to a stall not far away and said, that old man selling candied haws, his candied haws look so delicious, let's go buy one. Following her finger, Yi Chen indeed saw an old man selling candied haws. The stall was filled with colorful candied haws, each emitting a tempting aroma. He nodded and smiled at Li Xiana, saying, sure, let's go buy one and try it. The two made their way through the crowd to the old man's stall. Li Xiana excitedly picked the largest candied haw and handed it to the old man. Skillfully, the old man wrapped it up and handed it back to her. Li Xiana took a bite of the candied haw, savoring the sweet taste spreading in her mouth. She closed her eyes, enjoying the wonderful flavor. Then she opened her eyes and said to Yi Chen, Fengge, you should try this candied haw, it's really delicious. Yi Chen took the candied haw and tasted it. He nodded, smiling, indeed very tasty. But, Xiana, do you know? The reason why Tiancheng's candied haws are so delicious, besides the old man's skill, is because the air here is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Hearing his words, Li Xiana burst into laughter. She pointed to the surrounding crowd and said, yes, the people here are so joyful, even the air feels sweet and lovely. Looking at the joyous Li Xiana, Yi Chen softly asked, beautiful Miss Li, seeing you so happy today, you must be very satisfied with my performance, right? When can I get my reward, huh? Li Xiana blushed slightly at Yi Chen's words, teasingly scolding, Fengge, why are you always thinking about that? Let's talk about it when we get home. Yi Chen tried to calm his excited emotions, tightly holding Li Xiana's hand, saying, it's getting late, we should head home now, or mom will worry for sure. Li Xiana smiled coyly and replied, you using auntie as an excuse, what's really on your mind? I can see it clearly, you big pervert. Despite the banter, Li Xiana obediently followed Yi Chen onto the car as they left, ending a beautiful and fulfilling day trip. When they arrived at the Cloud Villa, they saw Yelin sitting on the sofa with a sulky face, while Wang Meiwan warmly approached Li Xiana, showing care and concern. Ye Chen sat down on the sofa leisurely and teasingly said, "Hey, Linlin, who are you sulking with? Did the driving school reject you for being ugly?" Yelin stood up instantly, indignantly retorting, "You naughty brother, always teasing me. I am a stunning beauty, how could they refuse me? I was looking forward to going to Happy Valley with you and Xiana today, but ended up playing alone all day." Ye Chen suppressed a laugh. If they had gone to Happy Valley, their romantic time would have been ruined by this mischievous girl. At that moment, Yu Yuanhai returned home. Meiwan complained as soon as she saw him, "Always fussing over your flowers. You used to help me on weekends, now you disappear all day. Do I need to give you an award for being a model worker?" Yu Yuanhai awkwardly explained, "Meiwan, you know gardening is my only hobby. My precious crown lotus ding actually bloomed today." Before he could finish, Meiwan interrupted, "Enough, come over here. I have something important to discuss." Ye Chen made room for his parents, wondering what his mother had to announce. Meiwan said, "Xiaofeng, when you return to the city, your father and I plan to visit Xiana's parents and finalize your relationship." Ye Chen glanced at the charming Xiana beside him and agreed, "Okay, Mom, I have no objections. Once Xiana and I decide on the timing, we can set off. This way, you and Dad can also enjoy the city." Yelin couldn't hide her joy and eagerly offered to be their guide. Ye Chen's phone rang again, showing a call from Zhao Peng. After a brief thought, he accepted the invitation to visit Kyoto. Yelin, excited, expressed her desire to go to Kyoto for the first time. Wang Meiwan couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw this, and said impatiently, "What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? Didn't our whole family go to Kyoto together when you were young? You were even clamoring for roast duck back then." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin was first stunned, then started acting coquettish and said, "Oh, Mom, how can I remember those things from my childhood? Besides, that was so long ago. Brother, please, take me with you. You are the best brother in the world." Yi Chen was helpless against his mischievous sister and had to say, all right, stop fooling around. If you keep doing this, you'll shake my bones loose. Let's go together tomorrow, okay?" Jin City is not far from Kyoto, and driving there might take a lot of time due to possible traffic congestion. After careful consideration, they decided to take the high-speed train for a more convenient journey. The next day, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Yi Lin couldn't wait and ran to Yi Chen's door, knocking vigorously, Brother, get up quickly, or we'll miss the high-speed train." Hearing his sister's urgent call, although reluctant, Yi Chen had to quickly get up, get dressed, and wash up. After all, he was usually a lazy person who liked to stay in bed until noon, but when it came to going out to play, he would become unusually excited and active. After hastily getting ready, Yi Chen was dragged out of the house by Yi Lin. Looking at the still sleepy Li Xiana, the two couldn't help but smile at each other, silently feeling helpless about her. Later, the three of them called a ride-hailing car straight to the high-speed railway station. They arrived at their destination quickly without much conversation along the way. Upon entering the high-speed railway station, Yi Lin took the initiative to get the tickets and smoothly retrieved the tickets they had booked in advance. Then, they passed through the security check and boarded the train to Kyoto. About half an hour later, the train arrived in Kyoto on time. As soon as they got off the train, Yi Lin immediately called Zhao Peng on her phone. "Hey, Zhao Peng? This young lady has safely arrived at Kyoto South Station. Where are you now? Hurry up and come pick us up." Her words revealed an excitement that was hard to conceal. Zhao Peng, who received the call, was still half asleep, his mind blank, completely unaware of what was happening. He looked at the clock on the wall in confusion, wondering why they had arrived so early when it was only a little after 7 in the morning. "Yi Lin, why did you come so early? I thought you would arrive around 10 o'clock. Just relax, I'll come over right away." After saying that, Zhao Peng quickly washed his face and hurried to Kyoto South Station. On the other hand, Yi Lin was grumbling to Yi Chen and Li Xiana, "That lazy Zhao Peng. The sun is already up, and he's still lazing in bed. When he arrives, watch how I deal with him. Xiana, what do you think about having him treat us to roast duck? Oh, and braised intestines, stir-fried liver, hot pot, fried sauce noodles, bean juice. Well, maybe not bean juice, that taste is hard to accept." Li Xiana couldn't help but laugh. They say people from Tianjin are all great at crosstalk, and that's absolutely true. Linlin, you're not punishing Zhao Peng, you're just listing the menu. Ha ha. Hearing Li Xiana's words, Yi Lin scratched her head in embarrassment, realizing that she had blurted out all the food she wanted to eat. But it was fine, as she now had more reasons to punish Zhao Peng. Thinking about this, Yilin secretly rejoiced, looking forward to Zhao Peng's arrival. About 40 minutes later, Zhao Peng hurriedly arrived. Before he could say anything, Yilin, with her hands on her hips, said aggressively, "Zhao Peng, how dare you? We've been waiting for so long. Are you going to apologize or accept punishment?" Zhao Peng was very embarrassed as he was the one who invited Yi Chen and the others over but failed to receive them promptly, making them wait for so long. "It's all my fault for not preparing well enough. I'm willing to accept any punishment, Yilin. You can decide how to punish me, and I won't object." Upon hearing this, a sly smile appeared on Yilin's face. She coughed deliberately before speaking, "Little Peng, since you've apologized sincerely, I'll forgive you this time. But punishment is still necessary. How about treating us to a roast duck dinner together?" Zhao Peng waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, I thought it would be a severe punishment. Turns out you just want to eat roast duck. It's simple, you can eat as many as you want. Even if you just take a small bite of one roast duck, it's totally fine." Next, Zhao Peng invited everyone to get into the car and turned to Yi Chen, saying, "Feng, let's go to the hotel first. I'll settle you all in, and then we'll head to my place at noon to host a welcoming feast for you." Yi Chen smiled and nodded in agreement, jokingly adding, I'll follow your arrangements. I'm eagerly looking forward to your lavish hospitality, you wealthy man." The group entered Longwan Hotel, and the hotel manager, upon seeing Zhao Peng, immediately ran over with a big smile to greet him. "Young master, you honor us with your presence today. What can I assist you with? The cozy and romantic couple's suite you reserved earlier has been kept for you all this time." Zhao Peng blushed instantly, coughed awkwardly, and hurriedly retorted, "Hey, what do you mean by that? I don't understand at all. My elder brother is coming from out of town today. Hurry up and prepare a luxurious presidential suite for me." Then, Zhao Peng lowered his voice and secretly asked Yi Chen, "Feng, how about you and your wife experience our couple's room, and let Yilin enjoy the presidential suite alone?" After hearing this suggestion, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. However, when he thought about Xiana's relatives who had not left yet, he reluctantly gave up the idea. "Forget it, let's not make it complicated. We can all stay in the presidential suite. By the way, did I hear you say you've been reserving a couple's bed for a long time? Hey, you really know how to have fun. But take care of yourself, don't indulge too much." "Ha ha," Zhao Peng proudly replied, "Hee, I'm in great shape, truly invincible, unstoppable in every way." The hotel manager hurriedly walked over to Zhao Peng and whispered, "Young master, your room is ready. Let me lead you and your friends there." With a gesture of invitation, he led them towards the VIP elevator on the side. Zhao Peng gestured for everyone to follow him, and they all entered the elevator, heading straight to the top floor's luxurious suite level. Upon arrival, the hotel manager respectfully escorted them to the suite's door, bowed slightly, and exited the room. Yilin and Li Xiana chose their preferred rooms and went in. Zhao Peng looked at Yi Chen, who was still standing there, and smiled, saying, "Feng, you guys rest for a while first. I'll go inform my family that we've arrived at the hotel. At noon, I'll wait for you in the hotel lobby, and then we'll go to my house together." With that, Zhao Peng turned and left. After Zhao Peng stepped out of the room, Yi Chen casually chose a room and walked in. He lay on the comfortable and soft bed, but he always felt like he had forgotten something important. Just as he was pondering, Li Xiana suddenly walked into the room, and it was then that he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about the reward he promised yesterday. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as he stared straight at Li Xiana, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, teasing, "Xiana, are you here to bring me the reward that belongs to me?" Li Xiana's pretty face blushed like a ripe apple, shyly scolding, "Feng, you're so annoying, always thinking about those things. Since you didn't want it yesterday, the reward has expired, hee." Yi Chen didn't dwell on it anymore. His senses picked up on Yilin walking towards them. This little troublemaker always caused chaos at critical moments. It seemed like he couldn't bring her along next time they went out to play. Yilin pushed the door open, smiling mischievously, "Xiana sister, I knew you'd be here with my brother, hee. Why don't you two just stay together?" Yi Chen gave her a look and said, "I knew you'd come in too. Looks like I can't bring you along next time. Let mom watch over you at home so you won't cause trouble." Yilin's petite nose wrinkled slightly, a fake fierce expression on her face as she coquettishly said, "Humph, how dare you not let me follow? I'm sticking with you. Let's see how you deal with me, you annoying brother." Before he could respond, she tightly grabbed Li Xiana's arm and walked out of the room without looking back. Yi Chen watched the two of them walk away helplessly, shaking his head. It seemed like he needed to educate this girl properly. Then, he lightly tapped the system interface, entered the system store, and successfully exchanged for 1,000-year ginseng. He planned to give this ginseng as a gift when visiting Zhao's house. System, why do I feel like your presence has been getting weaker recently? Yi Chen suddenly muttered to himself. Host, it's not that the system's presence has decreased, but rather that you've become more like a lazy fish. You lack ambition and the spirit to dominate and conquer the world. The system responded mercilessly. What's wrong with being a carefree and leisurely fish? I can do whatever I want every day, enjoying a comfortable life. This is the life I once dreamed of. Now that it's realized, I should just enjoy it, Yi Chen retorted nonchalantly. Faced with Yi Chen's words, the system was momentarily speechless. Hey, system, why are you suddenly silent? Did you crash? Seeing no response from the system for a long time, Yi Chen couldn't help but tease. I can't be bothered to communicate with you, a lazy fish with no ambition. The system replied irritably. Near noon, Yi Chen slowly got up and left the room. He casually placed the 1,000-year ginseng in a handbag with the Dragon Bay Hotel logo on it, then softly called for the two women to go downstairs to the hotel lobby. As they reached the lobby, Zhao Peng spotted them from afar and immediately waved to them. As the three approached, he led them to board the luxurious Maybach parked in front of the hotel, and the vehicle swiftly drove towards Zhao's house. About 20 minutes later, the Maybach came to a steady stop in front of a majestic courtyard. At both sides of the gate, a pair of lifelike and majestic stone lions stood tall, as if guarding this ancient and solemn mansion. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Zhao Peng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. A proud look appeared on his face as he somewhat exaggeratedly introduced to Yi Chen, Fengge, please come in. The scenery inside is even more breathtaking, truly a sight to behold. With that, he personally pushed open the courtyard door, inviting everyone inside for a tour. Leading the group through the carved beams and painted rafters, through winding corridors, they arrived at a spacious courtyard. The artificial mountain and flowing water in the courtyard, with the swaying green bamboo beside the meandering stream, made it feel like a tranquil paradise. Fengge, look at this courtyard, isn't it more tasteful than those skyscrapers outside? Zhao Peng proudly introduced. Yi Lin couldn't help but exclaim, it's so beautiful, the air here feels much fresher. Zhao Peng continued to show everyone around the various rooms, each elegantly decorated with exquisite furniture. Finally, he led them to a study room, shelves filled with all kinds of books from classical to modern, a wide selection. This is my old man's favorite place, where he can read, drink tea, and enjoy some peaceful time, Zhao Peng said as he poured everyone a cup of fragrant tea. Yi Lin lifted the teacup, took a sip, and praised, this tea is delicious, everything here feels comfortable and relaxing. Hearing this, Zhao Peng's face lit up with a proud smile. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, with a serious expression, quickly walked up to Zhao Peng, slightly bowing and respectfully said, young master, the banquet is ready, please join your friends at the table. The master is eagerly awaiting your arrival. Zhao Peng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then turned to Yi Chen and said, Fengge, my old man has prepared a banquet, shall we go now? Upon hearing this, Yi Lin's face lit up with excitement, eagerly interjecting, let's go quickly. Hey, Zhao Peng, just to clarify, you won't be punished this time, okay? And so, led by Zhao Peng, the group walked through the courtyard towards the main hall of the quadrangle. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw Zhao Jianxi sitting at the main seat. Seeing everyone approaching, he quickly stood up, greeted them with a smile, and warmly said, oh, today it is truly my utmost honor to have Mr. Yi visit our humble abode. Please, have a seat. After everyone had taken their seats, Yi Chen casually placed the handbag with the Dragon Bay Hotel logo on the table, then smiled and said to Zhao Jianxi, Uncle Zhao, a small gift for my first visit, I hope you won't mind. Zhao Peng's sharp eyes caught sight of the handbag. Instantly filled with curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, Fengge, what treasure is inside this bag? And why did you use my family's hotel bag? Yi Chen scratched his head awkwardly, explaining with a smile, there's a 1,000-year-old ginseng inside. I saw the bag in the hotel room and just put it in. Hearing this, Zhao Jianxi's eyes lit up. He immediately took the bag, carefully took out the extremely precious 1,000-year-old ginseng. He cradled it gently, as if holding a rare treasure, then placed it in an exquisite redwood box on the side table. However, when he saw the few broken roots left in the handbag, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret and heartache. Equally curious, Zhao Peng picked up the handbag Zhao Jianxi had set down and carefully searched through it. Finally, he found a small piece of root in the seam of the bag and without hesitation, put it in his mouth to chew. It's not as miraculous as the legends say. I didn't feel anything special after taking it, Zhao Peng said, shaking his head in confusion. However, just as he finished speaking, a surprising scene unfolded. His nostrils suddenly gushed out 2 streams of bright red blood, spraying out like a fountain. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden sight, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yi Chen, seeing this, was shocked and quickly stepped forward, infusing Zhao Peng with a stream of spiritual energy to help him absorb the powerful medicinal effects of the Millennium Ginseng. After some effort, Zhao Peng gradually regained his composure, and the nosebleed stopped. Yi Lin, witnessing all this, turned pale with fright. She secretly resolved never to eat recklessly again, especially being extra cautious with what her brother gave her. After all, she didn't want to experience a nosebleed fountain like Zhao Peng did. Zhao Peng quickly changed into clean clothes stained with blood and returned to his seat at the table. All eyes were fixed on him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Why are you all staring at me like that? I feel absolutely fantastic right now. Dad, shall we start eating? Zhao Peng scratched his head and chuckled. However, before Zhao Jianxi could respond, Yilin eagerly reached for the dishes with her chopsticks. At that moment, Yi Chen's face suddenly changed, and his powerful spiritual consciousness surged towards Yilin like a tide. Yilin's face instantly turned as white as paper, her hand loosened, and the chopsticks fell to the table. Yi Chen turned apologetically to Zhao Jianxi and said, "Zhao uncle, I apologize for my younger sister's ignorance and inappropriate behavior. I hope you can forgive her." Zhao Jianxi keenly sensed Yi Chen's fleeting spiritual fluctuation just now, feeling shocked, and quickly responded, "Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. Today is just a friendly gathering, no need to be bound by formalities. And everyone, stop staring and start eating." At that moment, everyone at the table picked up their chopsticks and started eating, except for Yi Lin, who remained sitting there dazed, as if she hadn't come to her senses yet. When she finally snapped out of it, her face was full of grievances as she stared straight at Yi Chen. Li Xiana, noticing this, quickly got up to comfort her. Yi Chen gently tugged at Li Xiana's sleeve, indicating that she didn't need to pay attention to Yi Lin. Seeing Yi Lin still staring at him without touching her chopsticks, he couldn't help but coldly say, "If you don't want to eat, you can leave now." At this point, Zhao Peng quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, raising his glass to Yi Chen and saying, "Fenggu, let's have a drink. Let me tell you, ever since I met Hua Linger in the Magic City last time, those dandies in Kyoto have practically worshipped me as their idol." After clinking glasses, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Hua Linger inviting him back to the 100 Flowers sect. It was probably time to pay a visit and maybe earn some points in the process. Zhao Jianxi also raised his glass to thank Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, thanks to your help last time, otherwise Xiao Peng might have been in danger." After finishing his drink, Yi Chen raised his glass, took a sip, and then replied with a smile, "Zhao uncle, you're too polite. Xiao Peng and I are good buddies, helping a friend in need is only natural, so please don't worry. By the way, has the Han family caused any trouble for the Zhao family because of this?" Zhao Jianxi was straightforward in his response, saying, "Not at all. In fact, since this incident, the competition between the Han family and our Zhao family has decreased significantly. I heard they even specially invited the renowned national medical saint Qi Yuanshan to treat Han Xiaoqing's arm." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen just nodded slightly to show that he understood. Since the person had already been treated, he didn't care much. However, if the Han family dared to provoke him again, he wouldn't be polite. It wouldn't just be a matter of an arm next time. After that, Zhao Jianxi raised his glass to Yi Chen again, instructing Zhao Peng to take good care of everyone, then left the banquet first. At this moment, Yi Lin suddenly burst into tears, whimpering and saying with a grievance, "Brother, you were so fierce just now." Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but snort coldly and sternly educate her, "Look at you, so weak. I think I've spoiled you too much usually, now you don't even understand the rules. If you continue to be so willful in the future, believe me or not, I'll send you abroad alone." Yi Lin's body trembled slightly, she shrank towards the chair behind her, her beautiful eyes showing grievance and fear, her lips trembling, but she dared not say anything more. At this moment, Yi Chen was also not interested, so he signaled Zhao Peng to take the three of them back to the hotel where they were staying. When they entered the hotel lobby, a graceful and charming woman came up like a whirlwind. She coquettishly said, "Peng, why haven't you contacted me recently? If I hadn't heard from a friend today that you were here, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find you." Zhao Peng's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. He quickly glanced at Yi Chen, then pulled the woman aside and whispered softly, "Darling, you go to the room first. After I take my friends to their rooms, I'll come find you." Before the words fell, he lightly patted the woman's round and perky buttocks. After entering the suite, Yi Chen stopped Zhao Peng, who was about to leave, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he teased, "Look at you, so anxious, take it easy later." Zhao Peng grinned and responded, "Maple, it's not that I'm anxious, it's just that the ginseng's effect is too strong. My whole body is full of energy. I won't say more, I have to go quickly." With that, he hurried towards the door. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, looking at Zhao Peng's retreating figure with a smile that was not quite a smile, then turned back to his own room. He closed his eyes, focused, and used his divine sense to probe into the room where Yilin was. As expected, he saw Lixiana comforting the crying Yilin softly. At this moment, Yilin was full of grievances and dissatisfaction, constantly complaining to Lixiana, "That annoying brother, how dare he bully me? I clearly didn't do anything wrong. Subtitles, you're the only one who's good to me, I won't pay attention to him anymore." Lixiana helplessly looked at her future sister-in-law who was throwing a tantrum, and said with a heavy heart, "Yilin, haven't you noticed your recent changes? You used to be mischievous but still cute and sensible, but now you've become a bit stubborn and willful. Maple scolding you is not just because of what happened today. Your change in these days has been too big. If you can't deeply reflect on your own issues, sooner or later, even your good friends will leave you one by one." After Lixiana finished speaking, she got up and left the room, leaving Yilin sitting alone on the bed, hoping she could calm down and think carefully. Yi Chen saw this and silently withdrew his divine sense. He knew that Lixiana should be heading towards his room at this moment. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the room was gently pushed open by Lixiana. She sat quietly beside Yi Chen, and softly said, "Maple, don't be angry, I've talked to Linlin, she also realizes her problems." Yi Chen sighed helplessly and said, "This girl has been spoiled. If she's not properly educated, who knows what she might become in the future." Yi Chen shook his head vigorously, pushing aside those thoughts. He held Lixiana tightly in his arms and asked softly, "Xiana, have you told uncle and aunt about my parents going to the Magic City?" Lixiana playfully shook her head and coquettishly replied, "Not yet, don't be so impatient. I'll tell them tonight, hee hee." "Phone good, do you still want the reward you mentioned earlier? I'm already here." With that, she intentionally moved closer to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly, gazing intensely at the blushing beauty in front of him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With a gentle pull, they both fell onto the incredibly soft bed together. Yi Chen, like a hungry wolf, eagerly kissed those tempting red lips and his hands wandered not so innocently towards the towering peaks. Lixiana couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her slightly trembling eyelashes making his excitement surge even more. His hands gradually moved downward, freely exploring and caressing her full buttocks and long, smooth legs. Just as he was about to reach that mysterious triangle area, Lixiana suddenly struggled a bit, her eyes looking at him like silk as she shyly whispered, "Phone go, my relatives haven't left yet." Yi Chen suppressed the burning desire in his heart and gradually regained his senses. His eyes filled with deep affection, he gently kissed Lixiana's forehead and tenderly said, "Xiana, I really like you a lot. Since you came into my life, I've realized how sweet and beautiful love can be." Lixiana gazed back at him with equal affection, responding with a passionate and lingering kiss. Just then, Zhao Peng's voice came from outside the presidential suite. "Feng Gu, have you rested well? I found a fantastic place, do you want to come along and have some fun?" Upon hearing the voice, Lixiana quickly straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes, then hurriedly flew back to her room like a startled deer. Watching Lixiana's retreating figure, a happy smile involuntarily appeared on Yi Chen's face. He then got up from the bed, walked to the door, and opened it. Zhao Peng stood at the door, his face flushed and full of excitement, eagerly shouting at Yi Chen, "Phone Gu, that ginseng is so invigorating. You can't imagine, I just had a great time, killing it out there. Do you have any spare ginseng left? Give me another one." Yi Chen smirked, teasingly replied, "Hey, didn't I just send one to your house? If you need ginseng, why not sneakily take the one your old man has?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng shuddered. He knew very well that if he dared to touch that ginseng, his father would beat him half to death. Quickly changing the subject, Zhao Peng asked, "Phone Gu, where is sister-in-law and Yellen?" "We're ready to go." Yi Chen approached Lixiana's room, gently pushed the door open, and peeked in, asking, "Xiana, get ready, we're going out." Lixiana sat on the edge of the bed, shook her head slightly, and softly replied, "Phone Gu, you two go ahead. I want to stay here and accompany Yellen. Have fun and enjoy yourselves." Understanding Lixiana's decision, Yi Chen didn't insist on her joining them. He silently left the room and departed with Zhao Peng. After the two left, Zhao Peng suddenly wore a mysterious expression, leaned in close to Yi Chen, and whispered, "Phone Gu, since sister-in-law and Yellen aren't coming, why don't we go somewhere else? I promise you'll be satisfied." His eyes revealed a hint of cunning, as if he had some special plan hidden from Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, paid no attention. Where they were going made no difference to him, so he simply went along with it. In the night of Kyoto, neon lights flickered, and the neon sign of the bar stood out in the darkness. Zhao Peng led Yi Chen into a bar named Neverland. As they entered, they were engulfed by deafening music. The bar manager, upon seeing Zhao Peng approaching, greeted him with a smile, bowing and fawning, saying, "Oh, Master Zhao, what an honor. Please, come inside, have a seat, have a seat. Your VIP area is all set up and ready." With that, he personally led Zhao Peng to the VIP area. Once seated, Zhao Peng became more cheerful, shouting to the manager, "Tonight, my brother Feng is here, we must treat him well. Bring out the best drinks, and make sure the atmosphere is set. Today, my brother Feng must have a great time." Accompanied by a DJ's piercing screams, the lights suddenly focused on the stage. A group of bikini-clad beauties slowly made their way to the stage, each holding a bottle of wine, swaying their bodies seductively as they approached Zhao Peng in Yi Chen's VIP area. Seeing this, Zhao Peng's excitement grew, turning to Yi Chen and saying, "Feng, look at this grand scene. If you're not satisfied, I'll rearrange everything. I guarantee your satisfaction." However, Yi Chen seemed uninterested in the scene. It was his first time in such a place, driven more by curiosity than anything else. As the music's rhythm intensified, the bikini-clad beauties began to dance gracefully. They swayed their bodies seductively as they approached Zhao Peng and Yi Chen's VIP area. Zhao Peng watched them, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He raised his glass, gesturing to the beauties, then downed it in one go. Meanwhile, Yi Chen sat quietly, observing everything. His heart remained calm, finding it all somewhat novel and amusing. At that moment, a graceful woman approached Zhao Peng. She smiled and said, "Master Zhao, you look so handsome. Can I buy you a drink?" Zhao Peng's heart soared at her words. He nodded, and they raised their glasses together. The woman then pulled Zhao Peng into the dance floor without hesitation. The music blared, colorful lights flashing incessantly, people dancing wildly, reveling in the fervent atmosphere. Simultaneously, several bikini-clad beauties surrounded Yi Chen. They swayed their hips, gazing seductively, intentionally or unintentionally touching Yi Chen. One bold beauty, her ample bosom almost brushing against Yi Chen's face, sat on his lap, gently caressing his leg. Faced with such bold advances, Yi Chen felt awkward and unsure. The beauty on his lap coquettishly said, "Hey handsome, don't be so serious, we're here to have fun. Here, a toast to you." She handed him a glass of wine. Yi Chen took it without hesitation, downing it in one go. The other bikini-clad beauties, admiring his boldness, raised their glasses in unison, drinking with him. Subsequently, Yi Chen was forcefully pulled into the dance floor by the fiery women, igniting a passionate and charming dance. At that moment, Zhao Peng returned to the VIP area. He watched Yi Chen dancing fervently in the dance floor, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Shortly after, Zhao Peng raised his glass and drank heartily, then embraced the hot bikini-clad beauty next to him. However, just as the atmosphere was heating up, a voice filled with sarcasm suddenly rang out, "Hey, who's being so arrogant here? Turns out it's you, Zhao Peng, the prodigal son who doesn't know his place." The speaker was Chu Mufeng, the second young master of the first family in the capital. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Peng's eyes instantly sharpened, and he coldly replied, "Chu Mufeng, it's been years, but your foul mouth hasn't changed a bit." Chu Mufeng sneered and continued, "You useless guy, you're just proud of meeting Hua Linger once. Let me tell you, let's have a comparison. Manager, bring me a set of 9 Dragons Celebration. Let this prodigal son see what real extravagance is." The manager, upon hearing this, showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. A full set of 9 dragon-themed dishes. Today, they were sure to make a big profit. He immediately gestured for his subordinates to prepare. Chu Mufeng's lips curled slightly with a hint of disdain, and after a brief glance at Zhao Peng, he turned to the middle-aged man behind him and said softly, "Mr. Lu, please take a seat and don't let certain worthless people disturb our mood." At this moment, middle-aged man Lu Fuda glared angrily at Zhao Peng, filled with resentment. Remembering the last time he was ruthlessly kicked by Zhao Peng and Aocheng, he still felt powerless and humiliated. Despite seeking medical help everywhere, there had been no improvement, leading to extreme hatred towards Zhao Peng and Yi Chen. Sensing Lu Fuda's unusual expression, Chu Mufeng asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, is there some conflict between you and Zhao Peng?" Lu Fuda gritted his teeth and replied indignantly, "It's all because of him that I had to seek help from you, young Master Chu." Chu Mufeng suddenly understood that Lu Fuda had spent a fortune to seek Qi Lao's medical treatment, all because of Zhao Peng. "Mr. Lu, please calm down and take a seat first. This guy has a formidable background, it won't be easy to deal with him," Chu Mufeng calmly reminded. Lu Fuda knew very well that anyone who could banter with Chu Mufeng must have a significant background, so he needed to think carefully and act cautiously. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng arrogantly glared at Lu Fuda. After all, this was the capital, not like in Gangcheng where he needed to be cautious. If they really got into a fight, Zhao Peng was confident he could easily defeat him. With the DJ's voice resounding again, many thanks to young Master Chu from the capital for starting the 9 Dragons celebration. Wishing young Master Chu a prosperous future and success. Now, let's all enjoy the party together. Upon hearing the DJ's words, Yi Chen returned to the table. Seeing Zhao Peng's displeased expression, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Peng pouted and replied, "Fenggu, the guy sitting next to us is Chu Mufeng from the Chu family, and the other one is Lu Fuda from Gangcheng. It seems like they are deliberately picking a fight with me today. I just opened a bottle of Great Dragon, and he immediately ordered a 9-dragon celebration. Isn't he clearly trying to outdo me?" Yi Chen turned his head slowly, his gaze falling on the young man. Yes, this person must be Chu Mufeng without a doubt. As he noticed Lu Fuda glaring at him fiercely, a faint smirk appeared on his lips, teasingly. To Lu Fuda, this scene felt like a great insult. He glared furiously, veins popping on his forehead, and shouted in frustration, "What the hell are you laughing at? Try smiling one more time. Do you believe I can take you down in a minute?" Faced with Lu Fuda's furious reprimand, Yi Chen just chuckled lightly, then responded with a cold and mocking tone, You dare to challenge me? You're just an arrogant clown. How dare someone like you even come to a bar for fun? I bet your presence here is merely for show." Before the words had even settled, Lu Fuda's face turned extremely dark, like the bottom of a pot. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his index finger almost poking Yi Chen's nose, roaring uncontrollably, "You brat, watch your mouth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place." Sensing the tension, Zhao Peng quickly stood up beside Yi Chen, blocking him without hesitation. His eyes were icy cold, staring fiercely at Lu Fuda, warning, "What do you think you're doing? Don't think we're afraid of you. If you dare lay a finger on my brother phone, I can guarantee you won't leave Kyoto alive." Chu Mufeng stepped forward, grabbing the enraged Lu Fuda, and with a cold gaze fixed on Yi Chen, he said indifferently, "As far as I remember, there's no one like you in the capital. Mixing with the likes of Zhao Peng, you must be a reckless and extravagant playboy. This is Kyoto, I suggest you tone it down and keep a low profile." Yi Chen paid no attention, a hint of disdainful smile playing on his lips. "Low profile? Alright, then let me show you what real low profile looks like." He signaled Zhao Peng to call the manager and instructed to send a bottle of Spades A to every table except Chu Mufeng's. After doing so, Yi Chen turned to Chu Mufeng with a taunting tone, "Young Master Chu, why don't you show us the demeanor expected of the noble families in the capital?" At this moment, Chu Mufeng's expression turned extremely unpleasant. He never expected Yi Chen to be so audacious, daring to provoke him openly, as if he had a death wish. "Kid, listen up, I have some bad news for you. You've completely angered me. And you, Zhao Peng, get ready to face my wrath and retaliation." With those words, Chu Mufeng forcefully pulled Lu Fuda and left in a fit of anger. Watching their departing figures, Zhao Peng spat disdainfully in their direction, then sneered, "This Chu's second young master, always putting on airs, pretending to be a wealthy heir, it's utterly nauseating. Without the Chu family's support, he's just a useless waste." Yi Chen found it amusing and looked at Zhao Peng with a half-smile, teasing, "Oh, you speak so nobly, but aren't you relying on the Zhao family's influence yourself?" Caught off guard by Yi Chen's remark, Zhao Peng scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face, stuttering as he explained, "Hee, brother Foam, don't tease me like that, your words almost choke me. I openly admit to being a spendthrift playboy, but that guy refuses to acknowledge it." Yi Chen nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, compared to the usual arrogance of aristocratic heirs, Zhao Peng didn't display such an attitude, which might be why they could be friends. "Alright, let's put that aside for now and enjoy the wine to our heart's content." Yi Chen raised his glass, toasting Zhao Peng. At this moment, the group of beautiful women in sexy bikinis returned to their seats, filling the surroundings with the sound of birds chirping, laughter, and joy, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Later, the two continued to have fun for a while. Seeing that Zhao Peng was still enthusiastic and somewhat reluctant to leave, Yi Chen greeted him and then returned to the hotel to rest first. In a villa in Kyoto, Chu Mufeng sat grim-faced in the study, his brows furrowed, tightly holding a document. The atmosphere in the study was oppressive, with moonlight streaming through the window onto him, casting a gloomy shadow. Chu Mufeng stared intently at Lu Fuda in front of him and said seriously, "Manager Lu, this Yi Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. From the information we have so far, he actually controls a large company called Universal Investment, with business operations covering cities like Tiancheng and Modu, reaching a staggering trillion-level scale." Hearing this, Lu Fuda couldn't help but be shocked. After all, it took him 30 years of hard work and struggle to develop his Fuda Group to the current scale of 200 billion. How could this young man in his 20s have such a huge wealth? With doubts and confusion in his heart, Lu Fuda cautiously asked, "Young Master Chu, could this information be wrong?" Chu Mufeng sighed helplessly and replied, "Alas, I wish all of this were false. But let me tell you, I spent a lot of family resources and connections to find out this information. Moreover, as far as I know, all his funds come from overseas. So I strongly suspect that he may be a spokesperson for a foreign consortium in our country." Fortunately, we have not found any connection between him and the authorities yet, which gives us an opportunity. After listening to these words, Lu Futa's mood calmed slightly. If the other party had no official background, then things would be easier to handle. At this moment, all he could think of was Yi Chen's enormous wealth of trillions, which stirred a strong desire and impulse in his heart. Young Master Chu, since this guy has no official backing, and such a huge tempting piece of meat is right in front of us, why don't we find a way to swallow it together? Lu Futa excitedly suggested. Chu Mufeng's lips curled slightly, revealing a sly smile as he responded, I was thinking the same, Manager Lu. Let me take you to meet Mr. Chi tomorrow, and then we can discuss the specific plan in detail. Besides, I need to investigate further to see if he has any other opponents. If so, we can join forces to deal with him. Otherwise, trying to swallow this big piece of meat alone might attract envy and jealousy from others. Lu Futa nodded in agreement with a smile on his face and said, All right, please arrange it, young Master Chu. I will take my leave for today and look forward to discussing important matters with you again tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who had returned to the hotel's presidential suite, used his powerful mental abilities to secretly observe the situation inside the room. When he saw that Li Xiaona was in Yi Lin's room at that moment, he immediately flashed his figure and silently slipped into his own room. He had to quickly wash off the strong perfume scent remaining on him, or it would be difficult to explain to her later. He hurried into the bathroom, as if afraid of being discovered, and eagerly turned on the showerhead. The water poured down like a torrent, hitting his sturdy muscles and splashing into water flowers. He adjusted the water temperature slightly until it felt just right, then meticulously began cleaning his body. Especially in places that might have caught the scent of perfume, he rubbed repeatedly as if trying to eliminate every trace of fragrance. He scrubbed his skin vigorously, silently praying that the strong scent would disappear with the water flow. Finally, when he could no longer detect the faint perfume scent, he nodded in relief, acknowledging his efforts. He then changed into loose and comfortable pajamas, returning to the bedroom contentedly. At that moment, a slight noise broke the silence in the room. Li Xiaona pushed the door open and stepped out, catching a hint of a faint perfume scent lingering in the air. Frowning slightly, she walked straight to the bathroom to investigate. Upon entering, her gaze fell on the clothes hanging on one side, and as she leaned in to sniff carefully, she indeed discovered that the scent originated from those clothes. Li Xiaona briskly stormed into Yi Chen's room. Without a word, she grabbed his ear firmly, pouting as she questioned, You heartless guy, why are there perfume scents all over your clothes? Tell me the truth, where have you been hanging out with Zhao Peng? Faced with the sudden interrogation, Yi Chen showed a hint of embarrassment. He inwardly lamented, too preoccupied with washing away the lingering odor on his body, completely overlooking the scent still present on his clothes. At this moment, he could only brace himself and attempt to explain everything. Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly, trying to maintain a calm demeanor. He said in a composed tone, Xiaona, could you please go easy on my ear? It really hurts. Don't rush, listen to my explanation first, okay? Actually, it was Zhao Peng who insisted on taking me to the bar. I really didn't do anything. I swear, I've been faithfully guarding my chastity for you, that's why I came back to you so early, right? You have to believe me. Yi Chen muttered to himself, isn't it said that women in love become foolish? Why does his Xiaona seem as sharp as Sherlock Holmes reincarnated? Zhao Peng, oh Zhao Peng, you'll have to bear this blame, dragging me to such places. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, reveling in the bar, suddenly sneezed loudly. Rubbing his nose, he mumbled, is someone secretly missing me? Forget it, never mind, look at all these beautiful women around, it seems I can unleash my charm again tonight and sweep the floor. At the same time, Li Xiaona continued to stare intently at Yi Chen, as if trying to see through his face, searching for any unusual clues. However, when she saw no change in Yi Chen's expression, her doubt ceased slightly, so she released her grip on his ear, softly saying, Maple, I'm just worried you might be led astray by the outside world. Besides, what's wrong with me? Hee, I'll go back to the room first. With that, she turned and was about to leave. Yi Chen swiftly moved, appearing at the door like a ghost. He lightly kicked his foot, closing the door tightly. Then, he strode forward, lifting Li Xiaona around the waist, tossing her onto the soft bed like a sandbag, then leaping on top of her. Xiaona, you can't escape today, just let me enjoy, okay? A mischievous smile played on Yi Chen's lips, his eyes full of aggression as he gazed down at the beauty beneath him. Blushing, Li Xiaona protested coquettishly, Maple, you're so bad. However, no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain. Hee, my relatives haven't left yet. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yi Chen's face deepened. The cunning light in his narrow eyes shimmered as he stared straight at Li Xiaona's seductive red lips. Li Xiaona naturally understood his intention, blushing but nodding gently in acquiescence. Thus, the two gradually fell into a passionate and awkward entanglement. The next morning, Lufuta could no longer contain his excitement and hurried to Chu Mufeng's villa. However, upon learning that Chu Mufeng had not yet woken up, although slightly dissatisfied, he dared not complain and could only sit anxiously in the living room waiting silently. After about an hour and a half, Chu Mufeng finally leisurely came downstairs. As soon as he appeared, Lufuta stood up eagerly and approached him, saying repeatedly, "Young Master Chu, let's set off quickly. I can't wait to see my little brother regain his former glory." Chu Mufeng slightly tilted his head, glanced at Lufuta from the corner of his eye, and with a faint smile, calmly said, "Mr. Lu, be patient. Since I have promised to take you to see Mr. Shi, I will naturally keep my word." Lufuta cursed inwardly but dared not show it, as he was currently relying on Chu Mufeng. With a forced smile, he said, "Young Master Chu, please understand my feelings. This concerns the happiness of my later years. Rest assured, as long as I meet Mr. Shi, I will deliver the 1 billion huaxia coins I promised you without a penny less." Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Chu Mufeng's face. He waved his hand and said generously, "Mr. Lu, you are being too polite. Do you see me, Chu Mufeng, as someone who covets wealth? Since you are so anxious, let's set off now." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Mr. Shi's courtyard. After being announced, they were led into Mr. Shi's reception room. As they entered, Chu Mufeng flattered Mr. Shi Yuanshan, saying, "Grandpa Chi, long time no see. You look even more spirited, getting younger and younger." Mr. Shi Yuanshan chuckled and replied, "Mufeng, what brings you here today? How is your grandpa? It's been a while since I last saw him." With a respectful expression, Chu Mufeng answered, "Thank you very much for your concern, Grandpa Chi. My grandpa is currently in good health. I came here today to respectfully ask Grandpa Chi to use his miraculous healing skills to save my friend." Before he could finish speaking, Lufuta hurried forward, carefully placing the carefully prepared gifts on the table and respectfully saying, "Mr. Shi, I am Lufuta. This small gift is a token of my respect. Please accept it." Mr. Shi Yuanshan gazed at Lufuta, his face showing a hint of doubt, and asked, "Mr. Lu, from your appearance, you seem healthy and full of vigor, not afflicted by any illness? Could it be?" Lufuta sighed deeply and confessed, "To be honest, Mr. Shi, I have inexplicably lost my male function recently. I have sought medical advice everywhere, but to no avail. Feeling desperate, I had no choice but to come here and implore you to personally intervene and save me from this predicament." Understanding Lufuta's current situation, Mr. Shi Yuanshan led him into a quiet room for a thorough examination. After the examination, Mr. Shi Yuanshan returned to the reception room. He looked at Chu Mufeng, his tone as calm as a serene lake, and said, "Mufeng, let your friend take the gifts back." Lufuta's heart tightened suddenly, and he quickly said, "Mr. Shi, if there is anything lacking on my part, please let me know. I have come here sincerely, begging Mr. Shi to save me." Shi Yuanshan sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but your meridians are already severed, and I am powerless to reverse it. Unless you can find a healer from the Return Spring Valley." Lufuta hurriedly asked, "Mr. Shi, please tell me the location of the Return Spring Valley. I am willing to offer half of my family's wealth, just please help me." Shi Yuanshan's face showed a nostalgic expression as he slowly said, "I only met a disciple who came out of the Return Spring Valley when I was young. As for its exact location, I have no idea." Mr. Lu, please go back. Upon hearing this news, Lufuta felt as if struck by lightning, his body drained of all strength. He sat there blankly, his eyes hollow, filled with despair and helplessness. The Return Spring Valley, a name he had never heard of before, had now become his only lifeline. However, Shi Yuanshan's words extinguished his hope like a bucket of cold water. He didn't know where the Return Spring Valley was, nor how to find it. He even began to doubt if such a magical place truly existed in this world. He stood up slowly, walked out of Shi Yuanshan's courtyard. The sunlight outside was blinding and piercing, making him feel dizzy. Shi Yuanshan looked at the backs of the two as they left and murmured, "It's the work of martial artists again. It seems like chaos is brewing in this world." Outside the courtyard, Lufuta's bewildered expression gradually turned fierce, eventually descending into a frenzy. He stared fiercely at Chu Mufeng behind him, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Young Chu, rest assured. I will immediately transfer the 1 billion huaxia coins. That damn Yi-chan in Zhaopang. I will not let the two of you off." Chu Mufeng nodded slightly in agreement. He never expected that Lufuta's little brother had fallen victim to the hands of martial artists. With this revelation, Yi-chan seemed to harbor a mysterious identity even Chu Mufeng was unaware of. At this moment, should they continue to target universal investments? This was no longer a decision he could make alone. Mr. Lu, this incident involves martial artists and is very complex. I must report to my family, and my father will make the final decision. Once there is new information, I will inform you immediately, Chu Mufeng said without looking back as he walked away. Watching Chu Mufeng's figure grow distant, Lu Fuda was filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, if the Chu family chose to abandon the attack on Yi Chen, seeking revenge with his own strength would be a fool's errand, with no chance of success. At that moment, Yi Chen lowered his head, gazing at Li Shana in his arms, softly murmuring, "To have someone like this, it is enough in this lifetime." His eyes were filled with deep affection and indulgence. Li Shana was awakened by Yi Chen's voice, raising her head sleepily and asking in a daze, "Maple, what are you saying?" Her voice carried a hint of laziness and confusion. Just as Yi Chen was about to lean in to kiss her, he suddenly heard Li Shana let out a soft exclamation, "Oh, Maple, you're pressing on my hair." Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly stood up, gently helping Li Shana up, and softly said, "I'm sorry, my dear, did I hurt you? Let's go freshen up together." Li Shana playfully blinked her eyes, coquettishly saying, "Maple, I want you to carry me over, remember to princess carry me, okay?" Her tone exuded endless charm and cuteness. Without hesitation, Yi Chen tightly embraced her and strode towards the washroom. After entering the washroom, the two quickly freshened up. Then, hand in hand, they walked to the hall of the room. Yellen was sitting quietly on the sofa at this moment. When she saw Yi Chen walking in, her heart raced, and she quickly lowered her head, saying in a low voice, "Brother, I know I was wrong, I'm really sorry." Yi Chen walked slowly to Yellen's side and sat down, calmly asking, "Do you know where you went wrong?" Yellen nodded gently and replied, "Ever since you took me to the Magic City, my whole mindset has changed. Maybe it's because I saw you becoming wealthy, my inner vanity started to swell. So, I became arrogant and rude, no longer caring about others' feelings, only thinking about satisfying my own desires." After hearing this, Yi Chen showed a faint smile of relief on his face. He said with deep meaning, "I hope you truly understand what you just said, not just saying it for the sake of it. Look at mom and dad, even though they have a certain amount of wealth, their mindset remains intact, unchanged. Lastly, I'll leave you with this phrase, virtue does not match position, disaster will follow. People do not match wealth, there will be losses. The highest virtue is like water, carrying virtues can bear all things. Virtue greater than gain, there will be gains, gain greater than virtue, there will be losses. I hope you understand." At this moment, Lixiana walked up, holding Yellen's hand and comforting her, "It's okay, Linlin, Feng has forgiven you, don't be upset anymore." Yellen's mood had brightened considerably by now, and her lively and playful nature was gradually returning. She teased Lixiana, "Shana, I saw you coming out of brother's room just now. Could it be that you too?" Yellen deliberately dragged her tone, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Lixiana blushed slightly at the words but quickly regained her composure, responding confidently, "Yes, just as you thought, what about it? Even if you have any objections, it's futile. Come on, call me sister-in-law and let me hear it." Her words carried a hint of boldness and frankness. Yellen was taken aback by Lixiana's candid admission, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She thought there must be a secret between the two from last night. So she quickly adjusted her emotions, showing a sweet smile and playfully calling out, "Sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law, when are you planning to give me a cute little nephew or niece? I, Yeda Hua, am willing to serve you faithfully." Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this, teasing, "Come on, with your personality, you might spoil the child rotten." He shook his head with a light laugh, seeming somewhat helpless towards Yellen. Yellen scratched her head awkwardly, thinking to herself that if things continued like this, the child might turn into a little tyrant. So she quickly changed the subject, "Brother, and my beloved sister-in-law, can you take me out to play today? It's so boring staying in the hotel all day." Yi Chen chuckled at his sister's words and replied, You're just a playful little girl, but at this hour, Xiaoping should be up. Let this local snake help us arrange the itinerary, after all, Beijing is his familiar territory." With that, Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed Xiaoping's number. Excited voices came from the other end of the phone. "Phone, you have no idea how carefree I've been since you left yesterday. It's been absolutely fantastic, full of vigor and vitality. I had several victories in a row last night. I even thought about sneaking home to get my dad's ginseng to replenish my body." Yi Chen couldn't help but cough a few times upon hearing this, feeling quite helpless. "If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have just taken them out to play in the first place, instead of bothering with this troublesome guy," he thought to himself, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiana beside him. Seeing that Li Xiana's attention was not on him today, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoping, enough already with your glorious achievements. Tell us, what interesting places are there in Kyoto that we can visit later?" Yi Chun impatiently interrupted. Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, will sister-in-law and Yellen be coming along? Yi Chen rolled his eyes and retorted impatiently, what? If they're not going, are you planning to trick me into going to some random place? Hey, how could that be? Fenggu, rest assured. Since sister-in-law and Yellen are also coming, I'll definitely think of some reliable and fun activities to arrange. By the way, it's almost noon now, how about I come over to pick you all up for a meal together? Xiaopeng quickly assured. Yi Chen had no objections, so after agreeing, he hung up the phone and turned to the two women beside him, instructing, Xiaopeng will come to pick us up later, so you two should get ready a bit. Meanwhile, at the Feng family mansion hundreds of miles away in the City of Demons, Feng Hongye just received a mysterious phone call. At this moment, he was deeply troubled, unsure of which way to go in the face of this difficult choice. After much hesitation, he decided to have a servant pass a message to Mingyue, saying that there was an important matter to discuss and asking her to come quickly. The servant nodded understandingly and hurriedly left. Shortly after, Feng Mingyue rushed over and seeing Feng Hongye looking serious, she quickly asked, Father, what do you need me for? Feng Hongye furrowed his brow and said, the Chu family in Kyoto has sent word for us to join forces against Mr. Yi. This matter is of great importance, and I find it difficult to decide, so I called you here to discuss and see what our family should choose. After hearing this, Feng Mingyue also fell into deep thought, pondering the pros and cons of this matter. After a while, she finally raised her head, looked at Feng Hongye firmly, and said, Father, in my opinion, our Feng family simply doesn't have any effective leverage to contend with Mr. Yi. Even if the Chu family wins in the end, we may just have to watch helplessly, not even getting a share. The current Feng family is not suitable for getting involved in such disputes. Feng Hongye seemed to lose all his strength in an instant, sitting weakly in his chair and agreeing in a low voice, yes, you're right. The Feng family has long lost the capital and strength to participate in such conflicts. Let's quickly respond to the Chu family, indicating that we have no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Feng Mingyue quickly spoke up to stop him. Father, please wait. In my view, considering Mr. Ye's character, if we can provide him with some support and assistance in secret, we might receive unexpected rewards. Feng Hongye's eyes, which were originally dull, suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope. He became excited and urged Feng Mingyue, tell me what you're thinking. Knowing the significance of this opportunity for the Feng family, she openly laid out her carefully considered plan. Father, in my opinion, we might as well pretend to agree to the Chu family's request first, then find a way to convey some important information to Mr. Yi. However, this matter is crucial and must not be known to anyone else in the family to avoid any leaks. Feng Hongye furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this, asking with suspicion, the Chu family is very shrewd. If we just agree verbally without any concrete actions, how can they easily believe us? Feng Mingyue smiled slightly and confidently replied, Father, do not worry. The Chu family only values our connections in the Magic City. But don't forget, there is also the Qin family in the city, with a close relationship with Mr. Yi. As long as we use a little strategy and collaborate with the Qin family to stage a good show, we can naturally trap the Chu family. As for the specific details, let me discuss with Hao Yue later. Upon hearing this, Feng Hongye's face showed a hint of relief, nodding in agreement. Yes, Mingyue, you are right. We will follow your plan. Remember, we must be extremely careful and not let the Chu family notice any clues. Feng Mingyue responded solemnly, Father, please rest assured. Your daughter will not fail the mission. With that, she resolutely turned and left, leaving Feng Hongye gazing at her retreating figure, unable to help but let out a long sigh. He pondered to himself that if his daughter truly had the ability to revive the Feng family, then perhaps he could entrust her with the position of family head in the future. With his decision made, Feng Hongye immediately took out his phone and dialed the Chu family's number, informing them that the Feng family had agreed to their conditions. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng had also arrived at the entrance of Longwan Hotel. When he saw Yi Chen and his group, he quickly stepped forward to greet them. Fenggu, sister-in-law, and Yellen, let's get in the car. We couldn't have roast duck yesterday, so today we'll go to Quanjude and have a good meal. Yellen happily joined in, saying, Zhao Peng, you always keep your word. I'd been craving Quanjude's roast duck for a long time. Zhao Peng proudly replied, Yellen, you should know by now, although I may be extravagant, my reputation is impeccable, absolutely reliable. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at his words, and Zhao Peng, seeing their reactions, continued, alright, stop laughing, let's get in the car and head out. Everyone got into the car, Zhao Peng started the engine, and the car slowly drove out of the hotel. Along the way, Zhao Peng kept praising Quanjude's roast duck, eliciting laughter from everyone. Finally, the car arrived at Quanjude. As they got out of the car, they were captivated by the bustling scene inside the restaurant. Zhao Peng led everyone to their reserved table, ordered several signature dishes, with the most eye-catching being the roast duck. Before long, a waiter brought a plate of fragrant and steaming roast duck to the table. Yelin eagerly picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of shiny duck meat, savored it carefully, and swallowed slowly. A satisfied expression appeared on her charming face, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! This roast duck is absolutely delicious. The meat is tender and juicy, the skin crispy but not greasy, truly living up to its reputation." Sitting beside her, Li Xiana quickly picked up a piece with her chopsticks and tasted it. In an instant, her previously dull eyes lit up, nodding in approval while exclaiming, "It's indeed very delicious. Much better than what I've had elsewhere." Seeing the two immersed in the delicacy, Zhao Peng felt pleased, showing pride and satisfaction on his face. He smiled and generously said to Yelin and Li Xiana, "Since you both find it delicious, let me order a few more. Let's enjoy to our heart's content today." At this moment, Yichen casually picked up a thin spring pancake as delicate as a cicada's wing, skillfully wrapped 2 slices of roasted duck, and then savored it with relish. After finishing his meal, he wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and turned to Zhao Peng, asking, "Zhao Peng, how should we arrange our itinerary next?" Zhao Peng pondered for a moment and replied, "Should we consider visiting the Great Wall? Or perhaps exploring the Forbidden City is also a good choice. Of course, if you are interested in royal gardens, the Summer Palace is also an excellent option. It's up to you to decide where to go." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lin replied, "I actually want to visit all these places, but time is limited, so we can probably only choose one." "Xiana, why don't you make the decision?" Li Xiana thought for a moment and then firmly said, "As the saying goes, he who has never been to the Great Wall is not a true man. How about we go to the Great Wall?" Upon hearing their discussion, Yichen decisively agreed, "Alright, that's settled then. We'll head to the Great Wall together later." Not long after, the waiter brought the freshly sliced roasted duck to the table. Yilin and Li Xiana immediately began to enjoy the meal, while Yichen took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Zhao Peng, you are always so extravagant, never caring about your reputation. Have you never thought about becoming the head of the Zhao family? If you have that ambition, I can assist you." Zhao Peng quickly waved his hand, repeatedly declining, "Brother Feng, please don't tease me. I am not like those male protagonists in novels who hide their true abilities and pretend to be playboys. I simply enjoy having fun, without any grand ambitions. Besides, I don't have the shrewd business acumen like my elder brother, nor the ability to manage family affairs. And our brotherly bond is strong, he would make a good family head in the future. I prefer my current carefree lifestyle, doing whatever I want, how relaxing and carefree it is. I have no interest in worrying about those troublesome matters." Yilin, who had been eating the roasted duck with her head down, raised her head upon hearing Zhao Peng's words, gave him a thumbs up, and exclaimed, "Zhao Peng, I didn't expect you to be so carefree and open-minded. Actually, my dream is similar to yours, to be a leisurely fish with food and drink, carefree and worry-free." Zhao Peng smiled slightly at her words and replied in a teasing tone, "But you and I are quite different. My goal is to be a high-class salted fish who can eat meat heartily, drink heartily, and enjoy leisure to the fullest, much better than your ordinary type." Yilin was not pleased with his words, pouted, and said, "After all that talk, aren't you still just a salted fish? What's so great about it? We're all the same." She then continued to bury her head and gnaw on the roasted duck in her hand. At this moment, Yichen, who had been quietly drinking tea on the side, couldn't help but laugh out loud. He set down his teacup, looked at the 2 lively characters in front of him, and jokingly said, "Both of you have decided to be salted fish, so stop competing with each other. I think we've all eaten enough, shall we set off now?" And so, the group left the famous old restaurant, Quanjude, eagerly heading towards the magnificent Great Wall. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, singing songs, enjoying the exceptionally pleasant and joyful time to the fullest. At the foot of the Great Wall, they were awed by the majestic and imposing wall, taking out their phones to capture this unforgettable moment. Yilin was particularly excited, waving her arms and exclaiming, "Wow, this is the Great Wall. It's truly awe-inspiring. We must take a good walk and feel the historical significance contained in this great architecture." They meandered along the Great Wall, experiencing the weight and vicissitudes of history. The scenery unfolded like a scroll along the way, bringing a sense of tranquility. They occasionally stopped to take photos, capturing these beautiful memories. At the peak of the Great Wall, they overlooked the distant mountains and villages, feeling the grandeur of nature and the greatness of humanity. Yichen sighed, "Standing here, I can almost feel the bravery and aspirations of ancient warriors. They built this immortal wonder with sweat, blood, and life, leaving us a precious cultural heritage. Li Xiana also exclaimed, yes, this Great Wall is not only the pride of China but also a treasure of the world. We should cherish and protect it, allowing more people to appreciate its magnificence. Yilin smiled and excitedly called out to the two in front of her, brother, Xiana's sister, let me take another group photo for you. You two can get closer. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yichen walked without hesitation behind Li Xiana, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Their heads tilted slightly, leaning towards each other, as if time stood still in that moment. At that instant, Yilin pressed the shutter button, capturing this beautiful and heartwarming moment. Looking at the perfect photo in the camera, Yilin was filled with joy and immediately sent the picture to her mother, Wang Meiwan, in Tianchang, with a message saying, Mom, look how loving my brother and Xiana's sister are, and I have a little secret to tell you. Last night, they stayed together, maybe you'll be able to hold a cute grandson soon. At this moment, Wang Meiwan, who was busy tidying up the room in Tianchang, received the message from her daughter, Yilin, and was extremely excited. She even forgot about the vacuum cleaner in her hand, tossing it aside and quickly replied, Xiaolin, you must closely monitor your brother and Xiana for me. In that case, we need to arrange a trip to the Magic City soon. Her words were filled with anticipation and joy. Yichen stared at Yilin, who was smiling mischievously, and curiously asked, Hey, you little rascal, are you up to something mischievous again? Yilin playfully made a face at him and then replied with a smile, No way. I just sent a photo to Mom. Brother, look. Judging from Mom's reply, we'll be heading to the Magic City soon. Yichen laughed and responded, that works out perfectly, we were going to go sooner or later anyway. If it weren't for Xiana not graduating yet, we would have been married long ago. Zhao Ping, who was nearby, couldn't help but interject, Fengji, it's really envy-inducing. When will I find a girlfriend as good as Xiana? Seeing this, Yichen teasingly mocked Zhao Ping, come on, stop pretending. You change girlfriends faster than you change clothes? And you're worried about not finding a partner? Zhao Ping looked aggrieved and explained, Fengji, don't make fun of me. Those are just jokes. Important matters in my life are not up to me. Being from a family like mine, arranged marriages are inevitable. Seeing everyone fall into silence, Yilin quickly stepped forward to break the tension, suggesting, why don't we take a group photo together to preserve this memory? Upon hearing this, everyone responded enthusiastically, agreeing to the idea. As they immersed themselves in the joyful atmosphere, a massive conspiracy against Yichen was quietly unfolding. At that moment, in the Chu family's old mansion in the capital city, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. Chu Xiaotian sat steadily in the main seat, his gaze like torches fixed on the Han Fuli in front of him, and asked solemnly, Master Han, the Feng family in Modu has already agreed to join forces to deal with Yichen. Even Lu Zong in Gangcheng has contacted several local prestigious families to prepare for a joint attack. Why is your Han family still so hesitant? Could it be that your mansion has fallen to such a state that even your own heir suffering the humiliation of losing an arm can only endure it quietly? Facing Chu Xiaotian's questioning, Han Fuli's face turned extremely gloomy. He took a deep breath and replied, Master Chu, Yichen's strength is at least at the level of a grandmaster. If you have a way to deal with him, my Han family will spare no effort to assist. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian burst into laughter and turned to Chu Mufeng beside him, instructing, in that case, Mufeng, why don't you explain to Master Han in detail? Chu Mufeng respectfully said to Han Fuli, Master Han, you may not know that my elder brother, Chu Muyun, is about to return to the capital to join the Dragon Soaring Team. He has already reported to the 9th Bureau of Huaxia. If Yichen dares to attack non-martial artists, he will definitely be besieged. The 9th Bureau has strong martial artists in the Golden Core realm. Han Fuli skeptically asked, are you sure the 9th Bureau will take action? Chu Mufeng laughed loudly, Master Han, rest assured, today the senior officials of the 9th Bureau will go and pressure Yichen. After a moment of contemplation with a furrowed brow, Han Fuli nodded slowly in agreement, if Yichen is indeed unable to personally intervene, then my Han family is willing to join in. Chu Xiaotian laughed heartily and replied confidently, Master Han, rest assured, the decision you made today will not make you regret it. At this moment, in the conference hall of the 9th Bureau in the capital, the national institution responsible for handling martial artists and mysterious events in Huaxia, was crowded with people. Zhong Liken sat steadily in the main seat, lightly tapping the table with his fingers to signal everyone to quiet down. He said solemnly, please be quiet, everyone. The reason for summoning you all here today is to discuss important matters together. Recently, signs of hidden sect activities have been discovered in various parts of Huaxia. Although there have been no intense battles among martial artists yet, we must remain highly vigilant and keep a close watch. If necessary, we must issue stern warnings to these sects and not allow their actions to disrupt the normal lives of ordinary people. Mu Changqing, the captain of the Dragon Hidden team sitting at the lower end, frowned and complained to Jean Lycan with a wry smile. Director Jean, the number of emerging martial artists is increasing day by day, and our current manpower is really stretched thin. Jean Lycan furrowed his brows slightly and said, I understand that the current situation is very difficult, but we need to ensure the safety of the people as much as possible. I will quickly allocate more manpower to support your work. Mu Changqing nodded gratefully and continued, in addition, we have also received reports of some mysterious incidents that seem to be supernatural phenomena. Although it is still uncertain whether they are related to these sects, we need to investigate. Jean Lycan nodded in understanding. Alright, I will have the relevant departments cooperate. If there are any new developments, report to me promptly. Guan Hong, the captain of the Dragon Soaring team sitting in the second seat below, stood up and said solemnly, Director Zhang, according to the report from Chu Muyan, who has just been transferred from the Northwest Theater to our Dragon Soaring team, a martial artist named Ji Chen seems to have reached the Grandmaster realm and has even laid hands on Han Xiaoqing of the Han family. I wonder if our Dragon Soaring team needs to take action in this situation? Jean Lycan furrowed his brows slightly and fell into contemplation. After a moment, he replied, For now, the Dragon Soaring team does not need to intervene in this matter. Your current most important task is to concentrate on training the new recruits from various war zones. As for this Yi Chen, Changqing, you go and give him a warning appropriately, and also investigate his background. If this person has good conduct and is trustworthy, it might be worth trying to invite him to join your Dragon Hidden team. Upon hearing Jean Lycan's arrangement, Mu Changqing's face lit up with a joyful smile. After all, a martial artist at the Grandmaster level was truly rare. If they could successfully recruit such talent to join their team, the overall strength of the team would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Rest assured, Director Zhang, once I investigate thoroughly, I will personally handle this matter immediately. Mu Changqing readily agreed, secretly looking forward to meeting this mysterious Yi Chen. After the meeting, Jean Lycan returned to his office, fully focused on handling his tasks. He knew well that although the current situation was relatively stable, there was always a sense of an impending storm lurking within. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the others left the Great Wall and hurried back to Long Bay Hotel. After seeing everyone return to their rooms, Zhao Ping, like a sly rabbit, quickly headed to his own suite, where he had arranged to meet a woman he had befriended at the bar for an intense encounter. As Yi Chen and the others entered the suite, Yilin, possibly feeling tired, had already retired to her room to rest. Yi Chen, on the other hand, pulled Li Xiaona close and whispered in her ear, Darling, would you like to take a bath with me? Upon hearing this, a blush instantly spread across Li Xiaona's cheeks, and she playfully scolded, You pervert! I don't want to be with you. I'll go back to my room first. With that, she turned to leave. Just as Yi Chen was about to reach out and stop Li Xiaona from leaving, a crisp ringtone suddenly sounded from his phone. He picked up the phone and saw Shen Haoyue's name on the screen, so he immediately answered without hesitation. Hello, Haoyue, calling so late, is there something urgent? Yi Chen inquired. Shen Haoyue on the other end sounded urgent, Mr. Yi, just now Fang Mingyue passed on an important message, saying that the Chu family and Han family in Kyoto, along with the Fang family in Modu, have joined forces, along with several groups in Gangchang. They are preparing to make a move against the Huanyu investment. Upon hearing this, a faint smile of disdain appeared on Yi Chen's lips. These guys were truly overestimating themselves, not even waiting for him to provoke them, they dared to form an alliance to come after him. However, what surprised him the most was Fang Mingyue. She actually leaked such crucial information to him. It seemed that this woman was quite intriguing. Oh, what does Fang Mingyue mean by this? Since the Fang family has decided to join, why would she deliberately disclose such important information to us? Yi Chen furrowed his brows and whispered softly. Shen Haoyue pondered for a moment and said, Fang Mingyue's actions have a deeper meaning. Although the Fang family she belongs to has officially joined the opposing camp, they are actually secretly communicating with us. In other words, the Fang family wants to help us through this method. Of course, this involves some strategy and arrangements. For us, we need to cooperate with the Fang family to put on a good show. Yi Chen nodded in agreement after hearing this. He thought to himself that Fang Mingyue was indeed a cunning and intelligent person. This way, she could show friendliness towards him, avoid angering the other major forces on the surface, a win-win situation. Go and convey to Fang Mingyue that I agree to her plan, and I will remember this favor. In the future, the Fang family can develop and strengthen their own power according to the normal mode. Furthermore, Huanyu Investment will also provide certain support to the Fang family. However, the commitment made earlier to invest 90% of the assets into charitable causes must be fulfilled by the Fang family. As for the specific implementation and operation, you should be more clear about the intricacies than I am. Anyway, I only care about the final results, so I won't inquire too much about the process details. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, speaking with a smile that was not quite a smile. Shen Haoyue's face was filled with a smile as he said to Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will definitely convey your words truthfully to Fong Mingyue. I firmly believe that when she hears this good news, she will be overjoyed. Yi Chen's lips also curved slightly upwards, responding with a smile, well, feel free to ask if you need anything, don't be reserved. If there are any issues with funding, contact me anytime. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Haoyue ended the call and turned to face Fong Mingyue beside him. Fong Mingyue looked at Shen Haoyue with joy in her heart, gratitude shining in her eyes, and softly said, Haoyue, thank you so much. The Fong family finally has hope for a resurgence. Then, she earnestly promised, please tell Mr. Yi that the Fong family will always stand firmly by his side. At this moment, I can't wait to rush home and inform my father of this good news. With that, Fong Mingyue bid farewell to Shen Haoyue and hurriedly left. On the other side, Yi Chen was leisurely soaking in the bathtub, his thoughts soaring far beyond the clouds. He pondered to himself that he must show those few families some colors and make them taste bitterness. Just as he was lost in thought, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open without warning. Li Xiana, with flushed cheeks and draped in a loose bathrobe, somewhat shyly entered the bathroom. Her sudden appearance caught Yi Chen off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the charming and shy Li Xiana before him, feeling a strange emotion welling up inside him. However, in this subtle atmosphere, both remained silent, seemingly waiting for the other to break the deadlock. Li Xiana's voice trembled slightly as she said, Feng Ji, didn't you say you wanted to take a bath together before? I've come to find you now, don't you want to invite me? As she spoke, a complex mix of anticipation and shyness shone in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen unhesitatingly reached out his arm, pulling Li Xiana into the bathtub with a strong tug. Their bodies instantly pressed closely together, as if there was no distance between them. He lowered his head to gaze at the delicate and lovely Li Xiana in his arms, whispering softly, Little lamb, today I'm going to devour you like a big bad wolf. What followed was a time filled with passion and intensity, with details too intricate to be described in words. After experiencing all of this, Li Xiana curled up in Yi Chen's broad and warm embrace like a gentle kitten. At that moment, she felt utterly weak, as if all her energy had been drained in the passionate encounter just now. She looked up at Yi Chen, who still seemed unsatisfied, and softly said, Feng Ji, now Xiana belongs to you, so you must treat me well in the future. Yi Chen gently lifted her up, took a towel, and carefully wiped her body, responding, that goes without saying, from now on, I will definitely treat you well. How about we return to Tianjin tomorrow, pick up mom and dad, and then head to Shanghai together, so that both sides' elders can formally meet? Li Xiana simply nodded lightly in agreement to this proposal, then let Yi Chen carry her back to the room to rest. The two lay in the soft bed. Yi Chen gazed at her cheeks, as rosy as ripe apples, and couldn't help but kiss them. After their lips parted, Li Xiana felt the rejuvenated Yi Chen and pleaded in a soft voice, Fengge, please spare me, I have no strength left. Yi Chen suppressed the surging impulse in his heart, knowing that Xiana, who had just experienced intimacy for the first time, couldn't withstand such teasing. He gently embraced her, and they entered a sweet slumber together. At dawn, a faint light seeped through the window into the ninth office of the bureau. Mu Changqing sat solemnly in front of the desk, staring at Yi Chen's information with a serious expression, murmuring to himself, it's truly puzzling. This person was clearly an ordinary fellow before. How could he accumulate such immense wealth in such a short time, even breaking through to the realm of a grandmaster? Surely Yi Chen is hiding many unknown secrets. I wonder if he has any connections with foreign forces. It seems I must find an opportunity to meet with him soon. With that, Mu Changqing left the office and hurried towards Longwan Hotel. At the same time, Yi Chen slowly woke up. He gazed quietly at the sleeping Li Xiana beside him, feeling a strong emotional surge within him. Just as he was about to take action, his keen senses detected a martial arts expert gradually approaching the presidential suite outside. Carefully withdrawing his arm from under Xiana's head, Yi Chen quickly put on a robe and walked towards the door. When he felt the person stop at the door, Yi Chen pushed it open slowly and asked, May I ask the visitor's purpose? Mu Changqing was taken aback. He, now at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, just a step away from the realm of a great Grandmaster, did not expect Yi Chen to notice his presence. It seemed his previous assessment of Yi Chen's strength was off. Gathering himself, Mu Changqing introduced himself and requested to have a detailed conversation downstairs. Seeing that the visitor was an official from Huaxia, Yi Chen finally relaxed, as he had deep emotional ties to Huaxia. He replied, Please wait a moment, let me change my clothes before we talk. He then returned to his room. Shortly after, Yi Chen reappeared in neat attire and followed Mu Changqing to a sitting room downstairs. Once seated, Mu Changqing wasted no time and asked Yi Chen directly, "According to the information we received from the Chu family, you had a conflict with Han Xiaoqing from the Han family. Is this true?" Yi Chen nodded slightly and confirmed, "Indeed, when I was in the Magic City, Han Xiaoqing dared to order his martial artists to attack my sister. Naturally, I couldn't stand idly by and instructed my guards to disable one of his arms. In fact, sparing his life was already showing mercy and fulfilling my duty." Hearing this, Mu Changqing cursed inwardly. How could the Chu family handle things like this? Such crucial information was not even mentioned. Han Xiaoqing was too arrogant and audacious to lay hands on a grandmaster's family member. It was fortunate for him that Yi Chen didn't take his life. "Well, Yi Chen, I was indeed unaware of this matter before. Han Xiaoqing brought it upon himself by targeting your family. Your actions were justified. I came here today mainly to remind you that martial artists should not easily harm ordinary people. However, if the other party provokes trouble first, then it's a different story." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. If martial artists could freely use violence against ordinary people, wouldn't the entire Huaxia fall into chaos? "Captain Mu, rest assured, I will never harm ordinary civilians without reason, so there's no need to worry. Also, could you please introduce me to this so-called Ninth Bureau in detail?" Upon hearing Yi Chen's question, Captain Mu Changqing's expression turned serious and solemn. He said in a deep voice, "The Ninth Bureau is unlike any other department. It reports directly to the top leadership and carries out important missions. We mainly focus on handling martial artists and mysterious incidents within the country, while also dealing with various threats from abroad. As for more specific details, I'm sorry I can't disclose too much. I hope you understand." "Oh, Yi Chen, I'd like to know, what realm are you currently in? Are you interested in joining the Dragon Hidden team led by me?" Deep inside, Yi Chen was full of respect and admiration for the Ninth Bureau, which safeguarded national stability and people's peace. However, considering his preference for freedom and dislike of constraints, he found it difficult to join such an organization. So, he tactfully replied, "Captain Mu, I believe I am at the level of a grandmaster. As for joining the Dragon Hidden team, I'm afraid I have to decline. I am someone who values freedom and dislikes too many restrictions. But rest assured, as a proud Huaxia person, if there is ever a need for my help in the future, I will do my best without hesitation." Although Captain Mu Changqing had anticipated Yi Chen's extraordinary strength, hearing it confirmed firsthand still left him deeply impressed. Despite feeling regretful about Yi Chen's refusal to join the Dragon Hidden team, he was comforted by Yi Chen's strong sense of belonging to Huaxia. "Yi Chen, since that's the case, I won't insist anymore. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Also, the information provided by the Chu family seems to be reserved. They are probably plotting something against you in secret, so be extra cautious. Well then, I'll take my leave." Watching Captain Mu Changqing gradually walk away, Yi Chen's fondness for him grew. He turned around and walked into his room. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Xiana sitting up sleepily from the bed, rubbing her eyes. She asked in a sweet voice, "Feng Ji, why did you get up so early? I woke up and didn't see you around, thought you took advantage and ran away. He. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chen took a big step forward, embraced her tightly, and their lips met. After a passionate kiss, Yi Chen, still wanting more, licked his lips and said, delicious." Li Xiana blushed instantly, pushed Yi Chen's shoulder lightly, and scolded, "Oh, you're so annoying, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet." Unfazed, Yi Chen replied with a mischievous smile, "So what? I want to taste the most real and pure you. Go freshen up, when Yellen wakes up, we'll head back to Jing City." Watching her graceful figure head to the bathroom, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He quietly reached out his hand and lightly patted her round and full buttocks. Li Xiana let out a slight gasp, her body trembling, then hurriedly rushed into the bathroom like a startled deer, not looking back. Yi Chen stood there, watching her disheveled figure retreat, unable to hold back his hearty laughter. As noon approached, Yi Chen and his two companions boarded the high-speed train back to Tianjin City. As soon as they settled in their seats, Yilin couldn't wait to take out her phone and send a message to her mother, Wang Meiwan, "Mom, we're already on the high-speed train back to Tianjin City. We'll be home in about an hour. My brother even said that tomorrow we're heading to the Magic City." Upon receiving her daughter's message, Wang Meijuan's face lit up with a smile of relief. She quickly replied, "Little Lin, be smart and alert. If anything happens, remember to tell Mom immediately. By the way, I heard in the news that universities now allow students to get married, is that true?" Yilin quickly responded, "Yes, Mom, as long as they reach the legal age. But, do you want my brother and Xiana to get married already?" Wang Meiwan replied impatiently, "That's none of your business, go play somewhere else." "Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I need to hurry and pack my bags." With that, she ignored Yilin and called her husband, Yi Yuanhai, to inform him of the travel arrangements before busying herself with packing. At that moment, in the distant Magic City, the Fong family welcomed a mysterious young visitor. This person was none other than the renowned figure in the martial world, Chu Mufeng. In the spacious and bright reception room of the Fong family, Fong Hongye smiled and said, "Oh, Master Chu, your visit to our humble abode is truly the greatest honor for the Fong family." However, facing Fong Hongye's warm greetings, Chu Mufeng just gave a cold smile and bluntly replied, "Master Fong, let's not pretend anymore. We all know the funds from our families have been transferred, and now it's time for your Fong family to show some sincerity, isn't it?" A hint of coldness flashed in Fong Hongye's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He spoke slowly, "Master Chu is absolutely right. However, I am getting old and have limited energy, so let my daughter Mingyue assist you with the specifics. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'll take my leave." With that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Fong Mingyue smiled gently and said, "My father is not in good health, I hope Master Chu can understand. If there is anything we can do for you, please feel free to let us know." Chu Mufeng, even more arrogant after hearing this, disdainfully said to Fong Mingyue, What can your Fong family achieve besides some connections? Let's make the authorities trouble Huan Yu investment first." Fong Mingyue nodded slightly in agreement and replied, "Master Chu, rest assured, I will immediately arrange the necessary matters. Also, if you have any further plans or needs, please inform me so that I can prepare in advance and fully cooperate with your actions." Chu Mufeng's face showed a smug expression, confidently saying, "First, you need to create chaos for Huan Yu investment. Then, I will press on the enterprises they acquired and eventually buy them at a low price when the time is right. Oh, by the way, there must still be many people from your Fong family within the Fong group acquired by Yi Chen, right? You might consider mobilizing them to take some actions and create some negative impact." After learning about Chu Mufeng's initial plan, Fong Mingyue flattered him, saying, "Master Chu, your plan is brilliant. This time, you will surely succeed in taking over the entire Huan Yu investment. I just wonder, what benefits will the Fong family gain once this is accomplished?" However, Chu Mufeng thought to himself, "How dare the Fong family expect benefits from me? If not for their remaining connections, with their current state, they wouldn't even qualify to cooperate with me." He pondered silently but replied calmly, "As long as the Fong family can demonstrate their own value, the corresponding rewards will naturally be extremely generous. There is no time to lose, let's act quickly. As for other matters, there is no need to worry too much. Well, I have other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, Chu Mufeng turned and walked away. As his figure gradually disappeared into the distance, Fong Mingyue's smile, which had been hanging on her face, instantly vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. She knew very well that the Fong family was of little importance in Chu Mufeng's eyes at the moment, even dispensable. Fortunately, she had not truly cooperated with him, or else not only would all her efforts be in vain, but she might also end up inviting disaster upon herself and her family. Fong Mingyue made a decisive decision and immediately summoned her subordinates to start planning intensively to deal with the universal investments matter. Once everything was arranged, she wasted no time in calling Shen Haoyue, laying out all the details of the plan to her. Upon receiving the news, Shen Haoyue wasted no time and began targeted strategic deployment work. At the same time, she proactively contacted the Qin family, seeking their assistance and cooperation. At this moment, Yi Chen and his group had already arrived at the East Lake Villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Wang Meiwan eagerly came to greet them, but she completely ignored Yi Lin who was running towards her. Instead, she grabbed Li Shuna's hand and started showing great concern. Yi Chen witnessed all this, a sly smile appearing on his face. He turned to Yi Lin, who was left aside, and teased, How does it feel to be ignored by our mom? Are you feeling upset, little sister?" Upon hearing her brother's words, Yi Lin pursed her lips and retorted without showing any weakness, "Humph, what's so funny? You're not any better, just as bad as me, yet you have the nerve to mock me, humph." With that, she turned around in a huff and went into her room. Seeing his mother and Xiana chatting animatedly, Yi Chen briefly greeted them and then headed to the East Lake Hotel on his own. On the way, he called Yi Warren and Zhang Jiwei, arranging to meet at Qian's place. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. Seeing Yi Chen, Zhen Zhongwen warmly poured him a cup of hot tea and asked with a smile, "Hey, Yi buddy, what brings you here to visit me today?" Yi Chen didn't beat around the bush. He drank the tea in one gulp and then straightforwardly replied, "There's indeed something I need to inform everyone about. Let's discuss it together when Zhang and Warren arrive." Shortly after, Zhang Jiwei and Yi Warren hurriedly arrived at Qian Zhongwen's office. Upon entering, Zhang Jiwei looked at the three people in front of him and asked in confusion, "Yi buddy, what urgent matter has prompted you to summon us here so hastily?" Yi Chen nodded slightly and then replied directly, "Recently, the Chu family and Han family in Kyoto, along with several companies from Hong Kong, are joining forces to launch an offensive against me. You all need to be extra cautious to avoid being implicated." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhongwen, Zhang Jiwei, and Yi Warren's expressions instantly turned serious. It was not an easy task to deal with any one of these opponents, let alone now that these families and companies had chosen to ally together to target Yi Chen. Shen Zhongwen took a deep breath and said firmly, "Yi buddy, rest assured, if you need any help, just say the word. I, Shen Zhongwen, will definitely not shirk my responsibility." Zhang Jiwei quickly added, "That's right, although these opponents are indeed powerful, we will not easily succumb to their pressure." Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a warm surge in his heart as he witnessed the deep bond between the two men. Overflowing with gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you both for your support. Rest assured, I have a plan to deal with the current situation. If you come under attack, make sure to inform me immediately." The two men nodded in agreement. Shen Zhongwen then added, "Yi, my friend, you must be cautious. You are undoubtedly the primary target of those forces. Don't worry too much about us." Yi Chen nodded in agreement and replied, "I believe they will focus on my investments in the Magic City. As for Tianchang, there's no need to worry for now. If they attempt to acquire our company, do not let them lower the stock price. If funds are insufficient, contact me immediately. We must find ways to trap their funds and strike back when the time is right." Yi Warren nodded without hesitation. "Yi, you can rest assured. I will hold on to their funds tightly." Seeing the discussion had been thorough, Shen Zhongwen asked, "Yi, how long do you plan to stay in Tiancheng this time? If you have time, why not gather for a drink tonight?" Yi Chen knew he had to return to the Magic City tomorrow and might not be able to come back soon, so he readily agreed, "Sure, Xian, please arrange tonight's gathering. And Warren, don't forget to bring Lin Wanqiu and Nyonyo. I've only heard about them from Qian and haven't met them yet." Yi Warren blushed imperceptibly at Yi Chen's words and replied, "Yi Chen, you rascal, teasing me now? Alright, I'll bring them tonight. And make sure to bring your mysterious girlfriend too." Yi Chen smirked and promised, "Don't worry, it's all set. But honestly, Xian, we've known each other for a while, but I've never met your wife, right?" Shen Zhongwen sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "My wife took our children to settle in the distant Eagle Sauce country. I have too many enemies here, and I couldn't bear to have them stay. It's safer to live abroad, away from the constant worry." He gazed into the distance, lost in thoughts of his family. Yi Chen felt a pang of sympathy seeing Shen Zhongwen's troubled expression. He comforted him softly, "Shen, I'm sure your wife and children understand your concerns. When you have time, remember to visit them." Shen Zhongwen nodded slightly in agreement. He sighed, "Yes, I miss them a lot too, but I've been swamped with work lately. By the way, Yi, you know the situation in Eagle Sauce isn't stable, right? Despite having security arrangements, I can't be too careful. Do you still have those magical talismans with you?" Yi Chen burst into laughter upon hearing this, teasingly saying, "Ah, Shen, you've been waiting for me to ask for those talismans, haven't you? Well, I just got a new batch." With that, he pretended to reach into his pocket but swiftly exchanged 30 beginner defense talismans from the system store and neatly placed them on the table. Continuing, Yi Chen said, "There are a total of 30 talismans here. You can divide them up and prepare one for each of your close ones, just in case." His tone was full of concern and sincerity, making people feel his concern for the safety of his friends. Zhang Jiwei saw Qian Zhongwen grabbing the talisman, hurriedly stepped forward, and shouted, "Lao Qian, what are you doing? Yi Lao Di previously said to divide these talismans among us, how can you think of monopolizing them?" Yi Warren on the side quickly added, "Exactly, Lao Qian. I have already broken through to the Grandmaster realm now. Hey, if we really start fighting for them, do you think you can even keep a single talisman?" Hearing this, Qian Zhongwen turned to him, frowned, and said, "Woman, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Since you are already a Grandmaster expert, why do you need these talismans? Is there any other use for them?" Yi Warren shrugged helplessly and replied, "I indeed have no need for them myself, but Nyonyo and Xiaolin might need them." "Alright, stop dawdling, quickly take out the talismans and let's divide them up." Zhang Jiwei nodded repeatedly on the side, agreeing, "Yes, Lao Qian, hurry up, 10 for each of us, be quick." Faced with the urging of the two, Shen Zhongwen seemed reluctant, but eventually took out 20 talismans from his pocket and handed them 10 each. Yi Chen watched the scene in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Then he greeted everyone, "I'll leave first, and I'll bring Xiona to see you all later in the evening." With that, he turned and left. Instead of immediately returning to Donghu Villa, Yi Chen made his way to Jincheng Flower Base. Using his powerful spiritual sense to scan around, he quickly found that Yi Yuanhai was carefully taking care of a precious orchid in the greenhouse. So, Yi Chen walked lightly towards the greenhouse. Yi Chen cautiously approached the greenhouse door, then stuck his head out and carefully observed Yi Yuanhai. He saw Yi Yuanhai completely focused on watering the orchid, his movements stilled and gentle, as if he was holding not a pot of flowers but a priceless treasure. Watching his father so engrossed, Yi Chen suddenly had an idea to play a prank on him. Without hesitation, Yi Chen stealthily walked up behind Yi Yuanhai and, taking advantage of his distraction, suddenly slapped his shoulder hard. The unexpected blow made the unprepared Yi Yuanhai tremble all over, and the water pot in his hand, out of control, headed straight for the orchid pot. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted swiftly, taking a quick step forward and catching the falling pot before it hit the ground. Seeing his beloved orchid almost in danger, Yi Yuanhai was furious, about to scold, but upon realizing it was Yi Chen, he helplessly laughed and scolded, "You rascal, you really scared me. If you had really damaged my orchid, I would have taught you a lesson." Yi Chen responded playfully, "Dad, in your heart, am I, your own son, not as good as a pot of flowers? Tomorrow our whole family is going to the Magic City. You need to arrange for someone to take care of these treasures in advance." With that, the two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly became more relaxed and harmonious. Hearing his son's words, Yi Yuanhai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. His lips slightly curved upwards as he jokingly said, "You rascal, this time in the Magic City, your mom and I plan to personally take charge and settle things between you and Xiana. That child Xiana is indeed quite nice, you better treat her well in the future. If I ever find out you dare to bully her, I'll show you how I deal with you." Yi Chen subconsciously touched his ear when he heard his father's words, a sly smile appearing on his face. He replied, "Dad, you can rest assured. As the saying goes, like father, like son. In the future, I will definitely become a man who fears his wife just like you. As for who bullies whom, that's really hard to say." With that, Yi Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Yuanhai, upon hearing this, blushed instantly. He glared at Yi Chen, deliberately putting on a stern face and pretending to be angry. "Hey, you little rascal, feeling all grown up now, huh? How dare you make fun of me? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of your mother, I'm just concerned for her. Alright, get out of here quickly, you keep annoying me all day. I have some things to take care of, I'll be home after sorting them out." Seeing his father somewhat embarrassed, Yi Chen knew it was best not to tease further, so he bid his father goodbye and turned to leave. Back at the East Lake Villa, Yi Chen found the house empty, which puzzled him. Scratching his head, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why is there no one at home?" He then picked up his phone and dialed Li Xiana's number. "Hey, Xiana, why is there no one at home? Where did you all go?" Li Xiana couldn't help but find it amusing and teased, "What's wrong, Maple brother, such a capable person like you afraid to be alone at home? Don't worry, Auntie took me out for a beauty treatment, and Yellen went to the driving school. But don't worry too much, we'll probably be home in a little over an hour." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt somewhat reassured but couldn't help showing a hint of grievance. He sighed, "Alright, I'll wait for you at home. Oh, by the way, there's a gathering tonight, can you accompany me?" Li Xiana sweetly replied, "Sure, I'll be home soon." After chatting for a bit, they hung up. Yi Chen put down his phone and walked into his room. He took out 3 gathering spirit pills from the system space, swallowed them without hesitation, then sat cross-legged on the bed to begin cultivating. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Changqing arrived at Zhong Liken's office. Seeing Zhong Liken engrossed in reading documents, Mu Changqing wisely chose not to disturb him. Instead, he poured himself a cup of hot tea and leisurely savored it. After a while, Zhong Liken finally finished his work. He looked up at Mu Changqing, who was enjoying his tea, and with a slight smile, he said, "Hey, you really don't see yourself as an outsider. I haven't even had a sip of this tea, and you're already enjoying it. Alright, come on, quickly tell me, what's the matter you're here for?" Mu Changqing, with a serious expression, said, "Director Zhong, I've had dealings with Yi Chen. Based on my assessment, his strength may have already reached the realm of a grandmaster. Moreover, according to the intelligence provided by the Chu family, they have clearly concealed some important information. In fact, Yi Chen didn't attack Han Xiaoqing for no reason but to protect his sister." Upon hearing this, Zhong Liken was taken aback. A young man in his 20s possessing such profound martial arts skills, becoming a grandmaster? It was simply unbelievable. Zhong Liken tried to calm himself down and asked, "So, what is Yi Chen's attitude towards our Ninth Bureau? Have you tried inviting him to join us?" Mu Changqing replied, "His attitude towards us is quite friendly. Although he declined my invitation to join the Ninth Bureau, he promised that if the country faced difficulties or needed his help, he would not stand idly by and would step forward without hesitation." Zhong Liken nodded and said, as long as his heart is with the motherland, that's the best scenario. Otherwise, if such a peerless master were to oppose us, it would bring endless trouble. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was in a deep state of cultivation, suddenly sensed his mother and Li Shena returning home, so he slowly restrained his breath and stopped his cultivation. He quietly felt the surging and turbulent spiritual power in his body, feeling secretly delighted. If this situation continued to develop, perhaps he would soon be able to attempt to break through to the coveted realm of the Golden Core. Yi Chen, unable to contain his excitement, left the room and walked downstairs to the living room, facing Wang Meiwan, saying, "Mom, we have a gathering to attend later, so we won't be having dinner at home tonight." Wang Meiwan responded with a gentle and kind smile, "All right, you two have fun, but don't forget to come home early. Tomorrow morning, we have to head to the Magic City." Without hesitation, Yi Chen took Li Shena's hand and left. They quickly boarded a car and headed towards Donghu Hotel. At this moment, Chen Zhongwen was sitting in the private room, joking and teasing with Yi Warren. Nyo, on the other hand, obediently stayed on the side, happily playing and frolicking with Lin Wanqiu. When Yi Chen and Li Shana entered the private room, Nyo immediately ran over, her face beaming with excitement. She rushed towards Yi Chen, ecstatically exclaiming, "Big brother Yi Chen, Nyo hasn't seen you in a long time." Then, she turned her gaze to Li Shana, her eyes shining with curiosity, and continued, "Wow, this sister is as beautiful as a celestial being. Sister, are you big brother Yi Chen's wife?" Yi Chen smiled and gently embraced Nyo, indulgently saying, "You little rascal, you have such a sweet mouth." "Yes, she is my wife, so you should call her sister-in-law from now on." Nyo excitedly screamed, "Sister-in-law is great. Big brother Yi Chen, I have a little secret to tell you, Nyo has a mom now. He. Following her finger, Yi Chen saw a woman with a beautiful face and a gentle temperament standing there, smiling and nodding slightly at them. Yi Chen gently placed Nyo aside and walked towards Yi Warren, a mischievous smile on his face, and said softly, "Brother Warren, you are really lucky. When are you going to have a wedding? You must let your little brother know." Yi Warren blushed slightly at the remark, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Don't talk nonsense, Xiaolin is just Nyo's godmother, we really don't have any special relationship." His voice sounded a bit low, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. At this moment, Shen Zhongwen interjected with a teasing tone, "Warren, don't blame me for being nosy. A young and beautiful girl who takes care of Nyo wholeheartedly every day, if she doesn't have any feelings for you, do you believe it yourself? I think you should seize the opportunity quickly, don't wait until she leaves to regret it." Yi Chen nodded in agreement with Chen Zhongwen's words and then advised, "I think Chen is right, Brother Warren, do you really not have any feelings for Lin Wanqiu? Actually, you just can't get past that hurdle in your heart." Yi Warren silently listened to their advice, feeling a surge of complex emotions in his heart. On one side was his deceased wife, whose deep affection he couldn't forget, and on the other side was Lin Wanqiu, who was kind and lovely, accompanying him now. His heart was torn between two forces, in pain and struggling. Seeing this, Yi Chen and the others didn't say anything more, but instead started chatting with the newly arrived Zhang Jiwei. Yi Chen curiously looked at Zhang Jiwei and asked, "Zhang, why didn't you bring your wife along? Is she held up with something?" Zhang Jiwei helplessly shook his head, smiling bitterly as he replied, Don't mention it, my unlucky wife went on a trip with her sisters. It's really a headache. But speaking of which, what's wrong with Wuhan? He seems a bit off, doesn't he?" Xian Zhongwen quickly explained, "Just now, Yi and I were persuading him to accept Lin Wanqiu, but matters of the heart require time to think and decide. So he's probably still pondering how to make the right choice." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiwei came up with a plan, smiling as he said, "How about I give him a hand again?" With that, he swiftly took out a lollipop from his pocket and walked towards Nyo. When he reached her, Zhang Jiwei bent down and whispered a few words in her ear. Then, he returned to his original spot, proudly saying, "Just watch, Wuhan's situation is likely to turn out well today." Before anyone could react, Nyo dashed towards Yi Wuhan like a joyful little bird. When she reached him, Nyo blinked her innocent big eyes, looking up at Yi Wuhan and asked in a sweet voice, "Daddy, are you upset because Nyo likes Auntie, so you're not happy?" Yi Wuhan, who was hesitating, suddenly snapped out of it upon hearing his daughter's words, showing a fond smile and replied, "Sweetie, as long as Daddy sees Nyo happy, he's happy too." The innocent and lovely Nyo climbed into Yi Wuhan's broad and warm embrace like a little monkey, blinking her bright eyes and said in a childish voice, "Daddy, Nyo really likes Auntie. If Auntie could be my mommy and we could live together forever, that would be so nice. Every time I see other friends with their parents by their side, I feel so envious." After hearing Nyo's words, the solid wall in Yi Wuhan's heart instantly crumbled. At that moment, he finally made a decision, his lips curling up slightly as he gently said to Nyo, "Since it's what Nyo wishes for, Daddy has no objections at all." As soon as he spoke, Nyonya cheered excitedly, "Yay! That's great!" Then, like a happy little bird, she ran to Lin Wanxiu. Yi Wuhan regained his former charm, walking up to Yi Chen and the others with a smile, waving his hand generously and said, "Everyone is here, Xian, let's get started." Yi Chen and Xian Zhongwen, seeing the situation, gave a thumbs up to Zhang Jiwei. Then, Xian Zhongwen began instructing the staff to serve the dishes. Once everyone was seated, a variety of delicious dishes were brought to the table. Xian Zhongwen teased Yi Chen and Yi Wuhan, "Hey, you two, why don't you introduce the beautiful ladies beside you?" Yi Chen confidently held Li Shana's hand and said, "Let me introduce, this is my girlfriend Li Shana. I hope you all take care of her in the future." After Yi Chen and the others sat down, all eyes turned to Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan, who had already figured things out, casually held Lin Wanxiu's hand and said, "This is my girlfriend Lin Wanxiu. Today, thanks to Qian, Zhang, and Yi Chen, without you, I might have lost such a good girl." Lin Wanxiu, holding back tears of excitement, had carried a huge burden for this moment, and now, finally achieving her wish, she could only choke out a thank you. Upon hearing the self-introductions of the two couples, Xian Zhongwen and Zhang Jiwei simultaneously raised their cups filled with wine, saying in unison, "Hello, dear siblings. As the elder brothers, we warmly welcome both of you and sincerely wish that your relationships will be filled with love, last a lifetime, and be harmonious." With that said, they both raised their cups and drank the wine in one go. At this moment, Li Xiana and Lin Wanxiu were completely immersed in the warmth and sincere blessings of the crowd, their faces involuntarily showing sweet and happy smiles. Subsequently, the two women elegantly raised their jade hands, lightly touched their cups, took a sip of juice, savoring the rare warmth and joy contained within. The innocent and lively little girl, like an elf descended to earth, added a lot of laughter to the gathering. Mimicking the adults, she comically imitated a toast, making everyone burst into laughter, even though she was only drinking a glass of ordinary juice. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Xian Zhongwen was delighted and turned to Yi Wuhan with a smile, teasing him with his cup raised. "Wuhan, today is a rare opportunity, you must have a few more drinks to honor the efforts of us three brothers. If you get too drunk later and can't walk, it's fine to stay here. I'll arrange a spacious and comfortable room for you and your family to rest well." Ha ha! Yi Wuhan, unfazed, gazed gently at Lin Wanxiu, whose cheeks were as rosy as the sunset, then lifted his cup steadily, saying loudly, "Excellent. Let us drink to our heart's content today, without stopping until we're drunk." With that, he emptied his cup in one go. Xian Zhongwen, pleased with the scene, turned to Yi Chen, saying with a smile, "Yi Chen, don't just sit there, quickly have a few more drinks with Wuhan. Today, he has brought his beloved back home." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and finished a glass with Yi Wuhan. Meanwhile, the girl on the side, holding her juice, cheerfully exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to toast you too. From now on, Nyonyo finally has a mommy, Nyonyo is so happy." Yi Wuhan gazed at Nyonyo nestled in Lin Wanxiu's arms, his eyes slightly red, the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished, replaced by unwavering determination. He raised his cup solemnly, saying, "Wanxiu, Nyonyo, let's raise our glasses together. I, Yi Wuhan, swear here and now that I will not let you down in this lifetime." Yi Chen teasingly said to Yi Wuhan, "Brother Wuhan, why don't you go get the marriage certificate now? When are you planning to have the wedding? I've prepared a special gift for you." Yi Wuhan laughed heartily and replied, "If Wanxiu has no objections, let's go get the certificate tomorrow. As for the wedding, we both feel there's no need for a big ceremony. Wanxiu is an orphan without parents, and I have no relatives either. Today, let's just celebrate together." Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's words, everyone raised their glasses to toast him once again. After a few rounds of toasting, everyone felt a bit tipsy, so they decided to end the gathering to give Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanxiu some time alone. Yi Chen personally escorted Yi Wuhan back to his room and secretly exchanged a pill from the system into his pocket. In a daze, Yi Wuhan noticed something in his pocket and asked unclearly, "Brother Yi, what did you put in my pocket just now?" Yi Chen smiled and replied, "This is a wedding gift for you, the resplendent beauty pill. Let your sister-in-law take it later." After sending Yi Wuhan back to his room, Yi Chen and Li Xiana returned to the East Lake Villa. As soon as they entered, Wang Meiwan came up to them. Smelling the alcohol on Yi Chen, she couldn't help but complain, "You stinky boy, how much did you drink? Do you know we have to go to the Magic City tomorrow? Old Yi, take your son to the bathroom quickly, let him wash off all this alcohol." Wang Meijuan's scolding sobered Yi Chen up a lot. He subconsciously touched his nose, showing a hint of embarrassment, then swayed to the bathroom on his own, politely refusing his father's offer to help him walk steadily. Once in the bathroom, Yi Chen took a deep breath, circulated the spiritual power within him, and dispersed all the alcohol from his body. Then he turned on the shower, letting the warm water wash over him, enjoying the warm and comfortable feeling. During the shower, Yi Chen's thoughts drifted involuntarily. He remembered tonight's gathering, the hardships of Yi Wuhan and Lin Wanqiu, and also thought about his and Li Xiana's future. Various thoughts intertwined in his mind, making him momentarily lost in contemplation. It wasn't until Li Xiana walked in with a clean set of pajamas, placing them gently on a nearby hanger, that Yi Chen was brought back to reality. He turned to Li Xiana, slightly smiling, teasingly winking at her. Li Xiana blushed instantly, scolded him softly, then dashed out of the bathroom like a startled deer. On the other side, Lin Wanqiu gently patted Nyonyo, whispering like a loving mother, and soon Nyonyo fell asleep. Watching Yi Wuhan peacefully asleep in bed, Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but smile sweetly. After helping him remove his clothes, she fetched a basin of hot water and wrung a towel in it, gently wiping Yi Wuhan's robust body. Lin Wanqiu's movements were gentle and meticulous, as if she were caring for a precious porcelain. The steam from the hot water diffused in the air, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Her gaze occasionally fell on Yi Wuhan's strong body, a warm feeling surging in her heart. She remembered his approval and commitment to her just now, those sweet and happy moments still vivid in her mind. "Wuhan, you finally belong to me," Lin Wanqiu whispered softly, a happy smile on her face. She knew that from now on, they would walk hand in hand through every moment of life, whether in storm or sunshine, they would always be there for each other. After cleaning up, Yi Chen put on the pajamas Li Xiana had brought and went to the living room. Watching Wang Meiwan busy, he asked, "Mom, do you think it's better for us to go directly to Xiana's house tomorrow, or should I arrange a hotel in advance?" Wang Meiwan stopped her actions at the sound of his voice, raised her hand and gave Yi Chen a slap on the head, responding impatiently, "We are going specifically to visit Xiana's parents. How can we meet them at a hotel? If others think we are showing off our status, it won't look good." Yi Chen rubbed his sore head, chuckling, "Mom, you're right, I lack experience. You always consider everything thoroughly, truly the head of our family." Yi Yuanhai, sitting beside them, heard the conversation between mother and son and couldn't help but cough lightly, as if hinting at his presence as the head of the family. Wang Meiwan turned to Yi Yuanhai, her gaze sharp as she asked, "What? Old Yi, do you have a different opinion on what your son just said?" Yi Yuanhai saw the situation and immediately put on a flattering smile, hastily explaining, "Meiwan, how could I possibly have any objections? I completely agree with our son. In this family, we can do without anyone, but we absolutely cannot do without you, the indispensable one." After speaking, he even raised his thumb towards Wang Meiwan, showing praise and affirmation. Wang Meiwan smiled with satisfaction, nodded gently, and said, "Well, you are sensible, Xiaofeng. You should go upstairs to rest soon. Do your best to make your mother hold her chubby grandson sooner." Yi Chen, seeing his mother so straightforward, blushed and hurriedly turned and ran into the room. The next morning, the whole family set off on a flight to the Magic City. In the Tianhe community of the Magic City, Li Changlin specially took a day off to welcome the arrival of the future in-laws. The atmosphere in Li Changlin and Yang Qin's home was extraordinary. Li Changlin took a day off from work and was busy preparing to welcome the arrival of the future in-laws. He wore a clean and neat shirt paired with dark pants, looking both solemn and generous. Yang Qin wore a beautiful dress with light makeup on her face, appearing elegant and generous. The living room had been cleaned spotlessly by Yang Qin, with furniture neatly arranged. On the coffee table were a plate of washed fruits and various nuts, next to a pot of freshly brewed tea emitting a faint fragrance. After busying herself, Yang Qin said to Li Changlin, "Changlin, I wonder if Xiaofeng's family has arrived yet. I think we should go to the airport to pick them up ourselves. Waiting like this is making me anxious." Li Changlin smiled slightly and replied, "Just sit here and rest assured. If they are about to arrive, Xiana will definitely notify us in advance." Li Changlin's words eased Yang Qin's tension slightly, but she still couldn't help but walk to the window from time to time to look into the distance. Suddenly, Yang Qin's phone rang. It was a message from Li Xiana, "Mom and Dad, we have arrived in the Magic City and are on our way to the Tianhe community, expected to arrive in 30 minutes. Upon seeing the message, Yang Qin excitedly shouted, "Changlin, they are almost here." Li Changlin smiled and said softly, "I can hear you, just control your volume a bit, you seem too excited." The Yi Chen family who had just disembarked from the plane loaded the specialty products from Jincheng into the car prepared by Jia in advance, and then drove towards the Tianhe community. About half an hour later, they safely arrived at their destination. Yi Chen parked the car, the whole family carrying gifts, headed straight to Li Xiana's house. Yang Qin, who was looking out of the window upstairs, saw the Yi Chen family arriving and hurriedly grabbed Li Changlin to go downstairs to greet them. Li Xiana saw her parents appearing and quickly stepped forward to introduce, "Mom and Dad, this is Feng's parents, Yi Yuanhai, Wang Meiwan, and his sister Yi Lin." Then, she turned to Yi Chen's parents and said, "Uncle, Auntie, these are my parents, Li Changlin and Yang Qin." Yang Qin warmly shook hands with Wang Meiwan, smiling and saying, "Welcome, welcome. You've come all the way here and even brought gifts. You are too polite. Please come into the house." With that, she warmly led the Yi Chen family into the house. Once inside, Yang Qin warmly invited the Yi Chen family to sit down and personally pour tea. Li Xiana helped on the side, and the two families began to chat casually, gradually warming up the atmosphere. Sensing the timing was right, Wang Meiwan smiled and said softly, "Mother-in-law, the main reason for coming this time is to talk to you about those two children. Xiana, from the bottom of our hearts, we really like her and her father. Considering that Xiana has not graduated yet, we are thinking that maybe we should do it this way. Let's finalize this marriage proposal first. After she successfully completes her studies, we can then hold the wedding ceremony. This way, we can also avoid unnecessary gossip and interference from others, right?" Yang Qin, with a gentle smile on her face, replied, "Well, actually, my husband and I are quite satisfied with Xiaofeng as well. I have to say, the idea you proposed is indeed thoughtful and appropriate. We both wholeheartedly agree. After all, this can provide the children with a stable and secure future." Hearing Yang Qin's straightforward and generous response, Wang Meiwan and her husband Yi Yuanhai both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Meiwan reached into her pocket, took out a bank card, and gently placed it in Yang Qin's hand, saying softly, "Dear relative, please don't refuse. The money in this card is specifically for Xiana's dowry. Although our families have basically agreed on this marriage proposal, we still need to follow the proper etiquette. We can't overlook a good and well-behaved child like Xiana." Seeing Wang Meiwan speak so firmly, Yang Qin felt embarrassed to refuse further and accepted the card with joy in her heart, silently planning to return it intact to the young couple when they officially get married in the future. Li Changlin, seeing that the discussion about the children was almost over, invited, "It's about time for lunch now. I have reserved a private room at a restaurant nearby. How about we eat and chat there? Let's celebrate the future of the two children." Upon hearing her husband's words, Yang Qin smiled and gestured to everyone, then led the group towards the restaurant. Since the destination was not far, the two families decided to walk there. As they passed by the neighborhood garden, a group of middle-aged women who enjoyed gossiping approached Yang Qin and asked curiously, "Yang Qin, are these guests from your family or relatives?" Yang Qin naturally did not forget the rumors these people spread before, but she was in a good mood today, so she answered with a smile, "Yes, Xiana's boyfriend's family came all the way from Jincheng today to discuss the future of the two children together. It's just about lunchtime, so both families are going to have lunch together." The middle-aged woman showed an envious look and praised, "Oh my, your Xiana is really lucky. Last time, didn't her boyfriend give her a luxury car? This time, his parents came in person, so the dowry must be substantial, right?" Yang Qin smiled slightly and replied calmly, "Oh, it's not about the dowry or anything like that. As long as the two children live happily ever after in the future, nothing else matters." "Well, I won't talk to you anymore. We'll go ahead." With that, Yang Qin led everyone to continue walking forward, leaving the group of middle-aged women behind, discussing among themselves. Before these people had gone far, a woman with a mole on her lip sneered and said mockingly, "Humph, talking about dowries or not, in my opinion, when you see someone with good conditions, not only do they not ask for a penny in dowry, but they also keep offering more. They will eventually be played around and kicked out by others." Upon hearing this, Yang Qin's face instantly turned extremely dark, but before she could react, Wang Meiwan, beside her, rushed forward in uncontrollable anger and slapped the woman's face fiercely. She glared angrily, almost poking the woman's nose with her finger, and sternly scolded, "Who do you think you are? Were you raised on gutter oil and garbage since childhood? Xiana is closer to me than my own daughter. If you dare to speak ill of her even for a moment, I swear I will skin you alive." With that, Wang Meiwan abruptly turned to Yi Chen and said fiercely, "You, brat, listen up. If you ever dare to hurt Xiana in the slightest way, don't blame me for being rude to you. Now, transfer 1 billion over to me immediately. No, just make it 10 billion. Yi Chen, feeling helpless, replied with a wry smile, "Mom, what act are you putting on now? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? And my relationship with Xiana has always been good. Also, why do you suddenly need so much money? What do you want to do with it?" Wang Meiwan roared uncontrollably, "What do I want to do? I want to support my daughter-in-law. I thought giving a dowry of 20 million was enough, but now someone dares to say she's marrying into money. Fine, today I'll show you what a real sky-high dowry looks like." Yi Chen nodded repeatedly in agreement. He knew that he had only given his mother 20 million before, and now she was giving all that money as a dowry to Xiana, showing her love for Xiana. So he quickly said, "Mom, let me transfer the money directly. Your card has a limit and can't handle such a large amount." After hearing this, Wang Meiwan took back the bank card from Yang Qin and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen promptly opened the global bank account and without hesitation transferred 10 billion huaxia coins, while also transferring the same amount to his mother's account. Wang Meiwan then snatched Yi Chen's phone, showing the transfer amount to the woman with the black mole, and said fiercely, "Open your eyes wide and take a good look. My daughter-in-law's dowry is a whopping 10,200,000,000. From now on, if anyone dares to say she's marrying into money, don't blame me for being rude. Watch how I deal with them." Her voice was full of authority and anger, shocking everyone present. She then smiled and handed the bank card back to Yang Qin, saying warmly, "Mother-in-law, let's go. After that outburst just now, I'm actually feeling a bit hungry. We can't let those disgusting flies ruin our mood." At this moment, still in a state of shock, Yang Qin finally came to her senses and replied, "Alright, let's go." Watching their figures fade into the distance, the middle-aged women seemed to have lost their souls, unable to snap out of it for a long time. After a while, one of them murmured as if waking from a dream, "A dowry of 10,200,000,000. Heavens! What kind of family is this? Thank goodness I didn't say anything earlier." Yes, we must never provoke such powerful and influential figures. Everyone turned their gaze to the woman with the black mole who had been beaten, then quickly distanced themselves from her, as if afraid of being implicated. Inside the private dining room, Yilin didn't hesitate to give Wang Meiwan a thumbs up, praising, "Mom, you were absolutely magnificent just now. But on another note, is Xiana really closer to you than me?" Upon hearing Yilin's words, Wang Meiwan looked slightly annoyed and said, "You little girl, always lost in your own thoughts. Xiana is my future daughter-in-law, she will be part of our family, so of course I will cherish her like my own daughter. Similarly, you are my precious daughter, how could I treat you differently?" Li Shona, sitting beside them, was deeply moved. Having a mother-in-law who always stood up for her was truly a blessing. She couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Yi Chen beside her, who happened to be smiling and gazing at her at that moment. As their eyes met, Li Shona deliberately straightened her chest, glancing provocatively at Ye's mother, as if to say, "Humph, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll have Auntie come to my defense." At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious, but not everyone was fully immersed in it. Yi Yuanhai and Li Changlin, the two elders, seemed indifferent to it all. They were both aficionados of flowers and tea, chatting enthusiastically with each other, their conversation flowing effortlessly and the scene lively. Before long, the waiters began placing exquisite dishes on the table one by one. These dishes were vastly different from northern cuisine, appearing more delicate and intricate. Each dish was not only a gustatory delight but also akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art, pleasing to the eye. Seeing all the dishes laid out on the table, Yang Qin greeted everyone with a smile, gesturing for them to start tasting the food. She first turned a plate of plump hairy crabs towards Wang Meiwan and Yi Yuanhai, saying warmly, "Relatives, you usually eat more river crabs up north, so why not try our southern hairy crabs today?" Although they look quite similar, upon closer inspection, there are some differences. Yi Yuanhai picked up a hairy crab without hesitation, cracked it open, and started eating heartily. As he ate, he shared his thoughts. Apart from being slightly larger and having thicker claws, I don't think there's much difference from river crabs. Relatives, whenever you have time to visit Tianjin, let's charter a boat and go out to sea, catching fresh crabs on the spot and eating them right away. That's what I call true freshness and deliciousness." Wang Meiwan rolled her eyes at her husband's words, then turned to Yang Qin and said, "Relatives, please don't mind him. He's just like a cow chewing on peonies, he doesn't appreciate fine cuisine at all." This remark elicited a burst of laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing Wang Meijuan's words, Yang Qin couldn't help but laugh as well. Relatives, to be honest, there are indeed significant differences between hairy crabs and river crabs. Hairy crabs have tender and delicate meat, while river crabs have firm and delicious meat. Moreover, hairy crabs have more roe than river crabs, making them more flavorful. Yi Yuanhai, after listening to Yang Qin's explanation, smiled somewhat sheepishly. "Oh, I'm just a glutton who doesn't know how to appreciate fine food. But, after hearing you say that, I'll savor the delicacy of hairy crabs properly." The two families sat around the dining table, raising their chopsticks to taste the sumptuous food on the table. Yi Yuanhai and Li Changlin chatted happily, toasting each other with enthusiasm. Li Xiana watched the warm and harmonious scene before her, feeling an endless sense of happiness welling up in her heart, because only with the sincere blessings of her family could this love be truly perfect. Just then, Yang Qin took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Wang Meiwan, saying earnestly, "Relatives, my husband and I wholeheartedly approve of the relationship between Xiana and Xiaofeng. However, the dowry is just too much for us to accept." Wang Meiwan had anticipated Yang Qin's concern and reassured her softly, "Relatives, I understand your worries, fearing that others might gossip and say unpleasant things. But preparing this dowry for Xiana was not a whim, it stems from a genuine love for this child. You only have Xiaona as your precious daughter, and she is outstanding. We will cherish her like our own daughter in the future, so please rest assured. Yi Chen, on the side, also gave Li Xiaona a meaningful look. Li Xiaona immediately understood and said, "Mom, please accept it, or else others might misunderstand that you are not satisfied with this marriage proposal." Yang Qin said with a hint of annoyance, "You little troublemaker, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I be dissatisfied? Well then, since that's the case, I'll accept it first and leave it for my lovely grandchildren in the future." Hearing Yang Qin's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yi Lin also joined in, teasing her brother and sister Xiaona. "Brother, Xiaona, you guys better step up. I'm eagerly waiting to hold my little nephew and niece." As soon as she said this, Li Xiaona's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet everyone's gaze. Meanwhile, in another place, the Feng family, Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda were angrily confronting Feng Mingyue. "Look at what your Feng family has done. You messed up such a trivial matter. Why is Huanyu Investments still operating as usual? Tell the authorities to investigate it. Fire safety, tax issues, audits, do I need to teach you these methods? Also, why were the projects of Huanyu Real Estate sealed for only 2 hours and then resumed construction? You must give me a reasonable explanation." Chu Mufeng was furious, his voice thunderous. The disdain in Feng Mingyue's eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by a pitiful and aggrieved look. She choked up and said, "Xu Xiao, you don't know, our Feng family has already arranged everything, and the higher-ups have agreed to it." But unexpectedly, the Qin family intervened halfway. They actually interfered. "You know, our Feng family is no longer as strong as before. How can we compete with the flourishing Qin family? After all, they are the top family in the Magic City." Xu Mufeng's face darkened even more. He snorted and said indignantly, "Your Feng family is simply a bunch of good-for-nothings. Fine, I will personally go negotiate with the Qin family and warn them to mind their own business. If the Qin family backs off, but your Feng family still can't handle this properly, then don't blame me for settling scores with your family." Lu Fuda, on the side, quickly chimed in, "Xu Xiao is absolutely right, you have a clear view. The Feng family indeed falls short in success and exceeds in failure, but fortunately, all the funds in Gangcheng have been received. This time, I went to great lengths to raise a whopping 1 trillion in cash. Next, we can start implementing the plan." Xu Mufeng nodded slightly in agreement, showing his appreciation for Lu Fuda, and said satisfactorily, "Now that the funds are in place, I will immediately deploy personnel to manipulate public opinion and spread negative news about Huanyu Group to suppress its stock price. When the time is right, we will enter the market and reap the benefits." Then he turned to Feng Mingyue and said, "You also need to be prepared in advance. Fully cooperate with our upcoming actions." Without waiting for Feng Mingyue's reaction, he led Lu Fuda away in a hurry, heading straight towards the Qin family. Seeing the two of them leave, Feng Mingyue immediately passed on this important information to Shen Haoyue and instructed her to come up with a strategy. At the same time, Yi Chen and his group had finished their meal and returned to Li Xiaona's home. However, not long after, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Shen Haoyue. "Mr. Yi, the Chu family can no longer contain themselves and have started to take action. They, along with the Han family and the groups in Gangcheng, have raised about 500 billion in funds, attempting to devour the entire Huanyu Group by suppressing our stock price." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled softly. "These guys really underestimate me, don't they? With just this amount of funds, they dare to challenge me?" Shen Haoyue saw Yi Chen so calm and composed, and asked, "Mr. Yi, it seems you have a plan in mind?" Yi Chen didn't answer directly but asked, "Haoyue, do you know how the great man of our Huaxia dealt with the nuclear threat from the bear at the beginning of our nation's founding?" Shen Haoyue was incredulous all over. "Isn't that too crazy? Mr. Yi, are you planning to adopt a change of tactics? Aren't you afraid of risking the entire world with one wrong move?" Yi Chen said lightly, "Exactly, Haoyue, think long term. The world hasn't been around for that long since its establishment. If we're gone, we can create another one. Do you lack confidence in yourself so much?" Shen Haoyue suddenly understood and replied respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I understand. I will hold on and find ways to drain their funds, not giving them a chance to escape." Seeing Shen Haoyue grasping his intention, Yi Chen continued, "I will also inject some funds into the world. Your task is to deplete their funds by all means, not allowing them to easily swallow the world. In addition, I will arrange for Yi Hongfei to go to Hong Kong Island to take over a few groups there. You'll have to work harder on this side of the city." After that, Yi Chen hung up the phone, then transferred 1 trillion Huaxia coins to both the world and Yi Hongfei, instructing Yi Hongfei to depart for Hong Kong Island as soon as possible. After Yi Chen hung up the phone, Li Xiaono walked lightly to his side and whispered, "Feng Ji, if you have something important to deal with, you should go now. I'll take uncle and aunt back to Yunshan Villa later." Yi Chen smiled slightly, reached out to gently pinch Li Xiaono's cute and tender cheek, and affectionately replied, "Darling, nothing is more important to me than being with you. Besides, today is such a special day. Come on, kiss your dear husband." He then waited for her kiss. Li Xiaono blushed, turned her head shyly, made sure no one was watching, tiptoed carefully, quickly kissed Yi Chen's cheek, and then ran off like a startled deer. At this moment, in the bustling and noisy center of the Magic City, the atmosphere in the Qin family's mansion was tense. Qin Mai, the current head of the Qin family, solemnly summoned his eldest son, Qin Tian, to the study. After Qin Tian entered the room, Qin Mai went straight to the point and asked, "Qin Tian, according to reports from subordinates, you actually used your connections to help the world group. What's going on? Shouldn't you explain this to me?" Faced with his father's questioning, Qin Tian seemed indifferent. He casually replied, "Dad, don't be surprised. Yi Chen and I are good buddies. What harm is there in helping him out a bit? It's not a big deal, right?" His attitude showed a lack of concern. Qin Mai slammed the table, angrily exclaimed, "You're already this old, why are you still so impulsive? You need to be more stable. You are the future successor of our Qin family. Everything you do must consider the interests of the family first." He was so angry that he was fuming. Seeing his father furious, Qin Tian quickly stood up and carefully explained, "Father, please calm down and listen to me. Although the Chu family is indeed powerful, we are not necessarily afraid of them. Moreover, think about it, if the Chu family succeeds in swallowing the world group, won't our Qin family's position in the Magic City be threatened as well? So I believe that helping Yi Chen form an alliance against the Chu family is not wrong." After hearing his son's words, Qin Mai's anger subsided slightly. He wasn't really blaming his son for helping Yi Chen, he was just a bit dissatisfied that he didn't secure more benefits for the family. "Well, Qin Tian, it's rare to see you have such insight. I am deeply pleased as your father. Although I do not oppose you helping Yi Chen, I just hope that as the heir of the Qin family, you should prioritize the family in your actions, and not act rashly out of loyalty," Qin Mai earnestly advised his son. Qin Tian finally realized his father's good intentions at this moment, so he quickly nodded in agreement and solemnly replied, "Father's teachings are profound, I understand now. In the future, I will do my best to fight for the benefits that our family rightfully deserves." At this moment, a knock on the door broke the quiet atmosphere in the room. After permission was granted, the steward respectfully entered and said, "Master, Chu Mufeng from the Chu family and Lu Fuda from Gangchang are here to visit. Would you like to see them?" Qin Mai turned his gaze to Qin Tian beside him and said with seriousness, "Go and meet them, this matter is now entrusted to you to handle. It's a good opportunity to test whether you are capable of taking over as the successor." Qin Tian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of his father's intentions, and then turned to leave. Guided by the steward, he arrived at the reception room. Upon seeing Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda, Qin Tian immediately showed a polite smile and warmly greeted them, "Young Master Chu, Mr. Lu, please have a seat. May I ask the purpose of your visit today?" Chu Mufeng did not appreciate the gesture. Instead, he coldly snorted and with a disdainful look said, "Qin Tian, there's no need to be so polite. I'm sure you are well aware of the purpose of my visit, why pretend otherwise?" Seeing Qin Tian's expression darken, Lu Fuda quickly stepped in. "Qin Tian, young Master Chu is not in a good mood today, his words may have been too harsh. We are here to kindly ask the Qin family not to get involved in the conflict between us and Yi Chen. Of course, if this matter is resolved, we will definitely give the Qin family a satisfactory reward." Qin Tian looked at them coldly, thinking to himself, is the Chu family running out of capable people? Can someone like this be considered an heir? They haven't even started negotiations and they are already offending me. Just as Qin Tian was about to reprimand them, Zhao Peng's mocking voice came from outside the door. "Hey, Chu Second, I could hear your arrogant voice from afar. Do you think this is your home? Shouting like this, do you really think the Chu family is untouchable? Or is it that our Lu family knows how to talk and give benefits, unlike you?" Then, Zhao Peng turned to Qin Tian and said, "Cousin, why bother talking to these two, just drive them away." Qin Tian's lips curled up slightly as he watched Zhao Peng approach with a smile on his face, jokingly saying, "Hey, you stinky kid, why are you back in the Demon City again? Aren't you afraid of uncle fixing you up?" Zhao Peng, however, looked smug and unafraid, responding, "Cousin, you don't know, my old man is treating me really well these days. I came here specifically to have fun with Maple Brother." He not only wholeheartedly agreed, but also generously gave me a large sum of pocket money. He's hoping I can find some treasures from Maple Brother to bring back and honor him. Upon witnessing Zhao Peng's arrival, Chu Mufeng and Lu Fuda's faces instantly darkened, especially Lu Fuda, who was grinding his teeth in anger. They both knew that there was no need to stay any longer, so without a word, not even a farewell, they left in a huff. After they left, Qin Tian's expression turned serious, and he earnestly said to Zhao Ping, let's get to the real purpose of your visit this time. Zhao Ping listened to Qin Tian's words, a hint of cunning smile appearing on his face. Cousin, are you interrogating me? I'm here to help you. Qin Tian couldn't help but be slightly stunned at the words, asking with suspicion, what exactly can you help me with? Zhao Ping cleared his throat and put on a serious expression, saying, cousin, to be precise, I came here this time to save the Qin family. As you know, the Chu family and the alliance have already started to clash, and based on your personality, you won't just stand by. However, my father instructed me before I came, your uncle values interests too much, always weighing the pros and cons. If the Chu family offers tempting benefits that make him eager, he might turn against us. So, you must go to the Magic City immediately. Any hesitation, and your cousin Feng might not only deal with the Qin family but also involve your aunt and 2 cousins. That's why I rushed here to inform you. Qin Tian's face showed a hint of embarrassment, pondering inwardly that if the Chu family did offer substantial benefits, his father might indeed act against Yi Chen. Zhao Ping, does Yi Chen really have such ability that when dealing with the Chu family alliance, he can also handle the Qin family? Qin Tian couldn't help but ask. Zhao Ping mysteriously replied, cousin, think about it, Feng has assets exceeding trillions in the Huanyu group in the Magic City. Not to mention his industries in Tianjin. My dad even heard a piece of news that the Chu family's leader was transferred from the Northwest Military Region to the 9th Bureau, and accused Feng of acting against Han Shaoqing. But what happened? Feng came out unscathed. What does this imply? You understand, right? Qin Tian silently rejoiced in his wise decision, while muttering to himself, this Zhao Ping really hit the jackpot, actually becoming friends with Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's family of 4 had left Li Shana's house and returned to Cloud Villa. As they entered the house, Wang Meiwan said to Yi Chen, Xiaofeng, we're going back to Tianjin tomorrow. Yi Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, Mom, aren't we staying a few more days? Why the rush to go back? Yilin chimed in, yeah, Mom, we can play a few more days. I can take you around. Wang Meiwan glared at Yilin disapprovingly and said impatiently, always thinking about playing. You come back with us and quickly get your driver's license, so you don't disturb your brother and Xiaona here. Yilin's watery eyes filled with grievances and pleas as she looked straight at her father. Seeing this, Yi Yuanhai could only sigh helplessly and said, Lin, even if you look at me, it won't help. Our family has always been led by your mother, and besides, I just want to rush back to Tianjin to take care of my precious orchids. At this moment, Wang Meiwan walked up to Yi Chen, puzzled, and asked, Xiaofeng, why did you transfer 1 billion to me today? Mom doesn't need money, you better take it back. Yi Chen hurriedly grabbed Wang Meijuan's hand trying to stop her from transferring the money on her phone, earnestly saying, Mom, this money is a filial gift from your son, please accept it. You can see which of our relatives are having a hard time and help them out. If it's too much trouble, then give each family 10 million. We are well off now, but we must not forget the relatives and friends who helped us in the past. Back then, everyone lent us a hand. Wang Meiwan was touched by Yi Chen's words. She put down her phone and looked at Yi Chen seriously, Xiaofeng, you're right. We are living a prosperous life now, and we should indeed give back to those relatives and friends who have helped us in the past. She turned to look at Yi Yuanhai, sighing, Yuanhai, look at our son, he has grown into a responsible man now. I am proud of him. Yi Yuanhai listened to Wang Meijuan's words, nodded, and said with a smile, yes, Xiaofeng has always been a sensible and responsible good kid. I am proud of him too. Yilin, upon hearing what the others said, quickly stepped forward to express her own opinion. Brother, I think we could consider setting up a family medical fund. Nowadays, many families can lose everything due to a serious illness, even end up in deep debt. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at Yi Lin's unexpected thoughtfulness. Mom, Dad, I think Lin makes a good point. So, I am willing to contribute 100 billion to establish this family medical fund. As for Grandma's and Grandpa's side, they will be managed by Mom and Dad respectively. What do you think? Wang Meiwan smiled and shook her head, saying, I'll let your uncle handle this, I don't want to be bothered with these things. I'm looking forward to hugging my grandchildren. Yi Yuanhai quickly added, I'll let your elder uncle take care of it, I still have my flowers to tend to, I don't have time for these things. Seeing his parents' responses, Yi Chen had no objections and continued, in that case, when you two return to Tianjin, please hold a family meeting to inform everyone about this. Wang Meiwan and Yi Yuanhai listened attentively to Yi Chen's words, nodding in agreement. They understood the significance of Yi Chen's proposal to establish a family medical fund, which could alleviate the family's worries about illnesses and enhance the cohesion and harmony among family members. Night fell, and the lights came on. After a sumptuous dinner with his family, Yi Chen returned to his room alone. He picked up his phone, opened his contacts, found Li Xiana's name, and sent a short and sincere message. "Xiana, do you have time? I want to go out with you." In no time, Yi Chen's phone chimed with a crisp notification sound. He quickly opened the screen to see Li Xiana's reply, "Wait for me." This simple response warmed Yi Chen's heart, as if a warm current surged within him. About half an hour later, Yi Chen's phone rang again. He looked down to see another message from Li Xiana, "I'm here." So, Yi Chen hurried out of the villa and saw Li Xiana waiting at the door. She smiled, shining brightly like a dazzling star in the night sky. Yi Chen took a step forward, tightly holding Li Xiana's hand without saying a word. The two of them, with a deep understanding between them, left side by side, stepping out of the villa gate together. They walked leisurely, light and free in their steps, without a specific destination in mind, but with an endless journey ahead. Along the way, they were silent, but their eye contact, physical touch, and subtle movements conveyed endless warmth and tenderness to each other. Li Xiana excitedly pointed to a slightly shabby roadside stall and exclaimed, "Phone, look over there. There's a small noodle stall, let's go try it." Yi Chen followed her gaze and saw an elderly man, spirited and agile, skillfully cooking noodles. The boiling water sent up a misty steam, making the old man's figure somewhat blurry. A few elderly customers sat at small tables nearby. Sounds good. I haven't had noodles in a long time," Yi Chen agreed with a smile. Hand in hand, the two of them walked joyfully towards the stall. The old man, seeing a young couple approaching, was momentarily surprised but quickly greeted them warmly. "Are you two here to eat noodles, young comrades?" Li Xiana's face lit up with a sweet smile as she softly replied, "Grandpa, what kind of noodles do you have here?" The old man scratched his head apologetically and said, "Young lady, to be honest, I only sell plain noodles here. If you'd like, I can add a boiled egg. But if you don't like it, it's okay." Nowadays, with everyone's improved living standards, simple flavors like this are no longer popular. Hearing this, Li Xiana turned to look at Yi Chen, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and inquiry, as if waiting for him to decide. "Grandpa, please give us 2 bowls of noodles, both with a boiled egg," Yi Chen said with a slight smile, speaking softly and friendly. "All right, young comrades, please wait a moment, the noodles and eggs will be ready soon," the old man replied cheerfully, his face beaming with joy. Yi Chen and his companion had just sat down, not even catching their breath, when a boy in school uniform, full of energy, rushed over like a whirlwind. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he gasped and exclaimed, "Master, you're finally here. Did you come specifically to find me? I'm on vacation now, so I can learn martial arts with you." Yi Chen took a closer look and realized that the lively boy in front of him was none other than his disciple Wei Ziyuan, whom he had taken in earlier. Faced with this situation, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel embarrassed and awkward as he spoke. "Ziyuan, since you're on vacation, remember to let your grandmother know when you get home. Starting tomorrow, you can follow me for a while. Oh, by the way, have you eaten? Do you want a bowl of noodles?" Wei Ziyuan was about to politely decline, but his stomach inconveniently growled at that moment. Li Xiana, understanding the situation, immediately got up and approached the old man, asking him to cook another bowl of noodles. "Thank you, master," Wei Ziyuan said respectfully as he stood up. Yi Chen then introduced him, "This is my disciple, Wei Ziyuan." At that moment, the old man had just finished cooking the noodles. Wei Ziyuan hurried over, carefully placing 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the table and enthusiastically saying, "Master, madam, please try them. Grandpa Li's plain noodles are the most authentic traditional craft." Li Xiana, intrigued by his words, couldn't help but ask, "Ziyuan, it seems like you're quite familiar with this old man? How did you two meet?" Wei Ziyuan nodded repeatedly, his face full of respect as he replied, "Yes, madam. My family has been neighbors with Grandpa Li for many years. And, you see, when Grandpa Li was young, he was actually a remarkable hero. Look at his left leg, it's actually a prosthetic. Back in the day, he was injured in the Vietnam War and had to amputate." Li Xiana was shocked to hear this and turned to carefully observe the old man as Wei Ziyuan had described. Indeed, the old man's left leg seemed slightly stiff. She then glanced at Yi Chen beside her. Yi Chen had always held deep respect for these veterans who had once made great contributions to the country. With a furrowed brow, he asked thoughtfully, "Ziyuan, if that's the case, does Grandpa Li not have any children to take care of him? Why does he have to come out at this age to sell noodles for a living?" Wei Ziyuan sighed heavily and said, "Grandpa Li has no children or family, he has always been alone. I heard that he sends all the subsidies he receives from the government to the families of his fallen comrades from the battlefield. When the children of his comrades grew up and no longer needed his support, he donated all his monthly allowance to the orphanage. Li Xiana murmured softly, the older generation, they fought 3 generations of battles to exchange for the life we have today. Feng, should we do something? They devoted their best youth to the nation, we cannot let heroes spend their old age in loneliness. Her gaze fixed on the slightly stooped figure. At this moment, that figure appeared so tall and straight. Yi Chen tightly held Li Xiana's hand, solemnly saying, one who carries firewood for the benefit of all should not freeze to death in the snow. Xiana, there are countless old soldiers like Uncle Li, they selflessly guard the land of our nation with their lives. The country is still facing difficult times, and since we have the ability, we should contribute to our motherland. Li Xiana's eyes turned red, choked up. Feng, I want to donate the betrothal gifts to these respectable old soldiers, is that okay? Yi Chen gently stroked her hair, softly replied, Xiana, I have no objections. Oh, by the way, have you completed your credits? If you have, apply for early graduation. Li Xiana playfully tapped Yi Chen's hand, complaining, Feng, you're so annoying, I was feeling sentimental and you suddenly bring this up. Yi Chen realized that Li Xiana might have misunderstood him. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he looked at her. Xiana, do you think I want you to graduate early so I can marry you sooner? You're completely mistaken. Ha ha ha. Li Xiana furrowed her brows slightly, grabbed Yi Chen's ear with her delicate hands, coquettishly saying, what? Don't you want to marry me, huh? Yi Chen made a pained expression, full of grievances, pleading, oh, my good wife, Ziyuan is still here, give me some face. Wei Ziyuan sitting beside them quickly lowered his head, stuttering, mother-in-law, please continue. I didn't see anything. The noodles taste really good. Hearing this, Li Xiana let go of Yi Chen's ear, but still glared at him, asking in a sweet voice, alright, quickly tell me what's going on, why do you want me to graduate early? Yi Chen's expression turned serious, he took a deep breath and replied solemnly, Xiana, this is what I have in mind. We can establish a foundation ourselves, with you fully in charge of management. This way, we can ensure that every penny is truly used to help those in need. You see, many people nowadays misuse charity for personal gain. Li Xiana listened attentively to Yi Chen, nodding in agreement. She had also heard of the false charity events circulating wildly on the internet. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiana raised her head, looking at Yi Chen with determination, suggesting, Feng, I think this idea is great. But my credits are still a bit short at the moment. How about this, you start preparing to establish the foundation, and once I graduate successfully, I will formally take over. What do you think? Yi Chen, upon hearing Li Xiana's proposal, smiled with satisfaction. He nodded and said, Xiana, you're right. We can start preparing for the foundation, and once you graduate, you can officially take over the management. This way, we can ensure the smooth operation of the foundation and allow you to focus on completing your studies. Then Yi Chen turned to Wei Ziyuan, who had finished his noodles, pushed his bowl over, and softly said, Ziyuan, can you give me your phone number? It will be much more convenient for me to pick you up tomorrow and stay in touch with you. Wei Ziyuan stopped eating noodles, raised his head with a hint of embarrassment on his face, and replied softly, Master, I'm really sorry, but I don't have a phone. My grandmother raised me all by herself, and it was not easy. I really don't want to burden her anymore. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel touched and emotional. He thought to himself, what a obedient and sensible child. It seems that it was indeed right to take him as my disciple. Then, Yi Chen smiled and said to Wei Ziyuan, in that case, I will come to pick you up at this place tomorrow at noon. Remember to inform your grandmother in advance so she won't worry. Well, it's getting late, let's go back with your master's wife. With that, the two held hands and walked slowly in the direction they came from. Along the way, they enjoyed the quiet of the night and felt the warmth of each other's company. When they reached the entrance of the Cloud Villa, Yi Chen gently hugged Li Xiana and asked softly, Xiana, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Li Xiana looked up at the sky, realizing that it was already late at night, so she gently replied, it's better not to. Uncle and Auntie may have already rested. I don't want to disturb them so late. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. Then, he hugged Li Xiana again, bidding her farewell reluctantly. Finally, Li Xiana turned and left, leaving behind a beautiful and moving figure. The next morning, as the sunlight spread across the land, Yi Chen got up early to send his parents and sister to the airport. When he entered the living room, he saw Yi Lin looking at him with a resentful expression. Brother, are you in such a hurry to send us off? Yi Lin pouted. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Okay, Lin, don't be sulky. Mom and Dad have already booked the tickets, I can't help it. With that, Yi Chen took the three of them to the airport. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, but as the plane took off, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance. Watching the plane gradually disappear into the horizon, Yi Chen turned back to the car and slowly drove away from the airport. As the car navigated through the bustling city streets, a news report suddenly came on the radio. Dear listeners, a large-scale wage dispute has occurred at the newly established enterprise, Universal Real Estate, in our city. Currently, all construction projects in the Magic City New District have been suspended. Relevant departments have intervened and organized urgent negotiations between the company's management and the representatives of the workers. We call on all companies to strictly abide by laws, regulations, and ethical standards to ensure that the wages of migrant workers are paid on time and in full. Magic City Radio will continue to monitor the situation and bring you the latest updates. Hearing this, Yi-chin couldn't help but chuckle. He knew very well that Universal Group had abundant funds and a huge cash flow, so there was no way they would delay paying wages. This was clearly a despicable tactic by the Chu family alliance to tarnish Universal Real Estate's reputation. These people really stop at nothing. They even resort to such dirty tricks, Yi-chin muttered to himself. He shook his head, feeling very disdainful of the Chu family alliance's actions. He then reached out to turn off the radio, deciding not to pay any more attention to these troublesome matters. The car pulled over to the side of the road, and Yi-chin walked into the nearby Huawei flagship store. As soon as he entered the store, a salesperson greeted him with a smile. Sir, welcome to the Huawei flagship store. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi-chin succinctly replied, get me 3 of the latest Huawei phones, all with the highest configurations. I'll be waiting for you at the checkout counter. With that, he turned and walked towards the checkout counter. The shop assistant watched as Yi-chin's figure disappeared into the distance, feeling a bit lost for a moment. Was he really going to buy 3 new phones so quickly, without even trying them out first? She hadn't even had the chance to introduce them yet. However, she quickly regained her composure, swiftly brought 3 of the latest models of phones, and walked briskly to Yi-chin, smiling as she said, Sir, here are the phones you wanted, please take them. After Yi-chin scanned the QR code with his phone to complete the payment, he then went to a nearby store to get 3 SIM cards and topped up each with 100,000 in credit. With everything ready, he drove to the location agreed upon the day before. Upon arriving at the street where the destination was, Yi-chin noticed Wei Ziyuan sitting quietly on the steps nearby, waiting. Yi-chin then got out of the car with one of the phones and a SIM card, walking towards Wei Ziyuan. Seeing Yi-chin approaching, Wei Ziyuan's face lit up with joy, quickly coming forward and saying, Master, you finally arrived. As he spoke, large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Looking at this honest and kind child before him, Yi-chin couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. Knowing that Wei Ziyuan must have been waiting here for a long time, he reached out to wipe the sweat off his forehead, handing him a brand new phone along with the SIM card, and softly said, You've waited for so long, you've worked hard. This is a new phone for you, see if you like it? Wei Ziyuan lowered his head to gaze at the phone in his hand, his eyes revealing an undeniable desire, but he still shook his head firmly, declining, Master, such a valuable item, your disciple really can't accept it. It should be me showing filial piety to you, how can I let you spend money? Yi-chin's expression darkened, deliberately putting on a stern face as he said, What? Have I not taught you yet that you dare to disobey your master's orders? Hearing this, Wei Ziyuan immediately panicked, anxiously explaining, Master, please forgive the rudeness of your disciple. It's not that your disciple is unwilling to follow your orders, it's just that this generous gift is too heavy, and your disciple feels unworthy of it. Seeing this, a slight smile of relief appeared at the corner of Yi-chin's mouth. He gently helped Wei Ziyuan up, and with a solemn tone, he said, Since you have become my disciple, you are like my own child. It's only natural for me to care for you. You will stay with me for a while, having a phone will make it easier to stay in touch with your grandmother at home. Don't overthink it, please accept it quickly. Wei Ziyuan's eyes reddened slightly, his eyes gradually moistening. This was the first time in his life that he felt care and warmth from someone other than his grandmother. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt down without hesitation, in a solemn and devout manner, knocking his head firmly in front of Yi-chin. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. From this day on, your disciple will always remember your great kindness and will never forget it. One day as a master, a lifetime as a father. Seeing Wei Ziyuan perform this grand gesture, Yi-chin quickly reached out to help him up, comforting him, There's no need for such formalities. I don't care about these rituals, as long as you keep this grateful heart in your mind. With that, he gently lifted Wei Ziyuan's hand. Both of them got into the car together, speeding towards the Cloud Villa. Upon arriving at the villa, Yi-chin first instructed Bai Jie to prepare a room for Wei Ziyuan, then personally led him to the bathroom. Ziyuan, after you go in, take off your clothes first, sit obediently on the chair and wait. Upon hearing this, Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock, his face full of astonishment, stuttering as he asked, Master, do we really need to do this for martial arts practice? Shouldn't you go and call Master Mother instead? After all, I am still young. Before he could finish, Yi-Chen raised his palm and lightly patted Wei Ziyuan's head, scolding him somewhat angrily. You brat, what nonsense are you thinking? How could I have such dirty thoughts? I just want to help you cleanse your meridians and temper your bones. Hurry up and do as I say. Seeing that Wei Ziyuan was fully prepared, Yi-Chen took out a washmarrow pill without hesitation, carefully placed it in Wei Ziyuan's mouth. Then, Yi-Chen mobilized his own spiritual power, continuously transmitting it into Wei Ziyuan's body and guiding the flow of his techniques. Remember the flow of this spiritual energy, then guide the flow of your inner energy along this path for a full cycle. At the same time, Yi-Chen unreservedly imparted the chaotic true scripture to Wei Ziyuan. Seeing that Wei Ziyuan could now operate the techniques on his own, Yi-Chen finally relaxed and turned to converse with the system. System, back when I took the washmarrow pill, it was excruciating. Why does he seem to feel no pain at all? Host, with your extremely mediocre aptitude, how can you compare yourself to someone with superior aptitude? The system's response carried a hint of mockery. Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, but he knew deep down that he couldn't come up with any rebuttal, so he chose to ignore the system's disdain. So, is there a way to improve my low aptitude? Yi-Chen couldn't help but ask further. Do you even doubt this system? As long as you accumulate enough points, anything is possible. The system's tone was full of confidence. Hearing this, Yi-Chen secretly vowed to work hard to earn more points. System, now that Wei Ziyuan is my disciple, if he spends, can he also earn points? Yi-Chen asked eagerly. Host, considering your lazy style of doing things, this time the system has specially opened the Master-Disciple module for you. For every expenditure by relatives and friends, you can get a 50% cashback, for spouses, it's 90%, and for Master-Disciple relationships, it's 70%. Upon hearing this news, Yi-Chen jumped with excitement. He couldn't wait to exclaim to the system, System, I truly love you. At that moment, Wei Ziyuan had fully absorbed the power of the washmarrow pill and was slowly waking up. Yi-Chen immediately used his divine sense to perceive his current state, but he was somewhat surprised. How could he only be at the early qi refining stage? After all, when he took the washmarrow pill back then, he directly advanced to the peak of qi refining. Host, don't compare yourself to a genius. Wei Ziyuan's meridian strength and purity of spiritual energy are several levels higher than yours. The system reminded him. Hearing the system's explanation, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Yes, despite having the system's help, he was not a genius after all, with limited cultivation aptitude. Whereas Wei Ziyuan was a true genius with outstanding talent. He looked at Wei Ziyuan's calm and determined face, feeling a sense of admiration. Ziyuan, how do you feel? Yi-Chen asked with concern. Wei Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes and excitedly said, Master, I feel great. The cultivation technique you taught me is amazing. Yi-Chen nodded slightly, smiling. Hold on, clean out the impurities from your body first, I'll be waiting downstairs for you. Wei Ziyuan sniffed the pungent odor of the black crystalline substance on his body, feeling nauseous, and quickly opened the shower, hastily washing himself. Before long, Yi-Chen saw Wei Ziyuan coming down the stairs and quickly waved for him to sit on the sofa, smiling as he said, Ziyuan, now that you have entered the early stage of qi cultivation, there are a few bottles of elixirs here that will benefit your practice and help you improve your cultivation speed. But remember not to be hasty. With that, he handed 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills and 1 bottle of boundary-breaking pill to Wei Ziyuan. Wei Ziyuan joyfully accepted the elixirs, about to express his gratitude when Yi-Chen raised his hand to stop him. Ziyuan, at this moment, there is a task from the master that I need you to handle. It's lunchtime now. Before dinner, I want you to spend 1 million huaxia coins. You can buy anything, but you must spend it all. As he spoke, Yi-Chen transferred 1 million huaxia coins to Wei Ziyuan via WeChat. Wei Ziyuan's eyes widened as he stared at the phone screen, as if trying to imprint the numbers in his mind. 1 million. This astronomical figure completely stunned him, as he had never seen so much money before, having always relied on his grandmother. His throat was so dry that he couldn't make a sound. He never imagined he would possess such a huge fortune. Feeling at a loss for what to do, he instinctively walked away. Yi-Chen watched Wei Ziyuan's departing figure with a smug smile on his face. He murmured softly, How can being my disciple be so easy? If you can't even spend money, how can you navigate the world? With that, he couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, in an orphanage in Tianjin City, Yu Wuhan held the adorable Niu Niu in his arms, directing several trucks to slowly enter the courtyard with Lin Wanxiu. At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old boy bounced over to the orphanage director, Ding Hongmei, excitedly shouting, Director Mom, there are many cars outside. Surely kind uncles and aunties have come to help us. You should go see. Ding Hongmei, upon hearing this, instantly perked up from her previously exhausted state. During this time, she had been worrying about the operating funds of the orphanage. If there were indeed kind-hearted people willing to donate, she could continue to persevere because every child here was like family to her. Ding Hongmei hurried to the door and indeed saw several trucks parked steadily in the courtyard. She eagerly looked around, and suddenly, a familiar and warm face caught her eye. It was Lin Wanqiu. She wore a bright smile, walking towards Ding Hongmei and calling out, "Mom Ding, I've come back to visit you." Ding Hongmei was overjoyed, stepping forward to tightly hold Lin Wanqiu's hand, her voice slightly trembling as she said, "Oh, little Wanqiu, it's been so long since you've come back. Why do you have time to visit me today?" Lin Wanqiu blushed slightly, gently pointing to Yi Wuhan not far away, and softly replied, "Mom Ding, that's my husband Yi Wuhan. I brought him here to visit you. Oh, by the way, we also brought some clothes and daily necessities. Is there anything else you need?" Ding Hongmei nodded happily, filled with emotion and relief in her eyes, murmuring to herself, "You children always remember this home. I believe those little ones will be thrilled to see these things." At that moment, Yi Wuhan was busy directing workers to move the supplies into the warehouse. Several 15 or 16-year-old children were particularly excited, eagerly helping to move the items. One young boy approached Yi Wuhan, filled with gratitude, and said, "Big brother Yi, thank you so much." With this, Mom Ding no longer has to worry about it. Upon hearing the words of the little boy, Yi Wuhong felt doubtful and asked in confusion, "Has the orphanage encountered some difficult problem?" The little boy nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, brother Yi, if you hadn't brought so many supplies today, Aunt Ding would have a hard time continuing. Not only that, the orphanage is about to face demolition. Those people have ordered Aunt Ding to move out of here within 3 months." Yi Wuhong fell silent and walked over to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu was delighted to see him approaching and warmly introduced, "Wuhong, this is Aunt Ding that I often mention. She is the director of our orphanage." After greeting Ding Hongmei, Yi Wuhong asked urgently, "Aunt Ding, I heard the children saying that the orphanage is struggling to survive? And it's going to be demolished?" Lin Wanqiu, also anxious, quickly added, "Aunt Ding, what's going on exactly?" Ding Hongmei sighed heavily and said, "In this past year, if it weren't for the donations from the children who grew up in the orphanage, this place would have ceased to exist long ago. After all, this is a private orphanage, not a public institution, and it doesn't receive government subsidies. The issue of demolition happened not long ago. Farda Group plans to build a large logistics and trade center here, promising compensation according to market prices. However, with just that amount, it's impossible to cover the costs of rebuilding a new orphanage." At that moment, Yi Wuhong felt uneasy. It turned out that this project was jointly decided by Zhang Jiwei, Chen Zhengwen, and Yi Chen. He looked guiltily at Lin Wanqiu and Ding Hongmei beside him and said apologetically, "This indeed needs to be demolished, but please rest assured, I will do my best to solve the issue of the site." With that, he dialed Yi Chen's phone number without hesitation. On the other side, Yi Chen was leisurely sitting in the villa, sipping tea. When he heard the phone ring, he picked it up casually. "Brother Wuhong, what made you think of calling me? Did the Chu family make a move against you?" Yi Wuhong looked embarrassed and said, "Brother Yi, the Chu family hasn't made a move yet. This time I have a personal matter to discuss with you." Hearing this, Yi Chen became interested. After all, Yi Wuhong was a proud person who rarely asked others for help. So, Yi Chen couldn't help but tease, "Could it be that after you and your wife got married, you found your salary insufficient? Why don't you just give yourself a raise? After all, you call the shots at the Huanyu company in Tianjin." Yi Wuhong understood that Yi Chen was teasing him on purpose, but he didn't get angry. He just smiled faintly and continued, "Actually, this matter does have something to do with your sister-in-law, but it's not about salary." He then explained in detail about the orphanage facing demolition to Yi Chen. After listening, Yi Chen began to ponder. After a while, he said seriously to Yi Wuhong, "Brother Wuhong, I think the orphanage must be demolished. After all, this is not just our family's matter. However, I have an idea. You can go talk to Qian and Zhang near the East Lake Resort. They have many real estate projects there. You can negotiate to buy one of the sales offices to use as the new location for the orphanage. As for the funds to purchase the sales office, let the company take care of it. This way, the orphanage will be under the company's umbrella. In the future, the company will be responsible for funding the normal operation of the orphanage, while Aunt Ding will continue to serve as the director." Yi Wuhong's eyes lit up, not only solving the new location for the orphanage but also relieving worries about its future operation. "Yi, my man, my wife, and I sincerely thank you." Yi Chen hurriedly responded, "Brother Wuhong, you are too kind. Consider this a little gift for your wedding. Oh, by the way, remember to have your wife take the resplendent pill. It's getting late, I won't disturb you any longer, I'll hang up first." After hanging up the phone, Yu Wuhong couldn't wait to share the good news with Lin Wanqiu and Ding Hongmei. The two were extremely excited upon hearing it, almost beyond words. On the other side, Wei Ziyuan was happily selecting clothes in the commercial city. He looked at one piece, then another set, enjoying the process. When he could barely carry anymore, he finally stopped. Looking at the long string of balance on his phone, with over 990,000 huaxia coins, he couldn't help but feel anxious, unable to figure out how to spend all that money. So, he hailed a taxi and went home. Once home, he threw the newly bought clothes on the bed, then hurriedly ran out again. Not long after, he returned home panting, carrying a bag of rice, a bag of flour on his shoulders, a bucket of oil, and a bag of snacks in his hands. "Grandma! Grandma! Look what I bought for you!" Wei Ziyuan shouted excitedly as he ran into the house. Seeing her grandson's excited look, Grandma Wei couldn't help but smile kindly. She took out a clean handkerchief from her pocket, gently wiping the sweat off Wei Ziyuan's forehead, and said with a hint of reproach, "You, always spending money recklessly. The money I give you is for your own use, no need to buy things for me." However, Wei Ziyuan explained happily, "Grandma, this isn't the money you gave me. This is from my master. There are also the new clothes and shoes I bought for you, all on the bed." Hearing this, Grandma Wei's face instantly turned serious. She quickly said, "Your master teaches you skills out of respect. How can you turn around and ask for money? How have I taught you? Tell me where you bought these things, let's return them quickly." Faced with Grandma's sudden reprimand, Wei Ziyuan felt very wronged. He mumbled in defense, "Grandma, you misunderstood me. I really didn't ask my master for money. In fact, this is a special task my master gave me. He not only bought me a phone but also gave me a whole 1 million huaxia coins, requiring me to spend it all before dinner tonight. But so far, I've only spent a little over 1,500, and I really can't think of where else to spend it. Besides, these things have no receipts, so I can't return them." Grandma Wei turned slowly, walking into the room with unsteady steps. She came to a rusty iron box, gently opening it to reveal various denominations of banknotes. She carefully counted them over and over, then took out 1,600 huaxia coins. Then, Grandma Wei held Wei Ziyuan's hand tightly, saying firmly, "Child, take me to find your master right now. This old lady will personally return this money to him." Wei Ziyuan nodded silently, filled with guilt and self-blame. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already instructed Bai Jie to prepare a sumptuous dinner, waiting for Wei Ziyuan to return. When he heard the sound of the door locking, he couldn't wait to ask, "Ziyuan, how did you do with the task I gave you?" However, he didn't get a response from Wei Ziyuan. Yi Chen felt puzzled and turned to see Wei Ziyuan following Grandma Wei with his head down, like a child who had made a mistake. Yi Chen's heart tightened, quickly stood up, and hurried over to greet Wei Granny, asking with concern, "Granny Wei, why did you come suddenly? Haven't had dinner yet? Please sit down quickly, let's have a meal together." Wei Granny's face was full of guilt, her voice slightly trembling as she said, "Master Ziyuan, it's all because of me. This old woman didn't discipline her grandson well. You have taught him diligently, but he still used your money, which is truly disrespectful to you. I came here today to apologize to you, please forgive me." Before the words fell, Wei Granny took out 1,600 huaxia coins from her pocket, forcibly handed them to Yi Chen, and urged Ziyuan to quickly return the remaining money to Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly said, "Granny Wei, I think you have misunderstood. This is a task I gave to Ziyuan, I wanted to test him." Then he turned to Ziyuan and asked softly, "Ziyuan, how much money did you spend this time? What did you buy?" Ziyuan hurriedly stepped forward upon hearing this, lowered his voice, and replied, "Master, I spent a total of 1560 huaxia coins. I bought 3 sets of clothes for Granny, a pair of shoes, a large bag of rice, a bag of flour, and a bucket of cooking oil. As for myself, I treated myself a little and bought a pack of Wang Wang snacks." After hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel surprised, but more than that, he was deeply moved. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the disciple he accepted was truly a good child who knew how to repay kindness. "Granny Wei, you heard it all. Ziyuan is so filial and grateful, which is truly rare. So, you better keep this money. As the saying goes, the relationship between master and disciple is like that of father and son. It's nothing for me to spend a little money on him. If you insist on not accepting it, then I'm afraid I can't continue to teach him." With that, Yi Chen gently put the 1,600 yuan back into Wei Granny's pocket and warmly invited them to enjoy a sumptuous meal together. Wei Granny quickly refused, "Master Ziyuan, I won't stay for dinner. I need to set up my stall as well, so I'll leave first. Take care of Ziyuan, he's your responsibility." With that, she hurriedly left. Yi Chen watched Wei Granny's departing figure, sighed softly, then called Ziyuan to the dining table and said earnestly, "Ziyuan, although today's task was not completed, considering your sincere filial piety, I won't punish you anymore. Come, let's eat. After the meal, Yi Chen returned to his room alone. Teaching his disciple was indeed a challenge for him. After all, his own strength was also due to the system. After much thought, he realized that he had to visit the Baihua sect to provide Ziyuan with a more systematic training. With a plan in mind, Yi Chen immediately called Hua Linger. Saintess, are you busy recently? Yi Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Hua Linger felt helpless and straightforwardly said, Elder, if you have something to say, just say it, no need to be so polite. Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed, chuckled twice, and explained, it's nothing serious, I just want to take my disciple to visit the Baihua sect. Do you have time? After a brief silence, Hua Linger responded, I have some matters to attend to, how about I arrange for Xiaoying to accompany you? Yi Chen had no special requirements for who would accompany him, so he replied, alright, I'm staying at Cloud Villa No. 6, have Xiaoying come directly to me tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he rested at ease. The next morning, before the sun rose, Xia Xiaoying had arrived at Cloud Villa in great anticipation. Yi Chen, upon seeing her arrival, warmly invited Ziyuan to set off together. As they approached the car in front of the villa, Yi Chen curiously asked, Xia Xiaoqing, is Baihua sect close to the magic capital? Are you planning to drive there? Xia Xiaoqing humbly replied, Honorable Elder, Baihua sect is located in a quiet valley in Xiang province. I plan to take the high-speed train, which will take about 5 hours. Yi Chen felt somewhat helpless and couldn't help but inquire further, Xiaoqing, is the sect short of funds? Why not choose to fly by plane? If there's a shortage of funds, you can tell me anytime. Xia Xiaoqing's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she explained, it's not that, actually, I couldn't book a flight ticket. If we want speed, Baihua sect has a teleportation array on the top floor of the brothel, but activating it requires high-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen sneered, so it all comes down to money and resources. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, it's no big deal. With that, he exchanged 20,000 high-grade spirit stones from the system store, grabbed a storage bag, and tossed it to Xia Xiaoqing. The three of them set off in the car, heading straight for the brothel. Along the way, Yi Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Li Shana, Darling, I need to go out for a while to take care of some things, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Upon arriving at the brothel, Xia Xiaoqing led the two into the quiet courtyard where Zhao Pang and Hua Linger had once met. She walked quietly to a corner of the wall, placed a high-grade spirit stone into a hollow on the stone slab, and softly advised, Honorable Elder, you may feel a little dizzy later, please bear with it. With that, the three stepped onto the teleportation array before them as the spirit stone instantly turned to ashes and scattered, followed by a dazzling light. They found themselves inside Baihua sect. At that moment, Baihua sect master Hua Li had already led 3 elders to wait beside the teleportation array. Yesterday, Hua Li had received news from Hua Linger that Yi Chen would visit the sect today. So, upon receiving the disciples' report about signs of teleportation array activation, she hurried over. When she saw 3 figures appearing from the teleportation array, Hua Li immediately focused her mind to sense the cultivation levels of these 3. One of the men was a peak foundation establishment expert, while the other was in the early chi refining stage. It seemed that the man with peak foundation establishment strength was undoubtedly Yi Chen. Welcome, Honorable Elder Yi, to Baihua sect. Yi Chen looked at the beautiful and charming Hua Li in front of him, smiling as he said, Sect Master Hua, you're too polite. After all, I am also a member of Baihua sect, it's only natural to come back and visit the sect. I wonder how strong our Baihua sect is now. Hua Li gracefully turned around, leading Yi Chen and his disciple towards the Baihua hall, softly replying, Currently, the sect has less than 200 members, including a mid-gold core stage Honorable Elder. As for me and the other 3 elders, we are in the foundation establishment stage. Most of the disciples under the sect are still in the chi refining stage. Not long after, they arrived at the magnificent hall. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, puzzled, and asked, Sect Master, does our sect no longer have experts stronger than the Gold Core realm? Hua Li sighed softly, explaining helplessly, since the spiritual energy on this continent has been increasingly scarce, once someone breaks through to the Gold Core realm, their cultivation is difficult to progress further. If one wishes to continue cultivating and advancing realms, they must go to the mysterious and unpredictable summit of Kunlun and use the teleportation array there to enter the legendary spirit realm. It can be said that in this world, the early gold core stage is already the peak realm. A faint sadness and worry could be seen in her eyes as she spoke of the future. Yi Chen pressed on, can those who go to the spirit realm come back? Hua Li shook her head helplessly and sighed, according to the sect's records, no one has ever returned from the spirit realm to this world. Moreover, many powerful sects have long since migrated to the spirit realm, leaving behind only some once insignificant forces. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the spiritual energy in the world today was extremely thin, almost to the point of being unable to cultivate. Only secluded places like the Hundred Flowers sect could barely sense the faint spiritual energy fluctuations. After careful consideration, Yi Chen decided, Master, I would like to leave my disciple in the sect to cultivate for a while. Could any esteemed elders spare some time to guide him? I must confess, I lack experience in educating disciples. Also, I wonder if there are any secret realms in our sect that can accelerate cultivation progress? Of course, I will prepare a generous amount of resources as a reward, ensuring the sect does not lose out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder Hua Mengdai eagerly responded, Elder Yi, rest assured, let this elder personally guide your disciple. How do you feel about that? Delighted by this offer, Yi Chen hurriedly replied, if the Grand Elder personally guides him, that would be excellent. You can trust me, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Here are 3 bottles of Gathering Spirit Pills, 1 bottle of Boundary Breaking Pill, and 50 top-grade Spirit Stones as a token of my gratitude. With such a generous reward, several elders couldn't help but feel tempted. The second elder Hua Rong and the third elder Hua Mengyu also chimed in, Grand Elder, we are also very willing to guide your disciple. Yi Chen was secretly pleased, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to earn points. Without hesitation, he agreed and generously handed each of them 3 bottles of Gathering Spirit Pills, 1 bottle of Boundary Breaking Pill, and 50 top-grade Spirit Stones. Standing nearby, Huali couldn't help but feel envious and wished she could personally guide Wei Ziyuan. However, out of respect for her position as the sect master, she hesitated to compete with the 3 elders for this opportunity. Despite this, the envy in her eyes did not escape Yi Chen's notice. Yi Chen turned to Huali, a faint smile playing on his lips, and asked softly, Master, are there any vacant pavilions or courtyards in the sect? I intend to purchase one as a residence for Ziyuan during his cultivation here. Upon hearing this, Huali's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, Elder Yi, I happen to have a pavilion called the Flower Viewing Pavilion that is currently vacant. If you are interested, I would like to gift it to you. Yi Chen had planned to earn more points through this opportunity, so how could he accept someone else's gift? He quickly waved his hand to decline. Master, please, I cannot accept this without reason. These resources are not much to me, so there is no need for you to refuse. With that said, Yi Chen promptly took out 100 top-grade Spirit Stones and handed them to Huali. Without hesitation, Huali accepted the gift and led Yi Chen towards the Flower Viewing Pavilion. Yi Chen gazed at the 3-story, exquisite pavilion with joy in his heart. Huali detailed, Elder Yi, the Flower Viewing Pavilion has a Gathering Spirit array inside to gather spiritual energy, and 3 clever maids to serve. Is there anything else you feel is lacking? If needed, I will arrange it immediately. Yi Chen smiled and replied to Huali, Master, this place is already perfect, and I am quite satisfied. However, the title Grand Elder feels a bit too formal, as if I am being called an old man. How about calling me Lord Yi in the future? Of course, this is not a request without reason. I intend to spend 200,000 top-grade Spirit Stones to purchase this title, please convey this to everyone in the sect. Huali and the 3 elders looked at Yi Chen in surprise, secretly wondering if his brain had been injured. He was willing to exchange 200,000 top-grade Spirit Stones for a title. However, in the blink of an eye, they suddenly realized that the Grand Elder saw the sect's lack of resources and cleverly found a reason to donate resources. The 3 of them understood each other's thoughts and bowed deeply to Yi Chen, expressing their gratitude. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled by their actions, as he only intended to earn some points. How did he manage to move them like this? Was it not enough? It seemed that the sect was indeed facing difficulties. Sect Master, Elders, is there a shortage of Spirit Stones? Should I increase the amount? Yi Chen asked. The 4 of them quickly said, Master Yi, it's enough. Really enough? No need to increase anymore. This is already a lot. Feeling a bit regretful upon hearing their words, Yi Chen could only think of ways to earn points. He then exchanged 200,000 top-grade Spirit Stones and handed them to Huali, saying, Sect Master, is there a place in our 100 Flowers sect suitable for a breakthrough? I want to try breaking through the Golden Core realm. After a moment of contemplation, Huali replied, Master Yi, deep within our sect, there is a defensive formation left behind. All the strong cultivators in the sect break through there. Let me take you there. Huali led Yi Chen to the depths of the 100 Flowers sect and pointed to a huge formation not far away, saying, Master Yi, this is it. This formation can isolate external interference and allow you to break through peacefully. We will take our leave now. Yi Chen nodded slightly in understanding. After the others left, he immediately communicated with the system, how many points do I need to upgrade my aptitude to the top grade? Host, this requires at least 1 billion points. Glancing at the data panel in front of him, Yi-Chen saw his massive total of over 2 billion points. Without hesitation, he decisively spent a full 1 billion points to upgrade his aptitude. In an instant, he keenly felt a earth-shaking change happening within his body. Following that, he swallowed a prepared breakthrough pill without hesitation. Sitting steadily in front of the formation, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and focused on operating the chaotic scripture. As the technique ran, the originally scattered spiritual energy in his body seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force, gradually converging into a tremendously powerful torrent, continuously gathering and compressing in one direction. However, at that moment, Yi-Chen sensed that the spiritual energy in his body was somewhat lacking. So, he quickly took 3 gathering spirit pills. In an instant, a majestic and vast spiritual power surged out like a tide, instantly filling every part of his body. With this replenishment of strength, Yi-Chen launched a fierce assault on the Golden Core realm. After undergoing repeated compressions, he lost track of time. Finally, a dazzling golden core the size of a pigeon egg took shape in his dantian. Yet before Yi-Chen could rejoice, a pitch-black cloud suddenly loomed overhead without warning. This dense cloud seemed to contain endless destructive power, rapidly spreading and enveloping the surrounding area. Yi-Chen's face changed abruptly as he felt a strong sense of crisis. He immediately activated the spiritual energy in his body, trying to resist the sudden calamity. However, the aura of this calamity was exceptionally powerful, like an unstoppable flood. Yi-Chen's body began to tremble. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt tore through the sky, like a fierce beast opening its bloodthirsty maw and fiercely biting down on the ground. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the previously indestructible defensive formation crumbled in an instant, turning into countless fragments flying in all directions. And the terrifying thunder did not stop there. It continued to plummet at an astonishing speed, ultimately hitting Yi-Chen's body squarely. Despite being weakened layer by the defensive array, the energy contained in this thunder was still extremely powerful, causing Yi-Chen to suffer a heavy blow. He only felt a sharp pain as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. Struggling to lift his head, he looked at the sky where the heavenly calamity was still gathering strength, feeling regretful in his heart. He realized that his breakthrough this time was too hasty, without adequate preparation to face the heavenly calamity. However, time was running out, and he couldn't afford to think too much. Just then, 3 even more violent thunders struck down successively, like 3 extremely sharp giant swords, directly slashing at Yi-Chen. The powerful impact made it impossible for Yi-Chen to resist, and he was knocked down, his body suffering unprecedented heavy injuries. Lying on the ground, Yi-Chen was anxious, knowing that if he couldn't quickly recover from his injuries, he might not survive the even stronger attacks of the heavenly calamity to come. So, he hurriedly shouted, "System, is there any elixir that can quickly heal my injuries?" After a moment, a cold voice sounded in his mind, "Host, the Grand Healing Pill is very effective for your current condition, priced at 200,000 points per bottle, with 10 pills per bottle." Upon hearing this message, Yi-Chen decisively decided to exchange for a bottle. At this moment, nothing was more important than saving his life. He quickly opened the system interface, completed the exchange operation, and swallowed a Grand Healing Pill in one gulp. As the pill went down his throat, a warm stream spread throughout his body, gradually healing the unbearable wounds and restoring his strength bit by bit. With the help of the pill, Yi-Chen barely withstood 2 extremely terrifying heavenly calamities. He was well aware that relying solely on the elixir would make it almost impossible to withstand the 3 even stronger calamities to follow. At this moment, the only thing he could rely on was that mysterious and powerful system. "System, tell me quickly, is there any way to help me get through this heavenly calamity?" Yi-Chen asked anxiously. "Host, there are actually many methods. The simplest one is to consume all the points you currently have, and then this system will personally intervene to crush the heavenly calamity for you. Of course, you can also choose to purchase defensive spiritual treasures, talismans, or other magical artifacts to enhance your own strength." Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that there were intermediate attack and defense talismans awarded to him in the system space. Those were treasures that could withstand attacks from nascent soul stage experts. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen quickly took out 2 talismans from the system space and immediately infused them with pure spiritual power. Then, with a strong wave, he fiercely threw the dazzling intermediate attack talisman towards the impending heavenly calamity. In an instant, an unparalleled powerful force rushed towards the sky like a brilliant meteor, unstoppable, effortlessly shattering the terrifying heavenly calamity gathered above. The sky, which was shrouded in darkness, returned to its original clarity in the blink of an eye. Yi-Chen stared blankly at the dispersed heavenly calamity, murmuring to himself, "Is it over?" "Host, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Yi-Chen said blankly, let's hear the bad news first. Host, due to the dispersal of the heavenly calamity, you cannot receive gifts from the heavens and earth. And the good news? You have successfully saved your life. Yi-Chen said speechlessly, is that all? Shouldn't you be saying that you can receive gifts from the heavens and earth by using consumption points? Congratulations, host, you answered correctly. By spending 1 billion points, you can receive a normal gift from the heavens and earth, and by spending 5 billion points, you can receive the top-tier gift from the heavens and earth during the Golden Core period. Yi-Chen decisively chose the top-tier gift from the heavens and earth. After this heavenly calamity, he understood that nothing was more important than his own life. If he were to die one day, all the accumulated points would be in vain. Suddenly, a soft and warm light descended gently like a veil, enveloping him completely. This wonderful sensation made Yi-Chen involuntarily let out a contented moan. Under this magical light, his body seemed to have undergone a rebirth, with significant enhancements in strengthening in muscles, bones, meridians, elixir fields, and even the most mysterious depths of his soul. Time passed quietly, a whole day went by, and Yi-Chen finally slowly opened his eyes, awakening. He immediately felt a surging power within him. After careful exploration, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had already reached the peak of the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. At this moment, he was full of confidence, believing that there was no opponent in this world who could match him. Even if multiple people joined forces to attack him, it would probably be ineffective. Yi-Chen casually took out a new garment from the system space, quickly changed into it, and discarded the ragged clothes that even beggars would disdain. After tidying up, he walked towards the direction of the 100 Flowers sect. Not far from his departure, Yi-Chen suddenly stopped, patting his forehead. Oh, how could I forget about this? Now that I have entered the Golden Core realm, I should be able to control the flying sword and soar through the sky. With this in mind, he decisively exchanged for a manual of swordsmanship and a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword from the system store. After a little study and comprehension, Yi-Chen lightly leaped onto the flying sword, turning it into a stream of light, swiftly heading towards the 100 Flowers sect. At this time, the 100 Flowers sect was also in chaos. The elder Mu Qingyu had been severely poisoned and had just returned to the sect from the southern region. Yi-Chen had originally planned to arrive at the 100 Flowers sect in style on his flying sword. However, what he saw before him was shocking. The entire 100 Flowers sect was in disarray. Therefore, he hurriedly walked towards the main hall of the 100 Flowers sect. As soon as he entered the hall, Yi-Chen asked loudly, Flower sect master, what is happening? How could the sect be in such chaos? Seeing that it was Yi-Chen who had arrived, Flower Li's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, her voice slightly trembling as she said, Lord Yi, you have already broken through to a higher realm? Yi-Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then urged, that's a story for later. Tell me what exactly is going on first. Flower Li took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and slowly explained, not long ago, we received news that a small spiritual vein was discovered deep in the mountains of the southern region. Upon hearing this news, Elder Mu Qingyu personally took action, intending to secure some benefits for the sect. Who could have expected that she would encounter her enemy, the old man of the 5 poisons, and unfortunately be poisoned by a strange toxin there? Although the elder fought desperately and managed to break through the encirclement, escaping back to the sect, she is still in a coma. If the old man of the 5 poisons comes after her, the 100 Flowers sect may not be able to escape destruction. As she finished speaking, Flower Li couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi-Chen understood in his heart that Mu Qingyu was a strong cultivator in the Golden Core realm, and the old man of the 5 poisons who could injure her was definitely not an ordinary person. With a thought, he took out a bottle of detoxification pill from the system space, threw it to Flower Li, and instructed, hurry and give this to the elder to take. It should have some effect. If that old poisonous thief dares to come, don't worry, I will personally take care of it. Huali didn't dare to delay, quickly stepped forward to receive the elixir, thanked Yi-Chen, then hurriedly left, heading straight to where Mu Qingyu was, feeding her the antidote. Seeing the situation temporarily resolved, Yi-Chen relaxed slightly. He turned to instruct the 3 elders present to inform him immediately if the poison master appeared. With the instructions given, Yi-Chen returned to his flower viewing pavilion with peace of mind. Inside the house, Yi-Chen scanned with his divine sense and found Wei Ziyuan fully focused on cultivation. After this period of effort, Wei Ziyuan had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refining, progressing rapidly. Seeing this, Yi-Chen didn't want to disturb his practice, so he sat down and leisurely sipped his tea. Time passed quietly, and night gradually fell. Late into the night, Wei Ziyuan finally completed his cultivation for the day. When he saw Yi-Chen had returned, he was overjoyed and eagerly approached, exclaiming, Master, you're back. Your disciple hasn't been slacking off during this time, and my cultivation has reached the mid-stage of qi refining. His words were filled with joy and pride. Yi Chen smiled faintly, nodded approvingly at Wei Ziyuan's efforts. Well done, but remember not to be arrogant. Only by staying humble and continuously improving can one achieve success on the path of cultivation. Wei Ziyuan agreed repeatedly and then shared his recent insights and doubts about cultivation with Yi Chen. Patiently listening, Yi Chen offered guidance at the right moments, and the master and disciple enjoyed their exchange. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the calm. A disciple rushed in, gasping for breath, reporting urgently, "Master Yi, something's wrong. The poison master. He's here." Yi Chen's expression turned cold, standing up. As expected, "He's here. Come, follow me to see." With that, he walked out first, followed closely by Wei Ziyuan. When the master and disciple arrived at the sect square, they saw many disciples on high alert. In the front, an elder shrouded in a black robe stood with hands behind his back, exuding a powerful aura, the poison master. The Grand Elder Hua Mengdai hurriedly approached Yi Chen, saying, "Master Yi, please take action to subdue this old thief." Yi Chen frowned, "Leave this to me, lead the disciples away to avoid casualties." With that, he drew his flying sword and advanced towards the poison master. Seeing Yi Chen approaching, the poison master smirked, effortlessly dodging Yi Chen's attacks with a strange body technique. Sensing the opponent's strength, Yi Chen concentrated, driving his flying sword to attack again. The poison master released a dark green poisonous gas from his hand, clashing with Yi Chen's flying sword, creating a sharp sound. Tension rose on the field as both sides refused to yield. At that moment, Yi Chen secretly activated a powerful sword technique. Uttering incantations, a dazzling light emerged from him, turning the flying sword into a meteor heading towards the poison master. The poison master, realizing the danger, defended with all his might but underestimated the power of Yi Chen's strike. He was sent flying tens of meters away, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Regaining composure, the poison master sneered, "I didn't expect you to have such skill. But today, your Baihua sect is doomed." With a wave of his hands, more poisonous gas emanated from him, spreading rapidly. Yi Chen held his breath, activating his protective energy to resist the poison. Knowing the poison master's strength, he had to defeat him quickly, or the consequences would be dire. After a moment of thought, Yi Chen decided to take a risky move and unleash his ultimate technique. He pinched the tactic, chanted a spell, and a strange light shimmered around him, a powerful force gathering within him. Then, pointing his sword at the sky, he shouted, "Chaos sword tactic, break the enemy." The flying sword turned into a huge sword light, carrying a world-destroying momentum as it rushed towards the Five Poisons Elder. Sensing the terrifying power, the Five Poisons Elder's face turned extremely serious. He exerted all his strength to resist the impact of the sword light. However, the sword light was unstoppable, easily piercing through the poisonous gas barrier and heading straight towards the Five Poisons Elder. The Five Poisons Elder widened his eyes, unable to believe as he looked at his pierced chest, trying to speak but no sound came out, eventually falling weakly to the ground. With the fall of the Five Poisons Elder, the crisis shrouding the Baihua sect sky was finally lifted. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, joyous smiles appearing on their faces. Yi Chen sheathed his flying sword, looked at the people not far away, and said loudly, "Don't come close, there's still some residual poison here." Then, Yi Chen instructed the Grand Elder to handle the aftermath, while he returned to the flower viewing pavilion. Wei Ziyuan followed behind, hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled and said, "What's on your mind? Feel free to speak." Wei Ziyuan scratched his head, chuckled, and said, "Master, that move you just made was amazing. When can your disciple learn it?" Yi Chen patted his shoulder and jokingly said, "You're too eager. Once you reach the foundation building stage, I'll teach you the chaos sword tactic." Wei Ziyuan nodded excitedly, saying, "Disciple understands. I will practice harder in the future to reach the foundation building stage as soon as possible." The master and disciple returned to the flower viewing pavilion. Yi Chen asked, "Ziyuan, how long have we been here?" Wei Ziyuan thought for a moment and said, "Master, today should be the 28th day." Upon hearing Wei Ziyuan's words, Yi Chen was stunned. He felt like it had only been 5 or 6 days. How could it have been so long? It seemed he needed to hurry back. Yi Chen took out his phone from the system space and received hundreds of messages, most of them from Li Shana, mixed with messages from family and friends. Yi Chen briefly replied to his family and friends and quickly called Li Shana. As the call connected, Yi Chen anxiously waited for her to answer. Finally, Li Shana's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Phone, where have you been? Do you know that your phone has been out of service these days? Do you know how worried I've been, afraid that something happened to you?" Li Shana said with a trembling voice. Yi Chen hurriedly comforted her. "Shana, I'm sorry for making you worry. I went to a special place, I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll explain everything when I return." Li Shana sobbed, "Do you know how hard these days have been for me? I really miss you. Touched, Yi-chen softly said, Shana, I miss you too. When I get back, I'll make sure to spend time with you. They chatted for a while before ending the call. Yi-chen decided to bid farewell to Hualing the next day and then rush back to Li Shana. The next morning, Yi-chen got up early, greeted Wei Ziyuan, and was about to go say goodbye to Hualing when he saw her approaching with a middle-aged beautiful woman. The woman had a beautiful face and an elegant temperament, exuding an extraordinary aura in her every move. Hualing quickly approached and introduced to Yi-chen, Master Yi, this is my master and also the supreme elder of our Baihua sect, Mu Qingyu. Upon hearing this, Yi-chen was shocked and quickly stepped forward to bow. Mu Qingyu smiled and returned the gesture, her eyes filled with gratitude as she softly said, Master Yi, thanks to your help this time, not only did you save my life but you also saved the entire Baihua sect. Such great kindness, I have no way to repay. In the future, if there is a need for the use of Qingyu, I will spare no effort. Yi-chen modestly waved his hand and quickly responded, you are too kind. As a member of the Baihua sect, this is just a matter of course. How about your injuries? Have they healed? Mu Qingyu nodded slightly, expressing gratitude and replied, thanks to Master Yi's concern, after taking the elixir you gave me, the toxins in my body have been mostly cleared. However, it will take some time for the injuries to fully recover, probably another half a year before I am completely well. Seeing this situation, Yi-chen decisively took out the bottle of De Huan Dan with only 2 pills left from the system space, handed it to Mu Qingyu, and sincerely said, here are 2 pills, please take them. They can help you recover quickly. Then, he turned to Huali and said, Master, I have some personal matters that need urgent attention. I hope Master can help me open the teleportation array. Mu Qingyu and Huali both tried to persuade Yi-chen to stay, but seeing his determination, they had no choice but to activate the teleportation array and send the master and disciple back to the magic city. When they returned to the small courtyard in the Qinglu, Yi-chen immediately summoned his flying sword, grabbed Wei Ziyuan, and flew towards the Yunduan villa like lightning. Just 5 minutes later, the two had already arrived at the Yunduan villa. Yi-chen put away his flying sword, while Wei Ziyuan collapsed on the ground like a deflated ball, starting to vomit uncontrollably. After a while, he stopped vomiting and looked at Yi-chen with a face full of grievances, saying, Master, can we take a taxi next time? You fly too fast. Yi-chen also felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had been too caught up in the moment and neglected Wei Ziyuan. In order to maintain his master's dignity, he said with emphasis, Ziyuan, as a cultivator, if you can't even bear this, how can you continue to break through realms? It seems you still have a lot to learn. Alright, you've been away for so long, go see your grandmother. After Wei Ziyuan left, Yi-chen sent a message to Li Shana, informing her that he had returned to the villa and arranged to have lunch together at noon. Then, he drove towards the Qingji building. When he arrived at the building, Yi-chen used his powerful spiritual sense to focus on the direction of the Universal Investment where Shin Haoyue was busy handling various work affairs in the CEO's office, while Wang Chao was not there. After nodding to the security guard at the entrance, Yi-chen entered the elevator leading to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Yi-chen stepped out. Seeing Yi-chen appear, Shin Haoyue immediately put down his work, somewhat displeased, and complained, Oh, my dear boss Yi, you've been missing for almost a whole month. You are really irresponsible. Aren't you worried at all that our company might be acquired? Facing Shin Haoyue's questioning, Yi-chen appeared indifferent and casually replied, With you here, what do I have to worry about? Tell me, how is the current situation of the company? Shin Haoyue, understanding Yi-chen's plan, proceeded to detail the current situation of the company. Currently, the Chu Family Alliance's suppression of our group's companies is extremely intense, reaching a boiling point. Following your previous instructions, we have successfully allowed them to acquire nearly 1/3 of our industries. Not only that, I have secretly acquired 7% of the shares of both the Chu and Han families. Yi-chen nodded slightly, showing satisfaction. From the current situation, it was evident that the other party had spent a huge amount of money, and it was time for him to make his move. Haoyue spread some unfavorable rumors about us at the right time to induce them to fully engage in the acquisition operation. At the same time, I will order Yi Hongfei to take the lead in merging the several groups in Gangchang. Oh, by the way, why didn't I see Wang Chao? Where did that stinky kid run off to? Yi-chen suddenly remembered and asked. Shin Haoyue rolled his eyes helplessly and replied impatiently, It's because you sent Yi Hongfei to Hong Kong for business. You also instructed him to teach Wang Chao, so they naturally went to Hong Kong together. Yi-chen suddenly realized and couldn't help but pat his head, smiling apologetically. Oh, I really forgot about that. Well, since that's the case, I'll leave you to continue managing the company. Oh, arrange for someone to help me set up a charity fund, invest 10 billion in the initial stage. I have something else to attend to, so I'll go ahead. With that, Yi-chen turned and left. Just as Yichen stepped out of Qingji Building's door, his phone rang urgently. Looking at the screen, it was a call from Zhao Peng. Feng, finally got through to you. Where are you off having fun? Why didn't you invite your brother? I've been in the Magic City for a month, either hanging out in bars or flirting with girls all day. Feels like I'm wasting my youth. Hearing Zhao Peng's slightly complaining words, Yichen couldn't help but tease. Isn't this the life you've always dreamed of? Just playing around and dealing with girls. Zhao Peng laughed alone, self-deprecatingly responding, Hey, you're right. But Feng, are you free now? How about we go out and have some fun? However, Yichen had already made plans to have lunch with Li Xiana and might spend the evening together. So he tactfully replied, I'm afraid not today. I have plans with Xiana. Let's see next time. I'll contact you then. Zhao Peng immediately understood and smiled understandingly. Got it, Feng. Just enjoy your time with your wife. Remember to call me when you're free. After hanging up, Yichen hurried towards Fengming Pavilion. When he arrived, Zhou Muyo had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yichen, he respectfully said, Mr. Yi, you're finally here. The private room is ready. I'll take you upstairs. After entering the private room, Yichen gestured for Zhou Muyo to order a few dishes that Li Xiana liked and sent the room number to her. Before long, Li Xiana rushed in anxiously. As soon as she saw Yichen, she ran into his arms like a little bird, softly murmuring, Feng, where did you go? I missed you so much. I was really worried you'd leave me. Yichen gently stroked her silky hair and comforted her softly. Silly girl, don't overthink it. How could I leave you? It's just that this trip was a bit special. Next time I won't let you lose track of me. Sit down quickly, my stomach has been growling for a while. Li Xiana wiped away her tears and sat next to Yichen. Hateful, all you know is to coax me. The dishes arrived quickly, and Yichen kept serving Li Xiana. Eat more, you're too thin. Li Xiana happily ate. Yichen gazed tenderly at the smiling Li Xiana in front of him and gently reminded her, Xiana, the new semester is about to start. You need to work hard to complete the remaining credits. As for the charity fund, I've already arranged for Hao Yue to handle the related matters. I believe it won't take long to settle it. Li Xiana obediently nodded, indicating her understanding, and responded seriously, Feng, please rest assured, I will do my best to complete the credits as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, Feng, I have a classmate gathering tonight. Can you spare some time to accompany me? Everyone came in pairs. As soon as the words fell, Li Xiana looked at Yichen expectantly, her eyes shining. Yichen slowly approached Li Xiana, a slight smile playing on his lips as he teasingly proposed a condition. If you want me to accompany you to the class reunion, then give me a sweet kiss first. Without hesitation, Li Xiana tiptoed and quickly planted a light kiss on Yichen's cheek, then happily declared, Fengji, see, I've kissed you. So, you absolutely cannot go back on your word. He. Yichen nodded with a smile, gently pinching Li Xiana's cheek. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Li Xiana burked contentedly, then tightly held Yichen's hand, coquettishly saying, I'm full, dear, let's go home together. Since they had to attend a class reunion later that night, the two drove towards Tangchenipin. Upon reaching the doorstep, Li Xiana eagerly kicked off her shoes, darting into the house like a happy bird, continuously saying, Fengji, this is your first home in the Magic City. I haven't been here for so long. Last time I came, I even prepared a loving breakfast for you. Oh, I suddenly remembered, Fengji, didn't you say you would tell me where you went before coming back? Come on, tell me, where did you gallivant off to this time? Faced with Li Xiana's rapid-fire questions, Yichen had no intention of hiding anything. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, then lightly waved his right hand. In an instant, the water glass that was quietly placed on the table flew towards his palm as if enchanted. The astonishing scene left Li Xiana stunned, rubbing her eyes vigorously as if unable to accept what she was seeing. Fengji, is this magic? Li Xiana stammered, her words filled with incredulous amazement, as if witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. Her voice trembled, as if shaken by a powerful force, and she seemed to doubt if her eyes were playing tricks on her. This isn't magic, Yichen smiled and said, Xiana, I have something to tell you. I am actually a cultivator. Li Xiana widened her eyes in astonishment. A cultivator? Isn't that only in novels? Yichen nodded, that's right, but cultivators do exist. This time, I went to the Baihua sect in Xiang province. Li Xiana still found it hard to believe. Can you fly? Can you teach me? Yichen smiled, of course, but cultivation is not easy. It requires talent and long-term effort. Excitedly, Li Xiana said, no matter how difficult, I want to learn. I want to become a cultivator too. Yichen looked at Li Xiana, full of excitement and anticipation, and silently instructed the system, please immediately check if Li Xiana has the qualifications for cultivation. Soon, the system provided feedback: name, Lishana, qualification, low grade, comprehension, low grade, fortune, high grade. After carefully reviewing Lishana's qualifications, Yi-chen took a deep breath and then turned to Lishana, who was eagerly looking at him, and softly said, "Shana, I have just checked your qualifications. Well, your qualifications can only be considered as barely touching the threshold of cultivation. If you decide to embark on this path in the future, you may need to put in more effort and hardship than others. However, your fortune is good, which might compensate for your lack of qualifications to some extent." Lishana gazed at Yi-chen with a focused expression, her eyes shining with determination as she earnestly said, "Feng Ji, I'm not afraid of hardship at all. I will definitely devote myself to cultivation because I want to accompany you for a longer time. So, when do you plan to start teaching me cultivation?" Yi-chen gently pinched her delicate cheek, a slight smile playing on his lips as he responded affectionately, "What's the rush? I will teach you after you finish the class reunion." Lishana blinked playfully and said, "Feng Ji, we made a deal. You absolutely cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Yi-chen suddenly hugged Lishana tightly, a mischievous smile on his face as he teased, "You little troublemaker, daring to threaten me. Looks like I'll have to discipline you properly later." With that, he carried her straight to the room. After a passionate and lingering intimacy, Lishana lay quietly on Yi-chen's broad and solid chest like a gentle kitten, softly saying, "Feng Ji, I feel incredibly happy with you. As long as I have you by my side, I am the happiest person in the world." Yi-chen embraced Lishana's delicate body tightly, then whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will always protect you. Now go wash up in the bathroom, your class reunion is about to start." Pouting, Lishana coquettishly said, "I want Feng Ji to carry me. I want a princess carry." Yi-chen carried Lishana into the bathroom, carefully placing her on the sink. He turned on the tap, adjusted the water temperature, and gently washed her hair. Lishana enjoyed Yi-chen's service, closing her eyes and feeling the comfortable sensation of the water flowing over her scalp. After washing her hair, Yi-chen gently dried Lishana's hair with a towel, then lifted her up again and walked out of the bathroom. "Wow, Feng Ji looks so handsome." Lishana gazed at Yi-chen with admiration. Yi-chen smiled, "Alright, go change quickly, or we'll be late." Lishana nodded and hurried off to change. Watching her retreating figure, Yi-chen felt full of happiness. After dressing up, they drove to the venue of the class reunion, Starlight Garden. Upon arriving, they parked the car in front of the venue and walked into the spacious and bright hall together. As soon as he stepped in, Yi-chen was attracted by the futuristic and elegant decor, and couldn't help but smile and admire. "Shana, it seems like your old classmates are quite wealthy. Choosing such a high-end venue for the reunion, they are really generous." Hearing this, Lishana gently tugged at Yi-chen's sleeve, coquettishly saying, "Feng Ji, you are the big boss. Compared to them, you are even more impressive." She then tightly held Yi-chen's hand and eagerly led him to the private room where the reunion was held. Opening the door, they saw many people gathered inside. At that moment, a girl with a beautiful face and neat short hair caught sight of Lishana entering and immediately walked up to greet her warmly. "Shana, you're finally here. It's been so long since we last met. This handsome gentleman must be your boyfriend, right? He's so handsome." Before Lishana could respond, the girl turned to Yi-chen and playfully asked, "Handsome guy, I'm Zhang Xia, Shana's good friend. Do you mind having one more girlfriend?" Lishana rolled her eyes fiercely, looking speechless as she said to Zhang Xia, "Xia, this is my boyfriend Yi-chen. You better not have any crooked thoughts, or I won't be polite to you." Zhang Xia revealed a face of regret, deliberately putting on a pitiful and heartbroken look as she said, "Oh my, Shana, this isn't good. Back when we were in high school, I used to share everything good with you. Now that you have a boyfriend, won't you share with me? Handsome Mr. Yi, could you lend me your girlfriend for a while?" With that, she grabbed Lishana without hesitation and headed towards the nearby crowd. Yi-chen watched them go helplessly and then sat down on the nearby sofa. Bored, he started observing the other people in the room. Soon, he noticed two sharp gazes fixed on Lishana. One was from Mu Tong, whom he had a brief encounter with before, glaring at Lishana with resentment. The other gaze belonged to a man dressed in designer clothes but with a sleazy appearance. Yi-chen smirked faintly, thinking to himself that these two better not have any ill intentions, or they would surely learn a lesson they wouldn't forget. As more people arrived, the class monitor, Chai Hanyue, stood up and said, "Everyone, it looks like most of us are here. Quickly find a seat." Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a breeze brushing past everyone's ears. People responded by finding seats with their familiar companions. Just then, Lishana hurried over, tightly holding Yi-chen's hand, and they found a suitable seat together. Before long, delicious dishes were placed on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. At that moment, a sleazy-looking man named Wang Fugui stood up and loudly declared, "Hello, everyone, long time no see. I'm especially happy today, so I solemnly announce that I will cover all expenses tonight. Waiter, bring the wine." With a challenging look towards Yi Chen, those sitting next to Wang Fugui immediately flattered him, praising his generosity and charisma. Zheng Xia, sitting next to Li Shana, smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Yi handsome, Wang Fugui is the heir of Tianyu Construction in Magic City. He used to pursue Shana for a long time. Seeing him like this today, it's obvious he still has feelings for Shana. You should be careful. I'm not bad either, you should consider me too, okay? Tianyu Construction?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows, pondering for a while but still couldn't recall anything about the company. Clearly, it didn't leave a strong impression on him as a large or prestigious enterprise. He turned to Zheng Xia, a faint smile playing on his lips, and calmly replied, "Thank you for the reminder, but characters like that don't catch my eye." Li Xiana chimed in, "Exactly, that Wang Fugui is so annoying. He used to bother me all the time, and he's just a pig in human clothing. Relying on his family's money, he flirts around all day, but I, for one, don't care for such a person." Zheng Xia nodded in agreement, "Exactly, this guy will end up in a mess with women sooner or later. Oh, Yi handsome, why don't you consider me too? Just imagine, if Shana and I could serve you together, how exciting would that be? He. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He sneakily glanced at Li Shana beside him, secretly pondering, this girlfriend of mine is really bold and unrestrained to speak such fierce words, but upon careful consideration, it seems quite interesting. However, Li Shana gave Yi Chen a fierce glare, then turned to Zheng Xia and said, Hey, stop joking around with Fenggu. If he takes it seriously, let's see how you handle it." Zheng Xia nonchalantly said, "If he takes it seriously, then so be it. You be the big one, I'll be the small one, right, sister?" At this moment, Wang Fugui was basking in the flattery of the crowd, with a few single women flirting and joking around with him. He looked towards where Li Xiana was and saw them chatting as if no one else was around, his expression turning dark instantly. So, he picked up his glass and walked straight towards the three of them. "Xiana, long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever, always making my heart flutter. Who's this guy next to you?" Li Shana looked at him disdainfully and coldly said, "Wang Fugui, don't call me Shana, we're not familiar. This is my dear husband. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb us." Wang Fugui carefully examined Yi Chen from head to toe, thinking to himself, he's just slightly handsome and a bit taller. Although he's wearing designer clothes, he definitely doesn't have as much money as me. Then, he asked, "Brother, where did you graduate from? It's not easy to find a job now. If you don't have a job, you can follow me, I can give you a meal." Yi Chen smirked, looking at Wang Fugui who was showing off, thinking to himself, "With your arrogant attitude, I must tease you today." So, he deliberately put on a pitiful look and replied, I just graduated, haven't found a proper job yet. Now, I can only rely on the allowance Shana gives me to barely get by. But who has a good appearance, right? Shana. Li Shana understood and echoed Yi Chen's words very tacitly. "That's right, Fenggu, don't worry, in the future, I'll work hard to earn money to support the family, ensuring that you are well fed and healthy." At this moment, Zheng Xia standing aside seemed to be infected by this interesting atmosphere. Unable to contain her inner impulse, she joined in, "Oh my, our handsome Yi doesn't need to worry at all. If Shana alone can't support you, then there's me. We'll support you together. He. Being able to see such a handsome and charming face every day is truly a pleasure." After listening to the two girls' remarks, Wang Fugui's face became even darker, as if water could drip from it. He glared angrily, pointed directly at Yi Chen, and shouted in anger, "Do you have no shame? Shamelessly letting Shana support you. You're disgracing the face of us men." Before he finished speaking, Wang Fugui suddenly took out a card from his pocket, forcefully threw it at Yi Chen, and menacingly threatened, "There's 500,000 in here. If you have any sense, take the money and disappear from Shana's sight forever. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." After saying these words, Wang Fugui still felt unsatisfied, continued to glare at Yi Chen, his eyes flashing with anger and disdain. Yi Chen held the bank card in his hand, his lips slightly curved upwards, revealing a playful smile. He gently waved the card beside Li Shana's cheek, saying with a smirk, "Wife, see this? I'm only worth a measly 500,000. This is simply an insult to me." In the midst of the conversation, Yi Chen's face was full of disdain. Then, without hesitation, Yi Chen used two fingers to pick up the bank card and threw it towards Wang Fugui's feet. The card drew an arc in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Facing this scene, Wang Fugui's face turned extremely gloomy as he coldly responded, "You ungrateful brat, I generously offered you 500,000. That's already showing you a lot of respect. This money is enough to let you enjoy yourself in the magic city for a while. Be smart and disappear from Xiana's side. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Let me tell you, this star garden is owned by our boss Wu Ming's family. He's the younger brother of the top family in the magic city, second Master Qin. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Even if I break your legs, you can't do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. So, this place had some connection with Qin Lang? Wang Fugue was quite interesting, daring to use Qin Lang to intimidate him. However, Yi Chen knew very well that Qin Lang wouldn't associate with such a person. Wang Fugue looked at Yi Chen's surprised expression and proudly said, "What do you think? Scared, huh? Get lost before I lose my temper. Xiana is not someone you can match with." Onlookers, upon hearing Wang Fugue's connection to second Master Qin, became even more obsequious, flattering him. Oh my, Wang is truly capable to be able to flatter a prestigious family like the Qins. He's bound to have a bright future. Yes, that's the Qin family. Who in the Magic City doesn't know their name? Wang, you're truly amazing. Wang, don't just focus on Xiana, take a look at others too. She can be a cute little girl and a cool goddess at the same time. A heavily made-up woman coquettishly said, continuously throwing flirtatious glances at Wang Fugue. Seeing the girl's coquettish behavior and Wang Fugue's disgusting face, Yi Chen felt annoyed and was about to teach this ignorant guy a lesson when the room's door suddenly swung open. Following that, a tall and handsome man walked in. Seeing this, Mu Tong immediately greeted him warmly, holding the man's arm affectionately and complained, "Pang, you're finally here. Today, that rival of mine brought her little boy toy alone. You must help me vent my anger." She then pointed in Yi Chen's direction. Zhao Ping followed her finger and was taken aback. He quickly withdrew his arm from Yen Tong's ample bosom and hurried over. "Feng, I can't believe I ran into you here. I asked you out before, but you said you were busy. Turns out you're here for a class reunion with your sister-in-law." Wang Fugue mistakenly thought Zhao Ping was also a freeloader and his face darkened instantly as he cursed. "Where did this bastard come from? You think I'm easy to bully? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll turn my wine character upside down." Zhao Peng glanced at Wang Fugue, then at Yi Chen, and asked suspiciously, "Feng, is this guy your friend?" Yi Chen shrugged helplessly and replied, "Do you think someone like me would be friends with this kind of person? This idiot even offered me 500,000 to leave your sister-in-law." "What? 500,000? Zhao Peng widened his eyes, looking at Yi Chen in disbelief. Seeing this, Wang Fugue thought Zhao Peng was tempted and immediately became arrogant. "What do you think? Scared? If you're sensible, take the money and get lost." Yi Chen sneered, about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhao Peng, who said first, "Ha, you think 500,000 can make my big brother leave my sister-in-law? Let me tell you, even if you offer 500 billion, it won't work." Wang Fugue's face turned green with anger, pointing at Zhao Peng's nose, cursing, "You brat, you don't know what's good for you." Without warning, Zhao Peng raised his hand and slapped the other person hard, angrily rebuking, "You brat. So arrogant. Growing up, no one has dared to point a finger at me and curse at me like that. Do you really think you're something? I'm giving you face." Wang Fugue covered his cheeks tightly with both hands, staring at Zhao Peng in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. He had always been the one bullying others since childhood, never expecting to suffer such humiliation today. His face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver, his eyes bloodshot, and he squeezed out fiercely from between his teeth, "Fine. I'll give you credit. Let me tell you, my big brother Wu Mingza is second Master Qin's little brother. If you have the guts, don't run. Wait until I bring my brother here, you two won't get away with it." Seeing this, Zhao Peng immediately put on a terrified look, trembling as he replied, "Oh my goodness, you scared me. Why don't you go call someone then? If you're late, I might just run away." Wang Fugue was so angry he almost fainted, unable to say a word. He turned and went to find support from Wu Mingza. Zhang Xia watched Wang Fugue walk away, worriedly said to Zhao Peng, "Let's escape while he hasn't brought anyone back yet. I bet he's gone to find Wu Mingza." Zhao Peng disdainfully said, "Humph, what's Wu Mingza? Even if he brings second Master Qin, I won't be afraid. Oh, by the way, beautiful lady, may I ask who you are?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia felt slightly relieved, then replied, "I am Li Xiana's good friend, and also your second sister-in-law. My name is Zhang Xia." Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng immediately became very interested, a strange expression on his face, secretly thinking, Feng Ge really knows how to play. He even managed to win over his sister-in-law's friend. Yi Chen caught sight of his creepy smile, without saying a word, raised his hand and gave him a slap, jokingly scolding, "What nonsense are you thinking, you brat? Also, how did you get to know that Mutong? Zhao Peng covered his head that was hit, defended himself with a face full of grievance. Fengge, I really wasn't thinking nonsense, I just sincerely admire you. I met Mutong by chance at a bar not long ago. I have to say, her skills are quite exquisite. At this point, he suddenly remembered what Mutong had said when they entered the private room, so he quickly asked, Fengge, is there any grudge between her and you guys? After a moment of thought, Yichen spoke, there's actually no deep-seated hatred, it's just that when we first met Shana, she offended your sister-in-law and was severely taught a lesson. This woman, she's not to be trifled with, you have to be careful. Zhao Peng listened attentively, nodding solemnly, he still had full trust in Yi Chen's words. It seems he'll have to kick out this Mutong after playing with her for a few days. At that moment, the door of the private room was suddenly violently kicked open. To everyone's surprise, they saw Wang Fugue arrogantly leading a man in his 30s into the room. Behind him were more than 10 burly security guards in uniform closely following. Wang Fugue angrily pointed at Zhao Peng, cursing, Big brother, it's that brat who hit me. The person next to him is also with him. For a moment, the once bustling private room fell silent. Everyone was filled with fear, automatically stepping aside, afraid of becoming collateral damage. At this moment, Chai Honghue, the class monitor, stepped forward and said firmly to Wang Fugue, we are classmates after all. Why make things so embarrassing? Before Chai Honghue could finish, Wang Fugue interrupted, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Wu Mingzi spoke up, kid, did you hit my brother? Zhao Peng smirked, so what if I did? Wu Mingzi's eyes turned cold, you're quite arrogant. No one dares to talk to me like that around here. Zhao Peng disregarded him, aren't you just Qin Lao Er's lackey? What's so special about you? Wu Mingzi, furious, how dare you insult Second Master Qin? Brothers, get him, cripple him. Over a dozen security guards rushed towards Zhao Peng. He kicked one of them who was in the front and then engaged in a fight with them. Yi Chen, seeing Zhao Peng impulsively rushing forward, couldn't help but be surprised and stood up. Zhao Peng was not a martial artist, and facing these men would be difficult. However, at that moment, Yi Chen moved like lightning, each step crossing space swiftly. His feet moved like a whirlwind, knocking down the men in no time. The once fierce group of over 10 men now lay defeated on the ground. Wang Fugue and Wu Mingzi stared in disbelief. These were highly paid security guards from Xingqian Garden, including a provincial martial arts champion. How could Yi Chen defeat them all in an instant? Zhao Peng, seeing their shocked expressions, walked over triumphantly, slapped each of them hard, and arrogantly said, feeling tough now? Come on, show me what you've got. Wu Mingzi, his face burning from the slap, finally came to his senses. Realizing he had lost today, as a billionaire heir, how could he swallow this humiliation? With anger and reluctance, he said, I admit defeat today, but disrespecting Second Master Qin, be prepared for the Qin family's retaliation. Zhao Peng spat at them disdainfully, taunting, hurry up, call Second Master Qin. I want to see if he'll deal with you or with me when he arrives. After leaving a harsh remark, Wu Mingzi walked out, and Wang Fugue hurriedly followed. Outside the private room, Wu Mingzi glared at Wang Fugue, demanding, do you even know who those two are? Wang Fugue panicked, not knowing how to respond. He had no idea about the two men, so he blurted out, they said they were just two freeloaders living off women. Wu Mingzi, furious, didn't hesitate to punch Wang Fugue, scolding, freeloaders? Have you ever seen freeloaders with such skills? I can't believe I have such a useless idiot under me. He then dialed Qin Lang's number, Second Master Qin, it's Wu Mingzi from the Modu Supercar Club. On the other end of the call, Qin Lang vaguely remembered Wu Mingzi, as he had founded the club and recruited him for his driving skills. What's the matter with me? Is someone trying to join the club? No, Mr. Qin, I'm here to report something to you. Today at Xingqian Garden, I encountered two very arrogant individuals. Not only did they hit me, but they also spoke disrespectfully of you. Wu Mingzi embellished the events that had just taken place. After listening, Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, thinking to himself, someone dares to disrespect me in the Magic City? They must be tired of living. Before long, Qin Lang's voice came again, I understand, keep an eye on those two, I'm on my way now. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingzi felt a sense of relief. He believed that with Qin Lang's strength and methods, those two would surely pay the price. After hanging up the phone, Wu Mingzi immediately instructed his men to watch over Yi Chen and Zhao Peng. He felt a sense of satisfaction, finally having the opportunity to let Qin Lang teach these two ignorant fellows a lesson. Soon after, Qin Lang and his men hurried to Xingqian Garden. As soon as he saw Qin Lang, Wu Mingzi immediately greeted him obsequiously, saying, oh, Mr. Qin, you finally arrived. Those two guys are in the private room upstairs, let me take you there. With that, he turned to lead the way. At that moment, Wang Fugue, who was guarding outside the private room, hurried over when he saw the two approaching. He eagerly reported to Qin Lang, Mr. Qin, Mingzi, those two ignorant and arrogant brats are inside this private room. They are so audacious, daring to disrespect you by calling you second Qin directly. Without a word, Wu Mingzi ruthlessly kicked Wang Fugue aside, cursing him, "Shut your mouth, stop blabbering here, get lost." Then, he put on a pleasing smile and said to Qin Lang, "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Lang entered the private room, his eyes coldly scanning everyone present. Under his sharp gaze, no one dared to meet his eyes, all lowering their heads. However, when his gaze fell on Yi Chen and Zhao Peng, he suddenly paused, then quickened his pace and walked straight towards them. Before Qin Lang could speak, Wu Mingzi couldn't wait to speak out, pointing at Yi Chen and Zhao Peng, shouting loudly, "Mr. Qin, these two brats not only hit me, but they also completely disregarded your authority." Yi Chen and Zhao Peng looked at Wu Mingzi with strange expressions, surprised that he had actually called Qin Lang. As the saying goes, no zwa no die, no act, no death. It seemed that Wu Mingzi was in for trouble today. Without a word, Qin Lang delivered a resounding slap, knocking Wu Mingzi to the ground. Wu Mingzi lay there in a sorry state, staring blankly at Qin Lang, his thoughts in disarray. He couldn't understand why he ended up getting beaten when he had called Qin Lang to deal with those two troublemakers. Seeing this, Zhao Peng took a step forward, teasingly saying to Qin Lang, "Cousin, your judgment of character isn't that great. Are you going to stand up for someone like him?" Qin Lang smirked, lightly laughing in response, "Ha, so it's Brother Yi and Little Peng here. What a coincidence to meet you both here. I initially thought it was Chumu Feng causing trouble. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Zhao Peng then detailed the sequence of events. Meanwhile, Wu Mingzi, still lying on the ground, looked ashen-faced, utterly defeated. He never would have dreamed that these two individuals before him were Mr. Qin's cousin and close friend. He glared at Wang Fugue, who was also lying paralyzed on the side, with resentment and malice in his eyes. Upon hearing the situation, Qin Lang's gaze towards Wu Mingzi turned colder, and he turned to the bodyguard behind him and ordered, "Drag these two disgraceful individuals out and break one of their legs." Wu Mingzi paled in shock, crawling to Qin Lang and desperately pleading, "Second Master Qin, I was wrong, please give me another chance." Wang Fugue, full of fear and regret, crawled to Yi Chen, repeatedly slapping himself hard while begging, "Master Yi, please spare me this time, for the sake of our past as classmates with Xiana. I swear, I will never appear before you two again." After speaking, he knocked his head heavily a few times. Qin Lang looked at Yi Chen, seemingly awaiting his decision. Yi Chen turned to Li Xiana, noticing a hint of compassion on her face, and made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said to Qin Lang, "Since that's the case, let's spare them from having their legs broken for now. Let them kneel and slap themselves 100 times as a lesson." Qin Lang nodded slightly in agreement with Yi Chen's proposal, but his eyes remained as cold as ice. He sternly ordered the two, "Do you hear me? Start now." The two men thanked profusely as if granted clemency, then quickly knelt down and mercilessly slapped their own cheeks. The crisp sound of the slaps echoed in the air, each carrying deep regret and fear. Qin Lang smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, since you are here today to accompany your siblings to the class reunion, I won't bother you further. When you have time, remember to come and chat with me. As for tonight's dinner, consider it my treat." With that, Qin Lang turned and left. Yi Chen politely replied, "Thank you for your hospitality, Second Master Qin. I will definitely visit another day." Seeing Qin Lang walk away, Zhao Peng immediately turned to the others and shouted, "Hey, everyone! Since tonight is on Second Master Qin, let's not hold back and eat to our heart's content." With Zhao Peng's words, the previously quiet scene instantly became lively. At this moment, Yi Chen and his companions became the center of attention, surrounded by people offering flattery and compliments. Zheng Xia whispered to Li Xiana, "Xiana, what background does our husband have? Even Second Master Qin has to give him face?" Li Xiana replied speechlessly, "Xia, do you really have thoughts about Fongo? He is the boss of the Universal Group." Zheng Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the Universal Group has been in the news for negative reasons lately, it is still a trillion-dollar giant. Upon hearing Yi Chen's identity, people around them widened their eyes, showing surprise and envy. So he is the boss of the Universal Group. Truly talented at such a young age. I've heard of Yi Chen's name before, but I never expected to meet him in person today. Xiana, you are so lucky to have such a capable boyfriend. Li Xiana forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had anticipated the strong reaction from her classmates upon learning Yi Chen's true identity. Seeing this, Yi Chen walked to Li Xiana's side, asking with concern, "Xiana, if you're not feeling well, let's go home and rest early." Li Xiana nodded slightly, agreeing, and softly replied, "Fongo, okay, let's go home. I do feel a bit tired." After greeting Zhao Peng and Zheng Xia, Yi Chen held Li Xiana's hand and returned to the Cloud Villa together. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Li Xiana's mood noticeably turned gloomy. She knew deep down that the excessive warmth shown by her classmates today was not due to past friendships but solely because of Yi Chen's status. This reality left her feeling helpless. Sitting on the sofa, Li Xiana shook her head when Yi Chen handed her a glass of water and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiana? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Xiana held Yi Chen's hand and said, "Fengji, I'm fine, just a little troubled." Yi Chen gently stroked her hair and comforted her, "Don't overthink it. They act that way because they value my status, not the real you. What matters to me is you as a person." Li Xiana looked up at Yi Chen, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes. "Fengji, thank you. I know deep down, but it still hurts." Yi Chen embraced Li Xiana. "Xiana, don't mind others' opinions. Let's live our lives well. In the future, you can spend more time with true friends and stay away from those fake people." Li Xiana leaned against Yi Chen, nodding, "Okay, Fengji." She decided to cherish genuine friendships more and not be bothered by superficial things. Yi Chen comforted her by patting her back gently. "Xiana, people change, but not me, right? You wanted me to teach you cultivation, shall we start now?" Li Xiana perked up at his words, forgetting her earlier worries, and said eagerly, "Fengji, I learn slowly, don't rush me." Once in the bedroom, Yi Chen said directly, "Xiana, take off your clothes." Blushing, Li Xiana playfully scolded him, "Fengji, how can you have impure thoughts as soon as we enter the room for cultivation?" She then began to undress. Without explanation, Yi Chen took out a marrow cleansing pill from the system space and placed it in her mouth, saying, "Xiana, it might hurt a bit, bear with it." Shortly after, the intense pain made Li Xiana scream. Sweat beads the size of beans covering her body as dark, viscous impurities slowly expelled from her body. After about half an hour, seeing most of the impurities expelled, Yi Chen took Li Xiana to the bathroom for a thorough wash. Li Xiana, holding her nose at the sight of the black crystals falling from her body, found the smell indescribable. After the wash, Yi Chen wrapped Li Xiana in a towel, carried her to bed, and asked with concern, "How do you feel, Xiana?" Li Xiana weakly smiled, "Fengji, I'm okay, just feel much lighter." Yi Chen nodded, "That's good. Rest for a while, and we'll continue cultivation once you regain some strength." Li Xiana obediently closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, Yi Chen's heart was filled with love. He silently vowed to protect her well and ensure her eternal happiness. Leaving the room, Yi Chen rested on the sofa in the villa's hall. Bai Jia approached upon hearing him and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, you have an invitation from Eagle Sauce." Handing him the invitation, Yi Chen casually asked, "Bai Jia, why didn't you go home today?" Bai Jia smiled softly, "I had some matters to attend to, so I stayed here." Her gentle and caring tone revealed a subtle concern. Yi Chen nodded in understanding. He opened the envelope and glanced at its contents. It turned out to be an invitation from Global Bank for all owners of the Supreme Black Card to attend a members' meeting in New City in a week. "Bai Jia, how much do you know about this Global Bank members' meeting?" Yi Chen looked up at Bai Jia and asked. Bai Jia was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Chen to suddenly ask this question. But she quickly regained her composure and replied, "I know some basic information. This is the annual grand event of Global Bank, mainly to strengthen cooperation with the owners of the Supreme Black Card. But I'm not very clear about the specific agenda and topics." Yi Chen nodded without continuing to ask further. He thought that if there was time, he could go take a look in New City. At that moment, he noticed that Li Xiana in the room had already woken up, so he turned back into the room. "Xiana, have you rested well? Do you need me to ask Bai Jia to prepare some food for you?" Li Xiana stretched lazily and said in a sweet voice, "Fengge, I'm not hungry. Please teach me cultivation quickly, I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Yi Chen nodded, had her sit cross-legged on the bed, and transmitted the chaos scripture with his divine sense. Then he placed his hands on Li Xiana's jade back, and a stream of spiritual energy entered her body, following the route of the technique. "Xiana, remember this route and absorb the spiritual energy." Then Yi Chen took out a concentration pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Li Xiana, with a serious expression, began to practice the technique according to Yi Chen's instructions, absorbing the majestic spiritual energy emitted by the concentration pill. Half an hour later, as the concentration pill was completely absorbed, Li Xiana looked excitedly at Yi Chen and said, "Fengge, I feel that spiritual energy. According to the technique, I should have reached the initial qi refining stage." Yi Chen looked at Li Xiana's pair of large bright eyes and couldn't control himself as he pounced on her. After a night of passion, as the sky began to lighten, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang urgently. He sleepily answered the phone, and on the other end came the low and solemn voice of Yi Hongfei. "Hongfei, Is there something happening in Harbor City? Upon hearing Yi Chen's somewhat lazy inquiry, Yi Hongfei respectfully replied, Master, please rest assured. Everything is progressing smoothly in Harbor City. I have successfully acquired 55% of the shares of those companies, completely controlling them. Now, do you plan to cut off the funding chain used by Harbor City to counter our Universal Group? Yi Chen remained silent for a moment, then calmly responded, Since we have gained control, we can proceed with the next plan. Merge and reorganize these companies into a new one, and launch a full-scale attack on the Chu family and the Han family. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Lu Fuda was pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. He had just received an urgent report from his secretary, informing him that his company had been taken over by a mysterious force. The other party demanded that he immediately withdraw the 100 billion funds allocated earlier, or face legal action. Lu Fuda paced back and forth anxiously. He knew very well that if he withdrew the 100 billion funds at this moment, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and everything would be lost. Standing beside him, Chu Mufeng looked at Lu Fuda's distressed face with an indifferent expression and said lightly, Lu, at this point, we have successfully acquired nearly 45% of Universal Group's shares. And now, with the stock price being pushed so low, even if you sell all your shares, you won't be able to cover this 100 billion gap. In my opinion, it's better for you to directly transfer all the shares of Fuda Group to that major shareholder to offset this gap. In this way, we can accelerate the acquisition process of the Universal Group. Not only will your personal wealth not be at risk, but it may also see a considerable increase. Lu Fuda listened to Chu Mufeng's words, feeling conflicted inside, but ultimately made a firm decision, biting his teeth and deciding to take a gamble. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed his secretary, conveying his decision with determination and requesting her to pass on the message to the major shareholder. As time passed by, just half an hour later, Lu Fuda's phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered the call, hearing his secretary report, Mr. Lu, good news. The major shareholder has agreed to your proposal. Please return to Hong Kong Island as soon as possible to handle the relevant procedures. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fuda's tense heart finally relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Great! I'll book a flight back to Hong Kong immediately. Lu Fuda turned to Chu Mufeng and said, Chu, this time I've put all my assets on the line. We must take down the Universal Group as soon as possible. Chu Mufeng nodded with a smile, a barely noticeable hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, they were unaware that everything was under the control of Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Hongfei stood by the window, overlooking the bustling city. He held a glass of red wine, gently swaying the liquid inside. You think you can compete with the master with your kind of goods? The game has just begun. Yi Hongfei's lips curled slightly as he murmured softly to himself. Upon learning that the situation in the harbor city had stabilized, Yi Chen dialed Shen Haoyue's number without hesitation. Before long, a pleasant and melodious voice, as clear as a warbler, came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, why are you calling me so early today? Is there something important you need to instruct me on? Shen Haoyue's tone carried a hint of puzzlement, yet also revealed respect and trust towards Yi Chen. Without much small talk, Yi Chen directly replied, Hongfei has successfully taken control of those companies in the harbor city. We are now going to launch a counterattack. Start selling all the Universal Group shares you hold immediately. Once the Chu family buys all these shares, detonate the bomb and trigger all the traps we set before. We must not give them any chance to withdraw funds. At the same time, inform the Fong family and the Qin family to be prepared to take over the Chu family and the Han family at any time. His voice was firm and decisive, as if he had long been prepared. Clearly, this series of plans were all carefully considered decisions, waiting for the Chu family alliance to step into the trap.